Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Sonic the Hedgehog in My Hero Academia, The Hedgehog and the Deku. Part 1 Prologue. The day they met a 15-year-old boy with round green eyes, messy green hair with black shadows, and 4 symmetrical freckles on both cheeks below his eyes. He wore his UA Academy uniform minus the gray suit jacket because of the summer heat. Only his white dress shirt, dark green dress pants, along with a red necktie, and red boots he wore throughout as he walked along a dirt trail in the forest. He could hear the sound of seagulls flying above him and the sound of the ocean hitting the shoreline, signaling he was getting closer to his location. He stopped when came across a gate that was locked in chains in the middle. 2 signs were on the gate. On the right with words colored in red saying, "No trespassing, base closed, keep out." On the left with words colored in yellow saying, "Authorized personal only." The boy didn't mind it as he began to unwrap the chains in between the gate. Once that's done, he opened both gates. After that, he immediately felt the wind breeze blowing on his face. The sun also blinded his eyes as he used his arm to get shades to block the brightness hitting his eyes. Took a couple of seconds to regain focus until finally he could see. The light was gone and came across an old abandoned airfield. The airfield has been abandoned since World War II, which was controlled by the Empire of Japan. Hangars on each side were empty and rusted. Grass growing by Mother Nature on the hangar walls and broken windows were seen as well. There were weeds growing on the runway that stretched towards the coast. Near the airfield was a beach. Seagulls flew all around the area. The boy walked forward on the runway, looking around at the hangars that were empty with no signs of life inside. But he could see the memories of this place, thinking, they, and, him, were still here. He stopped in the middle of the runway, looking around for any life. The memories that, they, left behind on this planet. The fun, the laughter, the emotions, and the battles we've went through. They'll never be forgotten, he thought. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when heard a plane engine. He looked up at the blue clear sky. His green eyes were wide when he saw a red biplane flying. No way, can it be? He thought at first he saw a blue hedgehog riding on top of the wind and an anthropomorphic fox flying the plane. Both of them waving at the boy below. He rubbed his eyes to get a good look, only for his hope to be gone. Instead, it was just a regular plane flying by with no hedgehog on the wing. He felt down thinking, he came back to see him. He looked down on the ground for a moment. Even though it wasn't him, I still had hope he would return to Earth. Izuku Midoriya thought as he looked up at the sky with a smile on his face, letting wind breeze blew his hair a little. That day changed my life, when he saved me and a boy from a former friend who became a bully towards me. Flashback couple of years ago, a 4-year-old Izuku was scarred and nervous. He had tears coming out from his eyes. Behind him was a boy, who was holding his right arm, crying on his knees. He could tell that his right arm was hurt. "Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry, Kachan." The boy changed into his fighting stance, despite being scarred. "If you keep on hurting him, I'll stop you myself," he yelled. In front of him were 3 boys facing him. The leader of the 3 has ash blonde, spiky hair and sharp red eyes. The 3 stood there until when they smile, evilly. The leader closed his eyes while smiling. The first boy behind him has red wings appearing from his back. The second boy's fingers were growing and almost wobbling at the same. "You want to pretend to be a hero?" Katsuki Bakugo asked, pounding his right fist on his left hand, creating an explosion. "You don't stand a chance, Deku." He formed an evil smile. Izuku flinched, noticing that he was about to be attacked. With no powers like them, he was defenseless. The boys charged towards, ready to attack him and the boy behind him. Bakugo was leading the attack, ready to use his explosive quirk to attack his former friend. Inching closer with his fist towards Izuku's face, the attack suddenly stopped. Izuku had his eyes closed, ready for him being used as a punching bag. But he didn't felt nothing. He opened his eyes slowly and in shock. Bakugo and his friends were knocked out to the ground. What just happened? The boy were stunned, looking around on what saved him. And no way. The boy behind Izuku pointed his finger with a shocked face. "Midoriya, look in front of you." Izuku looked in front of him and was shocked that he was seeing a small blue anthropomorphic hedgehog with a round head and an equally round torso. He has blue fur that covers most of his body, peach skin that covers his arms, muzzle and torso, and black eyes. He has 6 quills on his head, 2 spines protruding from his back and a short tail. He wore hyper-friction-resistant red sneakers with a white strap, cuffs, dark red soles and a gold buckle, and a pair of white gloves with sock-like cuffs on his hands. What is that? He asked. The hedgehog turned to the boy with a smile on his face. The animal's response was a thumbs up and a wink at him. Did you just save me? Izuku asked as the hedgehog only nodded his head, pointing his thumb at himself. You don't talk right? Izuku asked again, only for the hedgehog to shake his head in no. You little good-for-nothing, rodent. They turned back to the front to see Bakugo, getting up from the ground. His face turned anger when he saw the hedgehog, standing in front of Izuku. Deku, who this little sewer rat? Trying to defend you all of a sudden? No matter, I'll just take both of you out. Eat this. Bakugo charged towards the two for another attack. Izuku was scarred again. But the hedgehog wasn't gonna let him attack. He curled himself into a concussive ball, getting enough boost. He launched himself towards Bakugo, deliver a big hit on his stomach, sending the bully backwards, flying, hitting to a nearby trash can. His bully friend saw this as they quickly ran out of the park, scarred as hell. Bakugo got up from the ground again, seeing his friends ran off. He looked back at both Izuku and the hedgehog, giving them seething glare. You think you won, Deku? This isn't over yet. Tell that sewer rat of yours he's next. When I become the #1 hero, you're gonna regret attacking me, Bakugo said, before exiting the park, angry as ever. The hedgehog rolls his eyes and shrugged his shoulders at the bully's reaction. He turned back to both boys who were shocked at what just happened. The hedgehog looked at them in question. He used his hands to wave in front of Izuku's face. Why you just beat Kachan like it was nothing? The boy said as the hedgehog gave him a thumbs up. That's awesome. Both of them turned to the boy that Izuku tried to defend earlier jumped up in excitement. Midoriya, why you didn't tell us you had a pet that has an awesome quirk? Huh? Wait. This is not my pet. He just came out of nowhere and saved us from Kachan. Izuku responded. It has to be your pet? He just embarrassed Bakugo just now and his friends ran off like a bunch of crybabies. The boy responded. Wait till I tell everyone about what happened. It seems with your pet, everyone can come to the park and play around. It makes everyone safe that Bakugo and his friend can't bully us anytime soon. From Izuku's mind, the boy was right about one thing. It feels that Bakugo can't bully him anytime soon. But he did warn him that he'll pay them back for embarrassing him. Izuku turned to see the boy chatting with the hedgehog. Though it doesn't talk, he was giving thumbs up and all like sign languages. That formed a smile on Izuku's face, feeling he was safe from being bullied by others. Sonic, there you are, a voice was heard. They look up to the sky to see an anthropomorphic fox cub, with 2 tails flying down at the sky, waving at them. The hedgehog waved back at him. Both boys were shocked at what they were seeing. Does this day get any weirder? The boy asked as the fox cub landed on the ground, walking next to them. There you are, Sonic. I was looking for you. The fox cub said before turning to the 2 boys. Who are you, guys? Why you can talk? Izuku asked, with a shocked face. Yes I do. My name is Miles, Tails, Prower. But you can call me Tails. He introduced himself. I see you met my friend, Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, man, this is so awesome. You should have seen what it could do. The boy explaining the whole situation between Bakugo and Sonic. No way. This bully tried to attack the 2 of you and Sonic came in for the save, Tails said with a shocked face. He turned to see Sonic giving his partner a thumbs up. That's Sonic for you. It's so awesome. I wish I had a video camera to record the whole thing and my friends would be shocked to see it, the boy said. That's super cool, Tails said. Anyway, I'm sorry we have to cut our conversation short. But Sonic and I have other things we need to be doing. It's good to see you guys again. Let's go, Sonic. The 2 were about to leave the park when Sonic stopped and looked at Tails. What is it, Sonic? The hedgehog pointed his finger to Izuku, who was looking at them. Sorry, but you with the green hair. Sonic, and I want to know what's your name, Tails asked. Izuku saw the reaction from the hedgehog as he forms a big smile on his face. My name's Izuku Midoriya, he said. That's an awesome name. Sonic said you can hang out with anytime. That's what real friends do. We'll catch you later. Tails said as he and the hedgehog waved goodbye and left the park. Man, that's so awesome, the boy said, continuing to be amazed by the hedgehog. Izuku just stood there seeing where the anthropomorphic animals were just now. He had the biggest smile on his face that he would never thought until now. Izuku's POV. That date changed my life when I was 4 years old. I was quirkless at the time. I always liked Kachan as a friend. But that day, he never liked me. He always called me Deku. In turn it meant, the one who can't achieve or do anything. That was who I am. People picking on me and bullying me in something I won't accomplish to achieve my dreams. But then, a hedgehog out of nowhere saved my life. He even beat in Kachan like it was nothing. I started to feel something in my stomach that when that hedgehog smiled at me, he knows for a fact that he became my true friend. That hedgehog is named Sonic the Hedgehog. End POV. Weeks after being saved from Bakugo, Izuku began hanging out with both Sonic and Tails. One day, the hedgehog had Izuku on his back, speeding through the streets of cars like its race. Not one civilian didn't knew about the hedgehog or the fox cub being in the city. Izuku was enjoying every moment, almost feeling like he was on a roller coaster ride. Once they were out of the city, they were in a wooded area. Running through a dirt trail, they see closed gate. But the hedgehog with his speed, crashed through the gate and they stumble upon an abandoned airfield. Izuku was worried they were trespassing but nobody was around. The hedgehog calmed him down. The boy got off from the hedgehog's back as they walked towards Tails, who was cleaning his red biplane. "Hey, Tails, wow, that's an awesome plane," Izuku said, seeing the object. "Hey, Izuku. Thanks for the mentioning about the plane," the fox cub said. "How was the ride coming towards here?" "It was scary but it was fun. Sonic is really that fast," the boy said with excitement. "He is known as the speed demon back on Mobius," Tails said. "Mobius?" Izuku asked. "Yeah. Sonic and I are from the planet Mobius. Our home planet is similar to your planet. But like us, there are many anthropomorphic that roam the planet," Tails said. "Wow, that's so awesome. I wish I would come to your planet someday," Izuku said, before changing to another subject. "By the way, if you're from that planet, then why did you come to the planet Earth?" Tails looked at Sonic, which gave the hedgehog a serious look to his partner. "Izuku, Sonic and I want to explain the whole situation on why we're here. But you're still a child and we don't want you to understand why we're here. We're on a very serious mission and we feel like you don't need to know. Is that okay with you?" Tails asked with a serious face. Sure. It's okay," Izuku answered but didn't want to give more questions. "Now then, since you're talking about my plane, the tornado, how about a little ride with us in the sky?" Tails said. "Really, you can ride a plane?" Izuku asked. "Sure, this thing is my plane I built from a while back. It's pretty awesome and it's fun to ride," Tails said. With that, Izuku ran up to the plane. However, there was only one seat on the plane and it's Tails that was the driver riding on it. He heard a pat sound. Looking up, he saw Sonic, standing on top of the wing, signaling him to come up with him. You can't be serious. What if I fall and kill myself?" he asked, worrying. "Don't worry, it'll be safe. Sonic right next to you," Tails said. The boy didn't debate as he climbed on the wing with the hedgehog's help. Standing on it with nothing else, Izuku was worrying about what was gonna happen. He was afraid something bad will happen. "Alright, here we go." Tails pushed the start button. The engines turn on and the propeller begins spinning in front. The tornado began moving on the runway. "Oh no. This is scary," Izuku yelled as the hedgehog held his arm to keep him still. "Hang on tight. We're about to lift off," Tails yelled, pulling the stick towards him. The tornado lifted up off the runway and into the sky. Izuku was freaking out, letting the wind gusts hit his body and face. His mouth was showing his teeth, wobbling like rubber and saliva coming out as well. His feet was about to slip off the wing, but Sonic held on his arm to make sure he doesn't slip off. Once Tails controlled the plane, they were flying in the sky. Izuku looked up at the view of the ocean and Tokyo all together. "Wow, this is so cool," he yelled. The hedgehog gave him a smile as they looked the entire view. The tornado flew through a couple of clouds, seeing birds flying with them. Izuku was enjoying every moment of it. He never thought enjoying this moment with new friends he would make. They were above Tokyo at high altitude, seeing the view of the city and buildings from above. They even see Mount Fuji in the distance. The plane ride was awesome for him. He would love to keep it going all day. Later on, the tornado landed back at the airfield's runway. The sun was setting down for the evening. Once they landed, Tails turned the engines off. He jumped out of the cockpit. Sonic helped Izuku on the ground, landed next to the fox cub. "Wow, that was so awesome, never thought I would have fun like that," Izuku said, jumping up and down with excitement. "It sure was. I'm glad you like it, even though you had to stand on the wing most of the flight," Tails said. "At first I thought I was scared, but it was so awesome," Izuku said, turning to the Hedgehog. "Thanks, Sonic. That was so cool to stand on the wing. I would love to do it again." The Hedgehog responded with a smile and a thumbs up. "Anyway, I better get home. My mom would worry me if I don't," Izuku said. "Hey, Sonic, can you take me home?" Sonic nodded his head in agreement, letting the boy ride on his back. "Hey, wait, I got an idea. How about you guys come with me to my apartment?" Izuku asked. "Huh? You're serious? What if your mom found out about us and she'll be freaked out by our appearance?" Tails asked. "Don't worry, I find the way to sneak you two in my room," the boy said. "Oh, I see. But why are you want to take us to your home?" Tails asked. "Because I want to show you guys a person I'm a big fan of," Izuku said. "He's perhaps the best hero you'll ever see." Sonic and Tails were confused by it. Best hero? Who could it be? The fox cub thought. Midoriya's apartment Mustaufu, Japan. As nighttime came, Izuku returned home thanks to Sonic. He was very excited because not only he enjoyed some fun time with both Sonic and Tails, he was about to do his usually stuff that he does every night on his desktop computer. "Mom, hurry!" Izuku ran out from his room, excited and a toy in his hand. He ran towards her mom, who was doing the dishes. "Come on, Mom. It's computer time," he said, jumping up and down as she turned the water off before turning to her son. "Already, Inko?" Midoriya asked as they head to Izuku's room. Once they enter, Izuku jumped to his chair in front of his computer, using his head up and down like his headbanging to a metal song. "Come on, faster, let's go," he yelled again in excitement. "Geez, I think you added 10,000 views to this one yourself, Izuku," Inko said, clicking on the video with the mouse. "I don't know why you like, but I think it's scary." Once that was done, she exits from the room, closing the door behind her. Izuku looked back at the door closed. He pressed pause to stop the video, though it hasn't started it yet. He jumped from his chair and ran to the closet. Opening the door, both Sonic and Tails popped out from the small room. "Sorry it's cramped inside. I didn't want my mom to find out I have live animals living in here. You know the landowner has rules not allowing pets in the apartment," he said, where the Hedgehog placed his fist on his hips, tapping his right foot, looking at the boy. "Don't give me that look. What I'm supposed to do?" "You know how Sonic is when he gives those looks," Tails said, laughing. He looked around at his room showing posters, toys, and a costume of his favorite hero. "Who is this guy? Did he like one of your favorite person with all these collection of the same guy? Trust me, you're gonna love him. Come on. I have the video right here," Izuku said as he ran back to his seat in front of the computer. Tails followed him while Sonic examines the poster of the muscular man, smiling. The Hedgehog looked at his teeth. He looked to his left to see a mirror next to him. He looked at his own teeth, then looked back at the poster. He came in question on them to see who teeths were better. "Hey, Sonic. Hurry. You're gonna miss it," Izuku said. The Hedgehog ran up to the computer. Izuku pressed play as the video began. He had a big smile on his face, with a little red cheeks appearing. The video shows a footage of a helicopter that landed in a street along with vehicles that were in the wreckage somewhere in the city. Fires were seen in the background. Many civilians stood in front of the crash site. The cameraman looked around it even before he stopped to see a man in front talking with him in a panic tone. "Who is he? The guy already saved 100 people at least, and it hasn't been 10 minutes. I mean, this is crazy. I can't believe it," the man said as the camera moves around at the wreckage. Suddenly, a silhouette figure appears to climb on a bus that was in the wreckage. Izuku smiled even more. Both Sonic and Tails' eyes were wide at what they seen. The muscular figure walked on the bus, laughing as he carried a couple more civilians in his arms and more on his back. "Ha ha ha ha." The figure laughed, walking on the bus. "Look, he's got more," the man on the video yelled. "No way. He rescued everyone in the destruction. That's crazy," Tails said as Sonic has his mouth wide open, shocked at what he was seeing. "Fear not, citizens. Help has arrived," the man said. "Who is that?" Tails asked. "That's All Might. He's known as the symbol of peace," Izuku said, still looking on screen, overjoyed. You can tell I have all of his collection in my room. He's one of my favorite heroes. I hope someday I get a chance to meet him. All Might? That's a pretty good name. Right, Sonic? Tails looked to see the Hedgehog, still has his mouth and eyes wide open at the hero on screen. Both he and Izuku laughed at the Hedgehog's reaction. I guess he's stunned than ever to see him. They proceed to watch the video of the camera showing All Might smiling before speaking. Because I am here, the symbol of peace said. Those words made Izuku excited like never before. He's the coolest in the universe. He raised his All Might figure in the air, looking at it. And once I get my quirk, I'm gonna be a hero just like him. Izuku then did a mock laugh like All Might would do. That gotten both Sonic and Tails' attention. The Hedgehog just looked at him. Tails decided to join in on the laugh. Suddenly, the door opened where Inko walked in. Izuku, is there someone talking to you? She asked where it was just him in the room. Not one sight and both Sonic and Tails with him. No, it was just the computer. That what it was, he said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing at the same time. Inko just stood there with her finger her chin. Okay honey, she said before closing the door. She stood behind the door, thinking that her son was talking with someone. I could have swore I heard Izuku talking with someone. I wonder who it was. She stood there for a couple of seconds until she decided to just forget about it. Maybe it was my imagination. She walked off to the living room. Meanwhile, the boy jumped from his seat and looked underneath the bed to see both Sonic and Tails hiding from her. They crawl out from underneath once she closed the door. That was close. You gotta keep it down. She would have known by now or she'll kill me, he said. Good thing Sonic had that quick dash to the bed. Tails said as Sonic nodded his head with a thumbs up and a smile. The three continued to watch the All Might video over and over again. In the Hedgehog's mind, he would love to meet All Might someday if there's a chance. However, in the living room, Inko sat in the sofa with her head down. Feeling real bad for her son because they were to head to the doctor's office the next day. She had a bad feeling of what was to come real soon. The next day, at the doctor's office, Izuku sat next with Inko. The doctor sat in front of them where in between on the wall next to them was the X-ray picture of Izuku's left foot hanging on the X-ray lamp to get a good look. Sorry, kid. It's not gonna happen. The doctor delivered the most devastating news. It caused Izuku to drop his All Might figure to the floor, sitting there with his eyes shown disbelief and trauma. Inko put her right hand on her son's back to confront him. Oh, dear. So you really think there's something wrong, then? Most of the other kindergartners in his class have begun to show signs already, she said to the doctor. My record says you're a 4th-generation Quirk user, he said. What powers did you and the boy's father have? Nothing too special, she replied, using her left hand to float the All Might figure towards her hand. I can float objects completely towards me and my husband's breathe fire. They're useful enough I suppose. Izuku already should have manifested one of these quirks for a combination of both. After viewing his X-rays, I don't think he's going to. The doctor explained. You see, when superpowers first begin appearing, there were many research studies conducted and doctors discovered a length between the bone in a person's foot and the likelihood they developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toe. Their bodies evolve into a more streamlined version of the human form. The doctor pointed his finger of where toe was. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky. Like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research these days, it's safe to say that your son won't be developing a quirk. The whole news left Izuku completely devastated. Only Inko could feel bad for her son. Rain was pouring throughout the night at the apartment complex. In Izuku's room, the boy watched the same video the previous night again. Inko stood in front of the door before turning slowly to her son, looking at his computer. She felt so bad for him and don't know what to do. See that, Mom? He broke the silence in the room. There's always a smile on his face no matter how bad things get. His voice begins to shake suddenly but still continue to speak. Even when things are impossible, he never gives up. He then turned his chair around to face his mother. Inko began shedding tears where she saw her son, floating tears out of his eyes and pointing his finger at the screen of All Might smiling. He was shaking where the words that brought up completely devastated her. Do you think I can be a hero too? He asked that question. Inko walked slowly towards her son. With her arms lifting up, she was inches away from him. She then ran up to her, falling on her knees, hugging her son. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she said, sobbing, holding him so tight. "I wish things were different." The two were crying together in the dark. They didn't notice that both Sonic and Tails were in the closet, watching the whole scene with the door open a little. The fox cub shed tears, feeling so bad for the young boy. "I wish I can comfort him. I feel so bad for him. He always dreamed of becoming a hero." Tails whispered with more tears coming from his eyes. The hedgehog could only look at the sight. His head was down with his eyes closed, feeling bad for the boy. Suddenly, Tails saw his watch light up. Luckily it was on silence mode so they won't be caught by Inko. The fox cub cleaned his face to end the tears. He and Sonic look at the watch. The radar indicate an enemy in space. "Sonic, it's..." Tails couldn't finish when he looked at the hedgehog's face. It showed a serious one as he nodded his head towards his partner. The next day, both Sonic and Tails returned to the airfield. They were getting ready to leave the city and the planet to return home. Tails hopped inside the tornado's cockpit while Sonic stood on the top wing as his usual seat. The fox cub was about to push the engine button until they heard a boy's voice. Turning around, they saw Izuku running towards them. The anthropomorphic animals jumped off the plane to meet with the boy. They see his eyes all puffed up red from all the crying he went through last night after the devastating news of him being quirkless. "You okay, Izuku?" Tails asked in a soft tone. "Still a little hurt," the boy responded. "I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'm just sad it had to come that way." "It's not your fault, Izuku. You always want to dream to become a hero someday. I know you will. Just have to trust your instinct," Tails said. "I doubt that. My mom is just devastated just as I am. And now, I'm gonna be picked on at school by everyone including Kachan because I'm quirkless. I didn't even bother going to school today because of what to expect," Izuku said, with tears coming from his eyes. He quickly rubbed it with his arms before changing to another subject. "By the way, why you told me to come here?" Both Sonic and Tails look at one another. The hedgehog nodded his head with a serious face at the fox cub. "The reason we call you here is that, Sonic and I are about to leave this planet. I know it's difficult for us to say goodbye, and we had some fun times, but we have a mission that we need to take seriously. Please don't feel bad for us because we're leaving you alone." Izuku was shaken more with tears coming out. But why would you go? We had all the fun time hanging out with one another. Is this about me being quirkless? Is that why you're leaving?" the boy asked, angrily trying to hold back his crying. No, it's not that. We don't make Earth our home. Like I said, we take our mission very seriously. Please don't cry. I promise that Sonic and I will return in the future to be with you," Tails said, patting the boy's back as he calms down. "I really don't want you two to leave. You guys are perhaps the bestest friends I've ever would have thought," Izuku explained, with his head down. "I never had friends at school, and even though Kachan and I were friends before, he always bullied me thinking he has a better quirk." He looked up to the hedgehog. "You saved me from being attacked by Kachan and his friends. I thank you for what you did for me. I always felt safe with you guys from being bullied by everyone else. Now once you're gone, they'll be coming after me again." Tails felt bad for the boy. Izuku looked down on the ground again with tears dropping from his eyes. Sonic looked at the boy, feeling bad for him so much at what he went through. Suddenly, the hedgehog formed a smile. He walked back towards the tornado. Hopping in the cockpit, he grabbed something and walked back to the boy. He tapped a finger on the boy's shoulder. Izuku wiped his tears away with his arm, looking at the hedgehog. Sonic raised his hand, holding an object in front of the boy. It was a green emerald that grew a bright light from it. Izuku's eyes went wide, seeing the object in front of him. Tails was stunned at what Sonic was doing. "Sonic, are you crazy? What are you doing?" the fox cub asked as the hedgehog pointed his finger at the emerald and then pointed his finger at the boy. "No way, you can't be serious?" What he talking about?" Izuku asked with a shocked face. "He want to give you this chaos emerald for many reasons. This emerald can make you stronger than ever despite being quirkless. You can try to take down many of the people that tries to bully you. This can help you survive and your goal to become a hero in the future," Tails said. Izuku could only look the emerald more than ever. "What is a chaos emerald?" he asked. A chaos emerald are an ancient emerald and mystical relics. There are 7 emeralds with different colors. They hold powerful properties and abilities. Tails explained. Those that hold all 7 of the emeralds can use their powers for other variety of things, such as initiating a super transformation, powering machines, and warping time and space. Anyone who combines all 7 emerald can control ultimate power. Izuku was shocked by the information he was getting. So that means if I have all 7, I can become stronger than ever to be a hero? He asked. Exactly. However, let it be known that if you choose to take this emerald, you'll be hunted down by an enemy who destined to have his hands on this emerald and the other 6 I mentioned. Tails said with a serious face. Who is this enemy? The boy asked, getting nervous. Tails looked to Sonic, still has that serious look. The hedgehog nodded his head for his approval as the fox cub used his watch. He pressed a couple of buttons on it, lifting in front of Izuku. It shows a hologram figure of a man with black pants and leggings, white gloves, a bald head, pince-nez glasses with blue lenses, a bright red nose, and a very bushy auburn mustache. He wore a red shirt with an oversized yellow collar and gray buckles on his pants. This person is Dr. Ivo Robotnik, also known as Dr. Eggman. Tails explained. He is the most evil genius in the universe. His agenda is controlling the entire world. Sonic and I encounter him in the past for many years. His weapon's known for building robots to take on everyone who stands in his way of world domination. But the good news is that Sonic has beaten him many times. However, Eggman doesn't know when to quit. He continues to do whatever it takes to defeat us and to continue to move forward with his agenda. The hologram changes to various badniks and robots made by Eggman. Izuku was surprised by the whole thing shown to him. Those are scary robots that evil man made. The boy said. What does it have to do with him and the Chaos Emeralds you mention? Tails turned the watch off, facing the boy with a serious face. That's where you come in. There's reasons why Sonic's giving you the Chaos Emerald. Not only to make you stronger, but to protect it at all cost. Because if it goes to the hands of Eggman and the other emeralds as well, he'll have power for evil in the future. So we're giving you a choice and you have to decide. If you want this emerald, you know the dangers of what's to come. For the hope of your future and your mother's future as well. Or you will take that chance? Izuku was surprised by the fox cub's statement. Looking back at all the events of being bullied by Bakugo and many others who called him worthless, and many others. Plus, his dream of becoming a hero just like his idol, All Might, and that came crashing down once he found out he was quirkless. But now, thanks to Sonic and Tails, he was given an opportunity to grow stronger with the Chaos Emerald in front of him. He knows the dangers of what to come in the future. But he wasn't gonna say no to that offer. His face turned to a serious one for the first time. I accept, he said. Both Sonic and Tails look at him with a smile from his reaction. The hedgehog gave the emerald to Izuku as the boy held on to the emerald. Once he touched it, Izuku felt a stronger power transferring throughout his body. The emerald is giving him a ton of strength despite being a boy. Wow, that's one big power didn't think I would feel, he said. Keep it with you at all cost. Don't let it get into the hands of anyone, including that bully who mess with you. Don't be afraid of nowhere, be yourself and show them, just like All Might said on screen. I am here, Tails said, doing the same All Might expression. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he did the same along with Sonic. Once the conversation was over, Tails jumped in the cockpit, turning on the tornado's engine. The boy and the hedgehog looked at one another. Sonic decided to give him a hug, shocking the boy. Izuku smiled and returned the hug, though he had tears in his eyes. Once the hug was over, Sonic gave him a thumbs up, turning back and jumping on the wing. They said their goodbyes together. Sonic, wait! Izuku ran up to the plane where the hedgehog looked down. The boy put his other hand in his pocket, pulling an object out. Here, take this. The object was an All Might action figure that Izuku had in his hand a couple of nights ago when he showed them the All Might video on the computer. Sonic couldn't help but smile. The boy gave the hedgehog his toy, looking at the hero. I hope someday when you return, you get a chance to meet him soon, Izuku said as the hedgehog gave him a thumb up. After that, the tornado then lifts off at the end of runway and into the blue sky, disappearing from it, never to be seen again. Izuku looked at the sky where the wind breeze came in play. He looked down at the green Chaos Emerald in his hands. Looking at it, his face turned to a determined one. I won't let this emerald get into the wrong hands. I'll protect everyone on this planet and become the #1 hero. I won't let nobody down, he said, raising the emerald in the air. Izuku's POV. That was the last time I saw Sonic and Tails. Their parting gift was giving me the Chaos Emerald. It was a tough decision I had to make. But they gave me hope of becoming what I want to become. A hero to protect everyone from any enemy that would do harm to others. My journey was just the beginning of me to fulfill my dreams. With the Chaos Emerald in my hands, my journey to become the #1 hero began. End POV. End prologue. Author's note. And there you have it. The prologue is complete and thus the story commences. Hope everyone enjoyed it. I know it was awkward to have the classic Sonic not talking. I would have done it like the Sonic the Hedgehog OVA movie from 1999. But I decided to just stick with it like both Sonic Generations and Sonic Forces. Good thing I put the classic Tails in to help out on Sonic. Don't worry, next chapter the modern Sonic will be appearing and it will talk throughout the story. Anyway, I know you guys have a ton of questions to ask and what you expect down the road in the story. I won't spoil anything, but you can DM me on questions to expect on this story. I'll reply to your questions and what you expect down the road. But I will talk about what to expect in this story. It will take place during Season 1 of My Hero Academia, so basically we're going through the anime but some filter and changes throughout. It will be a little difficult, but I'll give it all I can to let you enjoy this story. When we get to Season 2, I decide on that one since another user is doing a Sonic, My Hero Academia crossover story called Footwork. If anyone has read it yet. Pretty awesome story by the way. Yes, the Chaos Emeralds will be appearing throughout and the Master Emerald. Tails, Knuckles and other Sonic friends will be on this story as well. Since Koji has a pet rabbit, like you saw in Season 3 when Class 1A was moving to the dorms, I thought a friendship with him, Ryoji, and Cream the Rabbit will be an awesome part of the story. The main antagonists no doubt is Eggman, Tamura Shigaraki, the League of Villains and Infinite himself from Sonic Forces, who will be a lethal threat to the heroes throughout. It'll be a harem story, so expect some sensuality scenes down the road with the MHA girls fighting for Izuku's heart. Finally, I got big plans for Bakugo and Monoma, though he doesn't along with Class 1B don't appear until Season 2, but they will be appearing early in the story. Down the road. Trust me, he's the most hated person on the show since I started watching it when it came to Toonami last May. So there you have it. What to expect in this story. Hope everyone enjoy your New Year's Day. As for me, I got the NHL Winter Classic and some college bowl game to watch. The next chapter could come maybe this Friday or over the weekend. Once again, thanks for reading. Looking forward to the journey down the road. Please review Chapter 1. 10 years later. 10 years later, Bygone Island, planet Mobius. Miles away lies a planet similar to Earth, lies the island. On the beach, a blue hedgehog lay back on a chair, with an umbrella above him, giving him shade from the hot summer sun. A table with a radio boombox and a chili dog on it. With sunglasses on, he enjoyed the view of the blue ocean and the tides coming onto shore with the seagulls flying above the blue skies and feeling the windy breeze. This is how much I love sitting back. It almost feels like vacation. Which it is in my opinion. Also, it's been 2 weeks since Baldy Nosehair attacked this island and me. Kinda not like the egghead to be silent and all. Unless he's planning something big. But, you never know. He probably went on vacation like me. Oh well, as long as it's peace and quiet throughout the island, it's all good. He said as he ate his chili dog before laying back to enjoy the ocean. Sonic, the Hedgehog, jumped from his seat and back inside it, only to be folded with him inside, all trapped inside. 2 individuals were running towards him. The first is a young, anthropomorphic fox cub with a unique mutation of 2 tails instead of 1. He has mostly yellow-orange fur with white fur around his muzzle, front torso, and tip of his tails. He also has blue eyes. Typically, his attire consists simply of white gloves with black rings around the wrist and red shoes with white toes. The second is an anthropomorphic echidna with red fur that covers most of his body, peach skin on his muzzle, a white crescent-shaped patch of fur on his chest, and purple eyes. He also has 7 dreadlock-like spines on his head and a medium-sized tail. His attire, red and yellow shoes, each with green cuffs and a gray, sextuple bolted plate on top. He also wears white, mittens-like gloves with sock-like cuffs and 2 spiked knuckles on each hand. Both his gloves are large. The 2 approach Sonic, who is still stuck in the folded chair. Sonic? Are you okay? Tails asked as they heard the hedgehog mumbling. Are you saying something? I think he needs help getting out the chair. Knuckles the Echidna replied. The Echidna unfolded the chair. Sonic got out really quick with his speed, landing in front of the others, getting good air in his mouth. He regains his composure before turning to his friends. Here I am enjoying a nice peace and quiet. Ah, who I'm kidding. Anyway, what with all the yelling, Tails? You know I can hear you, buddy, Sonic said. It seems you're enjoying your vacation, Tails said. That what I was doing until you ruin it. The Hedgehog said where Tails gave him a glare. What, don't look at me like that, sigh. Anyway, what is it? We got a big problem. A major problem, Tails explained. The 6 Chaos Emeralds along with the Master Emerald is missing. Knuckles came to my workshop minutes ago. He was all wobbly, like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. He told me what happened. An incident occurred last night. Knuckles saw a couple of buzz bombers heading towards the altar of he emeralds. But then, he felt something hit his neck. He fall on the ground, unconscious, and the next morning, he woke up and saw that all the emeralds were gone. The Echidna pulled out a dart with a hypodermic needle tip. The thing was empty with the injection already in his body last night. I found this on my neck. It appears that somebody snuck behind me and aimed some gun and shot this on my neck. Guess they used the buzz bombers as a decoy for the shooter to knock me out with the dart. That was the plan, to get the emeralds and Master Emerald at the same time, Knuckles said. So I guess Egghead finally came out from his rock and began launching his attack. It was all peace and quiet throughout the past 5 weeks, Sonic said. I agree with the quiet thing with Eggman not attacking the island got us into very suspicious. I betcha Eggman is planning something and we don't even know about it just yet, Knuckles said. Knuckles is right. We should go and check out his base to see what he's been doing. If we know what he's planning, any sneak attack, we should try to stop it. Plus, getting both the emeralds back in one piece, Tails said. Sonic didn't like the idea to fight. He would rather enjoy the quietness with no Eggman attack. But both Tails and Knuckles were right about one thing. Alright, then we should take a quick visit to his base to see what he's been doing. We better call the others about it and get all the team ready for this fight. Can't waste any time. I'll head to the base. Warn the others and meet me there, he said as the Hedgehog boosted up his speed to the base. Let's hurry back to my workshop. We'll call the others from there and then we'll catch up with Sonic at Eggman's base, Tails said. Fine by me, Knuckles said as they proceed to their workshop. By the way, since we're talking about the emeralds, why is there only 6 emeralds? Usually there's 7 always. I'm just asking, unless Sonic has that emerald. Tails haven't told him or the others the real truth on the missing emerald. He and Sonic gave that way to Izuku back on Earth 15 years ago. So instead, he just told a lie to please the Echidna. Yes, Sonic has the other emerald. He just keep it with him just in case Eggman would attack. Tails said a lie. Oh, I see. Anyway, just tell him to keep it to himself now, with Eggman has all 6 emeralds with him. Plus, the Master Emerald as well, Knuckles said. Tails looked at him before looking forward. I'm gonna have to tell him the real truth about the other emerald. I'm hoping Izuku is taking good care of the emerald. I'm also hoping he's been taking good care of himself as well, he thought. Meanwhile, Sonic continues speeding down in a forest, swinging by trees, dodging rocks and falling logs, proceeding towards Eggman's base. He stopped for a minute to look up in the sky. Izuku, I hope you're doing okay, buddy. Don't let that Chaos Emerald fall into nobody's hands. I hope you're training hard to become a hero, he thought before resuming his quest to the base. Once the others were gone, one of the trees, which wasn't a palm tree because there are palm trees at beaches. This tree was no tree. An anthropomorphic wolf using a tree as a disguise with a branch in his right hand. Look around to see if anyone was there on the beach. He heard the conversation of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles about Eggman's whereabouts. So the rumors are true then. Eggman's no longer on this planet. Which means there's a chance for the Lightning Bolt Society to control this island. This is perfect. I need to tell the others about it, Chameleon the tree spy said as he left the beach. Miles away from Mobius lies the planet Earth. The morning sun rises up behind the Pacific Ocean at the old abandoned airfield. A 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya was lifting a big tire and pushing it back to the ground. He was doing it over and over again. A green aura surrounds his body with the help of the green Chaos Emerald, which bright up a light inside his backpack nearby. The power of the emerald gave him strength to do exercises including lifting big things around the airfield. For 10 years, he grew muscles from his arms and a six-pack he formed on his body. He used the airfield as his training grounds and for it as a waiting for point for both Sonic and Tails to return to the planet. Since he received the emerald, he's been working properly with it. Took some time to get it to learn how to use it. Though his personality is still a work in progress. Still his confidence grew year by year with the help of the emerald. He was still the nervous and shy type of boy that he was during his bullying by his former childhood friend and other people. He wore a white shirt, black shorts, and green sneakers. His clothes was already drenched in sweat from the usually morning training he's doing. Suddenly, his phone vibrated from his back pocket of his shorts. The green aura disappeared from his body before pulling out his phone to see the time as it reads 5:45 a.m. Wow! Already that time. Everything flies by quick when you're training, he said to himself, wiping the sweat off his face with a towel. He walked towards his backpack, unzipping it to grab a bottle of water and begin drinking it, getting himself dehydrated. After that, he put the water bottle back in his backpack. Well, I better get myself home before mom get worried that I'm missing. Izuku put his phone in his pocket. He grabbed the green Chaos Emerald out of his backpack before putting it on his back. He used the emerald for teleportation. Quickest way to get home instead of going across town by either walking or taking a nearby bus. The bright light from the emerald appeared, creating a ball of light around Izuku, disappearing from the airfield. 2 minutes later, the ball of light appears in his bedroom as Izuku arrived back at the apartment complex. He looked at the time on his phone before rushing to his bathroom. The door closed as the water was turned on inside. He took a quick shower to get rid of the smell and sweat around his body. He was done in 7 minutes. Izuku turned the shower off, exiting from the bathroom with a towel wrap around his waist. He dried himself up, grabbing a pair of green boxers, socks, and his black Gakurin school uniform from his drawer. He grabbed his extra pair of sneakers from underneath his bed. He placed his dirty clothes in the basket next to the door for his mother to up for laundry. He dressed quickly in his school uniform and right on time. There was a knock at the door. Izuku looked at his phone. The clock saying 6 a.m. Izuku, are you up? I got breakfast ready. Hurry up and come eat before you leave for school. Inko's voice was heard from behind the door. Sure mom. I'm coming, he answered. Oh, and don't forget to get the laundry basket from your room, she said. Izuku got the water bottles out of his backpack. He placed them on his desk, grabbing his notebooks and placed in his backpack. He kept the emerald in there, thinking he wanted to keep it at home for safekeeping. No telling what his mom would do with it if she finds it. He grabbed his phone, putting in his back pocket of his pants before putting on his sneakers. He grabbed both his backpack and basket of laundry before exiting his room. He saw his mom in the kitchen, placing breakfast at the table. A bowl of Gohan white rice, another bowl of tamago cake Gohan with an egg omelette on top of the rice, and miso shuru in another bowl. He put the basket at the walkway before walking to his chair at the table. Inko sat across the other side of the table. She noticed her son was eating fast, almost like he was starving to death for food. Izuku, calm down. Don't eat too fast. You don't want to choke and you have enough time to get school. It's not like you're running late, she said, grabbing a bowl of rice and began eating. Oh, sorry, mom. I was hungry because I was working out, Izuku said, drinking a glass of water before eating again. Inko continues to stare at her son. She began noticing the difference of him. Growing muscles around his body. He'd been telling her about working out before and after school. One part of her could tell he's been doing it since the bullying from his childhood friend on him. Another part of her knew he has been dreaming of becoming a hero. What she doesn't know was the Chaos Emerald he was using. He never asked her about as it was kept a secret. It'd make her so worried and depressing that she began gaining weight from the guilt of her son being quirkless. Every day he would see her son being brutally beaten by Bakugo. Even people discriminating at quirkless people. She would hear people sending death threats through voicemail or letters. It was taking a toll on her and Izuku. Every night she would hear his sobbing bed and wish she could make things better for him. Sadly, she couldn't. She had to bear this in her life. She has been protective of him despite being 14 years old now. Mom? Inko snapped from her thoughts, seeing her son stare at her with a worrying face. Are you okay? You look worried? I'm fine. Just thinking of something else, she said, eating her breakfast. Izuku knew she was lying. Look, if this is about Kachan messing with me, I'll be fine. He hasn't been messing with me. I avoided him multiple times, especially when I'm the first person getting a head start at the exits before school ends," he said. "That is true. You haven't been coming home with bruises or scars around your face like before. Still, I just pray he doesn't take too far and try to kill you. That would worry me a lot. I can tell you've been working out a lot. You're not gonna try to fight back against him, aren't you? That could get you expelled from school," Inko said. "I never get into fights with him. Why would I? I never get myself into trouble. I don't want to disappoint you. Besides, I really don't go anywhere. I don't have any friends, remember?" he said, looking down at the table with a sad face. "I understand," she said, resuming eating before looking back at him. "Quick question, where are you working out at? You don't have any money for a membership for any workout places in town. Those are really expensive." Well, I work out in the park. Like jogging or other things," he said, creating a lie. "I'm just praying if I have enough strength to get into UA soon." "You still want to go to the academy? Even though you don't have a quirk?" Inko asked, getting worried. "It's like I haven't given up my dream. I still want to become a hero. I'm not gonna to give up on it or let nobody question my chances. Besides, lifted that rule up. I could become the first quirkless person to attend the academy in history," Izuku said with determination. "Still, I understand you want to be a hero. But remember the dangerous things that could come around," Inko said. "Mom, I'll make you proud. I promise nothing won't happen to me. I want to make you happy and proud for what I can accomplish. Nothing would happen to me. I promise," he said, getting up from his chair and walking to the sink, placing the empty bowls in them. He walked back to his mom, giving her a quick kiss on her cheek. "Anyway, I better get going. I'll see you later. I'll be late coming home to do more exercises. Have a good day at school. Be careful," Inko said, returning a kiss on his cheek. Izuku grabbed his backpack and walked to the door. He looked back at his mother one last time, giving her a smile and goodbye wave. He opened the door and ran out of his home. Inko closed the door before locking it. She still had her hand on the knob, looking at the floor with sadness for her son. She walked back to the kitchen to clean up. After that, she walked to the living room to turn on the TV. The morning news came on with breaking news report. Breaking news on this morning's broadcast. The news anchor explained. An ongoing incident is occurring at the Tatooine station. Our news chopper is on the scene showing a giant villain wreaking havoc on bullet trains and buildings. Police has blocked all street section to protect civilians and all trains coming to the stations has halt operations. The good news is that our heroes are on their way to take care of the situation as we speak. That report got Inko very worried. She was praying that her son made it to school safely away from the incident. Miles away from Earth, a massive and heavily armed space armada with guns, cannons, and an army of robots were on their way to the planet. All colored red. Its logo on every ship feature a globe with mechanical arms emerging from it. A smiling face of a man with a mustache and tips of goggles above its head, beneath it with chains. In the middle of the fleet, a large ship which is its flagship is home to its leader. Above the globe, two nails shaped of a letter X. Inside the flagship, a man with a dome-shaped head and no visible neck, a bald head, a bright red nose, and a very bushy mahogany mustache. He wears both a tinted glasses and green-lensed goggles as headwear. Dressed in a red coat sporting two square metal buttons on both sides of his chest in gold. These buttons have white straps that run across the coat's sides to identical buttons on the back. It also has zipper-like linings down the back, arms and front, yellow cuffs, and two extensions on the front that have large silver buttons. In addition, he wears white, cuff-less gloves on his hands and a pair of black pants with matching boots seemingly attached to therm-bearing circular plates on the both sides of the ankles and three square ones riding up the shin. He stood there in a room looking in front of a large container with his arms crossed. It shows the Master Emerald in the middle with all 6 Chaos Emeralds in an all high-tech machine type. A robot sprays some Windex on the glass and cleaning it. Just then, the doors behind him slides open. He didn't mind who was entering the room as kept his eyes on his prizes in front of him. A short man with a long beak-like nose and a bald head with a long reddish-brown beard. His outfit consists of a white lab coat with a green shirt underneath. He has a red eyepiece on his left eye. In his hand is an electronic tablet. "Well done, boss. We took the emeralds just like you said. It was a good plan to use sleeping darts on the echidna right before we took all of them, Dr. Julian Snively said. I rather would have fought with the echidna to get the emeralds. But oh well, at least I got what I wanted before leaving the planet. That all it matters. Dr. Ivo Robotnik aka Eggman said. By the way, I thought there will be 7 emeralds, not 6. Where's the 7th emerald? I'm not sure. When I snuck in the altar, I saw just 6 of the emeralds and the Master Emerald. Usually, there would be 7. I hope that Hedgehog hasn't it or will be in grave danger, Snively said. Ah, forget about it. 6 will do fine and the Master Emerald as well. Besides, that stupid Hedgehog and his friends don't know anything about our mission. They'll probably know by it for a couple of months once I'm on Earth by then. Eggman said when he heard the door slides open from behind. He turned around to see 2 robots entering the room, standing at attention. What do you 2 idiots want? He asked. The first robot resembles a tall, lanky, roughly humanoid rooster or chicken with white feathers, scaled feet, wing-like arms, silver body armor, black collar and belt, a red rooster comb on top of his head, a red 2-feathered tail, and a yellow beak and legs. He is incompetent and stupid, possessing an IQ of 40. The next robot is a small, short, and stocky teal machine with tank tracks for feet, an antennae on the back of the top of his head, compass belly button as well as drills instead of his hands and nose, vaguely resembling a mole. He also carries a plate on his back that reads, X14. He is amazingly stupid, possessing an IQ of 25, and fails at almost everything he does. Sorry we interrupted both your conversation, boss. Scratch the chicken Badnik answered. But the animals we captured before we left are ready to be robotized and be used for combat. Exactly. Make sure they'll be used for the upcoming invasion of Earth. Have them ready before we arrive at our new home, Eggman replied. Yes, boss. He said turning to the robot next to him, with a smirk. See, idiot. The boss gave me gratitude unlike you. You just said that so you can have all the credit. Don't forget it was me that began doing the whole robotizing them. You just sit in a chair being lazy as the usually. Grounder the drilling Badnik answered back. Yeah. There you go always lying trying to blame me, Scratch said. It became a shouting match between the 2 robots. Snively rolls his eyes in annoyance, covering both his ears with both hands. He looked towards Eggman where he was turning red and steam coming out from his eyes, ready to blow up. Shut up, you idiots, the doctor yelled so loud, the robots stopped their shouting match. Idiot. Keep yelling like that I'll eject you out to space like trash and you be begging to bring you back to this ship. Yes, boss. They said when their heads down. Suddenly, the alarm rang with red lights blinking. They all look around, thinking it's something serious. The other robots in the room stopped cleaning the glass. But Eggman quickly ordered them to continue on as they did. Boss, come to the bridge at once. A robotic voice was heard on the speaker. To the bridge, now, Eggman said as they left the room together. They arrived at the bridge seconds. There were 4 robots working on the computer screens in front of them. The third is a diminutive robot with a round head composed of a semispherical red cap with a smaller black semisphere under it for a lower face. His lower face can separate to reveal a light blue cover, representing his mouth, and he has 2 gray-framed and pupil-less light blue eyes. He has a black ball joint for a chest and red gloves for hands. His arms and back consist each of 2 thin gray bars that are joined by a black and red ball joint. His lower body is a small back semisphere with a gray inside and a ball joint connecting it to his back. He a highly intelligent, serious, and level-headed guy. The fourth is a diminutive robot. He has a black square head with a flattened, yet wider yellow square cap on top and a larger black square on the bottom, the latter which resembles a jaw. His jaw can separate from his head to reveal a light blue cover resembling a mouth. He also has 2 gray-framed and pupil-less light blue eyes. His chest consists of a smaller yellow cube and has yellow gloves for hands. His arms and back each of 2 thin gray bars that are joined by a black and yellow ball joint. His lower body is a black open cube with a gray inside and a ball joint connecting it to his back. He is good-hearted and easygoing. But he is dim-witted and lazy. The fifth and sixth are Eggman's personal humanoid assistant robots. They were both somewhat absent-minded, clumsy and stupid, often providing coming relief. They both dream of being able to combine into a powerful battle robot, but it is merely a fantasy. Hey, boss. We got some information coming from Earth, Deku said, waving at him. Of course I see it. What are you blind? The doctor asked, sitting in his chair. Boss, it appears that alarm is coming from one of our egg drones to planet Earth. It appears it got something from it. Orbot said, pushing some buttons. Patch it into the screen. Eggman answered. Yes, boss, Orbot replied. The large screen shows the planet Earth. A couple of clicks by zooming in to where one of the drones was located. It zoomed again towards Japan and another zoom to the satellite view of Musutafu. Then a couple more zoom of the beach where it finally found the drone location. It then enter inside the drone's camera, getting a point of view from it. It target shows the action in Tatooine Station. They were all amazed of the footage of the giant villain attacking the city. Is this live right now? Eggman asked. Yes, boss, Orbot said. Make sure the drone is away from the scene at all cost. Don't want it to be destroyed or we'll lose every recording of the action, Eggman said. So I guess we'll watch what would happen, Snively asked. Indeed. I wonder what this person could do, Eggman asked as the others watched the scene unfold. Lightning Bolt Society hideout back on Mobius, at a building located on the island, a group dressed like a cult. But not any cult. They were dressed in long purple robes adorned with lightning bolts and hoods, the latter which they used to hide their faces. They also each wear a red fez with the society's insignia on the front, which depicts a fist clutching two lightning bolts. Everyone stood in front of the stage where a member, who is an anthropomorphic walrus little less than a head shorter than Dr. Eggman. He has pale lavender fur and is stockily built with broad shoulders, thick arms, and somewhat short and thick legs. Overweight, he has a round gut. He also has a large, pale peach muzzle with a black snout, purple eyes, and two noticeably large and vertical tusks. He wore the same clothes like the people in front of him. Attention, everyone! This meeting has now begun. And joining to the stage, our leader of the Lightning Bolt Society, Dave the Intern, Willy Walrus said. An anthropomorphic nutria appear from the curtains. He has aqua fur with bangs mimicking a hairlines, cowlicks on his head and neck, green eyes, and an almost completely white muzzle. He also possesses a wide black nose, 3 freckles, zits on each cheek, and 2 overly large buck teeth. Dressed in the same robes of the Lightning Bolt Society. Many of the others bowed to him as he take the stage. Everyone, this is an urgent meeting we have called out, he explained. If you have heard the rumors of Dr. Eggman's whereabouts. Well, the rumors are true and Eggman is no longer on this island and even better, no longer on the planet. The others were talking among to one another about the situation. But if Eggman is no longer here, what does this mean? One of the weasel bandits asked. Even better. We the Lightning Bolt Society are now the new enemies to take this island. Dave explained. Everyone will fear us for we. The Nutria was now confused at the next step. He turned to Willy Walrus. Help me out here. What do you want me to say? He asked. I don't know, what can we do? Dave asked. Wait a minute. I think I can help. Everyone turned to Chameleon, still in his tree disguise costume, walking to the stage. I overheard from one of Sonic's friends, Tails and Knuckles, that the Hedgehog was heading over to the base. The other two are planning to get the other friends as well. I did heard that these emeralds that we've seen many times with Sonic disappeared in plain sight. I thought that the echidna would always guard that big emerald everything day and night. One of the weasel bandit replied. Because I remember we both tried to steal the master emerald. Only for that echidna to chase us out like a rabid dog. That's it. If has those hedgehog, we should capture him and steal those emeralds, Dave said. But how are we gonna do it? He's too fast for us, Willy Walrus asked. Dave stood silent, thinking of a plan. It took a couple of seconds to think until he got an idea. I got it, he said with a light bulb appearing above his head. He looked up to see the light not on. He tapped the bulb multiple times until it came on. I got it, he said again. End of chapter 1. Author's note. Well, there you have it. The first chapter of the story. I know you guys were wondering about Izuku getting muscles early on in the story, though he doesn't get any once he begins the training with All Might. But with the emerald he's doing his own kind of training. Don't worry, he'll be meeting with All Might soon in the story, and if he's gonna receive one for all. We'll see down the road. Also, I added a little early part of the chapter with Izuku and Inko. It kinda like a little prologue before episode 1 of season 1. So I decided to add in an extra scene of that part. The next chapter will definitely enter Season 1 of MHA. Also, forgot to mention the other antagonists, which are Eggman minions, and you might know who they are that can make it comical in this story. Scratch and Grounder from the old adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog TV show. Deku and Boko from the Sonic X show. Orbot and Cubot, who are currently the minions for Eggman in this century of the Sonic franchise. And finally Dr. Julian Snively, though it's the one who works for Gun in the Sonic comic series. I preferred him than the other Snively who is Eggman cousin. He looks good with the Scouter. A little Dragon Ball reference. Thaw out the story. Eggman will have egg drones thaw out the city but with cloaking devices to not be seen for recon missions. Expect to see more of that. The setting in Sonic's world, though it's Mobius, I decided to put it in the Sonic Boom world. Though I still using the modern Sonic rather than the Sonic character and the others characters from the Sonic Boom series. Sorry, no Styx the Badger if you were wondering. Don't be mad if I didn't put her in the story lol. Plus, the Lightning Bolt Society will appear, and as of right now, just a cameo part. I might put them in the story as maybe for comedy in the story I'll think it about, since I added the part of Chameleon the Spy Tree on this part to introduce the society. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the chapter. The next chapter could come on either Fridays or the weekends of either Saturdays or Sundays as my permanent days to post new chapters down the road. That's about it. Gonna enjoy my Saturday. Got NFL playoffs and of course Toonami returns tonight to open up its new lineup for 2019. Yes, new episode of My Hero Academia resumes from the aftermath of the Hero Killer arc. Enjoy your weekend, and if you have any questions, DM me and please review. Chapter 2. Heroes to the Rescue. Tatooine Station in the city. Izuku ran on sidewalk, stepping on a puddle along the way but didn't mind it. He stopped for a minute, waiting on the traffic light to turn green to cross the street. He did as he continues running, passing by a couple of blossom trees. He saw something large up ahead with a smile on his face. He ran towards Tatooine Station. A large beast with a horse-like head with brown hair styled into dreadlocks and a beard. He wore a torn and tattered shirt as well as an average pair of jeans and no shoes. The beast stood on top of the train tracks, looking around the city. Police arrived on the scene, evacuating the civilians from the station. A roadblock was created away from the civilians for safety. Many people pulled out their phones, snapping pictures and recording the beast. Izuku stood behind the roadblock, getting a good view of the large beast. "Whoa, that's one huge supervillain," he said. The giant villain wasted no time to attack. He used his left hand, chopping out half of a utility rail line to fall towards the street where civilians were still on the ground. The cable lines were still electrified, which means that not only it could crush innocent lives, but it could electrify many civilians to death. Police tries to push civilians out their way from death to get away from the thing to drop. Suddenly, a muscular man with a big chin and short white hair, wore a large headband with a yellow and black caution patterns, with the same pattern for his heavy metal bracelets on both wrists. His shirt only covers his arms, leaving most of his torso and abs visible, and wore light blue pants, rushed into the scene. He hit both his fists together, catching the utility power line in time, saving lives. "Oh nice. Way to go, Death Arms," a civilian said. "The punching hero. I wish I had a quirk that made me super strong," another civilian said. Suddenly, a shot of water appeared in front of the civilians. But the water formed like frozen ice, creating a line, preventing any civilian to move forward. Everyone turned to see a firefighter, with a cannon on his shoulder and a red tank filled with water on his back. His face is protected with a white mask to seal his identity. His hands were spigots that can shoot his water quirk. He used both of them to create a barrier from any civilian passing through. "Everyone, please stay back. This area's far too dangerous," he said. "Whoa, the rescue specialist Backdraft is here," a civilian said. "He'll make sure we're okay," another civilian said. Meanwhile, Izuku was behind a crowd trying to see what was happening in front. He then walked through the people to get a better view in the front. Just then, a silhouette figure jumped in the air, entering the battle scene. A couple of fangirls were excited for this new hero, arriving on the scene. The man dressed in his costume includes a wooden belt, wooden knee pads, and wooden shoes. A small rose veil hangs from the left side of his belt. His identity been hidden by his mask as he jumped on top of the signal light and on the edge of the tracks, only for the giant villain, trying to attack him with its hand. But the hero dodges it, jumping to the air. "Get away from me or I'll break your little back," the giant villain yelled at Hero. Izuku made it to the front, getting a great view of the battle. "This is gonna be so good," he said in an exciting tone. The giant villain used his hand to attack. But Kamui Woods used his amber quirk to wrap wood on a nearby railing. Dodging the attack, going upward before unwrapping the wood on the railing. He faced his opponent, ready for a fight. "He may be new, but at least he's making a big name for himself," Izuku said. "Why, look at that. Don't be grinning, but I know what you are." A man with 3 cross on his top, right, and left side of his head turned to the boy, speaking with him, "A bad boy." Sort of," Izuku said, being nervous at the same time. Meanwhile, Kamui Woods ran on the tracks, charging for the attack. The giant villain used its hand to crush him. But the hero jumped away from his hand and ran on it, towards the villain. He used his quirk again, wrapping the wood on his left wrist. The villain used his arm to swing around the hero, trying to get to fly out. Kamui Woods unwrapped the wood and landed on a nearby rooftop cover of the waiting line. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. The hero yelled to the villain. "You're the incarnation of evil." His right arm forms another set of wood, ready to use for attack. "There, his special move," Izuku said. "Come on, Woodman. Show us something flashy," the man said at the hero. "The preemptive," Izuku said. Binding, lacquered chains prison. Kamui Woods shot out a pair of woods towards the villain, launching his big attack. Canyon Cannon. A female voice was heard as a giant figure appears out of nowhere, delivering a flying kick, knocking out the villain big time. Izuku, the man, Death Arms, and Backdraft were shocked by the giant female's appearance. Kamui Woods was left speechless, thinking he gotten the villain. The giant female landed in the street. Every photographer, mostly men, were all taking pictures at her rear end. Piece of cake for the world's hottest hero. "Hi, everyone. I'm Mount Lady." She introduced herself. "And you don't have to worry about this bum anymore." She gave them a wink back at them. "She's gonna get all the credit?" Kamui Woods asked himself, still standing there shocked. The battle was over. Despite the Amber Quirk hero did most of the battle, the media and civilians were cheering for Mount Lady, giving her all the credit. As she waved at her fans before shrinking back to her normal self. The giant villain was arrested and taken away by police. Civilians proceed to their normal lives throughout the day. But Izuku was the only one still at the scene, standing in front of the crater from the battle, writing in notes in his notebook. Gratification. He mumbled while writing at the same time. She definitely has the looks and attitude to be a crowd favorite and her quirk is really showing, but it'll be kind of hard to get around the city from damaging a lot of things. That means, she might not good at. "What's that, fanboy? You're taking notes over there? Want to be a hero too, huh?" the same man from earlier asked him with a thumbs up. Izuku turned around, giving him a smile. "Yes, more than anything." He and the man chatted for a little while the man said his goodbye. Izuku noticed the time as he was almost late for school. He quickly put his notebook back in his backpack. He looked up to see if anyone was coming despite the scene still being cleaned up from the incident. The boy ran into an alleyway, looking around at both sides one more time to see if anyone was there. He unzipped his backpack, pulling out the green Chaos Emerald. "I'm so late for school. I better hurry before I get tardy." Izuku activate the emerald. The green ball of light appeared and surrounds Izuku. It disappeared within seconds away in the alley with him. The people continue their usually day after the battle. However, what either both the villain and the heroes didn't notice was that they were being watched. Above the sky, a drone uncloaked itself, floating above the station of where the battle occurred. Data recorded. Sending to Eggman. The drone said in a robotic tone. Back on Eggman's ship, he and his minions were amazed by the action as everything was both recorded and data being transferred from the drone to the ship. The screen shows the names of the 3 pro heroes including both their real names, blood type, genders, age, height, weight, and most importantly their abilities and skill on the type of quirks and attacks they got. How interesting these people are. I guess the satellite you launched a couple weeks ago wasn't lying about humans with powers, Snively said. Wow, that's awesome, Cubot said. The woman in the suit is pretty hot. Deku and Boko said together, referring to Mount Lady with blush face. The screen changes to both Death Arms and Backdraft. doing the same thing with the other two heroes, getting their information on screen. That one person is big and strong. Somebody that we can use for the Eggman Empire. Grounder said, referring to Death Arms. Seeing their powers are very interesting, but it doesn't match the one that I want, Eggman said. What I want is someone who has far more powers and stronger abilities. Someone that can be that person to lead the Eggman Empire. Even though, I'm the man in charge of the whole thing. Well, the bright side is that we still have our drones throughout the city. They'll be working all around the day, get more information throughout, Snively said. Good. I expect them to just get the information to the ship as quickly as possible. By nightfall, have them all return to the Death Egg and then they can resume their operation the next day. We should be at our space station in a couple of hours. Once we have all the information as possible, we begin building up the invasion as promised. The launch of Operation Stardust, Eggman said. Very well, we'll continue getting all the data from every drone as possible, Scratch said. Hey, boss. Deku said. It's as possible that once we arrive, can we go sightseeing Earth? Bring something back to the space station. That would be awesome, Boko said. Am I tour guide to you or something? No, are you stupid or what? Get back to work, Eggman said as the robots returned to work. Eggman's base Sonic cuts through the mainland and onward on the water. Coming across a small rock island where a white futuristic fortress tower was located. The one thing that caught Sonic was something wasn't right. Usually when he near the base, the motion sensors around the perimeter and the alarms would ring for his arrival to alert Eggman. But this time, they didn't came on. He looked up to see that the turret laser and turret machine guns didn't fire at him. He noticed the cameras weren't on. Is it just me or the alarms didn't come on? He thought. Did Eggman forgot to turn the power on or something? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a hammer hitting something. He looked to the iron doors and saw 3 people standing in front of the doors. One is an anthropomorphic beaver. Has mostly brown fur with a round torso and relatively short legs and thin arms. Has beige fur on his stomach and wide muzzle, a light brown beaver tail, small round ears, a medium-sized black snout, purple eyes and a single large front tooth. His attire consists of a white and black admiral's uniform, gloves and cap. He wore several golden medals on his chest, a white undershirt with a fuchsia cummerbund, a black bow tie and black shoes with white gaiters. The second is an anthropomorphic walrus. She has violet fur with a single hair curl on her forehead and a large bust. She has peach skin on her wide muzzle and around her eyes, small tusks, a black snout, and purple eyes. Her attire consists of a grayish-blue dress with a brown waist string with pearls, white cuff-less gloves and high-heeled shoes, a necklace with white and pink jewels and resembling pearls, a gold bracelet and a small white hair bun cover. The third is an anthropomorphic rodent. He has gray fur with several light gray-tipped quills on the back of his head, a round torso with relatively short legs and thin arms, a thin tall and blue eyes. In addition, he has a medium-long muzzle covered in gray fur, a black nose, a gray mustache, small round ears on top of his head, and large front teeth. His attire of a monocle over his right eye, a tan plaid shirt with black buttons and a red pocket square, a white collar with a red bow tie, white gloves and brown shoes with tan socks. It's the Archipelago Homeowners Association. I wonder what they're doing here, the hedgehog thought as he walked towards them. Hey, guys. The 3 turn around to see Sonic behind them. Good day to you, Sonic. I see you want to pay a visit to Eggman as usually. Causing a lot of trouble around the island, Admiral Beaverton said. I'm kinda surprised you 3 would get past the security around the base. The hedgehog replied. Usually any intruder, which is me, would sound the alarms around the base. Plus the turrets on the walls would have fire around any enemy. It was all just peace and quiet when we got here. Not a single thing would trigger anything out of the ordinary, Professor Clucken said. I really need to see more of it. Anyway, what bring you 3 to the base? Sonic asked as Lady Walrus pulled out a letter, handing it over to the hedgehog to examining it. This is a letter from the Homeowners Association to Dr. Eggman himself. She explained. We're about to foreclose his base because he hasn't been paying any mortgage. Yesterday was the deadline to pay it. We send a ton of letters to him and even send phone calls about the mortgage. No response to him ever since then. The hedgehog looked to his right, seeing the mail slot all stuffed with a ton of mail in it. No wonder with all the mail stuffed up. To tell you the truth, he hasn't been attacking the island for 5 weeks. I was kinda hoping Egghead would give up on me since I've been destroying his robot. It's been quiet since then with no attacks around the island. Well, if you're planning to attack Eggman, which you always have, please give him this letter if you don't mind, Lady Walrus said. Don't worry, I will. I'm waiting on the others to show up. Even though despite being quiet for 5 weeks, Eggman's quietness is suspicious. Probably planning on something and we don't even know of, Sonic said. Sonic, a voice was heard as the Hedgehog turned around to see his friends approaching him. And right on cue, he said as the group of Knuckles, Tails, Amy Rose, Espio the Chameleon, Vector the Crocodile, Charmy Bee, Cream the Rabbit with Cheese, Blaze the Cat, Silver the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog, Rouge the Bat, and E123 Omega has arrived at the entrance. Don't worry, we'll take it from here. That's fine. We'll leave the rest of you to do your jobs. Stay out of trouble, Admiral Beaverton said as the Homeowners Association left the base, leaving the others behind. Wonder what the Homeowners Association were doing here at the base, Amy asked. They came by to give this to Egghead, the Hedgehog said, pulling out the letter, so instead they gave it to me for him. They're gonna foreclose his base because he forgot to pay his mortgage, which was yesterday. I can tell the mail is all packed up without being touched, Knuckles said. Sonic, quick question. Tails said. Did the Homeowners Association came first before you did? Because I was wondering if they did. How in the world did they manage to get past the motion sensors in the jungle? Because they're deactivated. Shadow answered. They would have sounded the alarm, alerting the entire base. The gun turrets and laser turrets would have fired real quick at the intruders. Now that's interesting thought. I agree. Something ain't right, and I could sense it, Espio said. Well, one thing for sure. It's time to give Eggman and welcoming party. Silver, do your thing, Sonic said. With pleasure. The Silver Hedgehog replied, walking towards the gates. His hands were glowing by placing them in front of the doors. Using psychokinesis, the doors were vibrating. Took a couple of seconds as he moved his hands further to the front and the iron doors flies off inside of the base, opening them up. All right, we're in. Let's go on in, Sonic said as they all move into the lair. Silver quickly used his powers again, placing the doors back on for no one to enter. The others walk towards Eggman's lair for anything information they can find. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the Lightning Bolt Society were watching the others heading towards the building. So it's true all along. Eggman's base is empty. That means Eggman is no longer on this planet. Which means, we have a shot to become rulers of the world, Dave the intern said. What about Sonic and his friends? They're heading inside Eggman's lair right now, Woolly Walrus said. I say let's them go inside and let's wait for them to come out so we can capture them, one of the Weasel Bandits replied. That's a great idea, Dave answered. He looks back to see them enter the lair. Quick, they went inside. Let's get over there and hide on each side and wait for them. The Lightning Bolt Society ran towards the lair, preparing to ambush the others. Aldera Junior High back on Earth, it was the usually school day for Izuku. He was writing on his notebook again from earlier today, not even listening to his teacher as he began explaining to the rest of the class about their plans for the future once they graduated from high school. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures of when you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some career aptitude test but... The teacher snatched the papers from his desk, with a comedic glare on his face. Why bother? He then threw the papers behind him. You all want to go to the hero track. All the students were cheering and showing off their quirks at the same time. Izuku didn't join in, he just continued writing in his notebook. He was a little jealous because of him being quirkless. But he felt a little confidence since he has the Chaos Emerald. Yes, you got some impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed at school. Get a hold of yourselves, the teacher said. Hey, teach. Everyone stopped cheering when a boy, leaning back on with his foot on the desk spoke. Don't luck me in with these bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-listers. 14-year-old Kastuki Bakugo said, mocking the class. Rest of the class were triggered by his mocking. Many of them want to take on him with their quirks, but Bakugo continues to mock them. Let's go, I'll take you all on, he said, taunting them. Izuku stopped writing to hear his former friend now bully talking all that smack. He looked at him with a glare, feeling the anger within him. He couldn't stand his tone filled with arrogance and confidence, thinking he'll be the number one hero all because he has a great quirk than others. He always leaned up to him as his childhood friend, but since the bullying began, he started to hate him so much that he wanted to beat him up so much because he wanted respect. The teacher looked at his clipboard of Bakugo's results. You got impressive test results. Maybe you can get into UA High. That's why that's the only place worthy of me. Bakugo jumped on his desk, standing and looking around the class. I ace all the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself. And be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts with UA High. Oh, yeah, Midoriya. The teacher spoke. Don't you want to go to UA too? Izuku shot up from his desk, standing and forming a determination face. Yes, sir. I want to go to UA to prove everyone that I can before a hero, he said. Bakugo turned black and white with a shocked face after he heard the boy spoke. The room was silent as everyone, except the bully, turned to see Izuku still standing with a determined face. There was still silence in the room until everyone started laughing at him. Izuku looked down with a blush face of embarrassed. Midoriya, you're kidding, right? There's no way you're gonna get into the hero's course without a quirk, one of the students said, mocking him. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I can be the first one. Izuku trying to defend himself. Bakugo turned around, jumping off from his desk, going straight towards Izuku by using his explosive quirk, damaging the boy's desk. Izuku dodged the attack from his former childhood friend. The boy saw his backpack, sliding off from the back of his seat, quickly grabbing it before it hit the ground. He knows the Chaos Emerald was in there, and if that breaks, it's game over. That was close, Izuku thought. Listen up, Deku. The boy was nervous, looking up at Bakugo, who's giving him an evil smug face. You're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects. You quirkless wannabe. You really think they want someone like you when they can have me? That's not true. I always want to become a hero. I want to prove to everyone I can still be a hero without a quirk. Besides, I have something that He was this close at mentioning the Chaos Emerald as he used his hands to quickly cover his mouth. What was that? You have something. What is it then? What the hell do you have? Bakugo asked in a threatening tone. It's nothing, Izuku said, looking down. You'll never hang with the best of the best. You'll die in the exams. Bakugo continues to mock his punching bag while the students laughed. Defenseless Izuku. The school's already crappy. You really don't want to embarrass more by failing so hard. Izuku looks down in shame after being made fun of by his bully and the rest of the class. Pretty much this is not his day start. But on the bright side, he's still taking good care of the Chaos Emerald. The teacher ordered both Izuku and Bakugo to return to their seats to resume class. The cinnamon bun returned to his seat with his head down. But he grew anger inside, giving a quick look at Bakugo before sitting down at his desk. The bully sat back at his seat but was in deep thought about Izuku bringing up a word before he shut up. What the hell did that pebble meant? He has something. I'm gonna find out one way or another what he meant. I'll beat that little insect to a bloody pulp to get him to say something, he thought, looking back at the teacher as class resume. Back on board Eggman's ship, he and Snively walked along the hallways. They came across a large doorway where on top and bottom has black and yellow stripes. In the middle, black and yellow words saying, "Keep out," on it. Snively approached to the right side of the door where a security hand scanner screen was stored on the wall. A red light above in and the screen with red words saying, "Locked," on it. The doctor placed his right hand where the scanner was scanning his hand. Took 1 second where the green light and word and colors changed from red to green saying, "Unlocked." The doors slowly slides. The two walk forward to the room. The floor lights turn on by itself. Other lights turn on in the room. They approach a large glass capsule with computers on the left, connecting from them to the capsule. Snively walked the computers to observe the information on screen. Eggman approached the capsule filled with water and an individual floating inside. The person inside is an anthropomorphic jackal with black fur. He has white long and stiff dreadlocks, a white collar, and white stripes on his back that resemble a rib cage. He also has a bushy tail with a white tip, and wears black gloves with silver streaks on the back, covering his sharp fingers. He also pointed, metal black high tops, with his personal infinity symbol engraved on red slows. He has a scar across his right eye. He also has a medium long white muzzle, white cheek, tough, a black nose, and noticeable fangs. On the figure's chest is an object shaped like a tetrahedron with a magenta colored on it. "So how our little friend doing in his capsule?" Eggman asked, still on his eyes on the figure inside. "By reading all the strength of him, it appears he's doing good," Snively explained, looking through the computer showing the figure's body and the percentage on it. "The prototype ruby we planted on his chest is also 100% okay. By judging with a little training simulations he's been going through, it appears he's ready for the real fight to commence for the invasion. Once we arrive at the Death Egg, I want the capsule to exit from our ship and onboard our new space station. Also, I've been a newly large training simulation room onboard the Death Egg. We'll train him more and let him use the ruby as a beta test to see how it could do against enemies for the invasion," Eggman said. "I'm surprised you would give this person a chance after the past failure against Shadow a while back," Snively said. "He was a failure along with his squad during the time that Shadow infiltrated the facility in Mystic Jungle." Eggman explained. "He couldn't even beat that Hedgehog. I wanted him to be banished to space for his failures, but I gave him a chance to prove his worthy to the Eggman Empire. Now with the ruby on his chest, we can use it to expand our operations and plague everything on the planet. Perhaps with the humans we saw earlier during the fight, we can use him to see how it would do against them." "That would be a great idea. If they can beat a giant monster, let's see if they can beat our weapon," Snively said. Meanwhile, the figure inside was still floating with his eyes closed, but his was in deep thought. "It's only a matter of time to unleash my wrath," he thought. 12:02 p.m. Later in the afternoon, the day went by smoothly in Musutafu, until a woman's scream ended the peace. She was sitting on the ground behind a corner store. A force field was around her protecting from any danger. The cashier ran out from his store, yelling to someone, running off from him. "Hey, get back here. Someone stop that monster," he yelled. A figure which is made out of mud for his body, sharp teeth, and big round eyes, was running off with some money he robbed at the corner store. Though some of the money he took were flying off. Many people saw him, standing there not doing anything. "Yell all you want, sucker. This cash is mine," the sludge villain yelled, continue to run. "Dude, where are all the heroes?" the first man asked. "Weird. Normally someone will swoop in right away," another said. "Maybe they're all busy from that scene this morning," the third man said, referring to the fight at Tatooine Station earlier today. Suddenly, a man exits from another corner store, with grocery bags in his left hand. Dressed in a white shirt and baggy green jeans. He walked behind three people taking with one another. He looked to see the sludge villain running off in the street. Luckily, everyone was paying attention at the street. He transformed from a skinny man to a big muscular man. "Remember, when don't have to worry about randos with quirks all the time?" the first man asked. "Seriously, there's no stopping him," the second man said. "Yes, there is," the muscular man said, causing them to turn around and form a big smile on their face. "You know why?" The sludge villain turned around and his eyes went wide when he saw the muscular man behind him with his trademark smile. "I am here," the man said. End of Chapter 2. Author's note. Another chapter in the books and we enter Season 1 of My Hero Academia. You got a little teaser of Infinite the Jackal. Soon, he'll be feasting upon his wrath with the heroes soon. Though I'm building him slowly down the road. Don't want to go too fast on the story. I want to build it up to his appearance. Plus, the pro-heroes as well. This story will go a little slowly until we enter towards the big event of the USJ incident where the real action is about to be intense than ever. Plus the teaser of All Might as well in the chapter. The part of where Izuku encounters with Bakugo was a little mixing in of confidence on Izuku. Next chapter, you're gonna see the heavy beating of Bakugo and his minions on Izuku so much, it'll be much intense. I'm planning to have Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady to make some appearances in the story. They don't get that much appearances in the anime so you'll see them many times in the story. That's pretty much all that I can give you for now. The next chapter will be coming next weekend. Enjoy the weekend as I'll be watching NFL playoffs and the usually Saturday night anime which is Toonami. Review and DM me if you have any questions. Chapter 3. Meeting the Mystic Chief and the Encounter. Back on Mobius, Sonic and the others walk inside the base. Once they enter, it was darkness with no power. Tails brought a flashlight to let the others see what they were going. Both Cream and Cheese were scarred of the dark. The little Chow hid behind the rabbit's head while Cream hugs Amy for safety. The pink hedgehog didn't mind it, calming the rabbit down. The others were cautious while walking, looking around and being alert in case there was an ambush to take place. They stumbled to another in front of them. Behind this door is the HQ room. Hopefully we can find information of where Eggman's whereabouts and his plans, Tails said. Perhaps we should split up. Look around at other parts of the base to see where Eggman's hiding. He could be leading us into a trap. We must tread carefully, Espio said. Remember, the power went off. He would have had motion sensors on to trigger traps in the base. We've seen that multiple times during our fights with Eggman, Amy said. I agree with Espio. We should split up and look around for any clues on this Eggman, Vector said. What do you think, Sonic? Tails asked. That's fine. Just be careful and be cautious with your surroundings, Sonic explained. Amy, Silver, Cream, and Cheese will stay with me, Tails, and Knuckles at the HQ room. I know for good reason we need Silver to open these doors for us, and both Cream and Cheese are afraid of the dark. No offense. The rest of y'all can split up around the base and search for clues. Be on your guard though. Anything can happen despite the base being offline. The others agree as they depart to other parts of the base. Vector, Espio, Charmy, and Blaze were walking to the left side of the base where other rooms were located. Both Shadow, Rouge, and E-123 Omega were heading downstairs to the basement of the base. Thanks to the robot, it has flashlights for them to see where they're going. All right, Silver. Let's open those doors up, Sonic said. With pleasure. The Silver Hedgehog said as a light blue aura surrounds his body. He began to float in front of the door, using both his in front of it where his white gloves with cyan circles lights up. He used his psychokinesis powers where the door was vibrating by his powers. He moved both hands left and right, causing the door to slide open fast. That was easy. Great work, Silver. Tails said. Nice job, Mr. Silver, Cream said. Ciao, Cheese replied. Gotta like Silver for a reason, Knuckles said. Thanks, Silver said, landing back on the ground and deactivating his powers at the same time. Let's go find that breaker box and activate the base before we find out what Egghead's been hiding, Sonic said. They proceed to the HQ room. The Death Egg Eggman's fleet have finally arrived at their new space station called the Death Egg. Located right next to Earth, the station shows the face of Eggman himself. His flagship enters inside the hangar of the Death Egg. Inside the hangar, multiple shuttles and bird-shaped ships were being built by robots. A row of egg ponds, which were upgraded to its modernized, militaristic redesigns, were marching like regular soldiers in the army. Buzz bombers flying around the hangar, patrolling. Pair of egg robos were getting boxes of supplies out of the flagship. A line of blasters ready to be deployed. Another line of egg gunners marched in formation and egg fighters doing the same thing as well. On the right side were multiple large Death Egg robots Sentinel that were offline. The hangar has large banners of the Eggman Empire logo on it and a red carpet in front of the door of Eggman's flagship. The loud trumpets rang throughout the hangar. All the robots stood in attention. On the right side of the carpet, egg gunners stood in attention, all line up, and on the left were egg fighters. The trumpets ends their tunes once the door slides open from the flagship. Eggman exit from his ship, looking around at his entire robotic forces. A smirk forms on his face. He walks out from his ship, walking on the red carpet. Snively along with Orbot, Cubot, Scratch, Grounder, Deco, and Boko followed their leader. Meanwhile, the other ships part of the fleet also arrived inside the hangar. Once they were landed, the back of their ships opened. Other egg robos were armed with billy clubs standing next to the door of the ships. Anthropomorphic animals who are from Mobius were being treated as prisoners where they would be awaiting their fate to be robotized as Eggman's robots. They were lined up to be escorted to their prison cells in the Death Egg. Minutes later, Eggman and his minions arrived inside their new command center on board the station. It was dark with no power, but once they enter, the lights came on and all high-tech computer screens came on. In the middle is a hologram of planet Earth with data and other information on it. The large window in front of them shows the Earth itself up close and personal. Welcome to our new home, he said, sitting in his hover chair with both chair arms as touch pads to control the computers. The rest of you robots continue where you left off on our way here. I want updates on our drones throughout the world. Yes, boss. Working on it right now, Orbot said, typing in a couple of buttons. I must say, Doctor, this is the best fortress you've built to launch the invasion. Though I'm concerned that the people on Earth will see this object and will be on alert about it, Snively said. Don't worry. We already set up a cloaking device on the station. The people of Earth will not know this station exists in space, and it foiled the invasion plans before we surprised them. As long as they stay asleep, it's all good from here. Eggman said. What about our creation? Is it on board the Death Egg? The mercenary is already being put in another room for more testing. Seems he's eager for battle soon, Snively said. Also, has the Egg Robos brought both the Master Emerald and Chaos Emeralds into the Death Egg from my ship? Eggman asked. They already have after we left the hangar. We'll be moved to the room for protection, Deku answered. Also, the prisoners we brought from Mobius are being escorted out of the ships and are being transferred to the cells, Grounder said. Good. Make sure they're in the cells and by tomorrow we'll begin robotizing them. Eggman answered. Also, any updates of our egg drones on Earth with their reconnaissance mission? No, nothing so far. They're still doing recon missions in many part of the cities, Boko said. Have them all continue what they're doing for the time being. By nightfall, order them back to the station at once, Eggman answered. Yes, boss. The robots said. Back in Earth, at Aldera Junior High, the school day was officially over. The clock struck at 3:31 p.m. as the students gather their things and head for the doorway. Izuku was still sitting at his desk, looking at phone, scrolling through the news of the battle with the giant villain. Of course, Mount Lady got all the credit despite Kamui Woods did most of the battle. Man. That fight this morning is all over the news. Better write some notes down at home before I forget anything, Izuku said, grabbing his backpack to put his notebook in it. After putting in his backpack and zipping it back, the boy got up from his chair and headed to the door. He slides the door open, only to be caught off guard by a fist hitting his stomach. Izuku coughed from the impact of the punch, causing him to get on his holding his stomach. He slowly looks up to see two boys looking at him with a smirk on their faces. One has shoulder-length dark gray hair and the other with short black hair. Where you think you're going, Midoriya? Going home to your mommy? The first minion asked. Bakugo want to speak with you, right now, the second minion said as both grabbed Izuku's arms. Both boys look around for anyone like teachers or students walking by. The boys proceed through the halls, dragging Izuku's on the floor. They head to their location, which is the rooftop where Bakugo was waiting. Minutes later, they arrived on the rooftop. The boys kicked open the door before throwing Izuku to the ground. The boy heard footsteps as he looked to see a pair of shoes in front of him. He looked up to see his bully looking down at him with a serious look. Well, Deku. You think I'm done with you after earlier today in class? We're not done yet, Bakugo said, cracking his fist. He grabbed Izuku by the collar, pinning him to a nearby wall. First question and you better start talking. What did you mean earlier? I have something, are you hiding something from me? What? I am not hiding anything, Kachan, Izuku said, pleading his case when the bully delivers a punch to his stomach. I told you to stop calling me that. And I know you're lying, so fess up before I get really angry. Bakugo anger boiled up. Explosives of his quirk appeared on his hands. I swear, cough. I don't have anything, Izuku said, coughing from the second punch until Bakugo delivers a knee to his stomach again. He dropped to the floor, holding his stomach in pain. You know those pleads and lies aren't gonna help. Since you're not gonna confess, guess I'll have to see what's in that backpack of yours. Bakugo approached his minions, holding Izuku backpack. The bully grabbed it and unzipped it. He turned it upside down where books, pencils, and others dropped to the ground. But then the most important object came out from his backpack, hitting the ground. Izuku heard that sound. He looked to see the green Chaos Emerald on the ground. He was more afraid than ever to see it in front of others. Especially when it's Bakugo and his minions with him. He made a promise to both Sonic and Tails that he would keep the Chaos Emerald in safekeeping from other people's hands. This time, that promise was about to break as Bakugo saw the object on the ground. What the hell is that? The bully picked up the emerald to examine it. It's an emerald. It's for my mom. It's like a gift to her. That's it. Please, don't do anything you'll regret, Izuku said, creating a lie about the emerald. Are you lying to me? Bakugo asked, holding the emerald in his hand. I am telling the truth. I swear, Izuku said, pleading. One of Bakugo's minions looked through other objects that came out from Izuku's backpack on the ground. The boy examines his school books, notebooks and other things. There were comic books of All Might on them. One of them got his eye on a certain notebook. The front of it titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, on it. The boys grabbed the notebook, walking over to Bakugo for him to see. Hey, Bakugo. Get a look at this, what the nerd's been doing, the first minion said, giving the notebook to the bully. Bakugo opened the notebook, looking through every page of hero that Izuku wrote earlier at the Tatooine station. So you're still trying to become a hero despite being a quirkless pebble, right, Deku? He asked. He's delusional, the second minion said as the two laughed. You real funny guys. Jay, just give it back, Izuku said, getting scared of what his former friend would do to both his notebook and the emerald. Bakugo didn't say a word, but his response to Izuku was using his explosive quirk, damaging the notebook with burn marks and holes in them. But that didn't stop him. He makes it more worse by throwing it off the roof, landing in a pond. Izuku freaked out, seeing what he just did. Most first-string heroes showed potential early on and people look at them knowing they're destined for greatness. He explained. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people start talking about me like that. They realized I'm ligated. The next big thing. It's not ego talking, they just know I'm good. Ego. The second minion thought. Bakugo put his hand on Izuku's right shoulder, letting some smoke out on it. Here's a word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying, or else. After that, Bakugo and his minions walk off, leaving Izuku, shaking and nervous from the conversation. But his minions weren't done talking. That's just sad. I thought he at least had some fight in him, the second minion said. He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero, the first minion said. Better to find out about it now than later, I guess. The three were heading for the exit stairway, leading back to the top floor of the school. But Bakugo stopped along with his minions. Oh yeah. I forgot about this. The bully showed the green chaos emerald in front of Izuku. You still want this, right? He asked. Please give that back, Kachan, don't do anything stupid. I begged you, don't do it. Izuku pleaded with small tears forming in his eyes. The one word that Izuku probably wished he wouldn't never said. That triggered Bakugo into his rage mode. He did the unthinkable. He threw the emerald to the ground, smashing into pieces. The sound of it shattering echoed into slow motion. His minions were shocked what the bully just did. They felt that Bakugo took it too far now. Izuku had a traumatic face like the one when he found out by the doctor he was quirkless during childhood. This one became much more worst. No! Izuku screamed, echoed throughout the city. He rushed over the shattered pieces of the emerald, grabbing the pieces trying to place it all back like a puzzle. Dude, I think you too far, the first minion said. Yeah, I think we broke him on his mom's gift, the second minion said. Shut the hell up, you two, Bakugo responded with anger, looking down at Izuku. KK Kachan, why did you do it? Izuku asked while shaking down forming tears from his eyes, still looking at the pieces of the emerald. Because you're the weak garbage that you are. You've never accomplished in life on becoming a hero. I've always hated you. That smile and face you have thinking you can help people. You can't do anything. As I said again, you're the quirkless pebble that needs to be kicked to the road. Trying to get into UA is the most ridiculous move I've ever seen. But yet, you just don't care in the world that people even said quirkless people in the world are the most disgusting people that walk on this planet. And you're one of them, Deku. He explained before walking to the doorway to leave. He stopped for 1 minute to speak. You know, if you want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Or take a swan dive off the roof from the building. Those words of insult triggered Izuku. His body was shaking more. His hands gripped to a fist tightly, gripping his teeth together. From becoming emotional crying, he was growing anger in him. He got up from his knees, still with his hands down. The minions look at him as Bakugo turned around to see what was about to happen. Hey, Deku, what the hell's your problem? He asked. Suddenly, Izuku yelled by charging towards his bully. The minions were shocked by it, including Bakugo. But was not a little surprised. He knew when he sees weakness in him. Izuku charged, former a fist, ready to strike a punch on his bully. But Bakugo wasn't gonna be touched. He responded by using his explosive quirk, striking Izuku's face, sending him flying backwards to a nearby wall, then falls face first on the ground. Bakugo forms an evil smirk on his face. "So, Deku. You finally decided to fight back. I'll give you credit on that." Bakugo walked towards Izuku's body. But not good enough. With that, the bully delivers a kick to Izuku's stomach. The boy felt the power of the kick, causing him to cough. But Bakugo wasn't done, he kept kicking him more of the time. He paused for a minute to look back at his minions. "What are you two doing? You're gonna stand there to watch or you're gonna join in?" he asked. "Seriously, dude? I think we cause him enough pain for one day," the first minion said. "Yeah, let's just get out of here before anyone caught us doing with the nerd," the second minion said. "Shut up. Either you join in or you're gonna get the beating like I'm doing with Deku," Bakugo said, threatening them by flashing his quirk. The two had no choice. The minions join in with Bakugo and continue giving the beating Izuku was getting as part of his punishment. The beating went on until 2 minutes. Bakugo gave one more message by spiting on Izuku's face. After that, he and his minions gathered their things and headed for the exit. They left Izuku and bruises and battered on the roof. Back on Mobius, at Eggman's base, Sonic and the others continues their investigation around the base. Both Shadow, Rouge, and E-123 Omega were walking downstairs to the basement. The power was still off and were hoping the others would find the breaker in time for them to see. But the robot has lights with it to let the two see where they're going. Once they reach the end of the stairs, they walk towards the hallway, approaching towards a nearby door up ahead. "So what do you think Eggman been doing for the past couple of weeks? Any details on it?" Rouge asked. "Not sure. It's been a while since he attacked the island. I would have known by now," Shadow said. They approached towards a large doorway saying, "Keep out," in colored yellow. The nearby security hand reader next to the door was deactivated because of the power being shut down. "Well, since we can't get in, I guess we can just bust it ourselves," Rouge said, turning to the robot behind them. "Omega, open it." "Yes, I will open it," the robot said in a robotic tone, approaching the doorway. Omega gripped the door in between with its hands, pushing them both backwards, slowly opening it. Took a couple of seconds to get it open halfway. Both Shadow and Rogue walk into the room while Omega followed them, leaving the doors open besides closing them for the easy way to get out. Shadow look around, seeing damaged computer screens on the walls and connecting cables lines on the ground being cut in half. He followed the lines to see where they lead. It showed a large empty capsule. It was damaged with the glass capsule shattered. Shadow examines the large object. "A large capsule? What on earth was it doing here at the base?" Rouge asked, looking at the object. "That's a good question. Something tells me that Eggman had something inside of it. And here's the other thing. All the computer screens and the wires on the ground connecting from the computer and capsule are broken wires all cut up. Shows us that Eggman was covering up something we didn't want to know," Shadow explained. "Then that means we're in a dead end. It would be difficult to get them back up to memorize the data inside the hard drive for Omega to get with all the damage of the objects in here," Rogue said. Shadow look around the room. He continues to examine the empty capsule. Stepping on broken glass on the floor. He turned to his right towards a desk entryway table next to the wall. He walked towards the object, opening the metal drawer in the middle. He saw something that was very intriguing, pulling out to be a blueprint. His eyes went wider, seeing something he's never seen before. "I think we found something Eggman was doing, and this is not good," Shadow said as Rouge walked over to see what he was looking. She had the same reaction as Shadow. "Oh, no," she said. "We better show this to Sonic at once," Shadow said. Back at Aldera Junior High, Izuku managed to quickly exit from the school after facing the beating by his former childhood friend along with his minions. He has a black eye on his right eye, bruises on his face, a bump on his left cheek that was more pain, and a cut on his lower lip where he has a tissue on it to stop the bleeding. He was lucky that he ran past a couple of teachers and students who are curiously what he was running for. Of course, he didn't want to face the music from anyone because he might be reported to the principal, and to make matters worse, it would cause mass hysterical by his mother. That idiot. Can't go around telling people to kill themselves, he thought, touching the bump on his left cheek. Ow. Damn, this is gonna hurt for a while. All that talk about Kachan beating me up for a while. Now my mom's gonna freak out about it. Right before walking to the gates, he paused to a nearby fishing pond, seeing his notebook floating in it. Fishes were messing with it like it's food. My dreams turned into fish food, he said in a sad tone. That's enough. Give it back. Izuku grabbed the notebook out of the pond. It was damaged with burnt marks from Bakugo's quirk, plus being damped in the pond for a while. Stupid jerk. All that hard work he stored in that notebook for months now long gone. But that wasn't the one he was mad at. He grabbed his backpack off his back and placed it on the ground. He unzipped it to pull out a plastic zip bag. Inside it was the many pieces of the green chaos emerald he picked while still on the rooftop. Tears were coming out of his eyes again. All that hard work of becoming a hero, and now that dream is long gone. I hate Kachan so much. Sonic and Tails won't be happy when they see this. I promised them that I would keep it safe away from others, but I failed, he thought sadly. He put the plastic zip back inside the backpack before grabbing it and headed for the exit. He was walking on the sidewalk to his apartment complex with his head down and eyes covering in the shadows. Didn't care if any civilians walking past him giving him looks. He stumbled across to a small tunnel with a sign above the entrance of the tunnel saying, "Watch your head. Guess I better be prepared for what my mom would say about the bruises on my face," he thought. He proceeded to the tunnel that would be his shortcut home, but what he didn't notice was once he passed by a manhole cover in the middle of the tunnel. A disgusting goo was slowly coming out from the sewer. Izuku heard a sound from behind. He turned around slowly to see it forming, as it was the sludge villain from earlier today where he robbed a corner store appeared in front of Izuku. "Is that a villain?" he asked, shivering in terror once the face of the villain formed in front of him. "You'll make the perfect sketch for me to hide in," the villain said. Izuku made a run for it to the exit, only for the sludge villain to land on him. His notebook falls to the ground. The villain uses his sludge to choke the boy's mouth as he struggles to breathe. "Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll be only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon," the villain said. "I can't breathe," Izuku thought, using his hand to pull out the sludge from his mouth. Tears was coming out from his eyes. "Grab it all you want. My body's made of fluid," the villain said. "Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. I didn't know he was in the city. I gotta get out of here fast before he tracks me down. My body getting weak." Izuku could feel his body was edging closer to death's door. "I think I'm dying." His eyes were slowly closing but kept them open. He looked to see his notebook, where a page of his costume was shown. "No, this can't be the end." He mind flashed to both Sonic and Tails, wishing they were here to help. "Please, I need your help, Sonic and Tails. I wish you came to help me, anyone help me." Suddenly, a light appeared from his backpack. The emerald was glowing from the sludge. What is that light?" The villain saw the light appeared from his sludge. "Hey, kid. What you got in there?" He then saw Izuku's body surrounded by the green aura again. "What are you doing?" he asked again. What's going on? The light, it's getting brighter. Is this really the end?" Izuku thought when the light grew brighter than ever in front of his eyes. Izuku groaned in pain, his slowly opened and reclosing his eyes. He fully opened his eyes where it was blurry. He used both his hands to rub his eyes to focus to see better. He looked up to see a light above him. Surrounding him was darkness. His head started feel something shiny when he looked down and see like a green mirror beneath him. He saw a reflection of himself but noticed something different on his face. The black eye on his right eye, the bump on his left cheek, and the cut on his lower lip was gone. It was like nothing didn't exist. The bruises, it's all gone," he said, touching his face and all. "But how? Earlier they were there and it's all gone." He decided to stand up on the green unknown object, looking at the darkness that surrounds him, looking above the light that shines above him along with the object. "Where am I? Am I dead or something?" Izuku asked. "I was gasping for my life that a villain was about to kill me for my body in a tunnel. Now I'm here in an unknown location." "So you're finally awake. But you failed to keep the Chaos Emerald out of the hands of your bully. That's a mistake you need to learn." Izuku jumped, looking around left to right after hearing the voice. W who's there? W who's talking to me? He asked, shaking scared. Father, did you really have to scare the human child? Another voice was heard, but this one is a child's tone. Tickle. This child is careless on the emerald when Sonic and Tails gave him as a child. Now he just let his bully destroyed it with his own hands. The male's voice was heard. I can hear both voices. W, where are you? Izuku asked, getting nervous while looking around. Suddenly, a flash of light appears out of nowhere. Izuku used his arms to block the light from his eyes. He waited a couple of seconds when the light died down. He moved his arms away from eyes while opening his eyes to see. He was shocked at what he saw. Turns out the place he was in is a cavern underground full of crystals all over sparkling the cave. A waterfall was seen behind him where a pool full of water was above him. Izuku looked around and was amazed by the place he was witnessing. Wow, what is this place? He asked. You're in the Mystic Ruins. The male's voice heard again when another light appeared behind Izuku, showing a platform inches away. The light disappeared within seconds, showing two anthropomorphic echidna standing on the platform. The first echidna was fairly muscular for his age, with a broad torso and a thick tail. Has a pointy muzzle with a sharp black nose, purple eyes, and dreadlock-like spikes hanging down the sides of his head. Has stripes of tan war paint on top of his head and around his dreadlocks. His muzzle was covered in a white beard, and he had long and busy white eyebrows. He was dressed in flat brown necklace with light blue feathers attached to it around his neck, and he has purple, green, and orange armbands adorned with light blue feathers around his upper arms and wrists. Wore a black waistcloth with orange rectangular lines and blue rims. He was holding a wooden spear with his right hand. The second echidna is a young girl, 14 years old with cobalt eyes. She wore a tank top-like garment which revealed her midriff in the traditional tribal dress with beige, green, and red triangular patterns. She wore a golden necklace and tiara-like band atop her forehead, both which were decorated with a blue jewel in the center. Her white gloves were adorned with thick, cobalt blue bracelets around her wrists, and she wore a white strapped sandals. Her dreadlocks were also wrapped with similar white bandages. What the? Why you guys are almost have the same height as Sonic and Tails, Izuku said, stunned to see the appearance. Allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Pachacamac, the mystic chief in charge of the Knuckles clan. And in charge of the protection of the Chaos Emeralds and the Master Emerald. Even though it was 4,000 years ago, he said. 4,000 years? Izuku asked. But wait, 4,000 years, which means I'm not in 2019? Actually, you travel back in time with Chaos Control. Despite the Chaos Emerald you had earlier being shattered and all. By the way, I'm Tickle. I'm his daughter. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Izuku knew about the Chaos Control that both Sonic and Tails mentioned 10 years ago, but didn't want to get into it for the time being. Why, you two know who I am. But how am I alive? 1 minute I was getting swallowed up by a villain and I was about to die. Is this a dream or something? He asked. Like I said with Chaos Control, everything stops time so you're still alive, Tickle said. I see, Izuku said, looking around again at the place he was in. By the way, where am I? By the way, sorry if I asked again. You're in the Mystic Ruins, and since you're the owner of the Green Chaos Emerald, look at where you're standing, Pachacamac said. Izuku noticed a green light appearing from below. He noticed that what he was standing was the Green Chaos Emerald. He was stunned by the size of it. And no way. It's the emerald, but how did it? Enough with the sightseeing and all. There's many things we need to discuss. Pachacamac begins to explain. We've known that both Sonic and Tails have given you the Chaos Emerald for you to train to become a hero. But there's more to be a hero. The likelihood that you must be that hero in order to save your planet. Because I have a sense of feeling that danger is lurking in the future and you could be the one that can save this planet. Danger? Izuku asked. I'm not sure what it could be. But it's a dangerous matter that could affect your world and the lives that lives on. But this enemy is very strong and very evil. You'll be the one facing this enemy in the future. The good news is that I know that both Sonic and Tails will be returning to Earth as promised to see you again. They'll be bringing along their friends for the big battle that will be hard and dangerous. Also, you know about the other 6 Chaos Emeralds, correct? He asked. I've heard Tails told me about the other 6. That if I were to have all 7 of the Chaos Emeralds, it'll grant me more power and strength. Be stronger as ever, Izuku said. Indeed. As of now, Eggman is on his way to Earth. He has all 6 Chaos Emeralds along with a rare emerald that we echidnas swore to protect for many years. The Master Emerald. Pachacamac said. Eggman, is that the person that Tails warned me about? Izuku asked. How in the world he has all 6 Chaos Emeralds? What is the Master Emerald? You're gonna have to tell my descendant Knuckles when you meet him once he comes to Earth with Sonic. That person is really knucklehead and incompetent on protecting the Master Emerald, the Mystic Chief said. I see. So Eggman's on his way to Earth. He must be the danger that's coming to Earth. Sonic and Tails told me a while back that he had an army of robots he created, Izuku said. Exactly. No telling what kind of weapon he has for the Master Emerald down the road, Tikal said. So what happens now? Izuku asked when a light beneath him from the emerald lights up. Since the emerald was broken, I thought I would recreate the emerald, Pachacamac said as the light disappeared. Izuku opened his eyes and noticed the green Chaos Emerald was in his hands. And no way, the emerald is fixed, he said. You'll thank me another time. Once you have the emerald with you, it'll give you the powers to fight back at the villain. You better hurry before your body's being swallowed. Pachacamac said as the light beneath Izuku from the emerald appeared. Wait. I need to know how you guys know me and how, Izuku said. I'll tell you another time. Now, go, the Mystic Chief said. Izuku disappeared once the light also disappeared. It left both the echidnas looking at the spot of where Izuku was. Are you sure that he's the one, father? Tikal asked. Trust me. I know he is. He's the one that could save this world from the dark evil that he's about to face. Pachacamac said. But the one person I worry for him is his former childhood friend. I have a gut feeling he'll be his enemy soon. Back in the tunnel, the sludge villain was enjoying his would-be victory. He couldn't feel if Izuku was struggling to fight back out of the villain's quirk. Pretty clear this was gonna be a huge victory for him to escape. Looks like he's done. Now to get this body and get the hell out of here, he said, laughing evilly. Suddenly, the manhole cover behind him popped up hitting the ground. The sound of it caused the sludge villain to stop laughing. He turned around and was stunned to see the same muscular man that was chasing him earlier in the city when he was robbing a corner store. The man climbed out of the sewer, still with the grocery bags in his hands, with a smile on his face. What? How in the world you followed me? The villain asked, shockingly. What? You think you can escape that easy, because I am here, the man said. Well, you're too late. I already have a body with me to escape and there's nothing you can do. The sludge villain said as he was laughing, evilly again. Body? The man thought. Suddenly, a green light appeared from inside the sludge villain's body causing the villain to stop laughing. He looked down from where the light was coming from. Then out of nowhere, Izuku shot out from the body. Both the man and the villain caught it by surprise. Especially the villain because nobody would never get out of its quirk. There was a boy inside? The man thought, shockingly. Izuku stood there with his head down. A green aura surrounds his body. He looked up to see the villain. His eyes glowed. His face turned to a determined one with courage. He got into his defensive stance, ready for a fight. His left hand was holding the green Chaos Emerald, which light up even more. What? How in the world did you manage to get out of my quirk? Nobody should have survived that, the villain yelled, stunned. The muscular man looked at the boy and the aura with a shocked face. His eyes was also focused on the Chaos Emerald in Izuku's hand. What in the world the boy's holding? With all that power he has, don't tell me he's gonna fight. He has to be that crazy, he thought. Izuku wasted no time for the fight to begin. He charged towards the villain. The sludge villain saw him coming towards him. He using his quirk of sludge by forming tentacles to launch attacks on him. One by one, he tries to swing as many tentacles. He used one tentacle by grabbing Izuku's wrist. He thought he got him but that was a mistake. Izuku with all the might of the emerald swung his arm backwards, dissolving the sludge off of him. The villain was shocked but quickly formed more tentacles, swinging at him from left to right. Izuku dodged every single one within a second. Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. It's that emerald is holding, giving him strength and the skill to dodge the villain's attack. The muscular man thought, still standing by near the fight with his arms folded. The sludge villain was getting very impatient but was very surprised on how Izuku was doing. With every quick speed, the boy managed to dodge every one of the villain's attack. And with All Might here, his chance at escaping has gone to 0%. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He had to find a way to beat him. I have to do something or I'm done. How in the world did this kid escape? He thought, when his eyes see the Chaos Emerald in Izuku's hand. Is that jewel? No wonder he has powers from it. How in the hell did he got that object? Don't matter. I have to snatch that thing off his hand. That's the only way I can beat him. Hell, I want that thing myself. Here goes nothing. The villain formed another tentacle by launching a quick one toward the left side of Izuku. The boy managed to dodge it until the villain formed another quick tentacle by launching towards where he was holding the emerald. Almost had it at the last second, but Izuku used sidestep, moving fast to the left-right to avoid the attack. That was the last straw. That it, you little runt. You're dead, the villain yelled, launching multiple tentacles at once as a going-for-broke attack. Hang on, kid, I'm coming, the muscular figure yelled, forming a wind pressure on his right fist for the attack. Texas, SMA. Right before launching his big punch to the villain, he froze when he saw Izuku, just like Sonic did 10 years ago to Bakugo. He formed a spin dash, creating himself as a ball, launching at full speed, dissolving the liquid all over the tunnel. The villain himself was shocked because he has been beaten by a boy. All Might just stood there, stunned of what he just witnessed. After the fight, Izuku stood there with his head down. His eyes was covered by the shadows of his head covering it. He was breathing, still holding the emerald. The green aura disappeared around his body and the light in the emerald dimmed. The boy slowly looked to see the muscular figure looking at him at the end of the tunnel. His eyes couldn't tell who it was as he was about to land on the floor after being exhausted. The muscular figure did a quick step, grabbing Izuku on time before hitting the ground. He see him, unconscious. He looked to see the emerald in his head. He grabbed it to examine it. He looks back at Izuku with a curious look, though still smiling. This emerald gave him powers. How in the world did he get this? Is this his quirk or something? I wonder who gave you this emerald, kid? He thought. On board the Death Egg, Scratch was laying on the chair sound asleep in front of radar system showing the city of Musutafu. He was the only one on the bridge while others were still settling in the space station when they arrived earlier today. Suddenly, the alarm rang on the screen, causing the chicken Badnik to wake up, falling backwards on his chair. He shook his head before getting back on his feet. He turned off the alarm to see the screen. But what came as an odd time? There was no activity on radar throughout the city. Only see where the egg drones were located. That's weird. There's no sighting of a power source. Why on earth did the alarm ring for? Scratch thought. Maybe it was probably a glitch or who else. Minutes after the fight, the man carried Izuku out of the tunnel, laying him back down. He decided it was time to wake him up. He taps the left side of his face multiple times. Hey! Wake up! Hey! Izuku finally wakes up, opening his eyes slowly, getting a good look at the man in front of him. Thought we lost you there, he said. Ah! Izuku screamed, dragging himself backwards away from the figure. Well, it looks you're moving around all right, the figure said. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justice aid. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out the city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Ha 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 ha. But anyway, you're a big help. Thank you. The figure raised his fist with a cola plastic bottle, with the villain inside. I captured the evildoer. Izuku got up from his feet. His eyes were so wide. Couldn't believe that his favorite hero was standing in front of him in person. The most amazing hero of the entire world, All Might. The real thing in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person, he thought before snapping out of his mind. Holy crap. I gotta get him an autograph. I got a pen around here somewhere. Looking around, he saw his notebook nearby on the ground. Grabbing it, he opened a blank page where All Might's autograph. Ah. He already did. He turned to his idol, bowing him multiple times. Thank you so much. This will be an emblem. A family treasure for passed out in generations to come. Aha. The symbol of peace gave him a thumbs up until his changes to another subject. You know I would have given you a warning for using your quirk. You know it's illegal to use it when you're in public. Which brings me to another question. All Might pulls out the Chaos Emerald in front of him. What on earth in this jewel and why did it light up? Plus, I saw something surround your body when you attacked the villain? Izuku all nervous and sweating, being put on the spot. Even when the emerald is in the wrong hands of someone, especially when it's his favorite idol. If I tell him about Sonic and Tails giving it to me to become a hero, he probably won't fall for it. He'll probably thinking I'm making the whole thing up like the aliens came and gave me the emerald. Yeah, right. Like that's gonna work. Come on, Izuku. Think, he thought, thinking of what to say. Well, why you see, a couple of friends, gave this emerald for safekeeping. The two felt silence in the air for about a couple of minutes. Ha 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 ha. That's gotta be the most funniest comment I didn't even think of. All Might broke the silence, looking back at this emerald. But seriously, I know that you're lying. You have to known about this emerald for such a long time. And the way you've shown against that villain, could be the one that I've been looking for as a successor. Izuku was caught off guard by what he said. Wait a minute. What do you mean to me, successor? He asked, getting confused. You're gonna have to come with me this instant. You'll get a chance to meet the principal in person. All Might said, crouching on the floor, signaling for Izuku to get on his back. No way? You're telling me to get on your back so he can fly? He asked, acting like a fanboy. Come on, I haven't gotten all day. We need to hurry. I don't want him to grow impatient. The symbol of peace said as the boy quickly jumped on his back. Oh, and here. I know the emerald is yours, so you better put it in your backpack. Don't want to lose it. Izuku quickly put the emerald in his backpack along with the notebook before zipping it up. He grabbed onto his shirt, not wanting to flies off facing certain death. Okay, it's in. I'm ready, he said. Hang on tight. All Might pushed his feet off the ground, sending them flying in the sky. With all that wind from the flying, Izuku's mouth and eyelids were wobbling from the heavy wind. Saliva was flying off from his mouth. He wasn't too afraid of the flying since he did went flying with both Sonic and Tails a while back on the tornado, which Izuku had to stand on the wind, which made him scared earlier. This time, he wasn't, especially when riding on the back of his favorite idol. All Might. Where do you think we're going? He asked, with the wind blowing throughout his face. We're heading to UA Academy, one of the best school around the country. You'll meet the principal there, he answered. UA? No way? Is this really a dream? Izuku thought. This is awesome? The two were flying to their destination. However, there was one problem. The sludge villain that All Might caught earlier inside the soda plastic bottle. Tatooine Shopping District. Meanwhile, in an alleyway of a shopping district, the plastic bottle holding the sludge villain was laying on the ground. Turnouts it dropped out of All Might's pocket when Izuku held on his leg during the flight. The villain finally wakes up from being attacked. What? Where am I? He asked, seeing his mind earlier of where he was attacking All Might. But the shock part was that the boy he captured escaped from his grasp, attacking him instantly. Oh yeah. That bastard. If it wasn't for him, I would have been out of town already. But then, that boy. He had something glowing in him and he escaped out of my sludge. Once I find that boy, I'll make sure he'll be taught a lesson. He wasn't alone in the alley. He heard footsteps, can't tell who was approaching him. Turn out it's none other than Bakugo and his minions walking towards the exit of the alley. The explosive quirk user was in a good mood since smashing the Chaos Emerald, taking the stress and anger off of him by beating Izuku earlier on the school's rooftop. The two minions behind followed him. They felt bad for Izuku but had no choice but to join in or face Bakugo's wrath. It's a long silence walk when the bully broke the silence. Hey, you guys been very quiet. Is there something wrong? He asked. Dude, do we think we took it too far on the nerd? I mean, he was freaking out when you smashed that jewel on the ground. Never seen him cry that much, the first minion said. Yeah, I kinda feel bad for the guy already, the second minion said. That little good-for-nothing pebble got what he deserved. Trying to get in my way of going to UA made me sick to my stomach. Tired of that sack of crap. At least beating him got my anger out of my way. I needed that. If he tries to pull another stunt like that, I'll kick his ass in a brutal way than like it was today. Bakugo said, kicking the bottle off the ground, hitting to a nearby pole where the lid popped out. Hey, I got an idea. We should go to the arcade. Get your mind off of him, the first minion said. Fine. Bakugo said in a calm tone. Or we can sneak into the bar at the station. Check out some ladies, the second minion said. Idiots. Bakugo anger rose up. If we get caught, there's no way UA would let me in. The boys saw something appearing behind him. A slimy appearance, causing the minions to be scarred and shaking. "Hey, what's that?" they both asked as Bakugo turned around at the temperance of the villain. "Perfect. I like a speedster with some fire," the sludge villain said, escaping from the bottle, ready to attack Bakugo and his minions. End of Chapter 3. Author's note. Finally, this chapter is finally done. This has to be the longest chapter so far in this story, though it's too early. Took a ton of work to get it done over the week, but I finally got it. Anyway, you guys didn't see it coming that both Pachacamac and Tikal made a big surprise appearance in this story. I decided to bring them on the story as Izuku's helpers, though the Mystic Chief died 4,000 years ago along with his daughter. The little setting of the Mystic Ruins is kinda different. Despite the ruins located on Mobius, this one is different. Basically, like in Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time, with the Chamber of Sages and the room where the Chaos Emeralds were in Sonic and Knuckles as well. You'll be seeing that not all the time but in moments of the story along the way. I always hate Bakugo, and writing one part of hitting Izuku so much almost made me angry. Don't worry, I got plans for Bakugo in the story. If you think he's gonna be hated, he's gonna be hated more in the future. Be ready for that. Finally, All Might is here. The symbol of peace makes his appearance for the first time in this story as expected. A little bit different of rather Izuku grabbing onto All Might's leg. The hero offered him to come to UA. You will see that scene in the next chapter along with the pro heroes at UA as well. Stay tuned for it. Also, the little battle scene between Izuku and the sludge villain was a little difficult. Trust me, I'm not that good with battle scenes like in the anime or any movies. I'll try to work on that one in the next chapter. That's pretty much it for the time being. Buckle up for the next chapter as we see the sludge villain ready for his next attack. If you have any questions on this chapter, DM me if you want. I'll be answering those questions plus what to expect more down the road on this story. Everyone, have a great weekend. Another night of Toonami coming up tonight with My Hero Academia, where One for All will be revealed. Thank you and review. Chapter 4. Izuku's Heroics Part 1. UA High School. In the skies above Musutafu, All Might continue his flight to his destination. Izuku was riding on his back, looking at the view of the city beneath him. Birds were flying by the pair. He was used to the flying since riding on the tornado with Sonic and Tails 10 years ago. But what he didn't notice while flying, All Might began coughing. Good thing the boy didn't hear him cough. At the same time, a trickle of blood exited from his mouth. He quickly wiped the blood off before it would go flying. Shit. I have to hurry and get UA quick or my strength will be gone soon. Can't let him see my true identity, he thought when he saw their destination up ahead. There is it, kid. Izuku heard All Might's voice. He looked ahead to see a building shaped of the letter H, a glass-type building full of windows around it. Wow, that's UA? He asked. Yes, my boy. One of the most proud hero schools in Japan. Hang on tight. We're about to land at the entrance, All Might yelled. The symbol of peace made a huge landing on the street in front of the security gate. It caught the security guard at the checkpoint nearby. He rushed out of his post to see the hero in front of him. All Might made sure it was him, pulling his ID out. The guard noticed Izuku was with him, but the hero told him he was his guest. The guard approved it, letting them both pass the gate. While walking to the doors, Izuku looked from left to right, seeing many statues of the pro heroes that attending UA. He saw the statue of All Might as he paused to look. Pretty cool, huh? All Might asked, looking at the statue of himself. To tell you the truth, it would be nice if they carved my face a little. I really don't look like myself. But oh well, it is what it is. Come on, we can't make the principal waiting. Izuku looked back at All Might before looking back at the statue. He quickly catch up on the symbol of peace as they enter inside the building. They walk through the hallways, walking by a couple of classroom doors that were long and big. On the doors were the letters and numbers of the classroom. Izuku was amazed by the doors, still couldn't believe his walking among the hallways of one of the most famous heroes schools of Japan. Well, here we are, All Might said as they arrive at a door, where the sign above it saying, Principal's Office. You can sit here on the bench for a little while. I'll talk with the principal and I'll invite you in to meet him. Give me a couple of minutes, I'll be back. All Might slides the door open, entering the principal's office. Izuku sat on the bench once the door slides closed. He looks around the hallways, it was all empty with nobody around. He grew nervous, still couldn't believe he's at UA, especially when he was guided by his favorite idol, who saved him from the sludge villain despite he was also doing most of the fighting against the villain. Oh, man. I didn't think I would step at UA, the school that I dream of coming. This is amazing. It has to be the best day of my life, he thought, looking back at the door leading to the principal's office. I wonder who the principal is. Is a man or a woman? Has to pro-hero type this school is to be a hero. I wonder what's happening inside. I wish I could hear, but I don't. To eavesdropped on the conversation. He was in deep thought until he brought up another subject in his head. He grabbed his backpack and unzipped it to pull out the green Chaos Emerald. He looked around, making sure nobody wasn't walking by since the hallways were empty. He looked the emerald again, thinking he'll holding a plastic bag of the emerald's pieces thanks to Bakugo, throwing it on the ground. He was so worried that he broken his promise to both Sonic and Tails to protect the emerald at all cost. But there was something different about. Earlier, when he was almost gonna die from the villain, he was transported to another world to meet the Mystic Chief and his daughter. I can't believe I met the Mystic Chief and his daughter that I traveled to 4,000 years ago. I'm not surprised that Tails told me about the Chaos Emerald, that I can use Chaos Control. But I didn't think it was them that led me to them. They told me about Eggman making his way to Earth and he has 6 of the Chaos Emerald. No doubt they'll be looking for this one soon. I haven't met him yet and I can't tell anyone about it because they think I'm making stuff up. Should I tell this All Might? He could put me on the spot about it. Either way, I have to take care of it. I can't let nobody have it in their hands. Though Kachan broke it. I got lucky. But next time I won't get lucky. I do plan to meet the Mystic Chief again soon. Perhaps he'll tell me more about it in the future, he thought, looking the emerald. His eyes were fully focused on the emerald. But what he didn't notice was that the door was already slide open. A figure was standing in front of Izuku, looking at the emerald as well. That is a nice rare jewel I've ever seen, the figure said in a polite tone. It sure is, Izuku said, still looking at the emerald. But his mind snapped when slowly look up at a figure with a head shape of a mouse, circular black eyes with a large scar over his right eye, and squared-shaped ears on top of his head. Ah! The boy screamed, jumping from his seat and on the floor, seeing the figure in front of him. The figure also has an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. Fur color is white and has large dog-like paws with pink pads, and has a thin tail like that of a cat. He's dressed in a white dress shirt, a dark red tied around his neck, a black, double-breasted waistcoat and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with thick soles, which seem to be quite large on him. Calm down. Don't want to scare you, the figure said when All Might exit from the office. Calm down, kid. Don't be scared. He didn't mean to do that, he said as Izuku got up from his feet, protecting the emerald. Sorry, who are you by then way? He asked. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Nezu. I'm the principal of UA Academy, he said. Izuku looked at him with a blank face. Seriously? Why you're the principal? He asked, looking at the figure. I know. Many people are always thinking an animal like me is the principal. But let's not get into that for another day. You're the person that All Might met with, you took on the villain, correct? Nezu asked. Yeah, that's me, Izuku answered. Though it's very illegal to use quirks because of laws around this work. Plus, you don't have yourself a hero license as well. But we're not gonna get yourself in trouble. All Might pretty much told me what happened throughout and it's why he brought you over to UA, because of that you're holding. Nezu said, pointing his paw at the emerald. Come with me into the office. We'll have lots to talk about. Don't want to have this conversation here in the hallways. Izuku agreed as they head inside the principal's office to discuss more about the Chaos Emerald. The boy sat at a nearby chair in front of the principal's desk. Nezu sat at his main chair, looking at the boy while All Might stood next to the desk. Izuku still surprised that an animal that can talk is the principal of UA, but it's not a little surprise because the boy have met animals that talk a while back with both Sonic and Tails. First up, I didn't get your name by the way, the principal said. Oh, sorry. And my name's Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you, he said, bowing before getting back on his seat. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I take it the uniform you're wearing is you're a middle schooler. Kinda interesting to see a middle schooler here at the academy. But let's not talk more about it. Nezu explained. Earlier, All Might and I were discussing what happened in the city. You were attacked by a villain, which is the same person All Might was chasing after he robbed a corner store earlier today. They met in the tunnel after the villain escaped from the sewer. All Might was about to get to him until he mentioned that the villain caught a civilian. Turns out that civilian was you. Became the most shocking part of it all was that you were managed to escape from the villain's quirk, which was impossible thanks to the emerald you hold in your hands. You even managed to take on the villain with the emerald and its powers. All Might stood by with a shocked face until he saved your life at the end. Don't worry, we won't report this to the police despite you were using your quirk, of course, if that emerald is your quirk, that is. But if you know the law, you prohibited to use your quirk because you don't have a hero's license. But I know you were lying about on how you got the emerald when I asked you about it. I told the principal about it and he understands it. But you can tell us the real truth on how you got the emerald. We promise we'll keep a secret from the public, All Might explained. Izuku was nervous from explaining the situation. Lying wasn't gonna work on both All Might and Nezu. They were too smart. He decided to explain on how he gotten the emerald. Okay, let me tell you the truth, he explains. I was born a quirkless boy. Around the age of 4, children would develop a quirk at that age. However, it wasn't happening for me. Since then, I began being bullied and discriminated by people who were quirkless. My mom receives threats by phone and people doxing our address and number. It was taking a toll on her. Learning from a doctor about it devastated me and mom big time. However, one day when I saw a boy being bullied, I had to step in and help out. I was nervous because 3 boys was about to attack me with their quirks. However, a hedgehog came out of nowhere and saved my life. The hedgehog's name was Sonic. Another person with him was a fox cub named Tails. We became friends and hang out together. I told them about me being quirkless. That one day when they were leaving the planet, they gave the emerald as a reward to help me train to become a hero. I made a promise to keep this as safekeeping from anyone that tries to take it. That's how I gotten the emerald. Plus, All Might, you witnessed me taking on the villain in the tunnel. Wow. That is a nice story. Almost made a tear came out of my eye. Nezu said. I've never thought myself and All Might would meet a quirkless person like you here in the academy. I know we've taken the rule away from people that don't have a quirk can't attend the academy. But for you, there's a future that you can be the first quirkless person to attend UA. So this Sonic and Tails person really doesn't live on this planet? They live in another planet called Mobius, which is billion miles away from this planet. They did promise me they would return to Earth and see me become a hero. I always want to become a hero like All Might, Izuku said, looking down at the emerald. At the same time, All Might felt a sharp pain inside of him. Smoke slowly appeared coming out from around his body. Both Nezu and Izuku didn't pay attention because the principal was more focused on the boy's story. The hero sat at a nearby chair in the corner. Hopping, they both don't see him. Oh no, not now. Damn it. Not here, he thought, gripping his chest. People think I don't have a chance. That not having any powers, make me some kind of weakling. My classmates like to make fun of me. Izuku explained, playing with both thumbs. But you know what, that wants to make me prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid, I thought that saving people was the coolest thing you can do. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe. And be the kind of hero that looks up to. He turned around to his idol with a smile. Just like you. At the same time, smoke popped out from the corner of where All Might was. Izuku was shocked, getting up to see if his idol was okay. Nezu was panicking, especially with the boy here. Oh, no, this is not good. With Midoriya here, All Might's true identity could be seen quickly, he thought. All Might? Are you okay? Izuku asked. The smoke surrounding All Might cleared up. Instead of the big muscular figure he was, his entire body turned to a skinny man. Almost like a homeless person. Izuku was shocked at what he was seeing. Ah, he let out a scream. Oh, dear. Looks like I better call for help, Nezu said, in a polite tone, pushing a button underneath his desk. In the cargo bay on board the Death Egg, a couple of prisoners were on duty working. An anthropomorphic cub scrubbing the floor with a mop, an anthropomorphic pig washing one of the ships with a rag, and an anthropomorphic wolf was picking up metal boxes with his heads despite it was heavy. They were being watched by 5 egg robos with billy clubs in case they were to escape or slack off on their work. While working, Scratch and Grounder enter the cargo bay where they saw the prisoners working. Keep on working, peasants. If you slack off, you will be robotized immediately, the chicken badnik said. Yeah, which means you're disrespecting the boss, so work, 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 the drilling badnik said, referring the boss which is Eggman. The prisoners were told what they could do or expect the consequence to come towards them. Scratch kept his eye on the anthropomorphic wolf, who was picking up the metal boxes inside a cargo. He ordered 2 egg robos to join him as they approached the prisoner. The wolf himself was getting nervous, seeing them approaching him. What are you doing? The chicken badnik asked. Picking up the boxes and placing the cargo like I was told to do it, the wolf answered. Scratch looked through the cargo bay, only to 6 boxes inside the cargo. And the cargo itself was big enough to fit more boxes. The problem was the timing and the hours the prisoner he had to finish it. The chicken badnik turned back to one of the egg robos. How long did this has the prisoners been working for? He asked. 5 hours. One of the egg robos said in a robotic tone. So you had all this time to put more boxes inside the cargo. But yet I see only 6 boxes inside. Any explanation you want to tell me? Scratch asked, giving a glare to the prisoner. B-B, but you don't understand. These boxes are so heavy and my arms are giving out. I can't work like this. The wolf said, getting on his knees and pleading his case. Please, I begged you. Don't do this to me. I can't do this under these conditions. Silence. You had so many time to do this and you failed. Slacking off of work is a violation to those who oppose the Eggman Empire. The chicken badnik turned to the egg robos. Take this slacker to be robotized effective immediately. I'll report to the boss on this failure. A pair of blue handcuffs appeared around the wolf's wrist. He tried to get out of it but to no avail. 2 egg robos approached the prisoner with billy clubs as the prisoner got up from his knees and walking with his down from the cargo bay. The 2 prisoners looked back, shivering in fear, knowing that they will be next if they don't do the work properly. Even when they were told to do it. Scratch looked back at the other prisoners, who were looking at the prisoners. What you 2 staring at? Get back to work. Or you'll be next in line, he said as the prisoners quickly went back to what they were doing. Grounder rolls by the anthropomorphic cub mopping the floor with a mop. He saw the bucket of dirty water inside of it. He decided by rolling over and bumped the bucket where water splashed on the floor. The prisoner couldn't believe it as he saw Grounder mocking him. Oops. My bad, I didn't look to see my surroundings, he said as he and Scratch laughed. Suddenly, the alarms rang throughout the base. Both Scratch and Grounder look around at the red lights flashing. That's coming from the bridge. Seems one of the egg drones may caught something. Grounder said as Scratch looks back at the egg robos. Rest of you, keep a close eye on them. Let's go Grounder, he said as the 2 exit from the cargo bay. Seconds later, Scratch and Grounder arrived at the base. They see both Orbot, Cubot, Deku, and Boko working hard at the computers. They look back at the doors sliding open to see both Eggman and Snively entering the bridge. The doctor sat at his main chair with Snively standing next to him. Both badnik quickly went to work at the computers. The alarms were turned off quickly around the base. What happened? What's with the alarms? The doctor asked. Boss, it appears one of our egg drones located something in the city, Orbot said, typing in buttons and looking on the screen, showing a live satellite view of its location with the smoke appearing. The drone's location is in a shopping district in the city. Hack into the drone's camera. We'll get a better look from its camera, Eggman ordered. Got it, boss. Orbot type in another buttons. The screen zoom in to where the drone's location. From there, the screen changes from its satellite view to the drone's camera, thinking they were there. The drone was on the rooftop of a building, moving towards the edge of it. There was a fire below and from there, they see the sludge villain, damaging a couple of buildings and objects. Civilians ran to the exit of the district. Oh, dear. What is that? Cubot asked, hiding behind a chair, shaking in fear. That's a monster. I don't think we never seen a monster before, Deku said. That's one scary monster, Boko said. The drone got data and information off the sludge villain, appearing on screen. Even its criminal record, which was the robbing of a corner store earlier today before being caught by All Might and then escaped by Bakugo. My word. This is a human and his entire body is made out of sludge liquid. I've never seen anything like it, Snively said, astonished by the information. The drone camera moved to the exit, seeing Death Arms along with 2 more heroes entering the district. Hey, it's that Death Arms guy we saw earlier today, Grounder said. Do you want to move the drone out of position? Looks like a fight is about to break out, Orbot said. Keep the drone at that position. As long as it still has its cloaking device on, nobody can see it. But at least keep it on the roof, away from the scene. Get the battle recorded so we can store the information and data in our system. Besides, Eggman pulled out a bucket of popcorn, eating some of it. Front row tickets to see this fight. This should be interesting. Snively rolls his eyes and shakes his head as they watch the battle on screen in live time. But then, he noticed something. He looked at the villain below him, and his eyes went wide, saw none other than Bakugo being covered by the villain's quirk. No way. He has a human in him as a hostage, he said, pointing on the screen. That kid having a hard time getting out of it, Scratch said. So it seems this is gonna be like a rescue mission. This should be good, Eggman said, eating more popcorn. But, Doctor, do you have a heart for the boy? Snively asked, referring to Bakugo. Yeah. What else do you want me to say? Eggman asked, with no change in heart. Snively could only roll his eyes and shake his head as they look on the screen of the battle that was about to get intensified. Back in UA, Izuku continued his scream of terror. His face was in shock, seeing the appearance of his favorite hero turn from his muscular form to his skinny form. Wait, who? What happened to you? You're inflated. The boy looks around for the real All Might. Where did All Might go? You're not him, you're a fake, an imposter. I assure you that I am All Might, he responded, only drooling out blood from his mouth. Impossible, Izuku said, screaming again in terror. You know how guys in the pool, sucking in and they're trying to look buff, I'm like that. All Might said, wiping the blood off his mouth. This can't be real, Izuku responded, almost about to faint. No, I'm dreaming. All Might's a giant of a man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile. Unfortunately, Midoriya. This is the problem, Nezu said, looking to All Might. Toshinori, you might as well explain the boy on your situation. You're kidding? He asked as Nezu turned to Izuku, who was still frightened. Promise me, Midoriya. Just like we promised not to tell anyone about the emerald. You can promise us you won't tell anyone about All Might's true identity. Izuku answered, nodding his head in yes before turning back to All Might. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. He explains when he pulled up his white shirt, showing a large scar on the left side of his chest, causing Izuku to be more frightened but calm. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system basically destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out. It can't be fixed. Right now, I can do only hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like. And no way. Izuku could only say a word after seeing the scar. 5 years ago. So does that mean that was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Wow, you know your stuff. All Might continued, but no. The punk may have landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world never heard of this fight. Did everything I could to keep it under wraps. I'm supposed to be the guy who always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile behind the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure's on me. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes always have to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. Izuku was stunned by the information he was receiving. He turned back to the principal. Why you knew about this battle and All Might's condition? He asked. Unfortunately, yes. That battle against this strongest villain was the tipping point in All Might's career. We had to keep it a secret to make sure everything was the same. However, his quirk has been a struggle. Because of the scar he has on the side of his body, it would take him 3 hours to be in his muscular form until it finally wears off to his true form, which you see now. I offered him a job here at UA as a teacher. I guess that surprise is out now that you're here, Nezu explained. Izuku could only stood there and hear more about the whole thing. But there was one question he wanted to ask. See, can I ask a question? Who is this villain you're referring to since it's not Toxic Chainsaw? He asked. Both Toshimori and Nezu turned to one another. Neither of them want to answer that question because what if the boy tells about it causing a big-time media uproar in the entire city? But right before they were to answer, the door slides open, causing the three to turn to the doorway to see short elderly woman with gray hair styled in a bun that has a syringe looped through it. She wore a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a pink belt. Pink boots and has a helmet on her head. She walks with a cane designed like a syringe that she can also use for healing. Make it right on time. Chio Shuzenji aka Recovery Girl, walking into the office. Her eyes caught onto Izuku. What in the world is a boy like you doing here? Izuku didn't respond to anything. The woman looked towards both Nezu before looking to Toshinori. She continued to understand the situation until it finally came to her senses. You didn't tell this boy anything, did you, All Might? She asked. Deliver an elbow to his left side of his body, not one hit the scar, comically. Ow! You really had to hit me this hard, Toshinori said, rubbing where Recovery Girl him hit. Calm down, Recovery Girl. He just transformed back to his true form. Good thing I called you in a hurry, Nezu said. Doesn't matter. All Might's very lucky he came back before you were too transformed back to his form. But to make matters worse, you brought a boy here in UA and he knows everything now. Recovery Girl said, walking towards Izuku. My apologizes that you had to see All Might like this. But why did you came here? It was All Might's decision to bring him here. Nezu explained the entire situation to the elderly woman. After that, he introduced her to Izuku as the UA Academy nurse. She was a nice woman to the boy though was strict to both the principal and Toshinori for bringing him here. So you been taking care of All Might for a while? Izuku asked. I even tried to tell him to be careful while saving lives. The scar on his body could get worse and more blood he'll cough. I wish I could heal him but my quirk wouldn't work more on it, Recovery Girl said. I see. Izuku said. Now that's out of the way, even though we love to take more about the emerald. There has been a good conversation between All Might and myself before we brought you in the office. He told me there's a good chance that you can be his successor, Nezu said. Successor? Izuku asked. That's right. He told me about it after the fight with the villain that I was the right person to be the one? I couldn't understand what he meant, Izuku said. Right before Nezu spoke, the door slide opened again. This time a tall muscular figure with a few visible scars showing on his left cheek and the left side of his thick neck. He has short gray spiked hair, which is spiked upwards, away from his face and a small clump of hair which hangs down over the left his forehead. His eyes are very small and thin, and he has a wide mouth. He wore his hero costume which is a dark red skin-tight suit with a very low U-shaped collar, which exposed the middle of his muscles. He wore white boots and thick vambraces over his lower arms. A thin wire snaking from one of his 2 small protrusions on the left one to the back of his neck, and red gloves. He wore an orange mask over his eyes. Principal Nezu, we got a situation. Sekijiro-kan aka Blood Hero. Vlad King yelled. What is it? The principal asked. Turn on the TV quick, Vlad King said. Nezu grabbed the remote off his desk, aiming it at the HD TV screen hanging on the wall next to him where he turned on the television. The others followed suit except for Izuku who was almost shocked to see the Blood Hero here in front of him. The screen shows the news report. We interrupted our regular scheduled programming with this breaking news. The anchor woman said on television. We have reports right now of a villain attack located in Tatooine Shopping District. Large fire inside the district causing many civilians to escape from the situation. Other civilians are trapped, trying to find ways to get out. The police, firefighters, and rescuers are there trying to block people from getting in the district. Other heroes have also arrived on the scene to try to beat this villain. We have a helicopter crew on the scene in air, getting a good look despite the smoke rising in the way. The screen cut of the helicopter's aerial view of the incident. Outside the district, police set up barricades at the entrance where civilians that were safe were looking on. Other civilians ran for their lives out from the danger. Firefighters using water holes to get the fire extinguished. Other firefighters using tower ladders from their trucks on their trucks to extinguish the fires from above. Other civilians from the rooftops trying to get out of the area, waving the chopper for help. Where's the villain? I can't see him because of the smoke, Nezu asked. The chopper moves slowly from the side to get the camera away from the smoke to get a good look on the ground. And there it was. It was none other than the sludge villain. The same villain that both Izuku and All Might encounter at the tunnel earlier. What? Toshinori asked. It can't be. That's the same villain we saw earlier, but All Might captured it. He put it in a plastic bottle that's in his pocket. Izuku said in horror. Toshinori got up from his chair, checking both pockets to see if the bottle was in there. Both pockets were empty. No way. I just had the bottle, unless. He turned to Izuku and memories brought up earlier today. Flashback: All Might let Izuku ride on his back after capturing the villain. They were on their way to UA during the flight. Izuku struggled to hold tight. He almost slipped but maintained his hold. However, one of his legs hit of where the plastic bottle in All Might's pocket was, causing the feet to hit the bottle, slipping off of the pocket and into the city. End flashback. Everyone turned to Izuku, who has a face of terror and trauma at the same time. No way, I did this, he said, looking down at the ground. I can't stand by and let everyone die. I'm heading to Tatooine right now, Toshinori said, running to the door. Wait, you're not even fully transformed yet. This is suicide, you're gonna get yourself killed, Recovery Girl said. All Might, let me handle this. You're in no condition to fight, Vlad King said. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Toshinori was about to walk out the doorway until he spoke to Izuku, whose head was still down. Midoriya, don't feel bad about yourself. It's not your fault. We're not perfect in this world. Nobody is. But I tend to make sure it'll be better by the end of the day, starting right now. He ran out the doorway and out of the building to the district. Both Recovery Girl and Vlad King tried to get him not in the fight. They even tried to get Nezu to convince, but too little too late. The blood hero turned to Izuku, still has his head down. Hey, kid. What brings you here? He asked, but no answer. Don't talk to him yet. He's been through a lot, Recovery Girl said, patting Izuku on the back. Izuku could only feel the guilt in him. He wished he would never rode on All Might's back. If he didn't, he probably didn't let the bottle fly out from the hero's pocket and the city would have been okay. But now, it was all his fault. The only thing he could think of is what could he do? Now All Might, still in his true form, it's gonna fight. It could get much worse for his favorite idol. It was gone downhill since he saw the scar. He wished he would have never met his hero in a sad condition. What can I do? People will point the finger at me for letting the villain out. Everyone will probably die and it's gonna hold me accountable for it. All Might's in not good condition to fight. I rather have the blood hero fight in his replacement or let other heroes join in. This is all my fault. What can I do to help and repay others? Is there anything I can do? He thought with a tear coming out from his eye, hitting the emerald in his arm. Suddenly, the emerald started growing a bright light inside. It caught the other attention, especially both Recovery Girl and the blood hero. They didn't pay much attention throughout when Izuku had the emerald with him. Nezu was a little surprised by it since All Might told him the entire thing earlier. The boy looked at it, knowing this sense of feeling that he has to do something. I can't stand here. I have to help people, and All Might, I have to believe in myself. I fought with the villain once, I can do it again, I won't let anyone down, he thought, forming a determined face, running out from the office. Where's the boy going? And what was that in his hand? The blood hero asked. We gotta stop him. He might be going to where All Might is heading, Recovery Girl said. Let him. Nezu said, shocking the two. That emerald he had in his hand may told him something. If All Might said it was true, then he is the one that can be his successor. Both the blood hero and Recovery Girl looking back at the doorway where Izuku ran off. Izuku exit from the academy, running with all his might to where All Might was heading. At the same time, a person with a tired face with bags underneath his eyes looked through the windows on the top floor, seeing the boy exit through the gates. Who the world is that kid? He asked. Everyone, hang tight, I'll repay you, I'll make sure nobody's hurt, Izuku thought, running to the district. Chapter 5. Izuku's Heroics Part 2. Back on Mobius, outside the entrance to Eggman's base, the Lightning Bolt Society were sitting there in front of the doorway all bored. They've been there for an hour since they were following Sonic and his friends. They were planning on ambushing them once they exit from the base. Since then, it's been the waiting game and the members except for Dave the intern are starting to get bored of it and want to give up and go home. All right, that's it. I give up. Come on, let's go get something to eat. One of the Weasel Bandits said as they got up and began leaving the area. Wait, we can't go yet. We gotta ambush Sonic and the others like we planned, Dave said. Dude, forget it. We've been here for an hour and they've been inside. It's already hot out there and sweaty, and we're hungry as hell, the second Weasel Bandit said. Talk about sweaty, I've been sweating much more in this costume, Chameleon said, referring to his tree costume. I think they're right, Dave. We must regroup and plan another time against Sonic, Willy Walrus said. I tell you what. Dave quickly got on his knees and begged. 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Maybe our luck will come through when they show up, please? Everyone look at Dave before looking at one another. Of course he would pull out the begging part with puppy eyes to let them take the bait. Willy Walrus let out a sigh before speaking. Fine. 5 more minutes and then we leave, he said. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dave said. Inside Eggman's lair, Sonic and the others continue their investigation throughout the base. Earlier, the others split up, looking around other parts of the base. For Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, along with Amy, Cream, Cheese, and Silver, they enter inside Eggman's office. It contains a lone chair and a desk with touchpad controls from where Eggman can coordinate his robots and lair remotely. Features high-tech computer screens on the wall. All the computers are here. Now we just need to get the power back on, Tails said. I'm surprised Eggman didn't manage to destroy them so he won't leave behind evidence. Either he's that stupid or incompetent, Knuckles said. Perhaps both, Silver said. Everyone, split up and search around the lair for a breaker box, Sonic said as everyone went their separate ways to investigate. Tails walked around the large room with the flashlight in his hands. He touched the walls to see if there any secret door that can find the breaker box. Using the light to see, he turned to his right and saw a silver box. Opening it by using a crowbar, Tails pulled the door open with his might. Took a couple of seconds to finally opening it. He shines the light inside where he found the fuse box. There were names labeled next to the buttons of every room inside the lair. He saw the main button to turn on the entire electricity in the building. He pressed the on button. The lights were turned on inside the room. The computer screens on the wall came on and Eggman's desk came on as well. Everything was booting up. Finally, everything back online, Tails said with a smile. Back outside, the Lightning Bolt Society heard beeping sounds. They both turned to the entrance where the base lights came back on. The security hand sensor came back on. Everything was back in operational. The power's back on. They could be coming out. Get ready to ambush them, Dave said as they were defensive stance in front of the door. However, a robotic voice was heard in the background. Intruder alert. Intruder alert, the voice said. Intruder alert? Willy Walrus asked. The group were confused, looking at one another. Dave looked up to see the camera with the red light on, looking at them. Then he saw a laser turret above the entrance, aiming at them, shooting lasers at them. Ah! Run! Dave yelled as the Lightning Bolt Society ran for their lives while lasers were shooting back at them. At the shopping district, people ran away from the district. Police arrived on the scene, creating a blockade from any civilian entering the district. Many of them stand there to observe the scene. Death Arms along with 2 heroes arrives at the district. They see the sludge villain, standing there in between the fires. Death Arms see Bakugo in the villain's Quirk, struggling to get out. He has a hostage. The hero punches fists together, charging towards the villain. How dare you harm a child? Death Arms jumped in the air, delivers a big punch on the villain. Only for his fist to be sucked into the liquid. What the hell is this? Some type of goo? The villain attacks him with his Quirk, sending him backwards to a garage door. You okay, Death Arms? One of the heroes asked. Look out, the other hero said as they dodges the villain's attack. Stay back or I'll snap this kid's neck, the villain said with an evil smile. He looked down to see Bakugo, fighting hard to get out of its grasp. He only got his mouth uncovered from the liquid. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna shoot you back to whatever sewer you came from. Let me go, he yelled, using his explosive Quirk, thinking he would escape from its grasp. However, it didn't work or it didn't had any effect on the villain and its Quirk. You got so much power. I really hit the jackpot, the villain said. With a Quirk like yours under my control, I can take all might down with one punch. The other heroes and the police were running out of options, trying to figure out how to save Bakugo and beat the villain. Suddenly, heavy footsteps was heard as they saw Mount Lady making her presence known. But because of her giant form, she was gonna have a hard time entering the district, not want to left her big foot crush civilians near the district's entrance. Kamui Woods also arrived on the scene, saving 4 people, 2 that are Bakugo's minions on the rooftop safely. Backdraft also arrived, using his spigots to burn the fire out as a usually fireman would do. Every hero was busy with their own jobs through. Pretty much for the first time, they were likely to be outmatched and likely be beaten by a villain. And with Bakugo as the hostage, everything just gets harder and harder from there. Can't get a grip on his weird body. Plus, that kid's quirk is causing explosions left and right. Death Arms said. This is a shutout. We gotta rally and knock him out of the park somehow. The villain fully sucked Bakugo into his entire body. Then looked back at heroes, launching another attack on them. Look out, one of heroes yelled, dodging the villain's quirk. It's no good. None of us have the right quirk to stop a villain like this, Death Arms said. We just have to do damage control until someone with the right powers shows up, one of the heroes said. I'm sorry, kid. You just have to hold on a little bit longer. Death Arms knew the situation just got harder and difficult. Damn. If only I had more power, I would have blown him right away. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and the robot minions were continue to watch the scene on screen via the Egg drone's camera. They could hear the audio of the heroes' voices including both the villain and Bakugo. You can hear the Death Arms person's voice. This could be the first time that these people are outmatched and the enemy could likely win, Snively said. You can tell by his powers, he couldn't get his fist in the villain's body because it's all full of sludge. Very difficult to penetrate. Eggman explained. And also, look at the other heroes. That big female from earlier can't get through because of civilians below him are in the way. The other hero rescuing people to the rooftop and the third trying to burn out the fires with his water. Everyone is busy with their jobs besides rescuing the boy. This could likely be a turning point where the enemy could win this one. I'm impressed. Boss, we got the data and information on that boy who is captured, Orbot said, referring to Bakugo. Save it throughout the mainframe. We'll look at it later. Our focus is on this battle. Until then, let's just enjoy the hero's defeat. This is one great movie we're watching. Eggman said, grabbing the bucket, noticing the popcorn is empty. Snively, get me more popcorn. Make it fast. The fun is just warming up. Snively could only rolls his eyes as he walks back to the kitchen with the bucket in his hand. At the entrance, Toshinori arrived in time. Breathing hard from all that running. He regained his composure, looking at the scene of where the sludge villain he encountered earlier after saving Izuku from him was in that district attacking. He was still in his true form, which a little people quickly look at him thinking he was just a homeless bum. They quickly glazed back at the scene of the incident. Damn pain. It's been bothering since the time limit expired on my body. Can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. He thought, using his left hand, holding of where his scar was. After lecturing that kid about what it takes to become a hero, I'm pathetic. He didn't notice that the watch on his left wrist was a radar beacon that was gave by Recovery Girl to check the status of his body and the location of where he was at. Back at UA, both Recovery Girl and Vlad King were still in Principal Nezu's office. At the same time, they were watching both the news report of the sludge villain's attack in the shopping district on television and All Might's status and location on a laptop on the principal's desk. Nezu and the nurse looked to see the percentage of Toshinori's quirk in health. He was getting more and more worst for the symbol of peace. That fool. I can't believe he would go out there to try to kill himself. He's not at 100% yet, she said when Vlad King punched a hole in wall with frustration. Damn that guy. I should have stopped him right before he left. I could have replaced him to help the others out in the city. He would have been here and healed up before making a crazy decision, the blood hero said. Calm down, everyone. I know it's a tough situation, but for now, we have to believe in All Might. He knows more about the villain he fought. He can do it again. I know he will, Nezu said. In that condition, no thank you. Besides, you could have convinced him not to go, Recovery Girl said. I guess you're right. Nezu answered. Suddenly, the door slides open. Everyone turned to the doorway to see a man with a tired face and bags below his eyes walked in. I was the same person that Izuku exiting from the building earlier. Hey, I was just coming in to ask you about that boy with green hair that run off. That doesn't look like a UA student. Care to explain? He asked. My apologizes, Aizawa. But I'm a busy man right now. Can this wait? We got a situation in our hands, Nezu said. The tired man turned to the television to see the news report. Let me guess, another villain attic? He asked. It's more worst. Recovery Girl said, turning the laptop to let the man see the screen of Toshinori's condition. He's over there at the scene. Why he's not attacking? Aizawa asked. He's not at 100%. He was still in his true form, but we tired to him to stay here. Sadly, he chose to go on his own way, Vlad King said. After a couple of minutes of understanding the situation, he decides to leave the office. Look, I don't care for All Might, but he better find to make it out alive in one piece. Also, Principal. We need to discuss more about that boy who ran out of the building. I think I saw a green object he was holding. Not that I don't care about him either. But just wondering, he said, exiting from the office. Does that person give a care for anyone? Recovery Girl asked. The blood hero could only shrug his shoulders in response. You how that is with him, he said. After that, the three continued to focus on the situation in both the city and All Might's condition. Nezu knew what Aizawa was talking about and referring to the Chaos Emerald that Izuku had. Of course, he would have to tell him another time. But right now, it wasn't the time, until he sees what the emerald could do. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and the robot minions were continue to watch the scene on screen via the Egg drone's camera. They could hear the audio of the heroes' voices, including both the villain and Bakugo. You can hear the Death Arms person's voice. This could be the first time that these people are outmatched and the enemy could likely win, Snively said. You can tell by his powers, he couldn't get his fist in the villain's body because it's all full of sludge. Very difficult to penetrate, Eggman explained. And also, look at the other heroes. That big female from earlier can't get through because of civilians below him are in the way. The other hero rescuing people to the rooftop and the third trying to burn out the fires with his water. Everyone is busy with their jobs besides rescuing the boy. This could likely be a turning point where the enemy could win this one. I'm impressed. Boss, we got the data and information on that boy who is captured, Orbot said, referring to Bakugo. Save it throughout the mainframe. We'll look at it later. Our focus is on this battle. Until then, let's just enjoy the hero's defeat. This is one great movie we're watching. Eggman said, grabbing the bucket, noticing the popcorn is empty. Snively, get me more popcorn. Make it fast. The fun is just warming up. Snively could only rolls his eyes as he walks back to the kitchen with the bucket in his hand. One of the computers that both scratch and grounder is a Chaos Emerald radar tracker system. The radar began beeping, indicating the Chaos Emerald located on Earth near the shopping district. But because of them watching the battle on screen, they were distracted by the whole thing. In the city, Izuku was running through the sidewalk, trying to not bump into people who walking about their day. Earlier, he put the Chaos Emerald back inside his backpack, not want to draw any attention to civilians thinking he was a thief robbing a jewelry store. He looked around to try to find All Might until an explosion was heard. He turned to his right to see the shopping district across the street. The smoke was still rising from earlier. There it is. But where's All Might? He asked. Izuku heard many of the civilians' conversations of the heroes not attacking or anything. One person mentioned about a boy who was captured by the villain. Izuku heard that, looking back. Couldn't tell who it was or who it is captured. Wait a minute. That villain caught somebody, he thought, running across the street to see who the person was. His eyes got a good look until his face turned to shock. Turns out the person the villain hold hostage was none other than Bakugo. Keiko-chan? No way. He's the person caught by the villain? He asked with a shocked face. Meanwhile, Toshinori heard the group's conversations about him dealing the villain from earlier. He could feel sharp pain from his scar, gripping it with no chance of reforming back to the old muscular he was. I'm a disgrace, I'm a failure, I'm not a real hero, he thought, realizing there's no chance of going into the battle. He doesn't know that Izuku was here as well. Izuku only looked on to see his bully being caught by the villain. It was whirlwind for him. He doesn't know what to do. Yes, a villain attacking the city and needs to be stopped. But when it turned out that his former childhood friend is the hostage, it was now becoming more difficult because all the years of being bullied by him. It put him on the spot. Question is, does he want to rescue him or just let somebody do it for him? Nobody's not doing anything. I don't want to go in because all the events of what Kachan did to me was sad. I admired him and this is the thanks I get. I hate him so much for it. I don't know what to do. Izuku thought, looking around at the other heroes who were busy. All the heroes are just not moving to do anything. Can anyone fight? Where is All Might at? almost like the pressure's on me to do something. What can I do? Suddenly, something in the boy's head caused him to snap. He dropped both his notebook and backpack and ran into the district. All Might, Death Arms, the heroes, the police, and the civilian were stunned at what they were seeing. "No, you idiot, stop. You're gonna get yourself killed," Death Arms yelled to the boy. "Not this brat again," the villain said. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman jumped out from his chair, seeing Izuku running towards the villain. The bucket with popcorn flew into Snively's head, spilling popcorn in the process. Other popcorn was everywhere in the bridge. "What in the world that boy's doing?" the doctor asked, pointing at the screen. "I have no idea. He just came out of nowhere and flew into the battle," Scratch yelled. "Is that boy freaking insane or something?" Grounder asked. "Get some data on boy now. We'll look into his information after the battle later," Eggman ordered. "Yes, boss," Orbot said, typing in a couple of buttons. Eggman grabbed the bucket off of Snively's head while he wiped some of the popcorn stuck on his beard. "Snively, go get some more popcorn and get the robots to clean this up," he ordered. "What? You just spilled fresh popcorn on my face and you want more?" Snively yelled, only for Eggman to pull out his laser gun, aiming his face. "Fresh popcorn coming, sir." The doctor ran out of the bridge before anything could happen. Eggman and the others continued to see what Izuku was planning. Izuku continues to run towards the villain. He couldn't believe what he was doing. "What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can I stop?" he thought, continuing to run at the villain and Bakugo. "What would I do? What would a hero do right now?" His mind brought back to his notebook of one page about Kamui Woods' lacquered chain prison. Hit 25. Right, he swung his backpack towards the villain. All his books flew out in the process, but many did hit the villain's eyes. At the same time, Bakugo was breathing hard from the villain's quirk, spreading out. "Kachan." Izuku finally arrived, began using his hands to scrap off the sludge where his bully was in. Bakugo saw him and his was not happy see him. "What the hell? Why are you here?" the explosive quirk user asked. "Shut up, Kachan. You may not like me and I don't like you either, but I won't let you die, you understand me?" Izuku lashed in anger while scratching and crawling all the sludge to get Bakugo out. Bakugo was stunned by the boy's outburst, but he didn't care about it as he scolded at him, "Not in the care in the world." Meanwhile, Toshinori was stunned of seeing Izuku in the action, but was shocked to see his courage forming in him to try to rescue Bakugo. However, there was one thing was missing from the boy. The Chaos Emerald that he used during the first encounter with the sludge villain. "What's he doing here, eh? Did he try to follow me or something? Where's the emerald? Don't tell me he doesn't have it. This is not good. I had to do something," he thought. At the same time, Izuku's arms were growing tiredly after trying to scrap the sludge to save Bakugo. The villain decided enough was enough. "Just a little bit longer, kid, and I'm done playing with you." The villain was about to attack Izuku one more time. "Save the boy. This thing will kill him," Death Arms yelled as he, Kamui Woods, and the other heroes charge in to rescue Izuku. Toshinori tries to run to join in the action until a green light flashed out of nowhere. He used his arms to cover his eyes once the light disappeared. He moved his arms and opened his eyes until he saw that everything was frozen. The pro heroes froze from their attack while the sludge villain's tentacles was inches apart from Izuku's face. All the fires around the district froze as well. Everything was frozen in time. "Everything is frozen, but how?" he thought, looking around the scene. "That boy can't be trusted with that emerald." Toshinori turned around when he saw none other than the mystic chief Echidna walking next to the symbol of peace, looking at the sludge villain's attack on Izuku. What? Who the hell are you?" Toshinori asked where the chief turned to him. "You must be the symbol of peace that Izuku been talking about. Trust me, I knew you a lot when I was in this emerald," Pachacamac said, holding the green chaos emerald in his hand. "Wait a second. You knew who I am? You've been in that emerald as well?" Toshinori asked. "For 4,000 years. My goodness, I'm really as old as I've ever been," the chief answered. 4,000 years? That's crazy. Nobody should have lived that long. No offense, Toshinori said. "Well, I don't want to disrupt this fighting. Here, take this." The chief gave the emerald to him. "The emerald will give you powers more than ever and you'll have your strength back in a hurry. Once you're done, give the emerald back to Izuku and make sure he takes good care of it." The mystic chief turned around to walk back to where he came from. Wait, I just need to ask you questions before you go? The emerald and all other things. Does Midoriya knows anything about it? Also, you know who Sonic and Tails are? He asked. Why don't you ask the boy about it? You'll get answers more on the way. For now, you need to save people's lives. That's what you do for a living. Pachacamac said, disappearing into a green light. Toshinori could only look on at the old Echidna chief. Suddenly, the Chaos Emerald grew a light inside. It was growing brighter than ever as the hero was shocked to see. He could feel the power growing inside of him like it was any other with green aura surrounding his body. This power, I'm getting stronger, he said. Back on board the Death Egg, as they continued to observe the battle, Scratch heard a beeping sound. He turned around to see the Chaos Emerald radar locating the emerald's location. The strength of the Chaos Emerald's power was so strong, the beeping sound went from a soft one towards a rapidly sound. Boss! The Chaos Emerald has been located, the chicken badnik yelled. What? Where? Eggman replied, throwing the popcorn bucket into the air, landing into Snively's head again, spilling more popcorn in the process, again. Oh no, the Chaos Emerald is located, in the shopping district of where the battle's happening right now, Scratch yelled. What? The other minions yelled as they turned back to the screen. At the same time at UA, the laptop of All Might's condition was beeping rapidly. The percentage was low at first, has gone up big time. No way! Something's happening. Recovery Girl said when the computer explodes after rapid beeping, causing it to overdrive. No way! What happened? Vlad King asked. I'm not sure. Nezu said, looking at the television said. But something tells me that All Might is motivated by something. The villain launched his attack, hitting to where Izuku was located. From there, he slammed his sludge hand on the ground, creating an explosion. The heroes stopped their charged, waiting for the smoke to clear. Took about a couple of seconds for the smoke to be gone. Izuku had his arms covering his face, waiting for his fate. Only it didn't come. I'm really empathetic. The boy opened his eyes, to see All Might, back in his muscular form with the green aura of the emerald surrounding him. Use his arm to block the villain's attack. All Might, but. The boy said. I told you the tricks to be a great champion. The symbol of peace pushes his arm to attack at the villain. But I see I wasn't living to my own ideas. All Might escapes from the villain's quirk before putting his hand on Bakugo's arm. Heroes always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. Damn you, All Might! The villain roar, about to launch his attack on the hero. Detroit, smash! All Might launch his fist with the Chaos Emerald powering his attack. His fist collides with the sludge villain, vaporizing him in the process and grabbing both boys from it at the same time. His attack was so powerful, all the fires and smoke as the district was gone thanks to the powerful winds of his attack. Mount Lady, still in his giant form, used her arms to protect the civilian from the powerful wind of All Might's attack. Other heroes stood on the foot, protecting their faces from the wind with their arms. Other civilians who were outside the district saw a tornado form. After that, the tornado was gone and the wind stopped. All Might breathed heavily, having one knee and his head looking down on the ground. His fist had steam coming out from his attack. The green aura disappeared and the light in the Chaos Emerald dimmed. Everyone looked with stunned faces at the aftermath. Both Izuku and Bakugo lay on the ground, unconsciously, but we're gonna be okay. The sky grew darker as the clouds came together and began raining throughout the city. Death Arms looked at the sky, turning back to All Might still with a shocked face. Holy crap, he changed the weather, he said. The symbol of peace stood up, looking at the civilians with his usually smile on his face. He raised his fist in the air as the civilians celebrated his victory. He slightly turned his head at Izuku, still unconscious on the floor with a comically face. In the aftermath, the sludge villain was taken into custody. Many of the goo that are his body were in multiple trash bags. Officers threw the trash bags in the back of the police van. All Might surrounded by the media, taking questions by reporters. Photographers took pictures of the symbol of peace. Izuku looked down, embarrassed as he was being scolded by both Death Arms and Kamui Woods for his stupidity. Bakugo was getting praised by other heroes. But he didn't pay any attention to them. His glare towards Izuku. Back at UA, the three were stunned on how All Might beaten the villain. Though both Vlad King and Recovery Girl knew he would pull it off, there was one thing they didn't see which Nezu did. The power of the green Chaos Emerald. The principal saw it with his own eyes. So that's the power of the emerald? All Might wasn't lying. I guess Midoriya knows everything about it. I think he will make a good fit to become All Might's successor, Nezu thought. Back in the city, the sun began to set down for the day. Many people went about their day peacefully after the events unfolded. Izuku walked home with his head down. He wanted to apologize to his idol but was busy talking with reporters. As he walks home, he heard a voice behind him. Deku. The boy turned around seeing Bakugo, running towards him. The two stood face to face, waiting for any response to one another. Listen, I would never ask a weakling like you to help me, the explosive quirk user said, turning his voice to anger. Don't think you can look down on me, got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't cut it as a rent-a-cop. Or even if you had that jewel with you, you didn't help me. You didn't do nothing, so forget it. I don't owe you anything. That's fine, Kachan, I don't owe you anything either. At least thank me for saving your skin. But sadly you won't. You can hate me all you want. Fine, I hate you right back, Izuku yelled back. Whatever, stupid Deku. Bakugo said, walking off to where he was running before. Izuku could only shook his head before walking home. Kachan is right through. I didn't do that much to help today. The boy put his head down with a sad face. But, at least I tired. The good news, I have the Chaos Emerald with me and I can still train myself to become a hero. Izuku continued walking home until, I am here. All Might appeared out of nowhere, surprising and causing the boy to scream. He calmed down for a minute to regain his composure. All Might, what you doing here? He asked. How did you get rid of all those reporters? Ha 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 ha. I stand for justice. Not sound bites, he said, flexing his muscles. Because I am All Might. Suddenly, a flash of smoke, he returned back to the skinny person he is. Izuku screamed again, comically. The boy calmed down for a couple of seconds. But he realized something. Hey All Might, I just noticed that once you come back in your true form, you're not coughing blood, he said. Oh yeah. I did notice that too, the hero said, pulling his shirt. Remember the scar I showed you earlier? No way. It's gone. But how? Izuku asked, shocked that the scar on his left chest was gone instantly. I think it had something with this. All Might put his hand in his back pocket, grabbing the Chaos Emerald in front of Izuku. Before I intervene, the emerald light up brightly. Then a blue aura surrounded my entire body. It gave me strength like nothing I've ever seen before. It just healed the respiratory in my body and the scar is completely gone. No wonder you were begging to give it back to you. However, I still have 3 hours to regain my form. But on the bright side, at least I'm not coughing blood. The Chaos Emerald. Izuku quickly grabbed the object. How in the world you get it? It's been in my backpack this entire time. Though I didn't had a chance at using it. Actually it did it by itself. The entire world at the time when you were about to be attacked by that villain froze. I was the only person standing there. That was when an echidna look-alike appeared out of nowhere with a spear in his hand and gave me the emerald, Toshinori said. You mean Pachigmak? That's his name. I met him before I encountered the same villain and met you the first time you saved me, Izuku answered. So that's his name. I have to remember that, Toshinori said. He also has a daughter named Tikal. Did you manage to see her? Izuku asked. Not really. He was the only one I met right before the battle resume, Toshinori said. I see, Izuku said. Right now, I do want to talk to you about something, Toshinori said, changing to another subject. I came here to thank you and also discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life or if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd, so thanks. No, it was my fault he was there to begin with, Izuku said, referring to the sludge villain, putting his head down in shame. I gotten in the way with your hard work. I wasted your energy and not to mention your time. I'm not done. All Might explained. You told me you didn't have a power, so when I saw this timless quirkless boy, trying to save a life, it inspired me to act too. Izuku looked up at his hero, continuing to speak. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. Izuku heard him referred to the part of where he ran into the scene to rescue Bakugo. That made him cry, sobbing with tears coming out from his eyes. He dropped to his knees, sobbing. And today that's what happened to you, and that's why, young man, you too can become a hero. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit, he said. The boy looked with comically blank face. Still had tears in his eyes and drool coming out from his mouth. What do you mean inherit? Inherit what? He asked, causing All Might to laugh. You should have seen your face by now. Don't worry, I won't force this thing on you, he said, pointing his finger at the boy. Listen up, young man. This is your choice. You want to accept my awesome power or not? No response from boy, still looking at him. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists guess my quirk is super strength or some kind of vulnerability. When people asking me in interviews, I always make a joke to dodge a question. It's because the world needs to know that the symbol of peace is a natural-born hero like any other. But I'm not. There's nothing about my natural ability. Looking up at the sky with his arms stretching out. I wasn't born with this power, it was a secret touch that was passed on to me from someone else. Izuku was shocked to hear that. Someone gave you that quirk? No way, he said. Yes, way. And you're next. I can give you my abilities, All Might said. Wait. Hold on. There's still a lot to process, the boy said. It's true there's a lot of debate is what your quirk really is. Nobody hasn't figured it out. It's the world's greatest mysteries. People constantly talking about it online. From there, he began to mutter about it. The whole mutter from Izuku causing All Might to grow a vein of annoyance on his head. Sounds like you're overthinking this inheriting thing. Stop nerding out. Sorry, the boy said, waving his hands. You have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else and that just one fascinated about my secret ability. The true name of my power is one for all, he said. One, for, all? Izuku asked. One person can use the power. That hands it off to another. It continues to grow and pass along. This complemented power allows me to save people in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength, All Might said. But why would you give me a gift like that? Izuku asked. What if I can't live up to it? I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, and then, I watched you jump to action while the rest of us watched. You may be just a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. All Might said as Izuku began to build up more tears. Seriously, you need to stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Come on, kid. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for my whole life? Izuku wiped the tears off his eyes with his hands, trying to stop crying. He stood on his feet, facing his idol with a determined face. Okay, I'll do it. Very good, then. Starting in 2 days, you will be meeting with me, Nezu, and Recovery Girl at Dagoba Beach Park. Be there first thing in the morning. We'll begin your training from there. Also, you can bring the emerald with you. I want to see how you can do with the emerald while training at the same time. I've been working out with the emerald before. I grew some good muscles for the past 10 years and it helped me. I look forward to training with you. I won't let you down, All Might, Izuku said with a smile. I know you won't, Toshinori said, smiling back. With that, Izuku's dream of becoming a hero was about to come true. With the help of his idol, becoming his mentor, he was also going to give the boy his quirk. It was a long road for him to go through, but the time of it was about to become a reality. But what they didn't notice, an egg drone was watching their conversation being recorded. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman along with his minions watched and recorded the conversation. They even got a glimpse of the Chaos Emerald in Izuku's hands. They recorded the incident earlier today, amazed by All Might's attack on the sludge villain. So that Chaos Emerald belonged to that kid all along. I wonder how in the world he got it. Especially, when it came all the way to this planet, Scratch said. So this boy's name is Izuku Midoriya. Orbot said. And the other person name is All Might. He has powers that is more stronger than the rest of the other. He said he's gonna transfer his power to this boy. Wonder what it has to do with the Chaos Emerald. You saw how his combined both his power and the emerald to take down that monster? Never seen anything like it, Deku said. Don't you agree, boss? Cubot asked as they turned to Eggman, who still looked at the screen. Boss? Everyone, it appears we may have found our new target. Or should I say, 2 targets. The doctor pointed his finger at the screen. The number 1 target is All Might. Since that boy, Izuku Midoriya, that's his name, is our number 2 target. He has the final Chaos Emerald for questionable reasons. They will make a fine product of upgrades for the Eggman Empire. I expect many egg drones to keep a close eye on these two. I'm not gonna rush in to capture them. It's too early to go about our business to attack. Until that time comes, we're steady on both of them. You sure about that, boss? What if they're more powerful by the time we make our move in capturing them? Boko asked. Relax, we already heard that skinny idiot is gonna train the boy to give him his powers. It may take a couple of months. Besides, I would like to see how this is gonna play out, Eggman said. Suddenly, the doors slides open behind him. Everyone turned around seeing Snively and a figure, the height of Sonic, walking next to him. The minions were shivering in fear to see who it is. Eggman stood tall at his creation. Sorry, Doctor. I decided to let him walk around the ship to see what it looks like. He's been in the container for a while, so I just let him out for some fresh air, Snively said. That's fine. In the meantime, we have new objections plan, Eggman said as Snively walked next to him, looking at the screen. These are our new targets. We just learned that All Might is planning to train this Izuku kid in exchange for his powers. Also, they have the Chaos Emerald with them. At first I want to plan an attack, but I decided to let this play out since they're gonna be training. The same person we saw defeating that monster earlier today? Snively asked. Absolutely. So until then, we have new objectives for the Eggman Empire to build. I'm taking this very slowly to see what they're due down the road, Eggman said, turning to his creation. How's our new friend doing? He's doing well. Just finished wrapping up training he needs to continue as part of invasion plans, Snively said, looking at the jewel on the thing's chest. And the ruby that's on there can help us move forward to our goal. Have you tested yet? Eggman asked. Not yet, but it'll be ready when we begin the next phase of training, Snively said. Good. Meanwhile, the figure looked up at the screen of Izuku and All Might. He could their names and information on there. Izuku and All Might, I'll be looking forward to meeting them real soon, he thought, using his hand and closing his fist, thinking he'll destroy them both. Back in Mobius, inside Eggman's lair, Tails deactivated the security system as the laser turrets were deactivated for good. Doesn't know that the Lightning Bolt Society were waiting for them earlier, but the lasers scared them off for good. Sonic and the others returned to the large room. Relieved the entire powers was finally back on. Good work, Tails. Finally got some light, Sonic said. By the way, what was with the alarms ringing? Maybe when the power came on, the security systems detected something. Not sure what it was, but it was nothing, he said, flexing his fingers. All right, let's see what Eggman left behind. It could leave us some clues at what's he been up to. The anthropomorphic fox type on the touch pad with the large computer screen in front of him. A password login popped up. Good thing I brought my Miles Electric. It can use to decipher the password easily. He pulled out his multi-functional electronic handheld device. Also pulling out a USB cord. He saw a USB slot on Eggman's desk. Connecting the cord from his device to the desk. His device on the screen shows multiple passwords scrolling down. That kind of thing is pretty awesome. Do you carry that around in other past missions? Blaze asked. There's a lot of things that the Miles Electronic can do, Tails explained. It does video communication where we can contact one another in other parts of the world. Plus does video recordings in case Eggman plans for any other things up ahead before he can attack. And finally, it has a radar to locate the target. Even better, it can locate the Chaos Emeralds and Master Emerald. It does everything in one. Good thing I built this thing for a reason. Good thing I found you as my sidekick for many years, Sonic said. The device beeped as Tails looked to see a green light blinking, showing the password on it. Finally. Found the password. Now is time to log in inside his database. He began typing on the touchpad. He pressed enter as the password logo turned green. Alright, I'm in. Tails looked on the big screen. Seeing a couple of icons on screen. He pushed enter on one of the files. The file shows selfies of himself with his robots, who's making goofy faces at him. The others saw it, laughing at it except for Shadow, Espio, and Blaze. Wow, Egghead doesn't even know that his idiots' robots are making fun of him, Sonic said, laughing. I don't blame them, after what Eggman's been treating them, Charmy Bee said. All right. Let's get serious, Tails said, exiting from Eggman's photos. There were other icons of folders. One saying failed battle plans. Another saying old robot designs. More photos of himself with his robots next to him as the king. Continued to examine around the screen. He saw a sealed folder reading, Operation Starseed, on it. Operation Starseed. Interesting. Let's see what this one's about. Tails click on the icon where the lights suddenly dimmed slowly. The others were caught off guard thinking it was a trap since the power came back on. However, they heard another sound. Looking on the big screen. Sounding like something was loading. Appearing on the screen was the Eggman Empire logo. Below the logo, little words appeared saying, booting system. Then changing to, loading, where the percentage number appeared next to it, signaling for downloading fast. Must be some serious information Eggman been hiding from us, SBO said. Suddenly, they all jumped when they heard a yawning. They went into defensive stance, looking around who's here with them. Look, Amy said, pointing her finger above. They saw a camera ball, colored in black and red stripes in between the lens floating downward towards them. The red light in the lens is as the eye looked at the others. Yawn. Well, that was one long nap. Anyway, who dares to enter inside the base? The camera drone spoken as a normal spoken man. Who are you? Tails asked as the drone looked towards the anthropomorphic fox. He then turns to the others including looking towards the hedgehog. Wait a second, Sonic the Hedgehog. But, how did you manage to enter lair when the power is off? Even worse, you just activate the power? That's impossible. The drone said in a shocking tone. This the first time one of Eggman's robots can talk human, Sonic said. Well, I am human but from a computer. The drone said with sarcasm. But anyway, changing subjects now. What are you doing here in Eggman's base? We came here to find Dr. Eggman and his minions of robots. They've been missing for about 2 weeks since our last battle. Sonic explained. It's been quiet throughout the island. My first thought he went on vacation and just giving up on going against me knowing he can't find ways to beat me. Even if I don't care about him, I still want to know where's he at. And if you were asking about how we got in, the security system was offline and we managed to bust into the base instead. So I guess you found the breaker box. I tell you, the boss really has to be incompetence for not trying to hide stuff. The camera drone said. Unfortunately, you're pretty much wasting your time here. Dr. Eggman, along with Dr. Snively, Scratch, Grounder, Orbot, Cubot, Deku, and Boko have all left the planet last night while everyone in the island was asleep. There, I said it. I let the cat out of the cage. The others were shocked by the news. Eggman is no longer on this island, Charmy B asked. How in the world did he leave? Sliver asked. And where did he take both the Chaos Emeralds and Master Emerald? Knuckles asked. I'm getting hounded with so many questions, the camera drone said. Well, you're about to be hounded even more when I smash you with my Pinko hammer, Amy said, holding her usually weapon. Okay, Amy. Violence is not the answer. Just give him time to talk about the whole story, Sonic said. All right. I'm gonna give you the entire thing, so be ready for everything. Look up at the screen so you can understand. Pay attention because this is the only time I'll say this one. The others agreed to it as the drone began explaining Operation Stardust. Chapter 6. Operation Stardust revealed Sonic and his friends sat in Eggman's lair, seeing a large projector screen in front of them came on where it was 100% complete. The screen changes to a couple of sections. The drone was controlling the whole thing since he's a computer type. He click on the section where it changes to a timeline back to 2 weeks ago, showing the planet Mobius and zooming on Eggman's base. It was that time of where Dr. Eggman was coming off another grueling defeat to Sonic and his friends. He was really growing impatiently. Everything he had, all the weapons and robots of his creation came to a failure and he was getting desperate by the day. Nothing he can to take on Sonic. However, it was 5 weeks ago that changes everything. The screen zooms into the base of his large office, showing Eggman with his head down on his desk in defeat. Doesn't even know what to do. Suddenly, a plan came into his mind. He went through his desk showing a blueprint of a rocket. 5 weeks ago, Dr. Eggman had an idea where he was planning something as his final Hail Mary attempt. He came across a blueprint of one of his own creations he made a while back. It was a satellite rocket he built a long time ago. He would send that rocket into space the next day. The screen changes to the rocket being launched from his launch pad on the edge of the ocean near the base. A map shows of where the rocket was heading. Once in space, the rocket itself opened the top of it, revealing a space satellite appearing from it. It launches with its own booster towards the deep space. The satellite itself exit from the rocket in space and launch towards its destination. Dr. Eggman waited patiently for any data and reports from the rocket for a couple of days at his desk until finally he got the first data. The satellite's location is above the planet's atmosphere known as Earth. The screen changes to the satellite's point of view showing the planet Earth. From its camera view, it looks across the big island country of Japan. Zooming towards its target, it shows the city of Musutafu. There shows smoke rising above an area of the city. Zooming in towards where it was, a battle was happening. It shows a large monster terrorized the city. The others were shocked to see this. A creature attacked the city? Charmy B asked. Both Sonic and Tails were not surprised by it. They known a little about quirks 10 years ago, but they haven't told the others about it. They decided to let them see for themselves. There's more to it. Watch, the camera drone said. They looked to the screen to see Kamui Woods jumping into action against the giant villain. Then the camera cuts to Death Arms, saving civilians lives from one of the utility line poles. He caught camera cuts showing Backdraft using his quirk to make sure civilians stayed in the safe zone while they watched the scene unfold. Then finally, shows Mount Lady in her giant form, finishing off the villain with her kick to the face. The battle ended from there. Wow, humans have powers? Cream asked as the others were surprised by the clips. Chow. Cheese said. Both Sonic and Tails were little surprised. Though they saw that others would have quirks, they never seen other people like All Might in superhero costumes helping save lives. The others were surprised by the whole thing. Quick question. Vector spoke. How in the world does these humans have powers? I have no idea. Even Eggman doesn't even know about. And that's why we're about to go to the next part of where this happens. The drone explained where the screen changes back to Eggman's lair where the doctor was talking with Snively and his minions. Once the data was relayed back to the Mobius, Eggman was stunned by the reports from Earth of humans having these type of powers. He ordered Snively and his robots to come to the office and brief them about the situation. They were very surprised by it. Eggman want more information from and he's been getting them in the coming days. The screen changes back to the satellite's point of view of Musutafu of more videos of humans with quirks. The others was surprised by more of the information including humans dressed in costumes as heroes going against the people that are the threat. With all the information he had, Eggman began making his move and Operation Stardust was born. In the next coming days, Eggman launched a couple more rockets to space. They were all heading towards Earth. From there, he began building a brand new space station which would be his home for the time being. The ship he was building is called the Death Egg. Screen changes to the Death Egg. It shows the blueprints, zooming in on every section of the ship. From the top and below, it shows the face of Dr. Eggman himself. Wow, that one big space station, Charmy B said. Eggman has to be that bold to build a kind of ship in space, Rouge said. I wonder if the humans on Earth sees the Death Egg from the planet. That could cause everyone to be on alert, Espio said. Tails looked back at Sonic with a glare. The Hedgehog saw that moment, shrugging his head. But he knew what his partner was talking about. Damn it, I knew this day would come. Wish Sonic would never give that emerald to Izuku, he thought. Unfortunately, the people on Earth aren't aware by the sighting of the Death Egg. The drone explained. Eggman ordered the ship to be cloaked as it doesn't exist but just space. If he didn't do it, the people of Earth would have very well be on alert and the whole operation would have been a failure. But Eggman is not that stupid. But anyway, once the station is getting constructed smoothly, he announced another big robot to be built in the Death Egg. A robot that is a big weapon that can take down anything in its path. That robot is known as the Great Eggman Robo. Screen changes to the visual images of the Great Eggman Robo, showing the blueprints that resembles the Death Egg robot. But this one was much bigger than many of the robot Eggman has made in the past. The others were very surprised but Sonic was not that much. He's been there before and he couldn't wait to get his hands on the new robot. And there's a reason to it on why Eggman stole the Master Emerald. Is because he wants the emerald to be used on his new weapon as a power source to make it more stronger, the drone said. Not surprised that they would take it, Knuckles said, hitting his fist with his hand. Though the Chaos Emerald is strong, the Master Emerald is the strongest one of all. There's a reason why I've protected for so long as part of the echidna's tradition. Ow. Rouge deliver a punch in the back of Knuckles' head. Maybe if you didn't pay attention to the buzz bombers last night, you should have known that they were decoys for Eggman to knock you out with a dart. Then the emerald would have been taken, Knucklehead, she said. Guys, just calm down. We're not done yet, Sonic said, getting in between the two. Still gotta find out what's Operation Stardust really is. Because that's the name of this operation. Eggman is carrying it. Very well then. To the most important thing that you've been looking for. Operation Stardust. The camera drone explained. This is perhaps the most serious operation Dr. Eggman has been planning for. With him already leaving Mobius, he moves his base of operation to his new home, the Death Egg. From there, he will launch one of the greatest invasion ever. By doing so, he will look to defeat these humans who possess these unknown powers. By then, he will try to eliminate the entire world military standing in his way. After that, he will complete his invasion and a new one-world government is officially established for the Eggman Empire. Then all hope will be lost after that. The same time, the screen shows the planet Earth with Eggman forces moving in to launch the invasion. All of planet Earth was covered in red and the Eggman Empire logo appeared on it, signaling the 100% takeover of the entire planet. That is so harsh and scary, Charmy B said. It just shows us that Eggman is a sore loser because Sonic and ourselves has been beating him throughout the years. He decided to take his frustration on another planet, getting away from us so he'll take it easy way, SBO said. So what are we going to do now? Amy asked. Sonic felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to see Tails with the same glare look on his face. I need to talk with you, privately. The fox cub walked to the exit. Guys, Tails and I need to talk, so just continue watching and let us know what happens, Sonic said, following Tails to the exit of the base. Wonder what they're talking about, Blaze asked. Maybe a new plan to go to Earth to go after Eggman? Silver asked as Shadow walked next to them with his arms crossed. No, there's something else that I know what is, he said as the other looked at him, suspiciously. Sonic and Tails exit from the base. The two stood next to it when the fox cub turned around, pointing his finger at the hedgehog with an angry face. I knew it, I knew all along this would come. Now Eggman heading for Earth to invade, and you had to give Izuku the emerald. I said bad things would come if you gave him the emerald, he said in angry tone. What am I supposed to do? You saw how Izuku was devastated when he didn't have a quirk. Did you saw how devastated his mom was that night in the room? Sonic asked. Yes, it was devastated to see him not having a quirk. He wanted to be like All Might. Saving people lives with a smile. But the problem was is that giving him the emerald when I said bad things would come. Tails said as Sonic rolled his eyes. I wasn't going to let his dreams of becoming a hero shattered like that. Besides, I made a promise to him that I would return to Earth to see him if he accomplished his dream, the hedgehog said. Well, now, it appears that reunion has come in a bad time with Eggman launching his invasion on Earth. We might not make it in time. That's gonna be the problem, and if Eggman sees Izuku with that Chaos Emerald in his hands, he may capture him and who know what he will do, Tails said. The hedgehog shook his head, letting out a sigh before turning to his friend. Look, yes. I made a big mistake of giving the emerald and you're right. But we can't go back in time and change everything. It is what it is. Right now, we need to think of a plan to get to Earth. I mean we can take the tornado like we did before. If we don't, we're gonna be too late by the time Egghead launches his invasion, Sonic said. Tails was in deep thought, trying to find out how they can get to Earth. They did use the tornado before, but with everyone coming to help, they need a bigger ship. Until something caught up in his head. I think there is one large ship. But it's in the secret hangar below my workshop. I haven't been working on it in a while since Eggman kept attacking the island, he said. Can you get it to fix on time? We're wasting a huge load of time to get to Earth, Sonic said. Dude, you can't rush me on other things. You have to understand this ship is gonna take a while to get it fixed. I can't just go forward and rush things until it's properly fixed. These things take time, Sonic, Tails said. We don't have time, Tails. Eggman is about to get Izuku, Sonic yelled. Well, if you didn't give him the Chaos Emerald, none of this would have happened, Tails yelled back. You know what, just forget about it, Sonic yelled, walking away from the base. Where you think you're going? Tails asked. Somewhere where it's peace and quiet. Let me know today, tomorrow, or another week when you fix the ship, Sonic yelled back, walking away. Tails could only shook his head in anger as he walked back to the base. Perhaps for the first time, the two have an argument on going to Earth. Perhaps with that, it may cost them big. 2 days later, Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, as Sonic and his friends were prepping for their journey to Earth. Back in Musutafu, the morning sun rises behind the Pacific. At a beach park, Izuku began his long quest of becoming the next symbol of peace. The beach was once a place for many people to come and enjoy the view of the ocean, now been turned into a junkyard. Trash everywhere was piled up on the sand. However, it was a good place for Izuku to begin his training. Izuku began pulling a rope connected to a refrigerator. On top of it, All Might sat there in his muscular form, looking down at his student, pulling the object. The green aura surrounds the boy's body thanks to the Chaos Emerald activate for the usually workout he did before he met the symbol of peace. The emerald itself was inside the boy's shorts pockets. All Might was surprised by it as he continues to pull it forward. He looked to his right to see both Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl also attending the training ground. Nezu has a stop clock in his paw, seeing the time of how long Izuku continued to pull the object. Once Izuku got towards the seawall, Nezu pushed the button to stop the time on the stop clock. "Time's up," he said. "All right, that's enough. You can stop pulling," All Might said. The boy dropped the rope, falling to his knees, exhausted with a ton of sweat all over his body. He breathed in and all, trying to get his composure in gear. The blue aura disappeared and the emerald's light dimmed at the same time. That was crazy," Izuku said, breathing at the same time before turning to his idol. "I guess you saw what I've been doing with the emerald while I work out." Recovery Girl walked up to the boy, giving him a bottle of water to get himself dehydrated and a towel to wipe the sweat off from his face. "Wow, Sonny. You got a ton of great muscles for the ladies to show you are," she said, teasing the boy. Yeah, that's something," Izuku said, looking away with a blush on his face. "I have to admit, the emerald you have can give you strength and power. After seeing what you can do to the refrigerator, despite All Might sitting on it, you can pull it with your strength. The one I'm very interested in is how you can handle one for all and the emerald at the same time. We saw that with All Might when he beat the villain 2 days ago," Nezu said. "Seeing the muscles he has on his arms, he may have a shot at my quirk. If he had a weak body and my quirk one for all is a whole lot to handle. He combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it, creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit. Your arms and legs will shoot up if you tried to," All Might said. Seriously, Izuku comically scarred by that reaction. But shakes it off, dragging his hands up and down on his arms. But I do have the emerald with me. If I can use your quirk and the emerald at the same time, my arms and legs wouldn't shoot out, wouldn't it? That's what we're very interested in seeing. All Might and myself were discussing about it before you came to the beach. We agree that he will give you his quirk. But as a reward, you must clean the entire beach by getting rid of all this trash throughout and place it on a truck parked in the parking lot next to the beach. Of course All Might will drive it to a nearby junkyard in the city. But either way, this is your objective throughout your training," Nezu explained. "Really, you mean all this?" Izuku asked, with his eyes wide looking around the trash surrounding the entire beach. "But there's so much that's impossible." "Don't worry, Sonny. I'll be here keeping a close eye on you. You can breaks at the time you need it. Plus, the timetable to get it all done will be a 10-month span. You'll have plenty of time to get every done," Recovery Girl said. "Plus that 10-month span will be leading up to the UA entrance exam. You'll be part of that. I've already made arrangements for it," Nezu said. "But there's another reason too. I did a little online research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beach is beautiful. But it became a mess for the past few years," All Might said. "That's right." Izuku got on his feet, looking around at the trash that surrounds them. Because of the ocean currents, anything that dropped in the water ends up here. People take advantage of that when they're illegally dumping their trash. Now all the locals avoid this place. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. All Might walk behind the fridge, placing his hand on top of it. With all his might, he begins squashing the object. Things were different before quirks. Service what matters. Back then, heroes would help the community. Even if it was categoric. After that, a force of wind wipes out the trash behind him. It shows the view of the ocean with the sun coming up. You'll restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is the first step on the path, young man, towards becoming a hero. It's gonna be too much to handle, Izuku said, looking around at the trash again. You want to get that quirk and go to UA, Midoriya? Nezu asked. Well, yeah. Of course, he answered. You went there, so it must be the best school around, right? He looks down at his fist with a smile. It's a long shot. But still, I'm gonna shoot for the moon. I made a promise to both Sonic and Tails 10 years ago that I want to be a hero. Hopefully, they return, they'll see me that hero. All Might pulled out a couple of papers in his hands. I knew you got some heart in you. Now then, with the help of my handy aim to pass American Dream plan. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life. He gave the papers to the boy where he examining every single paper. Even my sleep is scheduled, Izuku said. If I'm being honest, this is gonna be super hard. Think you up to it? I'll give you permission to use the Chaos Emerald if you think you can't do it, All Might said. Izuku stuttered nervously, seeing all the information and schedule of the training he was about to endure. Sure I am. I have to work harder for anyone else to get in. So what choice do I have, right? He asked. Don't worry, Midoriya. You'll be use it for whole 10 months like it's nothing else, Nezu said. With that, Izuku begins the long 10-month training to take part in the upcoming UA entrance exam. The road to become the next symbol of peace begins. It was a grueling one he was about to go through, but his dream of becoming a hero wasn't gonna be wasted. Even when he's quirkless. Both All Might and Nezu stood next to one another seeing the boy get to work by using the emerald to help him. Recovery Girl stood by near the boy in case he was exhausted. I'm still curious on why this Sonic and Tails guys gave young Midoriya the Chaos Emerald. Of course what he said it was for to train hard to become a hero. There's more to it that the boy hasn't told me, All Might said. You said you met the Mystic Chief, did you, during the villain attack on the shopping district? Nezu said. I did. He just told me that the emerald gave me strength and not to worry about my scar. Once I found out, the scar was gone right before I left to see the boy. Good news, I don't need to cough blood no more. But I'm still at the part of my limit continuing. Maybe when Sonic and Tails returns to Earth, I'm gonna have a chat with them about that emerald. What does the object holds? Not only strength but something else. For now, my focus is getting this kid to become my successor, All Might said. Nezu changed to another subject. About that part. Did you talk to your friend about that? He asked. All Might stood silent, looking at the ocean until he spoke. Yes, and he's not happy about, he answered. I see. Nezu said as they look at Izuku working. As the long training began, they didn't notice that one of the egg drones were spying on them. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman and his robot minions were watching Izuku using the Chaos Emerald again as it shows him pulling another large object. All Might was giving Izuku orders to where he would put the trash in the white truck that was parked near the beach. Both Nezu and Recovery Girl look on as Orbot got data and information on them. Scratch on the other hand, looked to his right where the Chaos Emerald radar grew stronger because of Izuku using it as part of his training. They heard the conversation throughout. So the big man decides to train this boy to become a hero. Give me a break, Eggman said, slapping himself. The only way he would use all those trash is by carrying it all on a truck. I mean, is this stupid or dumb, or both I can say. He is using the Chaos Emerald as part of the training, so maybe that can help, Scratch said. Idiot. That Chaos Emerald the boy has should be mine in the first place. I'm still wondering how in the world he got the emerald, Eggman asked. He did mention that both Sonic and Tails gave him the emerald. Question is when and how it happened, Orbot said. Come on. You guys would think that meddling Hedgehog would show on Earth a long time ago, but anyway, we need to stay in track. It looks like from I heard is they're gonna be training for 10 months. This Izuku kid is going to this school called UA, Eggman said. I'll look into this UA place right now, Orbot said, typing in on the screen. Hey, boss. I just found out information on that creature on the screen. You won't believe this. Deku said, referring to Nezu. That person is the principal of this UA thing and the short lady is the nurse as well. Wait a minute, are you saying that Creatru is the principal of this UA thing? Eggman asked as Deku nodded his head. Everyone stood silence until laughter broke out. That is the most funniest thing I've ever seen. I can't believe it, he would be the principal. It's ridiculous, I say. It's stupid, I say. Scratch said, laughing. It is stupid. That a creature that should be robotized. Grounder said, laughing. All right, enough laughing. I heard that they're doing this training thing for 10 months. Eggman said as the laughter stopped. 10 months? You're kidding? Boko asked. But, boss, what are we gonna do for 10 months? We should just launch the invasion now, Grounder said. Even though I'll agree that 10 months will be longer than ever. However, we'll be able to keep a close eye of how the boys' training goes. We keep our drones on them for the next couple of months. The other drones can continue their surveillance throughout the city for the time being. Also, I don't want to rush in to launch the invasion. We can build up more of our forces and train them in these months ahead. I want to plan slowly and think what we can do. Besides, my project is already training hard for his part soon, Eggman explained. Scratch put a finger on his chin, thinking of a plan to do. He brought up an idea. Boss, how about this idea? Since we can wait for the invasion to launch, remember the last 2 battles we recorded from our drones? The first had that big monster and the second has that sludge monster. They were both beaten. What if we can find the same ones like them that hates the heroes and recruit them to the Eggman Empire? We'll not only have a strong force of robots, but a strong force of bad guys, Scratch said. The others look at the chicken badnik before turning back to the doctor. Eggman sat there, thinking of Scratch's idea. You know what, that sounds like a great idea. For the first time, I praise you for something that is the best plan any minion would have brought up, he said. Scratch smiled, looking back at the minions who was giving him glares. He smirked and flicked the tongue towards them. Suck up. Grounder said. You just brought that up so the boss can feel you're the best ever than us, Boko said. Yeah? And you guys are still that stupid and dumb to think any plan like I just made? Scratch said. Suddenly, the doors opened behind Eggman. He turned his chair to see Snively entering the bridge. Earlier, he was at the training center with their project. Sorry for the delay. Our project is doing good. He destroyed a couple of robots in a span of 4 seconds. A record, I would say. He said, looking at the screen of Izuku picking up another round of trash on the beach. So, how's our targets doing? Seems that All Might has already begun training this boy by picking up trash on this beach. One of drones scanned the entire beach and it was all piles of trash. I mean, somebody should be fined for throwing trash on the beach. But, I have a ton of trash of destroyed robot parts from the past so it would be fine to put them on the beach. Eggman said, jokingly. Sense of humor. Anyway, we heard that the training will be for 10 months because I did hear them talking about this school they were calling UA. UA? Snively asked. And you know what's funny? That rat in the suit. The one's talking to All Might. He's the principal of this UA thing. Scratch said, pointing his finger on the screen showing Nezu. You mean that person is the principal? Snively asked with a shocked face. Even I was shocked that a little animal is the principal. Anyway, changing subject, Orbit's looking into where this UA building is at. But the training itself will be for 10 months, Eggman said. 10 months? That is a long time, Snively said. But I did mention to the others that we'll have enough time to prepare our robots and build up more of them for a stronger force. I'm not gonna rush to the invasion. Until the time comes, we'll wait for the proper time to strike. Eggman explained. Though, Scratch brought up a big plan which I think will be a better idea. Really? Snively asked, looking at Snively before turning back to Eggman. What is it? Scratch has an idea with these 10 months. We can recruit the villains that we saw earlier in the other 2 battles we recorded. If we have our drones look around for any villain activity in these next couple of months, we can recruit any of them to be part of the Eggman Empire. Let's say that they could be our spy scouts on the ground for anything. Our empire will be stronger than ever, Eggman explained. I like that idea. But the question is, how can we get to these villains to join with us? Snively asked. Don't worry. I'm a good deal negotiator. I can handle them myself. For now, our mission objective stays the same. We'll be keeping a close eye on the boy and All Might during these next 10 months. Our other drones will be continuing doing recon missions in the city for other hero activity. We have a lot to study until we launch the invasion, Eggman said. Hopefully this plan would work. We have a lot of work to do for these next months ahead, Snively said. Oh, I forgot to mention that when we found All Might and the boy talking after the battle, we saw a glimpse of his real identity, Eggman said. Why you mention about that? Snively asked. We can use that to blackmail to get him to join our empire. That could be his weakness, Eggman said with a smirk. Meanwhile, back on Mobius, nighttime came. Everyone on the island were asleep. However, Sonic was the only one that was still awake. He walked to his usually beach spot to lay back like he did earlier. He stopped in front of the ocean shore hitting the beach. Looking up, see the stars and full moon bright up the night sky. He was not in a good mood after his argument with Tails earlier about giving Izuku the Chaos Emerald and Eggman preparing his invasion on Earth. The Hedgehog shook his head and sighed. Maybe Tails was right. I guess I did made a mistake of giving Izuku the Chaos Emerald, he thought. But what am I supposed to do? Just let him live his life miserable and his dream of becoming a hero ends with nothing. I don't know what to do and how did we came to this point. Suddenly, a twig was heard being snapped behind the Hedgehog. Sonic quickly turned around at the jungle behind him. He looked around to see who it was. He think it could just an animal nearby looking for food or something because Eggman was no longer on Earth. It was now silence since the sound was heard. Only sound was heard was the ocean shores hitting the beach. I guess that was nothing, he thought before shrugging his shoulders and turning around to look back at the ocean, only to encounter a familiar face. Boo! The figure said. What the hell? Sonic jumped up before landing back down to see who it is. He was shocked to see that person laughing at him. A middle-aged hedgehog with light blue fur, almost similar to Sonic. He has a thick, gray mustache that obscures his mouth, thick gray eyebrows arching over his blue eyes. He wore a maroon-colored, slightly pointed shoes with two dark yellow straps, white cuffs, and white gloves. I tell you, nephew. You always the same hedgehog that I scarred you a lot, Sir Charles the Hedgehog said. Uncle Chuck, you gotta be kidding me. It's good to see you. It's been a while, Sonic said, hugging his uncle. It's good to see you too, Sonic. You grown up quite a bit, Charles said. What are you doing here? Sonic asked. Well, I came back to the island to see you again. See how you were doing. I've been very busy with adventures with my good friend Professor Pickle. You might remember him when you were younger. We can talk about that for another time. The reason I came back is that I heard you and Tails had an argument about giving a Chaos Emerald to a human boy. Charles answered as Sonic was stunned about that answer. What? How in the world did you know that? Sonic asked. Because I told him that. A voice caused Sonic to flinch. He looked to see a dark hedgehog walking out of the jungle, towards him and his uncle. Shadow, what on earth are you doing here? Did you call my uncle and told him that? On second that. How did you know the whole thing? The blue hedgehog asked as Shadow stood in between Sonic and Charles, looking at the night sky with his arms crossed. You and Tails must have had an argument earlier today outside the lair. The dark hedgehog explained. I saw Tails walking back inside with an angry look. Many of the others saw it and asked questions. He didn't want to say nothing. From there, I decided to get a call to your uncle about the situation. And yes, I know you're gonna say is how did I know about the Chaos Emerald and the human boy a long time ago and I told this to your uncle as well. I knew all along about the whole thing. You and Tails has been talking about it many times, not letting others know about it. I hid in the shadows many times, hearing you two conversation. You lied to them including Knuckles about the emerald you gave to that boy. I know it's been a while and the others should know about it by now. I always wonder why you gave that emerald to him? To let him become a hero? Okay. But why? Sonic couldn't finish speaking when Shadow raised his right arm, holding an object. The hedgehog was shocked when he saw the All Might action figure in Shadow's hand. The same toy Izuku gave him once they left the planet. The hedgehog grabbed the figure and looked at it. Did you snuck in my room? He asked. I saw that toy many times in the past couple of years. That boy gave you it before you left for Earth. What's so special about that? Shadow asked. All Might is known as the symbol of peace. Izuku showed Tails and I a video of him saving lives from an accident. He always have a smile on his face. That's what Izuku want to be like when he grows up. Sonic looked at the toy at the same time. Look, ever since Tails and I was on Earth, I met Izuku. He was being bullied by that blonde spiked kid along with his two friends. They were gonna use their quirks on him. So I intervened, protecting him and that's how we became friends. We always hang out many times. He even said one day he wants to be a hero. Sadly, he dream collapsed when he didn't had a quirk. That night him and his mom were in tears after news. Then the next day, We learned Eggman was making his move and we were scheduled to leave the planet. But we gave Izuku the emerald as his chance to become a hero. Now, Eggman is about to launch his invasion on the planet and I don't know what to do, Sonic explained. No wonder the island has been quiet. Eggman left the planet and he's taken the emeralds with him. This spells trouble for the planet he's heading, Charles said. So what are you gonna do now? Shadow asked. I don't know. I want to ask Tails if he has any ship that can take everyone to Earth. But now, with him and me having a fallout, likely ain't gonna happen, Sonic said with his head down, gripping the toy in his hand tightly. Hey, Sonic! Both hedgehogs turn around seeing Tails exiting from the jungle. The fox cub was shocked to see Charles. No way, Uncle Chuck? Is that you? Hello there, Tails. It's been a while, Charles said as Tails hugged the elder hedgehog before the fox cub turned to the dark hedgehog. Shadow, what are you doing here? Tails asked. I was asking the same thing to you, the dark hedgehog said. Is something going on here? Tails asked, suspiciously. Huh? No, it's nothing, we're just talking about thing, Sonic said, still looking at the ocean. Tails saw the All Might toy in Sonic's hand. He knew what he was thinking about. Look, Sonic. About today, Izuku. Sonic interrupted him. Tails, don't be sorry, it's my fault. You were right. I should have never gave Izuku the emerald for. Shish. Don't say it, the fox cub interrupted his apologize, only for them to notice that Shadow was standing next to him. Don't worry, Shadow already knows the whole thing, Sonic said. What? Tails asked, looking back at Shadow with a shock face. And Uncle Chuck knows everything thanks to Shadow, Sonic said with Tails looking back and forth at the two, comically. Shadow told me about you two arguing about the situation. Then he told me about Sonic giving the emerald to this human child. Then I saw how Sonic has a toy of a human man with muscles with a smile on his face. This is an interesting discovery. But to see you two fighting one another won't solve a problem. Right now, Eggman is on his way to the Earth. We have to make preparations for the rest of you. Even though it will be disappointed to leave Mobius, you might not make it home for a while, Charles explained. Well, maybe we can still get to Earth, Tails said. What you talking about? Sonic asked, looking back at his buddy. Tails pulled his Miles electric device, touching the screen with his fingers. The device shows a large ship of a large hangar. Directly in front is a runway with palm trees lining each side of the runway. Descriptions of abilities were shown next to the ship on screen. Tails show both hedgehog of it. This is the Blue Typhoon. I've been building it for a while. Haven't been messing with it because of Eggman's attacks on the island. This ship is the one that could take us to Earth. Are you serious? Have you been hiding it from us? Sonic asked. Still a work in progress. Gonna be a long time to get it fixed as much as possible. Still have to beta test it. Plus, get the launching to see how it flies. See if the cannon can work as well. And the big one I still need to test is the warp field driver. It's gonna be long but I can get it fixed, Tails said with a determined face. It's a good thing I've came back to the island. I'll help you with the ship, Tails. I'll have plenty good tools in time for your ship, Charles said. Thank Uncle Chuck, Tails said. One more thing, Shadow said as everyone turned to the dark hedgehog. I didn't had a chance to reveal something to the two of you. Since you're here, Charles, I think you need to see this as well. I found a blueprint in the basement of the base with both Rouge and Omega. But at the same time, we found a large capsule along with a couple of computers. They were all damaged and broken. I guess Eggman didn't want to leave any trace of evidence. But I did found a blueprint of it. Shadow pulled out the blueprint, unwrapping it showing the image of it. It shows an unknown figure on it with an object on the chest of it. Information and others were also on it for reading. The others saw a glimpse of it. Almost looks like the same height as Sonic, Tails said. I'm not sure who it is or could be. But what's more interesting is the object on the chest. Can't tell what it is, Shadow said, giving the blueprint to Charles for examination. This is more dangerous than I thought. I've seen this jewel before but it's been a while. Maybe I'll look to it more when I return to my house. I got a ton of books to look through it. But whatever Eggman is planning, it looks like he created some type of weapon for the attack on Earth, Charles said. Then we're wasting time. We gotta get to Earth sooner the better, Sonic said. Indeed. Guess we got a ton of work to do, Tails said. Then let's get prepped for whatever awaits us on Earth, Sonic said as Tails and Charles headed for the forest. Hey, guys. Just want to say thanks. Both Tails and Charles nod their heads in approval before leaving. It was just Sonic and Shadow alone on the beach. You better start telling the others the truth about the emerald. Especially Knuckles. You know how he is with protecting the emeralds like the Master Emerald. You know they won't like it, Shadow said, walking into the forest. Hey, wait. How did you know the whole thing? Sonic asked. I had my reasons. You guys just need to focus on making plans to get to Earth. We got a long journey that awaits, he said, turning around and walking back to the forest. Sonic then looked back at the ocean before looking up at the stars and the full moon in the dark sky. Hang tight, Izuku. I'm not gonna let Eggman get to you nor the emerald. I'll be there to Earth as soon as possible, Sonic thought. Meanwhile, Shadow walked through the jungle. His mind was on Sonic and his friendship with Izuku. Please, Sonic. Make sure that human boy is safe. Just don't be like me when I lost Maria, he thought. End of chapter 6. Author's note. Finally another chapter is done. I had the whole week to get it done, but finally I did it. A little surprised that Sir Charles the Hedgehog aka Uncle Chuck made his appearance on this story. I had that idea when I was watching the 1993 Sonic the Hedgehog TV show on Star's Encore Family, which is airing on Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Central Time. It's part of a likely I call it a Sonic Saturday morning hour. They also have the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Underground. Some glad old Sonic cartoon shows they have, but of course you have to get up in the morning to watch it, or you can just DVR so you can watch it later. That was I thought, and that was to add in this chapter. So that was a good idea. Now, we know in the MHA anime that it would be a long 10-month training towards the entrance exam. I read a couple of stories that many cut through the training like to 5 months, and I'm thinking about doing it. Because with Izuku has both the Chaos Emerald and One for All aka All Might's piece of hair, lol, yeah, a sense of humor. But, I want to add like a filter chapter in the next chapter where Izuku will learn how to control the quirk, and yes, finally we get a chance to see the first girl of MHA in the next one. Hell, 2 more. Never guess who they are. The wait's finally here, so stay tuned for it. Another part of the story where Eggman will begin recruiting new villains to the Empire for big strength. If you want to know who will join them, buckle up for the first person to arrive on the Death Egg in the next chapter next week. Trust me, you'll be shocked to see who it is. By the way, the camera drone, I might make him a part of the Sonic team for the adventure. I'll think about it in the next chapter. Also, that part of where All Might and Nezu talked during the training. The final part was a reference to chapter 131 in the manga. Yes, a spoiler alert for those who's waiting for season 4 of MHA in the fall. Even though I don't read the manga, I thought it was a good idea to add it in the scene. Finally, yesterday was just 1 month ago that I started this story. I can't believe the month of January went by real fast, and now we're in February. Seeing all the favorites and followers grew big time for the whole month of January. I thought this story was gonna be a failure, but it wasn't. I appreciate everyone who's enjoying this story and about it to hit the 6,000 views mark. The final stats of January was 5,768 views and 2,510 visitors. What's in store for February? Stay tuned for it. Well, that will do it. Just want to have a great weekend. First tsunami of February coming up later tonight with the Season 1 finale of Mob Psycho 100 and the continuation of My Hero Academia final exams. Plus, Sword Art Online Season 3 coming up next Saturday. Next chapter will be coming next week. DM me for questions on this chapter and review. Have a great Super Bowl Sunday as well tomorrow. I know I will. Let's go Pats. Chapter 7. Testing the Quirk, Friendship Created, and a New Recruit. 5 months before the entrance exam, the morning sun rises slowly from the Pacific at Dagoba Beach Park. It has been 5 months since the start of the training. Of course, it would still be the other 5 months until the entrance exam was coming up at UA. Both Toshinori, in his true form, Nezu, who is holding his morning coffee, and Recovery Girl with a box of donuts, exit from the truck that has been used for taking the trash to a junkyard during Izuku's training. They were walking to the beach to see how their student been doing for the first 5 months of the training. Well, we've entered the first 5 months of the training. I know we still got another 5 months before the entrance exam, but it would be nice to see how he's been doing, Nezu said, before drinking his coffee. Probably has half of the trash put up. We did bring this truck for a reason, for to drop off more trash at the junkyard. Plus, I betcha the poor kid is hungry as well. Good thing we stopped by at the donuts shop to pick up a couple of donuts, Recovery Girl said. We did got the downs for free because of me, Toshinori said. Ah yes. Many people like you and thanks to your form as All Might, pretty much we don't need to pay. Always work in the playbook, Nezu said. Their conversation was interrupted by a scream. They look up to see none other than Izuku, standing on top of the pile of trash, screaming at the sky with the green aura from the Chaos Emerald surrounding his body. Toshinori ran to the edge of the steps where he face turned to a shock one. Hey, hey. Holy crap, kid. The beach itself was clean. Not a single trash on shore. Everything was gone. You even clean up outside the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not one speck of trash on the beach. You exceeded my expectations, he said. Both Nezu and Recovery Girl followed suit wear shock faces, witnessing the entire beach clean up with no trash in the area. I don't believe it. He did it, Recovery Girl said, dropping the box of donuts to the ground. Luckily, it was still sealed. And with only 5 months before the entrance exam, he did it fast than ever, Nezu said, with a shocked face. Holy, stinking. Toshinori spoke slowly before transforming to his muscular figure. Super crap. Izuku was exhausted as the green aura from the emerald's power disappeared. He began to fall to the ground, only for All Might to catch the boy in his arms. Excellent work, he said, with his trademark smile at him. I finished everything, All Might, I did it, he said, tired and sore from all the hard work it taken his body throughout the 10 months he went through. Do you think I'm ready now? He referred about one for all. You did good, kid. I gotta say I'm impressed. All Might put Izuku on the ground as the boy stood on his feet, struggling a little while both Nezu and Recovery Girl ran down the steps of the seawall to the two. Well done, Midoriya. I will say I didn't think you would do it in a 5-month span but you exceed expectations as I predicted. Take a bow. You earn it, Nezu said. Congrats, Sonny. You gotta be tired as ever. I hope you haven't ate anything yet. Care for donuts? Recovery Girl raised the box in front of the boy, offering him a donuts. Izuku smiled, looking at his hands. He began to start crying with tears of joy. Guys, do I deserve this? Are you sure? He asked, tears coming out from his eyes. You put so much time and energy in helping me. How I end up so lucky. Ah, poor boy. Tears of joy for him, Recovery Girl said. Be proud, Midoriya. You've accomplished so much for this moment. Now, the moment has come for your reward. Nezu said, turning to All Might. All Might, it's time. Yes, sir. The symbol of peace used his right hand one of his distinct bangs, pulling a piece of hair from it. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Yes, sir, he said, looking at his hero with a determined face. Someone told me this one. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift. You earn it with your own valiant efforts. All Might raise his right hand with the piece of hair in front of Izuku. Now, eat this. Izuku blinked after hearing what the hero said. To inherit my power, you get to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. All Might said, rubbing his head comically. Are you serious, All Might? A piece of hair to give the young man the power? You're not letting this happen, right, Principal? Recovery Girl strictly told them. Well, it's the only way. Come on, Midoriya. You've earned it. Do as All Might would say, Nezu said. This isn't it how I imaging it, he said. Come on, eat, 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 All Might yelled. From there, Izuku didn't waste no time. With a disgusting look on his face, he quickly put the piece of hair into his mouth and swallowed it. He felt like vomiting after swallowing it. Recovery Girl quickly gave a bottle of water to the boy as he began drinking it faster. He finished the entire bottle within seconds. He breathed in and all from. That was very sick to eat a piece of hair, he said. Good. You swallowed it. All Might said. Why yeah, but I don't feel like anything's different yet. Izuku said, looking at his hands. Ha 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 ha, well, of course not. Your body has to process the hair first. All Might turned to a clock nearby, seeing the time of 6:15 a.m. It should kick in after 2 maybe 3 hours. After that, Nezu approached Izuku by pulling out a card from his pocket, giving it to the boy. Izuku recuperated from eating the piece of All Might's hair. He looked to see the principal coming to him with a card in his hand. He was curious to find out what it is. Here you go, Midoriya. Feel free to take this, Nezu said as the boy took the card. What is this? Izuku asked, examining the card. It's your special entry permission ID card, so that way you can show it to the guard once you come to the academy. Speaking of which, since I gave this card, later today you will come by to the academy for the next phase of your training. Perhaps the biggest one of all. We're going to see how you can handle both One for All and the Chaos Emerald at the same time, Nezu said. Wait, seriously? I mean, I just finished up doing all this on the beach and we're about to enter the next phase now? Can we wait until another time to do it? Izuku asked. He does have a point. The boy's tired from all the work he did, Recovery Girl said. All Might and I did agree that if the boy were to finish before the entrance exam were to come, that we proceed on to the next phase of training. I didn't think he would finish this early with only 5 months to go. However, since you are very exhausted from the work you've done, we give you at least 6 hours to rest up and get something to eat. Recovery Girl did bring you donuts in the box. You can take the whole box with you home. Report to the academy at 12 p.m. noon time. Don't worry about bringing your own workout clothes. We got some gym clothes equipped for you, Nezu explained. Also, one more thing before you go, it's about One for All. All Might explains. You may have molded your body into a proper vessel, but you did in the hurry, so be cautious. The psychical backlash of One for All can be intense. There's no time to go into the fine details, but we will see how you handle it later on. It'll be a test run. With the first phase of the training done, you grew more muscles than before. I'm pretty clear you can handle it with the emerald. If you do, then it's for sure a success. That's fine. I won't let you down. I'll see you later at the academy. Thank you for everything, Izuku said, bowing before leaving. Recovery Girl gave the box of donuts to the boy. He then grabbed his backpack and said goodbye, leaving the beach for home. Are you sure about this? I have a bad feeling that this will be difficult for the boy to go through with this, Recovery Girl said, with a concerned look. You'll be on standby at the stadium in case the quirk goes very wrong. I know your healing quirk can heal his bones in his body, but I have confidence in the boy he can handle the quirk, Nezu said. Very well. But if anything happens, you two will be held accountable for it, Recovery Girl said, glaring at the two. So be it. We should return to the academy and prepare things for the second phase of training, Nezu said. But first, I need to know how to get all this trash to the junkyard, and my truck is too small for it. Sigh? I wish I had a big truck, All Might said, looking at the pile of trash on the seawall Izuku was standing on earlier. This was the only truck I could order. Probably should have saved money for a bigger truck, Nezu said as the three were proceeding up the steps to the truck. Suddenly, All Might paused for a minute to look back at the beach. He wasn't seeing the view of the area. Instead, he sensed something like they're being watched. The odd thing was nobody wasn't there other than them. People were still asleep before the morning sun rises up. Nezu turned to All Might while Recovery Girl did the same. You sensed that, didn't you? The principal asked. I'm not sure what I feel, but looking back, I feel as like we were being watched. But there's nobody here, All Might said. I felt it too. Not sure what it is either, Nezu said. Probably just an imagination maybe, Recovery Girl said. Perhaps it could be. I'm not sure, All Might said. Well, we'll probably deal with this another time. Come on, let's get this junk to the junkyard and return to the academy, Nezu said as the three proceed to the truck. But one thing for sure, both All Might and Nezu were right. Somebody was indeed watching them. An egg drone, which still activates its cloaking device, were spying on them from the beach. Back on the egg drone, Eggman, Snively, and their minions were watching the truck with the trash on the back, driving away from the beach. It was a long 5 months, though the training was supposed to be 10 months. But thanks to Izuku, the training part was over. They had all the recording of Izuku's training from the first 5 months. They even saw him with the Chaos Emerald during the training. Now, they heard the conversation of the next phase of the training. It's about time this whole training would end. I was just about to get bored of the whole thing already. However, we got the information and recorded the whole training. The way the boy handled the whole thing with the Chaos Emerald is very interesting, Eggman said. So what's the next plans moving forward now the training's over? Snively asked. We heard that the boy is heading for this UA Academy for the next phase of training. We got the location of the place he's heading. We'll send in a couple of drones towards that location so we can follow the boy's movements, He's also bring the Chaos Emerald with him for the training. I believe there's something that was called one for all I heard. I'm not sure what it was, Eggman said. Do you think it had something to do with that boy eating that piece of hair from All Might? Orbot asked. We did heard him that if he ate that piece of hair, the boy would grant him the powers from that big man, Grounder said, referring to All Might. A piece of hair? Seriously? This has to be a joke or something. But nevertheless, we must continue on looking at what the boy will be doing next. Have a drones head to UA at once, Eggman said. Yes, sir, the minions said. 7 hours later in the afternoon, Izuku arrived at the academy. He showed his ID to the security guard at the gate before walking into the building. He walked to the principal office to see both Toshinori, in his regular form, and Nezu there. Wasting no time, the three proceed out from the building towards a security cart. The three climb on where Izuku sat in the backseat. Nezu sat at the driver's seat with Toshinori in the passenger seat. Nezu drove the cart on the trail through the campus grounds. Minutes later, they stumbled towards large building that turns out to be a stadium. Izuku was surprised to see it here at the campus ground. They parked the cart next to the entrance to the stadium. Exiting off the cart, they walk inside the stadium. Nezu gave Izuku directions to a nearby locker room to change in clothes before they would take the field. The boy saw the locker room to his right. He entered quickly where he saw a gym suit with blue shirt and blue sweatpants on a bench. It snows a sticky note saying, "For Midoriya," on it. Izuku wasted no time to change into the new clothing. Once he was done, he grabbed the Chaos Emerald from his back and exit the locker room. He walked into the middle of the stadium, looking around to see how large it was. The stadium was empty with nobody around. He was amazed by it. Looking at the sky as well with no roof. He looked forward to see both Nezu and Toshinori, standing in the middle of a flat square of concrete, surrounded by grass. Welcome Midoriya to the sports festival stadium, the principal said. Wow, this is so awesome. The place of the UA sports festival would occur. I never thought I would be standing here at this place, Izuku said, looking around. We always hold this place for the sports festival. People watching it around the world to see how students at the academy shows off their quirks to the world to prove who can be the champions and to show how it takes to be a hero. But this place here is the next phase of your training. You did bring the emerald, didn't you? Nezu asked as the boy pulled out the emerald from his pocket. Good. Well then, let's start it, shall we? Remember what I told you at the beach. Recovery girl is here as well. She's at the nurse office in the stadium in case the quirk hurts you. Just be prepared, Toshinori said. Okay, I'm ready, Izuku said with a determined look. Before you prepare for one for all, we're gonna do the first steps of the second phase. We want to see how you do with the Chaos Emerald. And we have some good heroes that want to see how you do. Will the first person come out to the grounds? Nezu said. Right on cue, a tail figure entered to the stadium. He wore a tan cloak that covers most of his body, the area over his torso and the high collar resembling that of a double-breasted trench coat. Underneath, he wears a skin-tight black bodysuit with a golden striped neck area, and a matching black helmet that covers his entire head, a jaw guard attached over his nose, around his jaw, and circular mufflers. He also wore baggy dark gray pants and a pair of thin, lightweight prosthetic legs. No way. That's the pro hero Ectoplasm, Izuku said, with eyes wide. You're the boy that All Might met, correct? Ectoplasm asked. I look forward to see how you can do. As part of this training, you will go through a gauntlet-type training match against each hero you'll face. You'll be timed to see how you can do with the emerald against these heroes. Once you beat a hero, you'll face another hero. It'll be the same until you finish all heroes off. Let's just say that this is a preview of your entrance exam coming in 5 months. But don't worry, you won't face any of them during the exam. Good luck, Midoriya. Nezu said as he and Toshinori walk off the field to nearby seats. Both Izuku and Ectoplasm stood in the concrete square, staring at one another. Izuku was a little nervous, especially going against a pro hero. But he wanted to prove to his idol he can be that hero. This next training is next level and it was gonna be tougher. He activated the Chaos Emerald where the green aura surrounds his body. Feeling the power of the object once again. You may begin, start, Nezu yelled as the giant HD screen from the right top of the stadium came on with the timer. Ectoplasm made his first move by charging towards Izuku. He quickly moved his body to the right, where he was right behind the boy. He used his right prosthetic leg to kick Izuku. But the boy responds by using his body to lean backwards, using both his hands to support himself. The prosthetic leg swung in front of his face, feeling the wind from it. Izuku quickly gained balance, looking back to the hero using his leg again for another kick. He flipped himself, dodging more kicks from the hero. The boy had to think of something. He can't keep defending himself from attacks. Ectoplasm used his left prosthetic leg, tripping the boy to the ground. Izuku fell but quickly opened his eyes to see the hero about to use his prosthetic leg to hit him. The boy quickly rolled himself to the left, dodging the strike. Izuku got up and quickly went on the offense, creating himself into a ball by using spin dash. He launched himself towards the hero and quickly used his right leg to swing towards his opponent's head. Ectoplasm dodged the attack and answers back with a quick kick on Izuku's back. The boy felt it, sending him on the ground. The boy quickly got up to see his opponent looking at him. He was breathing hard at the same time. He's too good right now. All those combat skills he's doing is tough. I have to find a way to counter those skills. Otherwise, he'll win, he thought. Seems Ectoplasm is doing a good job finding out on Midoriya's powers. Even countering the Emerald's powers as well, Nezu said. It's only a matter of time. That quirk should be coming soon. He's just warming up for that big attack to come, Toshinori said. I have to admit, you got good skills. Though you haven't had a single shot on me, you're not good yet. So let's take our training to the next level. Ectoplasm said, using his mouth, shooting out his quirk. It produced 10 clones of himself. See if can try to attack to reel me. All of the clones charged towards Izuku. The boy quickly decided to do something about them. From there, he used boost from the emerald, creating projectile-shaped green energy shield and propelled themselves forward at speed beyond the sound barrier. Izuku shot himself like a cannon, charging towards the hero. The 10 clones were about to attack when the boy's boost speed passed them, vaporizing them within seconds. Ectoplasm was shocked. He tries to dodge the boy's attack, but noticed something coming from the boy's right arms. Red lines begin appearing. That gotten both Nezu's and Toshinori's attention. No way. There it is, Toshinori yelled, getting up from his chair with Nezu followed suit. It's activating, the principal yelled. Detroit Smash, Izuku yelled, delivering a mega uppercut punch to Ectoplasm's chin, sending the hero upwards. The boy then jumped and delivers a kick to the stomach, sending him flying to a wall. The horn sounded, signaling the fight over. Izuku stood still, breathing hard after the fight. He looked to see the hero out cold from the fight. He looked to see his right arm that was used for the attack all normal or not broken. Thanks to the emerald's powers, it protected him from being hurt after using the quirk. The green aura disappeared from his body. But then, his nervous expression came on his face. Oh no, I didn't kill Ectoplasm, didn't I? I didn't to do that, he yelled but saw Ectoplasm getting up slowly, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's okay, that was close. Izuku heard clapping, turning around to see both Nezu and All Might, who transformed to his muscular form, approach the boy. Outstanding, young Midoriya. That was impressive. Have to admit I thought Ectoplasm had you good but you came out on top in the right place at the right time. All Might said, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Congrats on your training. We finally saw one for all finally activate on you. The shocking part is that your right arm is okay. Seems the emerald made sure you're protected at all cost, Nezu said. I guess it just happened. Felt the power coming towards me and that was when I charging towards Ectoplasm. Izuku said, looking at his right arms. The pro hero approached the three, still feeling pain from that punch on his chin. Well done. I didn't think you have enough guts to take me on, but it shows you prove yourself to be a worthy hero down the road. I do hope you come to UA soon, Ectoplasm said. Thank you, Ectoplasm. Sorry I didn't meant to hit you that hard, Izuku apologized. No need to apologize, you did good, the hero said. Go ahead and head to the nurse's office, Ectoplasm. Let recovery girl heal you up. Nezu said as the hero left the ground. Alright, Midoriya. The first part is done. Now, we got a glimpse of how you use one for all and the part you did was the Detroit Smash part. Now let's see what can do for the Delaware Smash attack. Delaware Smash? Is that a new thing because I've heard that attack from All Might, Izuku said. We want to see if you can use your fingers to do a powerful shockwave. By that, We wonder if you can destroy multiple walls created by that hero, All Might said. Bring in the next hero, Nezu said. Out of the tunnel, a humanoid block of cement with black eyes and gray hair tied into a short ponytail approached the others. His body shape is evenly blocky all around his body. His eyes were closed and his lips pulled upwards. His costume consists of a sleeveless brown suit that includes yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. He also wore gray shoes with yellow soles. No way. It's Cementos, Izuku said. Hello Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you, the hero said as they shook hands. It's good to meet you, too, he replied, nervously. The next part of the test won't be fighting, so you don't have to worry about that, Nezu explained. But what you will do is by using another technique of one for all. What Cementos will do is create multiple blocks of concrete. Strong ones that can handle the quirk inside of you. What you will do is by flicking to see if you can destroy the concretes in front of you. I've never done Delaware Smash before. It never has been a style I tired, but with you, I believe you can do it. So let's see what you can do, All Might said. They didn't waste no time. Cementos used concrete ground for his quirk. He placed his hand on the ground where a green light around his body appeared. Suddenly, 4 rows of concrete blocks rose up from the ground slowly. Izuku was amazed by the whole thing. Both All Might and Nezu stood behind Izuku, away from the attack. It was all in place as Cementos walked next to the others to see. Okay, focus and stay calm. I'm ready, Izuku said, activating the Chaos Emerald again. He took a deep breath before lifting his right hand before placing his left hand on his arms. He locked both his finger and thumb in a circle where red lines appeared on it. Release! All Might yelled. Izuku flicked his finger, creating a powerful shockwave almost like winds from either a tornado or a hurricane. With enough power, the 4 large concrete blocks in front of him shattered, coming down like a building. Many of the pieces including dust flew to where the wind was heading. Both Nezu, All Might, and Cementos covered their eyes, not want to get anything caught in it. The wind finally dies down within minutes as they observe the destruction. Amazing. Good work. How's your finger by the way? Nezu asked as Izuku looked at it. Still in place. Guessing the Chaos Emerald is preventing from breaking bones, which is a good thing, Izuku said. Good work, Midoriya. You doing great. Now, time to continue, All Might said. See, can I take a break? It's been so long and I feel hungry, Izuku said. Sorry, but rest is for the weakness, Nezu said as Cementos creates more concrete blocks. Just my luck, Izuku said in a comical depressed face as the training proceeded. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and the minions were watching the entire footage of Izuku's training with another hero. The first 2 they saw were the footage of Izuku using one for all for the first time. At the same thing, the Chaos Emerald was active, causing the radar to beep on its location very rapidly than it was during All Might's fight against the sludge villain. The more they saw of how he does, the more they were amazed by it. Did you guys see how he just punched that other person to the chin? That was awesome, Cubot said. Don't forget on how he used a flick of his finger to destroy big blocks on concrete. The power of it is amazing, Deku said. So I guess eating that piece of hair was a good idea. I'm very surprised how he can use both the Chaos Emerald and All Might's powers at the same time. This boy will be interesting to capture for the Eggman Empire. Eggman was in deep thought, watching the video. Though he was interested in one for all, he was interested of how he was using the Chaos Emerald's powers. The same type of skills that were matching Sonic. Did everyone see how that boy fights? He almost fights like Sonic, he said. That was another thing we saw. Interesting on how the boy can copy the same fighting stance as Sonic. I wonder, you don't think Sonic traveled to Earth a while back? Snively said. I highly doubt that. But if he did, then why is the Chaos Emerald with that boy? Eggman asked. That's a ton of questions we should have asked the Hedgehog before we left Mobius. Either way, at least we're keeping a close eye on him for the time being once we move in for the action. By now, he's getting stronger by the day, Snively said. We'll keep eyes on him for time being. This is all leading up to this exam. Let's see what he can do throughout this training. The more footage we get, we'll be learning more about him. Also, we'll be looking through the other heroes that are at this UA Academy. The more we learn, the more we're prepared to launch our assault, Eggman said. Indeed, sir, Snively said. 2 days later, 2 days after that tough training at UA, both All Might and Nezu gave Izuku a couple of days off to rest. But for him, there is no days off. The boy continued with the regular workout by jogging at Dagoba Beach Park. He wore a white shirt, green shorts, and red sneakers. Looking around, not a single trash around the beach since he cleaned it. Since then, people have been coming to the beach more often to enjoy the view. There was a sign that Izuku saw entering the beach park that prohibited people throwing trash at the beach. If they did, people could get a ticket for littering. The boy been running across the beach for minutes. Sweat coming out from his hair. He paused running to see the clock. He decided to take a break from jogging by walking to a nearby bench. His backpack was on the bench. Sitting down, he unzipped his backpack by grabbing a bottle of water out of it. He began drinking to get fluids in his system. He leaned back to look at the sky. Man, I didn't think cleaning all that trash would be difficult. Thank goodness I don't have to do that anymore, he said, looking around the beach. It really is a beautiful sight. Why would people trash this place with junk I don't get? Looks like this will be my place to work out. Though I still have to go back to the airfield again to train. Maybe later on in the coming days since I got enough time before the exam. Izuku looked around to see if anyone is coming. He went through his backpack again, grabbing the emerald out to get a look at it. I wonder what the other 6 Chaos Emeralds look like as well. Probably different colors as Tails mentioned years ago. He thought as he looked up at the sun above him. Then looked back at the emerald. I wonder what the emerald looks like inside if I can use the sun to see. Izuku raised the emerald in front of the sun to see. The sun reflected the emerald with the light all over the trash. The boy was memorized by the whole thing. Wow, that's so awesome. Out of nowhere, a seagull flew by, grabbing the emerald with its beak. What the hell? Izuku looked at the seagull with the emerald. Oh man. This can't be good. Give back the emerald. The boy jumped from the bench, chasing the seagull. Throughout the chase, Izuku had to dodge a couple of obstacles aka people. He almost ran to a created sandcastle created by children but jumped over, not want to destroy it to make the children cry. The chase continued for minutes until the seagull decided to give it up. The bird opened its mouth, dropping the emerald towards the ground. Oh no, it's gonna break if it hits the ground. Izuku ran towards to where the emerald would land. But then, he tripped over a box full of books, hitting face first into the sand. He rubbed the sand off his face, seeing the emerald. It's gonna drop. Sonic and Tails ain't gonna be happy. I'm such a careless person. He yelled in panic, placing his head in the sand. The emerald was inches closer to the ground until a hand jumped out of nowhere, grabbing the emerald in time before shattering. The person got up from the ground, dusting the sand off of her. She examines the emerald, seeing how shiny it was. This a rare jewel. How colorful it is. I've never seen anything like it, she thought, looking at Izuku who was still on the ground. She approached him. Excuse me, did you drop this? Izuku heard a voice. He slowly looked up, rubbing the same off his eyes to gain focus. But his eyes grew wide with a red all over his face. He see a beautiful girl, with cat-shaped, onyx-colored eyes. Her hair colored of black, tied into a spiky ponytail, and hangs on the right side of her face. She has a voluptuous body that any man would dare to date and any woman would grow jealous of her. She wore a black sports bra with black tight workout shorts and matching jogging shoes. Wow, she's beautiful, he thought, examining her body. Okay? Your face is red. Are you getting a fever? The girl asked with her face closer to his and a hand on his forehead. Once she touched him, he flinched by her touch. Oh man. Her hand is soft and pure. I wonder what is lick. He quickly snapped from his thoughts, realizing he was talking to a girl for the first time. Oh no, Izuku jumped up, bowing over and over again in a fast motion. Sorry, please forgive me. I was just zoning out on other things and didn't relate I was talking to someone. The girl just stood there with a blank face, seeing him apologize to her for no reason. From there, she covered her mouth, giggling at his reaction. Calm down. You don't have to apologize. It's not like you didn't do anything, she said with a smile as the boy stopped bowing. You really, I don't know why I did that for, he said, nervously, seeing she had the Chaos Emerald in her hand. The Chaos Emerald is safe. Oh, thank you so much. I was so worried that bird would try to break it something. But you came and saved it for me. So I thank you for that, he said, bowing to her again. "It's no problem. I was just doing my jogging day until I saw you yelling and screaming at the bird," she said, looking the emerald. "I've never anything like this object. Many jewelry stores around would never this on sale. This one is the rarest I've seen. It seems you were so worried about this," she said, giving him the emerald. "Well, it's something very important to me. I mean, I've had this for many years since I was little. I always rely on this for the time being as my lucky charm. You can probably say that. Thank you for giving back the emerald. My name's Izuku Midoriya." He introduced himself as the two shook hands. "My name's Momo Yaoyorozu, but you can call me Momo and I'll call you Izuku if that's okay with you?" she asked. Really? I mean usually many people would call each other's last names," he said. "First names is always a good than to say than last names. Besides, my friends call me by my first name instead," she said. "Oh, I see," he replied. After introduced to each other, Izuku and Momo walked to the bench where Izuku has his backpack. He put the emerald back inside and placed the backpack on the ground, next the bench. The two sat together on the bench. Izuku was still nervous, especially when sitting next to a girl. Momo noticed it as she giggled by his reaction. He's so cute and timid. Guess he never met a girl before, she thought before changing the subject. "So Izuku, what bring you here?" I was just jogging on the beach as my workout, that's all," he said. "I see," she said, looking at the beach. "I just came by to see the beautiful view of this beach. I heard it was a trash here, but since then, the place has been clean. My mother would always take me here as a child to see the view of it. But haven't been here because of people putting trash here. Now, it's all clean, I decided to come back and see it." Izuku didn't want to bring up the part of where it was him that cleaned the entire trash. She'll think he's lying, and also he kept it to himself. Well, whoever did the work had to give credit. The good news is that there's a sign at the entrance that nobody will be putting trash here ever again. A law for littering, he said. "So Izuku, I wonder what that jewel is for. It's a rare type of jewelry I've never seen before," she said. Well, the emerald is very important to me. It's a good luck charm for anything that I can accomplish," Izuku explained, carefully not mention anything about the emerald's powers nor not mentioning both Sonic's and Tails' names. 10 years ago, I was being bullied by my friend when he was messing with another boy. I was so offended by it that I stepped in to defend that boy. He and his friends that had quirks were ready to attack me, until a special friend came in and saved me. From there, I became friend with him and his other friend. We would always hang out together, play around and do jokes at the same time. I was sad when they left. But they gave me a parting gift, which is the emerald you saw. Since then, I've been waiting for them to return, getting a chance to see them again." "Wow, that's pretty cool to have friends like them," Momo said. "Who are they, by the way?" Izuku stuttered, trying to create a lie from mentioning their names. "It's been 10 years, so I really can't remember their names." He rubbed the back of his head, laughing at the same time again. Momo stared at him with a suspicious look, but decided not to question him about that. She changed to another topic. "By the way, you said you were bullied by your friend before your friend came to save you. Who is that friend's name, and did you use your quirk to stop him?" Izuku put his head down in shame. He didn't want to tell her of being quirkless. She'll probably hate him for it since nobody likes quirkless people. Look Momo, I was quirkless when I was 4 years old. My doctor told me about it and my mom was so devastated about the news. The world around me was crumbling. Since then, I would be bullied, people name-calling me behind my back, and other things. It was a traumatic thing for me. People would taunt me on the internet about quirkless people. Kachan has always bullied me and still is to this day." Momo looked at him with a sad face. She never met a quirkless person until now. She put a hand on his green, rustling through it trying to comfort him. The boy felt her hand, looking up at her with a blush face. "I'm so sorry you had to through that. You should never be bullied by people because you were quirkless as a child. If nobody deserve it, it should be you," she said in a soft tone, letting her hand off his green hair. "By the way, the person that bullied you name is Kachan? His real name is Bakugo Katsuki. His quirk is explosive type that he uses hands. I always admired him because he had an awesome quirk. But then, he would bully me because of me being quirkless," he said. That name hit Momo's mind. She pulled out her phone, getting into some of the news apps. She looked through the archives of the day where the sludge villain attacked the shopping district. It shows the video of the villain holding Bakugo hostage. Then shows Izuku running to the scene, trying to save him. She was amazed by the boy's spirit on that day. Wow, I was wondering when that name was brought up. She turned to Izuku, showing him the video of the phone. You were the person that tried to save him. Though it was stupid because you didn't have a quirk, still you had a heart of saving lives. Izuku was surprised by her statement. He looked up seeing her smiling at him. Well, it was nothing. Sadly, I got scolded by the heroes after doing something that's stupid and Kachan got all the credit, he said, looking down. Don't feel down, Izuku. Even though you don't have a quirk, you showed other people that you can people without a quirk. Momo said. The boy smiled at her reaction. By the way, I never asked you about your quirk. What is it? He asked. My quirk is called creation. She explained. I can create things using my body fat tissues. You can tell the grocery bags I have with me. I brought a ton of food to eat so I can create something from around my body. Unfortunately, I need to expose my skin to bring out that object. Kinda embarrassing to do, but it's worth the risk. Wow, that's so awesome, Izuku said with sparkles in his eyes. Can you show it to me? Really? Okay, since you want me to, Momo said, standing up from the bench, walking like 3 inches away before facing the boy. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes. She raised her right arm where a light appeared. She used her left hand, placing it on her right arm. Then an object slowly began to appear from her arm. Izuku's eyes were completely wide, seeing her creation quirk. Once the object came out from her arm, she held the object in her left hand to show it to the boy. Wow, that's a hockey puck. That's so incredible. You can use any object from your body, he said as she smiled before walking back to the bench to sit next to him. It certainly is. I wish I had a better quirk than this, to tell you the truth. But realized it, I had second thoughts and I started loving this quirk, Momo said when she heard mumbling from Izuku, who pulled out his notebook, wiring information of her quirk and abilities. Izuku. What are you writing? She had an anime sweat drop appeared on her head. Oh. Just notes of your quirk and information. That is it, he said, continuing to write and mumble at the same time. Momo could only giggle at his reaction. She looked at the title of the notebook he was writing on. Hero Analysis for the Future. Is that like your notebooks of information of heroes on it? Is that why you're writing information about me on it? She asked. This is notes to see other heroes' abilities and quirks to learn from them in the future, he said, finishing writing and closing the book. Can I see? She asked. Sure, go ahead, he said, giving her the notebook. Momo opened the notebook to examine it. She saw a doodle drawing of her and quirk information on it. She giggled at the drawing of her. Izuku blushed a little by her reaction. She turned to the next page showing Kamui Woods, then to the next page of Mount Lady. After that, she turned to the next page of All Might's autograph on it. Wow, you have All Might's autograph on it. That's awesome, she said. Well, he did save me from the sludge villain 5 months ago, so yeah, it was awkward moment for me, he said, embarrassed. She turned to the next page showing Izuku's hero costume. This is your costume? Kinda interesting. Are you planning to go to UA this year? You do know that they dropped the rule for people that are quirkless to attend? She asked. Why yeah, I am. I'm planning on attending the entrance exam coming up in 5 months. You understand why I said earlier that this beach is like my training ground, Izuku said. Funny you mention about UA, I am planning to attend the academy soon, Momo said, which brought up Izuku's face in a bright mood. Really? Do you have to go through the entrance exam? He asked. Actually, I don't have to take the exam. I'm automatically in the academy by recommendation. I do attend a private school and my GPA is great than ever, she answered. That's awesome. You have to be that smart and intelligent to go into UA, he said as Momo smiled at his reaction. There she is. The two heard a voice from the seawall. They turned behind them, seeing 2 girls running the steps towards them. One girl has large teal eyes and orange ponytail that hangs from the side of her head. She wore the same clothing like Momo, but her color was blue. The second girl has straight, fawn-colored hair that reaches just below her shoulders and dark brown eyes. Has noticeably full and glossy lips with a curvaceous figure just like Momo's. She wore the same clothing too, but her sports bra shows some cleavage. Momo got up from the bench to see the girls running towards them. Guys, what you doing here? I thought you were meeting up at the park, she asked. We were, but you never showed up at the park. We waited 30 minutes, so we decided to come look for you, and here you are. The girl with the orange hair said. What are you doing here at the beach? Sorry, I was just talking with this boy. A seagull took something from him and I saw the whole thing. So I went to help him out and grabbed the object and gave it back to him. Momo said, referring to the Chaos Emerald but didn't mention about it. The girls turned to Izuku. Hi. He said, waving at them. Ah, you're so cute. The second girl walked up to him, hugging his head in her cleavage. My, Momo. I never thought you were hiding your boyfriend from us. What? I'm not his boyfriend. We're just friends, and can you please get his off of your breasts? You're making him uncomfortable, she yelled as the first girl laughed. The second girl let go of the boy, where he had swirls in his eyes and his face heavily red on it from all the hugging. Momo walked up to the boy, shaking him to get him under control. Are you okay, Izuku? I'm sorry, but my friend is bubbling and flirtatious with others, she said. I'm fine, he said, finally getting himself controlled. Anyway, this is my two friends. Itsuka Kendo and Kami Utsushimi. Girls, this is Izuku Midoriya, Momo said. Hello, Kendo said. Hello there, cutie, Kami said. Hi. The boy replied. Izuku here is using the beach as his training grounds by cleaning up the trash. Momo explained. He's also planning on going to UA in the school year. But he has to go through the entrance exam first to get into UA. You can tell all the trash is almost halfway gone. You're kidding? Itsuka asked with a shocked face. That's pretty awesome if you're doing all this. I can tell all that muscles you're growing can make you a ladies' man. I would love to date you someday, Kami said, giving him a wink. Izuku blushed by her reaction and Momo just stood there with a tick on her forehead. But she realized something. Wait a minute. Am I growing jealous in me? Why would I feel that way? She thought, shaking her head off the subject. But, anyway. Itsuka is going to UA as well, but she has to take the entrance exam first. So you'll get a chance to see her there with you, she said. No way. That's pretty cool, Izuku said. By the way, what's your quirk, Itsuka? My quirk is big fist, she said, using her right hand where it grew big. That's too big, he said, grabbing his notebook and wrote down the girl's information and quirk. He looked at Kami, trying to pay more attention to her face than her bosoms. What is your quirk, Kami? My quirk is glamour. Kami blew a mist-like substance from her mouth. It can form an illusion that can reach impressive scale. From there, Izuku got her information in his notebook before placing it back in his backpack. By the way, Kami? Are you planning to go to UA this year? Sadly I won't. I'll be heading to Shiketsu High coming up, she answered. Shiketsu High? That's the school that can match up to UA in the West. That's another great school you'll be going, Izuku said. I know. I'd rather go to UA to be with you. You really are a cute kid, she said, giving another wink to him. Well. Izuku looked around, blushing to hide his face. Momo rolled her eyes and shook her head. Anyway, we better get going. It's been nice meeting you, Izuku. I hope you pass the entrance exam. On top of that, can I get your phone number and you can put mine in your phone? She asked, pulling out her phone. Really, I would like to, Izuku said, pulling out his phone. Don't forget mine, cutie, Kami said, pulling out her phone as well. Since we're going to UA, which will be at the exam together, I guess I can give my phone number too, Itsuka said, pulling her phone out. Izuku was surprised by the whole thing. But he wouldn't say no for an answer. He grabbed their phones, typing in his phone number and name in all three phones. She gave the phones back to them where the three text their numbers and names to his phone. Thanks, he said. No problem, Izuku. We'll see you again soon. Good luck in the entrance exam, Momo said, grabbing the grocery bags from the ground. Thanks, Momo, he said. Hopefully you'll pass. See you in UA, Itsuka said. Bye, cutie, Kami said, blowing a kiss towards him, making him more blushed. Momo grew more jealous on it as they walk on the steps of the seawall. The girls waved goodbye to Izuku before walking off. The boy waved back at them. He looked through his contact sections showing both the girls' names on there. This is the first time I have not only one but three girls' names on my phone. This is so awesome. He grew nervous at his phone, shaking the entire time before grabbing his things and head home for the day. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and Snively watched and recorded the conversation between Izuku and Momo thanks to their drone's hiding and cloaking device. They got information, data, and powers from both Momo, Itsuka, and Kami through their computers to save. For Eggman, he mocked the conversation, pretending like he was barfing at it. Snively only shook his head, but it was worth the information they needed. Thank God that conversation is over. Almost like I was watching a love movie which I despised, Eggman said. At least we have the information we need on the girl, including the other two entering the beach on their powers. So that's something, Snively said. Either way, at least we see our targets resuming their training, Eggman said, seeing both All Might and Izuku resuming the training on screen. Suddenly, the alarms ring where the screen changes to red saying, "Alert," on it. What the hell's going on here? The doors behind them opened. Both men turned to see both Scratch and Grounder entering and stood in attention in front of them. "Boss, one of our invitation to those villains in the city has been a success. We have a recruiter arriving in the hangar through our mini shuttle right now," Scratch said. "No wonder the alarms rang. I'll be there. Order all robots to prepare for anything and roll out the red carpet for our arrival," Eggman ordered. "Yes, boss," they both said as they left the bridge. "Wonder who this person that wants to join us?" Snively asked. "Guess we're about to find out right now. Let's go," Eggman said as both men left the bridge to the hangar. In the hangars, multiple egg gunners and many egg robos were standing in front of the mini shuttle as it lands 5 inches away from him. The red carpet were set quickly by the anthropomorphic prisoners, who were captured on Mobius right before Eggman left the planet for Earth. They were used to clean and mop around the Death Egg, including picking up trash and all. Plus cleaning Eggman's clothes to make sure it was spotless. Other prisoners were cleaning the ships in the hangars where they saw the ship landing. Eggman and Snively, along with both Scratch and Grounder, arrived in the hangar. The doctor stood at the end of carpet, facing at the ship in front of them. The door opens from the back of the ship, lowering the door down on the ground. A figure walks out the ship with a distinct hunch. The prisoners got a glimpse of him and they were shivering in fear of his appearance. Scratch and Grounder eyes went wide at who they see. Snively stood calm while Eggman just remained focused. A muscular man with black hair, in a messy fashion that would drape over his face with his headband and mask. His eyes are blood red. He wore a dark combat suit, plated with metal armor across his body to holster his weapons. The torso is sleeveless, his arms wrap in bandages. Wears long black wristbands and a watch on his left arm. Knees protected with metal pads, and the costume is completed with black, steel boots. A blood-red scarf and matching headband, as well as the tattered cloth he wears around his face as a mask. The man approached Eggman with a glare at him. Snively had a gut feeling he was planning on striking the doctor. He hid his right hand in the back, doing sign language as a signal to both egg gunners and egg robos prepared to attack in case the recruiter does anything crazy. Eggman and the man stare at one another. Both were eager to see who would strike first or speak first. The tension in the room was intense more than ever. Snively pulled out his electronic tablet, seeing in on screen the man that fits the same. He gave the tablet to Eggman to let him. "This is him. The recruiter that accepted our invitation," he said in a whisper tone. Eggman looked at the screen, then looked back at the man in front of him. "Chizome Akaguro aka Stain. Seems like the way you're dressed, it feels like you're ready for a fight," he said. "I am," he said in a cold tone. And the weapons you have, all sword and other objects? Looks like you're a melee type of fighter," Eggman said, seeing the different type of blades around him. Stain pulled out his katana, worn and partially damaged. Both egg gunners and egg robos aimed their guns towards him, thinking he was ready to strike Eggman and the others. "Relax. I'm not gonna kill your boss," he said. "You sure about that? If you do, you will regret it," Snively said in a threatening tone. Stain swung his sword, holding the blade but pointed the end of it towards Eggman. The doctor grabbed the blade to examine it. "How long did you use this weapon?" he asked, still looking at the sword. "For a while. It's a good cause to kill," he said. "I see. Perhaps we can upgrade your weapons if that's all right with you," Eggman said. "There's reasons why I came. Since you're the doctor in charge of all these robots, I guess you're the right man who can fix things," Stain said. "Then you came to the right place. Welcome to the Eggman Empire," Eggman said, giving the sword back to him before the two shook hands. After that, Eggman took Stain with him to give a tour around the Death Egg. Other robots followed suit in case of anything can happen. Scratch and Grounder talked with Snively about Stain. "You saw that? That guy freaks us out. Are you sure we can trust him?" Grounder asked. "Don't worry, I'll be keeping an eye on him. Because if he does anything to harm the doctor, he'll be met with serious consequences," Snively said as he walked off, catching up with Eggman and Stain. Meanwhile, the masked figure looked down from the ceiling to see Stain walking with the others. His eyes were closely kept eye on the hero killer with an intent to take him on in combat. "Looks like a worthy opponent I'll be looking forward to seeing soon," he thought, disappearing in the darkness. End of Chapter 7. Author's note. Another chapter is done. A long chapter that was. Took a ton of work on it over the week but finally done. I know the training part was a little short but you'll see more of it and the heroes in flashback scenes during the entrance exam, which by the way will be coming up in the next chapter. Also, as mentioned, I make sure Izuku didn't get his arms or finger broken by One for All as the powers of the Chaos Emerald protect him. Sure, he got the muscles he needed during the previous workout before he met All Might. Plus, how about the surprise of Stain making his presence known early in the story? He'll be a good fit for the Eggman Empire in the future. Expect to see him throughout the story despite he makes an appearance during Season 2. Maybe some filter chapters involving him down the road. Plus, I decided to cut Izuku's 10-month training to 5 to fill in the other parts of the chapter. A little bit of the other stories that many people done, so I decided to do it. Finally, you saw the first wave of the MHA girls. Don't worry, that the real Kami with her bubbly and flirtatious personality. Not the imposter, which is Toga Himiko, so don't panic. I decided to make her friends with both Momo and Itsuka, but she'll still be going to Shiketsu as like in the manga, anime. The next one is coming with Ochako making her appearance. That will do it for now. The next chapter is coming soon. Have a great weekend. Big night of Toonami with Sword Art Online Season 3 premiering tonight. DM me for questions and review. One more thing, the title of chapter couldn't fit in the word box for the chapter name because of the word limit. Oh well, it is what it is. Finally, just found out that 2 milestones have just been made. 100 favorites and 100 followers for this story. Thank you so much for the support of my story. Chapter 8. Entrance Exam Part 1. Another 5 months later, back on Mobius, Sonic lay back on his chair at the beach in front of the ocean. His eyes was closed with just the sunglasses on. No umbrella, radio, or chili dog next to him. He was more focused on how to get to Earth and save Izuku before Eggman launched his invasion. It has been a long 10-month wait for him and he couldn't wait any longer. He's hoping that Tails had the Blue Typhoon ready to go. Though the island has been in peace with no attack from Eggman since his left. Suddenly, a big shadow appears from above. It covered almost all of the beach area. Sonic opened his, thinking it was night already. Is it night already? That can't be. It still is the afternoon. The Hedgehog thought, taking his sunglasses off. It was still daytime. The huge shadow is where he at. He looked to see a big object flying slowly past him. His eyes went wide when he noticed the object. No way, it's the Blue Typhoon, he thought. The Blue Typhoon is a large blue starship made by Tails to be used for space travel. This is the ship that would take them to Earth in no time. Finally, got the ship place. Sonic turned to see Tails flying in the beach, landing next to the Hedgehog. After 10 months of getting it operational and testing it, this ship is good to go for takeoff. Great job, Tails. You finally got the ship ready. The Hedgehog said as he and Tails gave high fives to one another. Thanks. Took a long time to get it done. But with all those months that followed and no Eggman attacks, the testing and the fixing with through is scheduled. Tails said. So, when are we scheduled to leave? Well, we gotta get everyone at my place to discuss the plans and the adventure to come. Plus, we gotta tell everyone the truth about the Chaos Emerald we gave to Izuku. It all has to come out. Shadow already knows, so it's time everyone knows, Sonic said. Agree. I think we hold this secret too long. Plus, with 2 days to spare, it gives me enough time to get all the vehicles on board since it comes with a hangar. Tails said, referring to the Blue Typhoon. By the way, where's Uncle Chuck? Sonic asked, looking around for the other Hedgehog. He's meeting with a couple of people right now. He said he'll be at your house soon, Tails answered. Quick question. How in the world you're gonna land this ship? Sonic asked, looking at the ship floating still in the air. I think I can fix that. Tails said, grabbing his Miles Electric out, pushing a couple of buttons on screen. The ship began flying back to where it appeared. Tails changes the screen on his device showing the map and where the ship was heading. Sonic followed suit to see how it goes. Crater Lake is a large volcano overlooking Bygone Island. Surrounding it is a tropical environment with mostly grass and palm trees. The sides of the volcano are barren brown rock. While the volcano itself is dormant, it still has a few lava river pouring out of it. However, the large water suddenly begins to drain itself. Underneath the lake, a large platform begins elevating itself from the ground. The floor opens its doors from below. Lifting itself is the Blue Typhoon, looking upward at the sky itself, ready for liftoff. It was so large, even nearby birds were flying past it. A metal bridge appears from below connecting to the launch platform and to land, creating it for Sonic and the others to walk on it and board the ship. Nearby, at a home, an anthropomorphic hippopotamus emerged from his home after hearing all the rumbling sounded like an earthquake. He looked up to see the Blue Typhoon in the middle of the lake. Where did that came from? When do we get a ship like that? Salty asked to himself. February 26th exam day back on Earth. The morning sun rises at the apartment complex. Izuku was still asleep in his room. The alarm on his clock rang, forcing the boy to stretch both his arms and yawn at the same time. He pressed the button to stop the sound before climbing out of his bed. He walked to the bathroom, closing the door and locking it. The sound of the shower turned on as he was taking a bath. Took 10 minutes to finish, exiting from the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He quickly dried his entire body before putting on his middle school uniform. After that, he grabbed his backpack and placing it on his bed before walking to his drawer, grabbing a pair of workout clothes for the exam. Placing them in the backpack. He walked back to the desk to open a drawer of the green Chaos Emerald. He placed it inside his backpack before zipping it shut and walking out of his room. He saw Inko in the kitchen making breakfast. He walked into the kitchen where his mother turned around to see him. "Good morning, Izuku," she said with a smile before turning back to finishing the meal. "Good morning, Mom. Can you make just a small bowl for me? Don't want to eat too much for the exam," Izuku said. Inko grabbed a bowl and poured Gohan white rice in there. She gave it to Izuku as her son began eating it quick. "Don't eat too fast. You don't want to choke on it," she said once her son finished it within seconds. "Thanks for the food, Mom. I'll see you later," he said, running to the front door. "Izuku, stop for a minute." Inko walked up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I just want to wish you good luck on your exam. I'm very proud of what you've done in your life. Please be careful." "I will, Mom. I won't let you down. Bye," he said, giving a quick kiss on her cheek before exiting from the door. Once the door was closed, a sad face formed in Inko. She knew her son wants to be a hero that badly. But the dangers coming out from it was very scary for her. She prayed every day for her son to stay safe and alive. Back on Mobius, Sonic returned to his beach house, seeing all his friends inside sitting at the table. Uncle Chuck wasn't present there. Tails saw his friend enter his home from the beach. They were prepared to hold a meeting of their journey towards Earth. However, they were about to tell the truth about the final Chaos Emerald and the boy they made back on Earth 10 years ago. "Sonic, you're just in time. Everyone made it," Tails said as the Hedgehog walked in front of the group. "Thanks, Tails," he said as Tails stood next to him. "I don't see Uncle Chuck though." "He said he'll be late but he'll be here," Tails said. "That's fine. We can start without him," Sonic answered. "So, Sonic, why you called us for?" Amy asked. "I know it's been 10 months since Egghead left this planet. It's been quiet and peaceful throughout the island and the people here are grateful for it." Sonic explained. However, Egghead is currently at Earth with his new space station near the planet. We already know he's planning an invasion and no telling what's going on right now. Either he's already launching his invasion or he's stalling, trying to build up more of his robots for the invasion. I'm praying that he's stalling. I believe Tails told you about the Blue Typhoon that is ready to go for launch. However, the reason I call you all here is because not only it's about Eggman, it's about the final Chaos Emerald. The others look at one another all confused. "What do you mean the final Chaos Emerald?" Knuckles asked. "Remember how you asked me about where's the final Chaos Emerald? And I said I always keep it with me at all times because the color of the emeralds fits in my color." "Well, that was a lie I said," Sonic said. "What?" Knuckles asked, jumping up from his seat, approaching towards Sonic. The other jumped from their seats, getting between the Hedgehog and Echidna. "Hold on, Knuckles. Just hear us out," Tails said, waving his hands as the Echidna stopped his advancement. "You better start explaining the whole thing and don't try to lie," Knuckles said, glaring at Sonic. "Fine, I'll tell the truth, the entire truth," the Hedgehog said as he begins to explain the story of how he met Izuku. Back in Musutafu, Izuku arrived at UA. There were other students from other schools making their way to the building to take part of the exam. Of course he's too familiar with the building since he's been here many times during his course of training with the other teachers who works there. For those 10 months he has kept a secret from Inko about his training with All Might and the other teachers. He took a deep breath before walking towards the building. This is it. After all those months of training, this is the day. I'm nervous about it, but I have to believe in myself. I want to become a hero, and this is the road that begins. Focus, Izuku. You can do this, he thought. Is that you, Izuku? The boy turned to his left to see an orange-haired girl approaching him with a smile. Oh, I think I know you. Kendo, isn't it? He asked. Yes, that's me. You can call me Atsuka if you want. It's good to see you again, she said. I know it's been a while since I last saw you along with Momo and that other girl, Kami, am I right? Izuku asked. You mean the one with the huge bosoms? Yes, that's her. Atsuka answered. Seeing the boy blushed heavily, making her giggle. Anyway, both Momo and Kami sent you text on the phone wishing you good luck on the exam. They did the same to my phone earlier. You should got yours by now. Izuku pulled out his phone, pressing the screen on his message app. He looked to see text from both the girls. First, he read Momo's text telling him good luck on his exam. Then he looked at Kami's text, showing an emoji of a smiling face blowing a kiss and good luck. The text came with a photo of her showing herself in a mirror with her phone, blowing a kiss and cleavage showing on her shirt. Izuku blushed heavily, quickly put his phone in his pocket. Atsuka saw him blushing. Are you okay? She asked. Just fine. Don't worry, he said, hiding his blushed face. Atsuka giggled at Izuku's reaction. Yao Momo and Kami was right. He is cute, adorable, and timid at the same time, she thought. Stupid Deku. The two turn around to see none other than Bakugo, approaching them with a serious face. Izuku's face turned to hatred for the person that used to be his best friend. Thinking you can still be a hero? Get the hell out my way before I burn you to a crisp? Kachan, I don't want to deal with you right now. I'm more focused on this exam than rather talking with you, Izuku answered back. I'm more focused on it myself. Besides, why would a pebble like you want to be here? You're already a worthless idiot that don't deserve to be here anyway, Bakugo yelled out more. Atsuka had enough. She decided to jump in the conversation. Excuse me, what's your problem with him? You don't have to insult him like that. And why you call him Deku? She asked. None of your business, orange head, and if you want to know what Deku means, it means, the one who can't achieve or do anything because he's a pebble that I can't kick to the curb, Bakugo answered. Atsuka was triggered by it. She was about to active her big fist quirk, but Izuku grabbed her hand, preventing her from not instigating. Don't. People are watching us making a scene and it's the day of the exam. We can't let him distract us because if he does, we're gonna fail. I don't want to fail in this exam and I don't want you either, he said. Other people were indeed looking at them while walking past them at the same time to the building. He was right. She didn't want to use this as a distraction from her exam. The two look at Bakugo with an evil grin on his face. That was triggering more of Izuku's anger inside of him, and Atsuka was gripping her fist. Anyway, I got an exam to pass. Like I got time to deal with you two losers. Especially you, Deku. Better not pass or you'll die, he said, turning around and walking to the building. That good for nothing. Who does he think he is? She asked, looking at Izuku. She noticed that he was still holding her hand. It made her blush. Izuku. Can you please let go of my hand? Huh? Izuku looked at her. Then looked down to see his hand, holding hers. His face turned red, moving his hand away from her. He grew nervousness again. Sorry. I didn't mean to hold your hand. It's my fault. Don't have to be all nervousness. But thanks for calming me down. I just wish that idiot would have never said anything like that. Anyway, I do want to know why he would talk things like that to you. He more of a bully and I don't like bullies. Do you know him by the way? She asked. He used to be my friend, Izuku said, looking down. Look, just don't let him try to kill you, okay? Don't let him get to your head, thinking you can't be a hero. Prove to him you will be that hero, she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. Izuku's leg was shaking, nervously letting a girl put her hand on him. "Hey girl." Pete putting her hand on my shoulder. "That's the first time for everything." He shook his head, getting out of his thoughts. He put a determined face. "Why, you're right. I have to prove to everyone, including Kachan, that I deserve to be here." "That's the spirit. We better get going or we'll be late," Itsuka said, walking to the entrance. Izuku followed suit, only for his left foot to hit his right, causing him to trip. The girl saw it, gasp as she tries to catch him. But then, his body froze before he would hit the floor. Itsuka stopped seeing his body being elevated. "What the?" she said. "Are you okay?" The two turned to a young girl, who used her hands from preventing Izuku from falling. She has big round brown eyes, shoulder-length brown hair which sports two long locks besides her face and a short bob at the back. Micro bangs which sweep to her left and two blushing spots on her cheek for her bubbling face. Izuku was freaking out, thinking he was about to fall. "Calm down, she just saved your life from falling," Itsuka said, pointing her finger at the girl, causing the boy to look to his left. The other girl helped him on his feet. She looked at him with a big smile. "I stop you with me, Quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. But, I figure if you didn't mind catching you," she said. Izuku didn't respond to anything. He kept staring at her with a shocked face. Itsuka sighed, going into the conversation. "Sorry about that." He's still in shock, probably almost falling face first into the ground. "I'm Itsuka Kendo," she said as the girls shook hands. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka," she said, turning back to the boy, still staring at her. "And this is Izuku Midoriya," Itsuka said, looking at the boy. Izuku. What? Oh, I'm sorry. It's nice to meet you, too," he said, stuttering before shaking her hand. "Nice to meet you, too. I'm glad you didn't fall. Anyway, I better get going. Don't want to be late for the exam. I'll see you both inside. Bye," Ochako said, walking to the entrance. "Well, she looks like a nice person," Itsuka said, turning to see Izuku still stuttering from the encounter. That's the fourth girl I talk with. This really has to be my lucky day," he thought. "Izuku." Itsuka's voice broke his thoughts. "We better get going or we'll be late." Oh, right," he said as they walk into the building. Other students were still arriving, heading into the building. But what they didn't notice, across the street, the egg drone, activate his cloaking device, watched the whole scene. But mostly, it was more focus on Izuku because of what was in the backpack, the Chaos Emerald. On board the Death Egg, Eggman, along with Orbot and Cubot, were watching the students walking to the academy. They see Izuku walking with Itsuka to the building. One of the drones seeing what the building looks like. Plus the sigh at the entrance in Japanese but translated to English saying, "Entrance exam location." "So this is the school that we've been hearing about for quite some times," Eggman said. UA High School is ranked number 1 as one of the most heroic and as top hero schools in Japan. This is where the students attend to become a hero, Orbot said. "You mean this building is a school that humans can become heroes?" Eggman started laughing, sarcastically. "Are you serious? A building for humans to become heroes? This has to be the most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. They should hire me as their professor with an IQ of 300. I definitely will teach these students to be just like me. I'll probably the best hero, leading them into trying to control the world." "You mean like ones that can be your successor before you retired?" Cubot asked as the doctor threw a wench at the robot's head. "Like I would teach students to be like me. Give me a break," he said. "Anyway, I'm done ranting about it. I'm just saying that humans being heroes is just pathetic. Right now, I want many drones going around to examine the perimeter around this place. This must be where the entrance exams will take place. Make sure the drones keep a close eye on our target. See what he'll do throughout since he has the Chaos Emerald with him." "Yes, boss," Orbot and Cubot said as they continue their work. Suddenly, the doors behind Eggman open. He turned his chair to see Stain, along with Snively behind him entering the bridge. Both Orbot and Cubot turn around as they shaking in fear seeing the hero killer in their presence. "You want to see me, Doctor?" Stain asked in his cold tone. "Why, yes. First off, I've seen test coming back on your training performance. All 100% and a grade A on your performance as I expected. Plus, I see that you have a power that you can paralyze your enemies if you have a sample of their blood, correct? Eggman asked, looking at the hologram of the hero killer. It is correct. Sadly, the only thing you have here is robots, so my quirk can't work on them. It was pretty much a boring training I did, but nevertheless, Stain said. Well, don't worry. I understand you're eager for combat. But for now, just follow the proceeding carefully. Once we begin to strike, we can move forward with our objective, Eggman said. So I'm done for the day? Stain asked. We'll have a shuttle waiting for you to return to Earth quietly for nobody to see. I believe the place you live is Hosu City. You can do training with us as many times as we want. Also, I'm giving you this device. Eggman said, giving him a device to the hero killer. What is this? He asked, grabbing the device. It's a radar beacon. Push the button to so we can signal for our robots to get there to help you in case you are in danger, Eggman said. I appreciate for it, Doctor. But I'll be fine with the job myself, Stain said. Also, I know your weapons are fully blade-type weapons you carried around like your sword. I'm planning on creating something very special for your blades. You'll love it. It's currently in the testing protocol right now and should be ready within a couple of weeks. I'll call you back so you can see it for yourself if you like it, Eggman said. Very well, then. I look forward to seeing it myself, Stain said. Before you go, Eggman snapped his fingers where a robot appears with a case on his hands. The case opens by itself, revealing a glowing red light inside. Eggman grabbed the object out, revealing it in front of the hero killer. Take this as a reward. What is this? Stain asked in a shocking tone. This is a Chaos Emerald. It will give you the strength and abilities 100 times more to beat your enemies. You will feel invisible once you feel the powers of it like never before, Eggman said. The hero killer grabbed the emerald and began feeling the powers of it. A red aura appears around his body. I can feel the powers of it. It's incredible, he said. Trust me, you'll like it, Eggman said with a smirk. Back at the academy, students enters an amphitheater classroom, taking their seats. Next to the entrance is a sign saying, UA High School Hero Chorus, Exam Orientation. Izuku and Itsuka arrives inside. Looking around for seats, they saw 2 empty seats in the 4th section. They walk up towards them before anyone would get them first. Izuku sat in his seat, only to find out he was seating next to Bakugo. Izuku let out a sigh as Itsuka could only shook her head in disgust to see the explosive quirk user again. But they had no time to deal with him the encounter earlier at the entrance. Minutes later, everyone was in their seats. The main lights turned off by itself before stage lights came on. The screen in front of came on with the UA logo on it. A man walked to the podium with long, spiky blonde hair, small mustache, wore a pair of headphones with the word Hage on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. He wore a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He has a tan, studded shoulder pads, black pants with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck has a directional speaker covered. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ, he said, moving his hands to show his face. Come on and let me hear ya. The only thing he had was silence from the students, trying to pump them up. But he proceeded as usually. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip to the main show. Let's talk about how these practical exams would go down, okay, are you ready? He tries to get the student to cheer up, only for another round of silence from them. Meanwhile, Izuku's face shows red spots on his cheeks, almost like a fanboy. Oh my goodness. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. So cool, he said, whispering for no one except for both Bakugo and Itsuka to hear. I always love his radio show, Itsuka said. I didn't think he would be a teacher in UA, but this is awesome, Izuku said, causing Itsuka to giggle at his reaction. Shut up, Bakugo said, receiving a glare from Itsuka. Like your application said, today, you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 2-minute mock battles in super urban cities. Present Mike explains, with the video changing to letters A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, showing the battle center's location. Hear your voice, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll be heading to your specified battle centers. Isn't that cool? More silence from the students. Izuku, Itsuka, and Bakugo were looking at their exam tickets. Itsuka's ticket shows her number and her test location is Battle Center B. Izuku test location is Battle Center B. And Bakugo's ticket of Battle Center A. I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends, Bakugo said. Well, you should be happy that Izuku don't want to be near you anyway, Itsuka whispered. You're in Battle Center B with me, Izuku whispered. At least you'll have a friend with you. Unlike someone else, she whispered, referring to Bakugo. Like I want to be with any of you two losers. Bakugo replied, causing Itsuka to be triggered a little but calm herself down. Okay. Let's check your targets. President Mike continues talking. The screen behind him shows a city. Surrounding it were silhouette of different types of attack robots. There are 3 types of rogue villains in every battle center. You'll get points, based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these villains like a mid-saw guitar solo. But checking, make sure you keep things heroic. Attacking other examines is a UA no-no, you dig? Itsuka's smirk seeing Bakugo growled after hearing that part. Ha. So even he was planning to attack Izuku. President Mike said that no one can't attack the other people during the exam. Good. Serves him right. But it doesn't matter because Izuku is gonna be in another battle center, she thought. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A voice was heard from the seats. A spotlight came on, showing the person raising his hand. A man with black hair wears rectangular half-rim glasses, which goes with his serious attitude. Rectangular eyes and as his jaw. He pulled out a paper of the different robots, but this one was different than the one on screen. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on an officially UA materials, then it is shameful. We are exemption students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. The man turned around, pointing his finger towards Izuku. Additionally, you with the green messy hair, he said. Huh? Izuku asked as everyone except for Bakugo turned to him. You've been muttering through this entire time. Stop that, he said, glaring at Izuku. If you can't bother taking this test so seriously, leave. You're distracting from the rest of us. All right. Examinee number 7111, thanks for calling in with your request. President Mike said, giving the person a thumb up before resuming his explanation. The 4th villain type is worth just 0 points. That guy is just an obstacle will be thrown in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a herd that you tried to avoid. Even if it's not can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend that my listeners to try to ignore it and focus on the ones top at the charts. Thank you very much. Please continue, the man said, bowing before sitting back down. The spotlight above him turned off. That's all I got for you, today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. President Mike said. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one to overcome life's misfortune. Knew him. Now that's one tasty soundbite. You're ready to go beyond, plus ultra. The students were silent again. As for Izuku, he looked at his ticket with a smile on his face. Eager to take part of this exam. The lights inside came on and the students were exiting from the room. Itsuka got up from her chair. She looked at her ticket again. But her eyes turned to see the emerald inside the backpack. What is that thing? She thought when Izuku grabbed the backpack from underneath. We better get going to the battle center, he said as he walked to the exit. Itsuka followed him but her mind was on the emerald throughout. Was that the object Yao Momo that she grabbed when she met him at the beach? Wonder why he would bring it? Perhaps I'll ask him later, she thought. Back on the Death Egg, Stain made his way to the hangar, ready to leave the station for the day. He looked in his hand the red Chaos Emerald. Never thought he would feel more stronger than ever from the emerald's powers. Once he was near the doors, he stopped for a minute. He quickly pulled his sword out, turning around in the darkness behind him. I know you're right there. I can sense your presence, he said. So, the doctor gives you something with a chance to please him. The masked figure made his appearance from the darkness, approaching the hero killer. Who the hell are you? Stain asked. That's none of your concern. But I know who you are. You're the person that don't like heroes because they don't believe in the society we live through. The masked figure explained. You and I have a lot in common. But there's one thing you should know. All heroes should be wiped out of this planet and I will make sure they will be dealt with in due time once it's over. So you only care for is taking out every hero on the planet? What's your purpose on taking them down? Stain asked. I already had set my sights on 2 people that are the targets that will be taken out, he said, referring to both Izuku and All Might. I will make sure they will bow to me once the planet is taken over. You only care for power, Stain said, putting his sword back. He noticed the jewel on the figure's chest. That's thing on your chest. Something that I'll be using for combat, the figure said, walking to the right side before stopping. I look forward to working with you. But know this, if you plan to take me down, the jewel on his chest bright and his eyes glow. I'll make sure you will dealt with personally. After his threat, the figure walked away, leaving the hero killer, a little shocked but not intimidated. He formed a smirk before leaving to the hangars. We'll see about that, he said. UA High School Heroes Course Entrance Exams Location Battle Center B. Back at UA, the entrance exam was about to take place. A bus stopped in front of long door. Candidates exit from the bus, looking at the battle center they were about to enter. Everyone dressed in their gym workout attire. Itsuka wore the same workout clothes she wore 5 months ago as she exited from the bus. Izuku was the last to exit, dressed in the same clothes he wore earlier during the 10-month training. Wow, this whole battle center is like a city. This is where the targets are hiding, almost like a real city. We must make sure we had to get the robots so we can get some points. Right, Izuku? The big fist quirk user turned to see the boy, shaking nervously. Izuku? What? Oh, why yeah. It should be okay, he said, still shaking. Calm down, Izuku. I know you're nervous about this exam. You just gotta believe in yourself. You can do it. I know you can, she said, patting him on the back. You sound more confident than ever, he said. Sure, because I know I want to pass this exam and get into UA, Itsuka said, raising her big fist in the air. Izuku smiled at her confidence. He looked at the other candidates who were in the same thing like Itsuka. These guys don't seem nervous at all. It seems they're motivated to pass this exam as well. Some of them have special gear. His eyes caught Uraraka, using her hand as a fan to cool herself off. Hey, it's that girl we saw at the school's gate. The one who used her quirk from stopping me from falling. I think her name was Ochako Uraraka, right? Itsuka asked, seeing the girl as well. She saw Izuku walking towards the group. I should probably thank her for helping me back there, he thought, walking towards her and the group. Suddenly, a hand caused him to stop walking. He turned to see a hand landed on his left shoulder. He turned around to see the guy with the glasses that scolded him earlier in the orientation. He's here, too, he thought. Hey, you're that guy that was talking with Izuku earlier today, Itsuka said, walking towards both guys. The man looked to see Uraraka in the group. She looks like she's focusing on the trials ahead. He then looked at Izuku with a serious face. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? He asked. Hey, don't try to go at him. He just wanted to talk to the girl about earlier today. That's all, Itsuka said, glaring at the guy. Excuse me, are you his friend? The man asked. Of course. He's always nervous and all because of the exam. I can tell by his body language. Not like he's gonna distract nobody. You're just so serious on everything, Itsuka said. This exam is very serious. Everything is serious. I want to get into UA, he said. That's true, Itsuka said. Right, let's start. Everyone turned their attention to present Mike, who's standing on top of a tower, looking down at the candidates. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Izuku turned around to see nobody there. Instead, they were running towards the battle center. Izuku, hurry up. Don't get left behind, Itsuka yelled, running with the group. Crap, he said, grabbing the emerald out from his pocket. His face formed a determined one, looking at the emerald in his hand. All right. You helped me throughout these 10 months. Now, it's time to help me out on passing this exam so I can go to UA. Let's do this. The emerald heard its thoughts, activating a blue aura around him. From there, Izuku ran towards the battle center, preparing for his biggest challenge of his road to become a hero. Chapter 9. Entrance Exam Part 2. On board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and their robot minions were observing every battle centers in the academy. Many screens from the Egg drone's camera were showing the candidates going through the city, destroying or running away from the robots they were supposed to destroy. They were observing more of Bakugo destroying a couple of robots with his quirk. No doubt, Eggman has been keeping his eye on him since the shopping district incident, thinking of recruiting him to his empire. But they were more focused on their second main target. There's another thing that was making Eggman more infuriating. The fact that his eyes were focused on the robots UA created. All the robots were similar to Eggman's robots. Guess I'm gonna need a lawyer someday to sue this idiotic school for stealing my designs, the doctor said as Snively facepalmed and rolled his eyes at the same time. Seriously, doctor? How in the world can you sue these people when they don't know we exist? Snively asked. Eggman placed his finger on his chin, thinking. I have no idea how to do it. Boss, that Bakugo guy is really doing some damage. He's using his powers to destroy all these robots. He'll be a good fit for our forces down the road, Boko said, seeing the screen of Bakugo destroying robots with his explosive quirk. He'll be a perfect fit. A little upgrade for our forces, don't you agree? Snively asked. We'll still need to see how he does until the time comes. Either way, I like what I see from this person. We just need to persuade him to join us, Eggman said, turning his seat to where Scratch was looking at the Chaos Emerald radar. Scratch, any signs of the Chaos Emerald? I believe that Izuku Kid has it with him. The chicken badnik turned his chair to the Chaos Emerald radar. And right on time. The radar was beeping rapidly, signaling the Emerald's powers was activated. It's activated, boss. We just need one of our drones to find him in this city, Scratch said. Eggman used one of the arms of his chair, pushing buttons where the screen in front of him switches camera cuts to each drone's point of view. Finally, the screen shows Izuku running in the battle center with the Chaos Emerald in his hand. They see the blue aura surrounding him. He was trying to catch up with the others, who ran in before he did. All right, boy. Let's see what you can do after all that 10-month training you accomplished, Eggman thought, putting his hand underneath his chin, watching the scene. At the battle center, Izuku continues running with the Chaos Emerald in his hand. The Emerald's powers transfers throughout his body, feeling the strength it was giving him. The green aura surrounds him. He looked to see others up ahead as he tries to catch up with the. Okay, Izuku. You went through 10 months of training and you made it this far. It's time to put this to the test. Hopefully All Might's quirk can power up my body. But I do got the emerald with me. You can do this, Izuku. Believe in yourself, he thought. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of him to the right. An object came out from the building to the right. Izuku froze his movement, freaking out as the object appears from the smoke. A one-pointer, he said. An easy villain robot, which is a one-pointer, turned to see Izuku in front of him. Target acquired. Moving in to attack. The robot's voice said as it used its wheel to charge forward towards the boy. Get ready, Izuku. This is your chance to shine, he thought, getting into his defensive stance with a determined face. Flashback 10 months later, Izuku was punching a teared-up punching bag. He used the Chaos Emerald's powers as the bag was tearing up quickly due to his punches. His knuckles were wrapped in tape to protect himself from blood coming out. Behind him, Toshinori in his skinny form watched out with his arms crossed. He looked at his stopwatch, seeing 5 minutes has passed. He pushed the button to stop the time before looking at the boy. Time's up, Midoriya, he said, putting the stopwatch in his pocket before walking to the boy. Izuku put his hands on his knees with his head down. He was panting with sweat around his body. The emerald's energy dimmed. All Might put his hand on his back. You okay? Seems you're tired, he said. I'm fine, just out of breath, Izuku said, breathing hard. Toshinori looked at the punching bag that was now tore up from Izuku's knuckles. You did good, kid. Like I said, this whole training thing will be tough. With the emerald you have, you tore up that punching bag real good. Even though it was here along with the trash. Anyway, let me see your hands. Izuku lifted both hands, showing some blood on them. Gotta hurt as hell, doesn't it? Let me go get my first aid kit from the trunk and I'll get th. Suddenly, the emerald light up again, causing All Might to stop talking. The green aura surrounds Izuku's body again. The symbol of peace looked at his knuckles, seeing the blood going back inside his hands and the cuts were closing by itself. After that, Izuku's hands were officially healed as the boy smiled. Oh, forgot that the emerald heal wounds by itself. Should have thought about it after it healed my respiratory, he said, referring to his fight with the sludge villain a couple months ago. It even can heal the soreness around my body. That's why I'm not feeling any pain after it heals," Izuku said, seeing his knuckles healed. "Well, seeing you handle a punching bag, let's see you can handle this." Toshinori pointed his finger at an old vehicle that was trashy and all. Seriously?" Izuku asked, nervously. "I did said it was gonna be harder, right? You used the emerald to destroy the punching bag. Let's see if you can use your fist along with the emerald's powers to take this vehicle down. You use one punch to beat the sludge villain and you're using it again for the upcoming entrance exam. There will be robots as part of it. Be ready. Now, go ahead and try it," Toshinori explained. Izuku took a deep breath to relax and focus. His face turned to a determined one. The emerald lights up again, gaining power to his body. He formed a defensive stance, staring at the vehicle in front of him. His right fist light up with enough power from the emerald. He ran towards it, delivering a big punch on it, destroying the vehicle into pieces. All Might was amazed by the whole thing, similar to his quirk though wasn't surprised by it. "Good work, Midoriya," he said. "Ow, that hurts," Izuku said, holding his fist, crying comically despite the pain was gone because of Emerald's healing power. "Suck it up, kid, we got a lot of work to do," All Might said. End flashback. "Just like I did to the vehicle, I gotta do the same thing to this because this one does count," Izuku thought as the robot was coming closer. The one-pointer used its right arm to strike. But Izuku jumped up, dodges its attack. Then he responded by using his fist, destroying the robot into pieces. He landed on ground with a smile. "Yes, I got a point," he said. His celebration didn't last long when another one-point robot came out of nowhere, trying to attack Izuku from behind. The boy turned around, ready to use his fist to destroy the one from behind. When suddenly, a laser came out of nowhere, destroying the robot. "What the? Who did that?" he asked, looking around when he saw one of candidates standing across the street. A man with a slim body, slightly long blonde hair, along with long eyelashes and bright indigo eyes, giving him the appearance of a young prince. His ring-shaped belt buckle lights up, signaling of where the laser was coming from. "Got him," the boy said. "A laser? You did that?" Izuku asked, surprisingly. "Merci beaucoup. We make a great team with you as my decoy," Yugo Aoyama said. "Although, I won't be seeing you too much in the future. So, thank you." He gave Izuku a wink before running off to another direction. Izuku just stood there with a confused look. "What does he mean by that?" he asked. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left, Present Mike's voice was heard throughout. Izuku flinched nervously. "I have to hurry, though I got a point, I need more points and fast." He ran throughout the city, looking around for more robots. Turning right on the street, both a one-pointer and a three-pointer robots. He stood in front, raising his right arm, holding it with his left arm, placing his finger on his thumb. Red lines forms on his finger at the same time. "Delaware smash," he yelled out by snapping his fingers, letting out a powerful shockwave, sending both robot flying through a building in the air, destroying them. "Yes. That's a total of 5 points I got, still not enough though I gotta find more," he continued running through the streets again. He turned to the left corner, encountered two two-pointer robots. Perhaps using a flying kick would work. "I did that one time when I took on the pro hero Blood King." Flashback 5 months ago at the sports festival stadium, Izuku collided with Vlad King. The two had the same speed. Izuku tries to land a punch on the Blood King's groin. But the hero with its speed quickly dodges it. He appears behind the boy, laying a kick on his back, sending him to the ground of stadium. Vlad King tries to launch his attack with a leg kick. But Izuku quickly dodges it as the Blood King hit the ground. Izuku quickly appears to the right of him. That was a bad move for Izuku because Vlad King waited for that moment at the right time. The hero used his left fist, hitting the boy in the groin. With enough force, Izuku got pinned to a wall, creating cracks behind it. Vlad King quickly used blood control quirk. His blood shoots out from his glove, connected to tubs attached to other parts of his body. The blood surrounds Izuku's body, making it harden for anyone to escape. "Sorry, kid. Nice try, but it wasn't good enough," he said. Suddenly, the green aura around Izuku's body from the Chaos Emerald grew brighter. Izuku popped out from the blood. "What? That's impossible. Nobody can't escape from my quirk," Vlad King said in shocked. Izuku delivers a speed dash to the hero's groin, sending him flying backwards. The boy uses speed to charge towards the blood cane. He jumped using his left leg, deliver a flying kick to the chin of the blood cane, sending him flying to a nearby wall. Out cold and unconscious. It was another victory for Izuku. I take it the Blood King should have known by now that he can escape from any hardened objects. Just ask the sludge villain, Toshinori said. Either way, Midoriya is improving in this training, Nezu said. End flashback. Izuku curl himself into a ball, spinning himself in a fast pace towards a target. He quickly exit from his speed dash by jumping in the air and using his right leg, deliver a flying kick at the head of the two-pointer robot, sending it flying, colliding with the other two-pointer robot, sending them both flying to a nearby building. Awesome. I got 9 points now. Gotta keep up, he yelled as he continues through the city. Up ahead, he saw 3 three-pointer robots, equipped with rocket launchers on their back. 3 pointers. Perfect. Those are big points that I need. But I got to find a way on how to do it. Perhaps using speed dash again will do the trick. I remember doing that when I was jogging with All Might on the beach, he thought. Flashback months ago at the beach, Izuku and All Might, who was back in his muscular form, were jogging on the beach next the shore. Izuku kept pace with his idol next to him. He was sweating and panting heavily, breathing sweaty palms because of the hot sun from above. This whole thing didn't bother All Might. He kept focus with his traditional smile. He could hear Izuku breathing hard, noticing he was getting tired. Keep up, young Midoriya. You can't give up just yet. I know you're tired and all, and I would love to help. But you gotta keep it up by yourself. So come on, keep running, All Might yelled. I'm trying my best, Izuku said, noticing he was at his limit of getting tired. All Might could tell Izuku was getting tired. Though he does want to help, he wants his student to do it by himself. Using his speed, he jogged quickly, already losing the boy while he continued to jog. Izuku looked up to see his idol already speeding ahead. I can't give up, I gotta, tried my best, if only I had a speed that is faster than ever before, Izuku thought. Suddenly, the emerald began to glow from his pocket. Energy from it sends through his body. He felt something like never before. His legs began feeling a stronger power like never before. Then, he blasted off like a rocket. Legs moving fast like Sonic's. He was leaving behind a trail of sand from the beach behind. He was getting closer from All Might as the symbol of peace turned around and saw his student coming real fast. What the hell? All Might yelled as his student passed him, sending a big wind and sand covered his body. This is crazy, Izuku yelled as he was all the way of his speed. All Might's head popped out from the sand as she rubs it off with his head. He looked to see where his student was heading. He has more speed than mine before. Guess he knows how to run, he said. End flashback. The 3 robots saw Izuku coming towards them. They were prepared to launch missiles to attack on the boy. Izuku powers up his legs from the Chaos Emerald. He begins to go fast towards them, using his elbow left to right like a pinball machine, hitting all 3. He escaped from the attack, hearing the explosions behind him. Yes, I got 18 points now, but I'm still have to find more to continue. I'm a roll, can't give up now, he thought as he normally runs through the city. He turns right to an alleyway, running into it and coming out, re-entering on the streets. He stopped when he saw the other candidates destroying a couple of robots. Getting desperate, he was looking around for other robots that were destroyed, including the 3-point robots he was looking for to extend his points. Where's a 3-point robot where you needed it, he thought, looking around when he saw it in the street to his right. There it is. About to approach it, he saw Uraraka running in between the carriage. It's that girl again? Uraraka touched 2 robots, including the 3-point robot that Izuku would like to have. The robots flowed through the air thanks to her. She closed her fingers together before saying the word, release. She yelled as the robots came crashing down on the street behind her. She breathed a sigh of relief after that. Okay, that should be at least 28 points, she said, running to another location. 28 points? Izuku thought. Shockingly, she's 10 points ahead of me? Izuku, watch out! A voice caused him to turn around, seeing a 2-point robot coming towards him. Itsuka appeared out of nowhere, using her big fist Quirk, by crushing the robot with both her hands. After that, her hands grew back to normal, running to the boy. Are you okay? She asked. I am fine, thanks, he said, still shaking. There's so many robots to destroy. These candidates are going all in using their quirk to get as much points as they can. Itsuka said, looking around the carnage. How many you got so far? Izuku asked. So far I gotten like 25 points. Been too easy so far, she said with a smile. What about you? How much points you gotten? 18 points. I've been doing good so far. Still need to find more robots, especially 3-point robots, Izuku said. That's awesome. Itsuka said when her eyes caught on the emerald in his hands and it was glowing. That's the object he had in his backpack during the orientation. Why does he have it with him during the exam? She thought, seeing the aura surrounding him. The object's glowing inside of it and he has a green aura surround him. Where did he get that emerald from? Her thoughts were interrupted when she and Izuku heard an explosion near them. They saw Iida, using his engine quirk on his calves, to destroy a 2-point robot with his feet. That puts me into 45 points, he said. He has so many points, Izuku said, looking at the engine quirk on his calves. That speed he has. I wonder what it's like when he compete with Sonic for that type of speed. Izuku. His mind came back to reality, noticing Itsuka was shaking his shoulders. Look, don't pay attention to any of these people. Just focus around looking for robots. You need these points big time to pass. I love to help you but you got to believe in yourself. You want to go to UA. Believe in yourself. I know you can do it, she said, with a determined face. Oh okay, he said, taking deep breaths. I'll do my best. Hurry up. You're wasting time, she said, running off to another direction. Hopefully at the end of this exam, I can ask him about that emerald. Izuku stood there, looking around to find more robots as the pressure was mounting more on him and the time was running quickly. 18 points wasn't enough. He needed more before the exam is over or he won't be going to UA. I have to hurry and find more robots or I'm done, he thought as he ran again throughout the city. Back at UA, inside an observation room in the academy, teachers and staff were sitting down, looking at the candidates in every battle centers. Much like Eggman watching the whole thing, which none of them doesn't know with the egg drones being hidden in the centers thanks to their cloaking device. Clearly, the examines have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. Nezu explained, they have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. He sees both Iida, Yugo, Itsuka, and Bakugo destroying robots on screen. Some use information gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage. And as for pure and full combat ability, the most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. I say that this year's group looks promising, a woman with a seductive tone said. One of the teacher watching was Toshinori, who was in his skinny form. His eyes was more focused on Izuku, who was running throughout the city, panicking and all. His eyes that other teachers didn't see was the chaos emerald in his hand glowing. He looked at the scoreboard on another screen, seeing his student at 18 points. It was a good start but needs more points and with time continuing to tick, the pressure was mounting. I see Midoriya is doing good so far. He only has 18 points and he's using the Chaos Emerald, Nezu said. That boy should be up by a ton of points. We gave him all that training for nothing, Vlad King said. Relax, there's still plenty of robots to be found. He's looking for more of the 3-pointers which are the most important points he needs, Cementos said. He better hurry and find them. All the other candidates are all finding them and destroying them than he is, Ectoplasm said. Since we're talking about the boy, that gauntlet training you put him in. Why did you put me in that training? The R-rated hero Midnight asked. Only for silence by all the other heroes including both Nezu and Toshinori. Hey, I'm talking to everyone here. But there were reasons to it. Nezu didn't put her in because she'll quickly try to seduce Izuku since he personally was a nervous and timid boy. Anyway, shall we make the exam a little harder? The principal asked, changing subjects quickly. Indeed, since we have enough time. The real test is yet to come. Toshinori said, pushing a red button in front of him. Let's see how they react. Back in the battle center, candidates all stopped their attacks on the robots when they heard the ground shake, thinking it's an earthquake happening. Large smoke of debris appears in front of them. Izuku looked around to see the place shaking. Then a large shadow appeared as the boy looked up to see a large robot looking at them. It was the 0-point robot, which is largest out of the 3 other robots. From President Mike's voice earlier in the orientation, this robot was just 0 points, so it didn't count to be destroyed as part of the exam. Isn't this horrible extreme? Izuku thought, nervously with his entire body shaking. Suddenly, the glowing in the Chaos Emerald disappeared and the blue aura around his body is gone at the same time. Izuku noticed it. What happened to the emerald? It's not glowing no more. All the energy inside me is gone. He thought when something came up to his head. Flashback the day Sonic and Tails were leaving for Earth. They gave the Chaos Emerald to Izuku while he gave them his All Might action figure. Tails told Izuku about how they gained control of the emerald to use for his dream to become a hero. There was one thing that the fox cub brought up. If you use too much of the emerald throughout, it will be drained off its powers and likely have to wait a couple of days for it to regain its energy, Tails said. Seriously? Izuku asked, looking at the emerald. That kind of energy will be hard for it to get back, so don't try to use too much of it, Tails said. The 0-point robot used its big fist to smash on the ground, creating a big impact wind of smoke. Windows on the buildings shattered throughout. Izuku covered his eyes with his arms to not get any dust in his eyes. The other candidates appeared from the fog, making a run for it. Iida caught a glimpse of Izuku, sitting on the ground, before running past him. The boy sat there, scarred as hell with tears in his eyes. The robot was getting closer to him. Instead of running, he dragged himself. Faster. I gotta run and find some small villain, he said, dragging himself. Crap, crap, crap. I'm still at 7 points. Less than 2 minutes remaining, President's mic voice was heard. What? 2 minutes? Izuku asked, hearing the time was about to run out for him. Pressure was mounting more for the boy. Not only he was stuck at 7 points and 2 minutes remaining on the exam, but the Chaos Emerald he had has been drained from its energy. It just made more difficult for Izuku. The emerald ain't working all that power I used throughout the training with All Might. I'm in big trouble. In the observation room, All Might sees the candidates running from their lives away from the 0-point robot. He saw Izuku dragging himself away from it. But his eyes caught on the Chaos Emerald not glowing anymore. What happened to the emerald? It's not glowing anymore. This is not good, and with the 0-point robot in the city, it's just difficult for Midoriya. He thought, looking back at the clock again. Damn it. The quirk inside his body should be active by now. He has to hurry or it's over. Back on the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions, except for Snively, laughed at the candidates running for their lives from the 0-point robot. Are you serious? They all want to be heroes. Instead they want run for their lives, not going against that? What a bunch of cowards. Hell, I would have my great Eggman Robo destroyed that robot within seconds, he said. I guess they weren't cut up to be heroes all of a sudden. Cowards, Scratch said, yelling at the screen before turning back to the Chaos Emerald radar. Boss. What is it? Eggman asked, stopping his laughter. Energy from the Chaos Emerald is not picking up no more on radar, the chicken badnik said. Find that Izuku boy. Eggman ordered as Orbot type in a couple of buttons. The screen in front of them cuts to another camera angle from another drone showing Izuku dragging himself away from the giant robot. The drone zoom in to where the Chaos Emerald was black instead of blue color. No wonder. The Chaos Emerald has lost all its energy. Seems that after using all that energy from the training through 10 months has gone away. Now in this exam with a giant robot behind him, it spells trouble for the boy, Snively said. What now, boss, since the emerald is out of energy? Cubot asked. Let's see what it play outs. If I remember earlier at the beach, we saw All Might gave that boy a piece of his hair and told him to put it in his mouth. That made me puke, by the way. That big ape said that giving him his powers to him. I haven't seen any activity from it since then. But the way it's going on this boy is in trouble. Eggman explained. So we're just gonna watch? Snively asked. Indeed. Until then, enjoy the show. Anything can happen. Eggman said, grabbing a bucket of popcorn, watching the action on screen. Back at the battle center, everyone ran away from the 0-point robot. Izuku dragged himself in panic mode. Pressure mounted big time because he already has 7 points and time was running on him. Even worse, the Chaos Emerald in his hand turned black, signaling the energy was all used up. It was now putting Izuku in a difficult spot, and the way it's going, he was on the verge of failing this test. Ow! Izuku stopped dragging himself when he heard another voice. Turning around, he saw Uraraka on the ground with her right leg pinned by the debris as she desperately tried to pull herself out with the robot coming towards him. Izuku's face froze in terror seeing the girl he met earlier in grave danger. He didn't know what to do. If the Chaos Emerald was working right now, he probably would have jumped in and saved her. And make matters worse, the other candidates ran off in panic, didn't pay attention to the girl that they didn't see on the ground. The boy could only stand there seeing the robot getting closer, doesn't know what to do or how to help. Are you okay? Izuku's mind snapped when he saw Itsuka running towards Uraraka. Itsuka? Is she gonna save her? He thought in a panicked tone. She has to hurry, the robot's getting closer. Itsuka stopped next to Uraraka as the girl looked up at the big fist quirk user. You're that girl from earlier, please. My leg is pinned by the debris. I can't get out, Ochako yelled, still trying to pull her right leg out but no prevail. Hang on, I'll get you out. Itsuka raised her right fist where it grew bigger. Pretending like it's a shovel, she used her big hand, scooping the debris off of Uraraka's right leg. She threw the debris to the right, hitting a window to a building. Uraraka got up but her right leg was limping. Itsuka's fist grew back to its normal size, putting the girl's arm around her, helping her stand. Are you okay? Can you walk? I am fine but my leg is limping. Ochako replied as Itsuka turned around to see the robot coming close to them. Let's get out of here. Itsuka carries Uraraka to the others. She did it. She got her out of there, thank God, Izuku thought, breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the 0-point robot used his big arm, swinging to a big high-rise building, cutting in half. The top building was coming down and it about to go down on both Itsuka and Uraraka. Both girls heard something, looking up to see a building coming down on them. They were panicked and scared of their fate that was about to come. The world turned slow for Izuku. His eyes grew wide in horror, seeing the building coming down towards both girls in front. Nobody was coming to save them. He was the only one looking on. But suddenly, a flash of light appeared of nowhere, causing his clothes to close and using his arms to shield the light from it. Took a couple of seconds for the light to die down. He moved his arm and opened his eyes, noticing the entire world froze. The piece of building that was about to crush both girls but froze, including the robot that was moving as well. Everything froze. What just happened? He asked when he felt something hit his left hand. He saw the Chaos Emerald empty from his hand. The Chaos Emerald is gone. Relax. I have it with me. Izuku turned to see none other than Pachacamac with the Chaos Emerald in his hand. It's you again. What's happening? Everything froze except us, he said. I used Chaos Control to freeze time. Should have thought of that in the first place. But of course you didn't had a chance to use it because of the emerald turning to black. The Mystic Chief answered, examining the emerald. You used the emerald too much. All that training for the past 10 months you used the emerald too much and now all the power's drained thanks to you. That's not good. I know Tails warned me about it but can you do something? Can you gain power to it? Izuku asked. I can gain the power of the emerald back in it, however, this will be the last time that it will happen. Pachacamac said, using the tip of the spear to touch the emerald. Once that happened, the emerald turned from black to its original green color, gaining the power back to life. He gave the emerald back to Izuku where the boy could feel this strong power gaining from it and spreading around his body. In no way. I could feel it stronger than ever, he said. As I mentioned again, this is the last time I'll help you out gaining the emerald powers back. But there is a way you can gain it back without my help, Pachacamac said. Really? Izuku asked. I'll give you a hint, there's a floating island that holds the old ruins. It's coming to Earth. I could feel its presence from a long way, the Mystic Chief said. Floating island? See coming to Earth? Izuku asked, stuttering. You'll find out soon once it gets here. In the meantime, you got an exam to finish. Now hurry before those humans are dead. Pachacamac said, referring to Uraraka and Itsuka before walking off into the green portal. Hey, wait. Izuku said but it was too late. The portal was long gone and time began to unfreeze to where it left off. The boy heard screams as he turned to see both girls look up in terror. The big piece of building was coming down on them. His right hand grew a fist where the emerald light up a ton of powers inside his body. He quickly ran towards them. Filled with adrenaline, he felt something powering up inside his body. His legs grew with red lines on him. Then, he jumped in the air, clearing the smoke and cutting through the building was coming towards the ground. The building itself was destroyed into tiny pieces. Both Itsuka and Uraraka look up in shock to see Izuku floating in the air. He was going for the big blow with his right fist. His arm light up with red lines mixed with the emerald powers around it. The power of One for All finally activates, delivering a big punch at the face of the giant robot. The punch made a big dent at the robot's face, sending it backwards while exploding and crashing to the ground at the same time. The girls along with Iida and the candidates were shocked to see what Izuku just did. In the observation room, the teachers had the same expressions as the candidates were. Principal Nezu jumped in joy after seeing the attack. All Might sat there with a smile on his face. That's right. Show them who you are. Embodied of what it means to be a hero, he thought. Nothing is noble than self-sacrifice. In the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and the minions all stood with a shock face, witnessing Izuku use All Might's quirk to destroy the robot. Impossible. Eggman said. How did that kid destroy it with just one punch? He had to use All Might's powers, because it was same kind of punch he used when destroyed that villain at the shopping district 10 months ago, Snively said. Nobody should have that kind of power. That's just impossible, Warbot said. That was awesome. That kid can hit with on. Boko was interrupted when Eggman swung a wrench at his head, hitting him. What did All Might gave that boy? Is that his power? Eggman thought. Just 1 minute left. Present Mike's voice was heard again. Izuku was in deep thought, seeing the robot down in the street. But the hero's voice was heard, causing him to get back in reality. He noticed that he was in the sky and was about to fall down to the street. His face went from anger back to panic mode. Okay. I jump using One for All. So, maybe I can use it to get down too. He thought until he thought of something. I totally forgot. Chaos control. Why I'm panicking for, stupid Izuku. The emerald read his thoughts, creating a bright light around him. 1 second he was gone from the air. The next the light appeared on the street near both girls. Uraraka and Itsuka saw Izuku appeared on the street. The boy looked to see the girls looking at him. At least they're safe. I need a nap. Izuku faints to the ground. The green aura disappears around his body and the light inside the emerald dimmed. Izuku! Itsuka yelled as she and Uraraka ran up to the boy. We need medical attention for him, Ochako yelled. Time's up. Present Mike's voice was heard as the siren echoed through the battle center. The exam has come to an end. Bad thing is that Izuku had tears come from his eyes. He finished with 18 points. Failing to get other points he needed. He lays there unconscious with both girls at his side, trying to wake him up. Other candidates look at the boy, talking about the attack on the giant robot. But they think he still did it with luck. But for Iida, he knows something about Izuku and what he did throughout. They're all missing the point, don't they see what he did? Iida thought, looking at both girls in between Izuku's body. He sacrificed everything, just to save both girls' lives. He must have known that little time was left and how many points he needed to pass. He was putting his life on the line. But despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to jump. He clenched both fists where his body was shaking. If this wasn't an exam, I would have done the same thing. But his mind caught up when his eyes saw the emerald on the ground next to Izuku's body. What's that? Did he had that thing the whole time? Meanwhile, Itsuka grabbed the emerald from the ground, seeing it all green and colored. The light inside was gone as she examines it. Ochako saw it as she looked at it. Is that an emerald? Did he had it throughout this exam? She asked. He did. It was so weird. Throughout the exam, I had a chance to see how he was doing. He held that emerald in his hand. Itsuka explained, looking at the emerald. It had a bright light inside and a green aura surrounding him. I wonder why he brought this with him. I saw this in his backpack once the orientation ended. It's amazing. Do you know where he got it? Ochako asked. I'm not sure. Maybe when he wakes up, I'll ask him about it, Itsuka said. Suddenly, a hand out of nowhere snatched the emerald away from her hand. Both girls flinched when they turned around see Recovery Girl appeared next to them with the emerald. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But the object belongs to this boy. I'll hang on to it for safekeeping, she said as paramedic bots arrived with a stretcher, placing Izuku on it and leaving the battle center. Excuse me, do you know anything about the emerald? Itsuka asked Recovery Girl. I agree. We never seen a power like that in a while, Ochako said. Sorry, but that's classified information and that's all you will know. In the meantime, you'll get the results of your exam in the mail the next week. Be on the lookout for that. Recovery girl said before walking off. What did she mean classified information? Ochako asked. I'm not sure. I wonder if this academy knows something that we don't know, Izuku said. While Recovery Girl walked off, Iida heard the conversation and he was very interested about the emerald as well. Classified information. I wonder why she would say that about the emerald the guy had? Maybe I need to ask him about it, he thought. In the observation room, both Toshinori and Nezu breathed a sigh of relief. The principal quickly ordered Recovery Girl to get both Izuku and the emerald away from the battle center. They knew they heard both girls were talking about the emerald. Many of the candidates saw what it could do, but they determined to keep this top secret for the time being until the start of the UA school year begins. That was close. Good thing I ordered her to get it away before those girls ask any more questions, Nezu said. Exactly. I ordered the other staff to escort the candidates out as well, Toshinori said. By the way, he finally used the big one for all punch as we expected. And his right arm didn't break thanks to the protection of the Chaos Emerald. However, he finished the exam with only 18 points. That's not good. There is another way he can pass the exam, Nezu said. What do you mean? Toshinori asked. Trust me, I know a way, Nezu said. Back aboard the Death Egg, Eggman has ordered all egg drones to return the base for the day. They recorded all the information of the exams throughout. Plus got a map of the entire UA high school perimeter they had. But the big one they got was the scene of Izuku using one for all to punch the robot and Recovery Girl talking with the students about the Chaos Emerald. Thought the real information she didn't bring out. Have all the egg drones returned to base. Our job is done for now. We pretty much have every information we needed, Eggman said, leaning back on his chair. Yes, boss, Orbot said, typing in a couple buttons. We did heard from the elder woman that the emerald was classified information. Trying to get it away from the public to not noticing anything about, Snively said. Indeed, perhaps she saw one of the candidates holding on to the Chaos Emerald. If I notice, it's the same girl that Izuku met 5 months ago. Recovery Girl wanted the emerald. Didn't want to bring out any information on it until the time would come. Eggman explained. As long as she didn't bring it out, I'm fine with it until we make our move. So what now? Snively asked. For now, we'll continue our regular mission of surveying the city with the drones. Depends on Izuku made it the academy, we'll be continuing to keep a close eye on him when he got a letter that he was accepted, Eggman said. Very well, Snively said. Back on Mobius, Sonic told them the entire story of him giving the Chaos Emerald to Izuku when they were on Earth 10 years ago. The girls mostly cried about the story. Knuckles took a deep breath but was a little angry of what Sonic did and mostly lied about the Chaos Emerald. The other members look at one another confused and all. The others were shocked. So after 10 years, you gave the Chaos Emerald to a human? Cream asked. Chow, Cheese said. To let him become a hero, Sonic said, looking at the window. I made a promise to Izuku I would come back and see him again. Now, with Dr. Eggman launching his plans moving forward, Izuku could be a grave danger and with having the emerald, it's just gotten worse. I knew this was a dangerous thing. We expect it was coming, Tails said. But why hold this for 10 years? You should have told us all this at the time. But you had to tell us at the time Eggman is at Earth, Knuckles said. We didn't think Eggman would leave this planet, quietly, thinking he would sneak out from us in the night. But he was so careless, he didn't delete the data of his plans, Tails said. Data and information? Sonic asked. Remember when we were at his base? I managed to transfer all the data and information of Operation Starseed to my Miles Electric. Tails said, pulling out his device. I can transfer to the Blue Typhoon once we lift off. What a second. What do you mean lift off? Sliver asked. What I'm saying is, the Hedgehog turned to his friends with a determined face. We're leaving for Earth today to stop Eggman and his attack. And rescuing Izuku at all cost. What? The other except for Shadow, shockingly. You have to be kidding me, Sonic. You know how many miles it's gonna take to get to the planet? SPO asked. I know that. But I'm not gonna sit here and let Egghead go after a planet that could have many humans in grave danger from him. The Hedgehog said. Especially, Izuku. Like I said, I made a promise to see him again and rescue him from Egghead. I'm not gonna break that promise one way or another. And I won't let Eggman get near him when I'm there." Everyone stood silence, looking at one another thinking how risky it would be going all the way to Earth. "But, Mr. Sonic." The others turned to Cream and Cheese, approaching towards the blue hedgehog with a sad face. "I know this is a serious mission and what Eggman is gonna do with those poor humans is sad. But if we head for Earth, it means that we're gonna be leaving our home planet for good and I'm not see my mother again anytime soon until it's over. We're gonna to miss all of our friends here." The rabbit begins having tears coming out from her eyes as Cheese did the same thing. Sonic could only look at his friend with a sad face. While she cried quietly, he looked up at the others and they were feeling the same way Cream was. The hedgehog understand the whole situation. It means leaving this planet, saying goodbye to everyone. Sonic looked down towards Cream, patting her softly on her head. "You're right, Cream. It's a tough thing to do and leave our planet for another. I don't want to go either, but I can't let Eggman go after another planet." The hedgehog looked back at the others with determination. "Look, we've been through hell and back with Eggman in the past. We managed to beat him all the time. All the adventures we've been through were tough. But this one is perhaps the toughest one we've ever faced. Besides, I always want to get a chance to go to another where humans with unknown powers that we can experience. I'm not sure what to expect there, but this could be the adventure of a lifetime. And we're not gonna let Eggman win this battle. We will win at the end. It's gonna be tough, but we can do it. So who's with me?" "I've been with you for many years, Sonic. No way I won't let you go alone," Tails said, signaling his approval. "Count me in. Can't afford to leave my Sonic out of this," Amy said. "You're gonna need all the help you can get," SPO said. "Don't forget about this Bumblebee," Charmy Bee said. "It's gonna be tough, but I can't say no for an answer," Blaze said. "Omega E-123 ready to action," the robot said, raising his fist in the air. "Can't let Eggman rule the world. Let's do it," Silver said. "Ready to get some action in me," Vector said. Knuckles glared at Sonic. But Rouge kicked his head with her leg. He rubbed his head, looking at the bat before going back at Sonic. "Look, I don't agree to give the Chaos Emerald to that boy you mentioned. Should have told us a long time ago. But I understand why you gave it to him. Either way, I'm not gonna stand by seeing Eggman go after a boy with the emerald." The echidna gave him a smile. "Thanks, Knux," Sonic said. "Can't stand around either. Looking forward to this adventure," Rogue said. The hedgehog could only grin, seeing his friends changing their minds to be part of this mission. He looked down to both Cream and Cheese, wiping their tears away. "You guys don't have to be part of this if you want. You can stay here on this planet and be wishing us the best of luck with our mission," he said. "Mr. Sonic, like I said earlier, I don't want to leave this planet and my mother behind," the rabbit said when her sad face formed to a determined one. "But I won't let Eggman take over another planet or trying to capture your human friend. I'm coming with you." "Ciao," Cheese said. "Thank you, guys. I knew I can count on everyone. We got a long trip ahead of us. We must prep everything we can for this big mission. The moment we beat Eggman and rescue Izuku. The moment we come home as heroes. Let's do this," Sonic yelled, raising his fist in the air. "Yeah," the others except for Shadow, who only smiled, did the same. Sonic looked to see Shadow gave him a smile. Both nod their heads together. "All right then, gather everyone on the island to see us give a send-off. Gonna be a long trip for sure. Make sure you have some of the stuff you guys need," Sonic said. With that, the meeting was over and everyone left the Sonic's home to return to their place to pack for the adventure they were about to embark. "You did the right thing, Sonic. Even though it was a little years late behind," Tails said. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Anyway, we need to start prepping, gonna be a long journey for sure," Sonic said. Suddenly, the front door opened as faster than a speeding missile. Sonic and Tails turned to see Sir Charles at the doorway. But he wasn't alone. 3 people were behind him and that got an attention of both the hedgehog and the fox cub. Their face turned to shock. The first person is an anthropomorphic coyote with brown fur with pale yellow fur on his front torso, muzzle and cheek tufts, blue eyes and short, neatly combed blonde hair on his head. His was dressed with red boots, arm cuffs, and 2 sword straps that connect on his chest, forming a X shape. Belt colored red and white, with a gray buckle connecting the strap, and white colored gloves and leg cuffs. The second person is an anthropomorphic golden rabbit with pale yellow fur, white muzzle, and vibrant emerald green eyes. Her eyelids are violet or pink. Her right ear is flopped. Her hair, starting off as a tuft of bangs on the back of her neck and forehead. Her appearance shows cyborg limbs thanks to her roboticization, with her left arm and lower torso from the waist being cybernetic. The third person is an anthropomorphic walrus. He has violet fur with darker toes and fingers, peach skin on his torso and muzzle, large tusks, and green eyes. He wore black and white shoes with yellow socks, yellow gloves, and yellow goggles. He also wore his signature green tool belt across his shoulders. No way, Antoine, Bunny, and Rotor. I can't believe it's you guys. It's been a while. What are y'all doing here? Sonic asked in a shocking tone. Sorry for the reunion, but we have other problems at hand. I'm just gonna say it now, it's gone, Charles said. Both Sonic and Tails look at one another before turning back to Uncle Chuck with confused faces. What's gone? Tails asked. Angel Island is no longer on this planet, Uncle Chuck answered. Somewhere in space, a big piece of a floating island was moving slowly to its new destination. That destination is Earth. Chapter 10. The results and goodbye Mobius. It was nighttime in Mustaufu and at Midoriya's apartment, it was dinner time. Both Izuku and his mother, Inko, were enjoying their dinner of rice, salad, and fish on the table. His mother was eating until she noticed that her son was spaced out, smiling at a fish. It was weird and confused for her. She always worries for her son when gets into other things. She gained weight because of depression due to the shocking truth of son being quirkless. But she was still worried that her son wanted to become a hero despite the dangers of it. Izuku, snap out of it, Izuku, she said when he looked to her mother across the table. Why are you smiling at that fish? Should I be worried about you, honey? Oh, sorry, I was just spaced out for a minute, Izuku said, quickly eating his rice like nothing happened. Minutes later, dinner was over. Inko cleaned the table, placing the bowls and plates in the sink, turning the water to clean them. Izuku sat at the couch all spaced out with a hand grip in his right hand and his phone in his left hand. It has been a week since the entrance exam. He knew that he was gonna fail the mock battle despite the 7 points he gotten. The only way he would pass that he would had to get to the 60-point mark but didn't. Though he did pass the written exam but it didn't matter. He hadn't received a phone call from All Might since. Inko used her quirk to float the neighborhood circular book towards her left hand. She heard Izuku let out a sigh as she turns behind to see her son with her head down. I know. Waiting for the results is terrible, she said with a smile, trying to give her son confidence. I guess, Izuku said, still feeling down. No matter what, I just want you to know I'm proud for you and I think you're really cool, sweetie, she said. Sure, he said. After that, Inko put on her house shoes, taking the book and exiting from their home. She leaves Izuku alone as he continues to be worried about the letter that was coming. Izuku put his phone on the table, grabbing a dumbbell off the carpet next to him, using his left arm to lift it back and forth. He has never told his mother that All Might was training him or showing her about the emerald. Though he knew he was gonna fail, his face turned a determined one, signaling he'll keep trying harder to become a hero down the road. Suddenly, his phone rang. He put the dumbbell back down on the carpet, grabbing his phone thinking it was All Might. Instead, he was surprised that it was none other than Momo calling him. He hasn't talked with her in a while since they met on the beach 5 months ago. It did brought a little smile on his face but he was still down. He decided to call her to see what she want. He pressed the call button, placing the phone on his left ear. Hello? He asked. Izuku. Long time no see. It's been a while, Momo replied. It's good to see you too, Momo. I haven't talked to you since we met at the beach. I wish we had a chance to chat again but with me in training and all has been getting my schedule in the way, Izuku replied. It's okay, I understand that you've been very busy. I've been very myself with my school and all. Just a couple more days before I say goodbye to my teachers and other students before I transfer to UA, Momo said. Anyway, I know the entrance exam was last week and I should have called you earlier on how you did but Itsuka said you were unconscious. But the reason I did call you is that did you got your letter from UA yet? Izuku looked down on the ground. He knew he would get the letter soon but didn't want to bring up the fact that he failed. Another part of him wanted to see Momo at the academy. Not yet. It should be coming today, he said. Well, I got a phone call from Itsuka and she gotten her letter. She came in 5th in the exam with 25 villain points and 40 rescue points. A total of 65 points. She passed and she'll be heading to UA, Momo said. Wow, that's great. Good for her. I'll call her maybe tonight or tomorrow to congratulate her, Izuku said, happy but still sad. Actually, she's told me she would plan to call you tonight if you get your letter. She told me that she has a surprise or something. She wouldn't give me any details about why, but she'll tell you about it after you get it, Momo said. Really? That's interesting, Izuku said, confused about the surprise. I wonder what Itsuka has in store for me. Guess once I get that letter in, she'll call me later. Oh, Izuku. I do want to ask you a question, is that alright? Momo asked. Sure, what is it? Izuku asked. Remember at the beach when we first met, that jewel that the seagull took from you before I managed to catch it in time? Itsuka was talking about it, that you had it during the exam. You said to me on the beach it was your lucky charm. Can you explain what it can do? She asked. Izuku was shocked by her statement. See, crap. I totally forgot the Chaos Emerald. Itsuka must have saw it with me when we were talking during the exam. I didn't react to it because I was too busy with the exam. And that means when I was unconscious, that means everyone must have saw it. This is not good. Then another thought came in his head. Wait a second, I did heard that recovery girl was talking with her saying it was classified information. I hope they brought into it. Izuku, are you there? Momo asked. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm still here. Sorry about that, Izuku said, getting nervous a little. It's okay. But anyway, Itsuka told me that All Might appeared out of nowhere and told her to give the jewel to him. I'm not sure why, but she told me that he said it was something special and it belonged to you. He couldn't give details about before saying goodbye with it. What? Oh, I'm fine. I was in deep thought, that's it, Izuku said, laughing and rubbing the back of his head at the same time. Are you sure? Because you keep pausing on the phone many times and I know you just let out sigh as well, Momo said with a stern tone. Can you please tell me about that jewel you have? She really is a stern person, putting me on the spot, Izuku thought, letting out another sigh. Well, you see Momo, the emerald has. He was interrupted when the front door swung open. He flinched when he turned his head and saw Inko in panic mode on her knees. A letter, Izuku. They came. Izuku. Look, you got a letter. She stopped being scared, pulling out a letter with a big red stamp. They're here. Your test results, from UA. Izuku saw the letter in her hand. Izuku, are you okay? Who is that screaming? Momo yelled from the phone. Sorry, it's my mom that was yelling. The letter from UA just got here. I'll call you back to see if I pass, Izuku said. That's fine. Just call me back and let me know, Momo said. Alright. Bye, Izuku said, ending the call and walking up to his mother with the letter in her hand. Who was that on the phone? That sounds like a girl's name you just mentioned, Inko asked, causing the boy to blush and waved his hands around, comically. What? Oh no. That's just a friend I was talking to. Can I have the letter, please? Izuku asked as Inko gave the letter to him. He walked to his bedroom with it. Are you gonna be okay? Should I come with you? Inko asked. Thanks, Mom. I need some privacy if that's all right, Izuku said as he walked inside his bedroom, locking the door behind him. After the door was closed, Inko began pacing back and forth, getting nervous about what the results from the exam her son had. She was praying for the best. Yaoyorozu's mansion across town in a rich neighborhood. Momo is a rich girl living in a large mansion with her mother. The creation Quirk user is in her bedroom, sitting at her desk dressed in her pajamas. Her long hair was untied from her usually spiky ponytail. She looked at her phone after talking with Izuku for the first time in 5 months. With school and others things, she hasn't had a chance to talk with him until now. She let out a sigh before placing the phone her desk. She turned her head to a wall of photos showing her with both Kami and Itsuka during childhood towards the present. Kami has been like a big sister to them in case they were in trouble. Of course, she always wanted to tease them in a perverted way, including Momo because of the body she was born with. Itsuka is another person that Momo always respected. They have been bested friends before meeting Kami during childhood. Good news is that she and Itsuka will be going to UA together. Bad news was that Kami was going to Shiketsu High but would communicate with them at any time. Momo's mind went from another subject. It was last week on the day when the exam was finished that Itsuka called her about her exam scores and all. But more importantly, it was also about Izuku and his quirk that saved both her and Ochako. The girl that both Izuku and Itsuka met before the exam. It was remembered that 5 months ago, Izuku told Momo that he was quirkless. She kept it a secret from her friends about it. But there were others things that also caught her by surprise. Flashback 1 week ago, the sun was setting down for the day. Momo returned home from her all-girl private school. Standing in front of the gate, she typed in the security code on it. A loud buzz was heard as the gate opened. She walked past the gate where it closed by itself. She arrived at her large mansion, opening the door, being greeted by servants. She greeted them back with a smile. She heard her mother's voice in the kitchen as she said hi to her. She proceeded up the grand staircase to her room. Once she entered, she closed the door behind her and put her backpack on her bed. She looked at the window where the sun was settled. She let out a sigh before grabbing her phone, looking at the time. Itsuka should be calling me by now. The exam should be over. Should I call Izuku to see how he did? It's been a while since I've talked with him, she thought when the phone rang and she saw the caller ID. Wow, at the nick of time. She put her thumb on the green call logo, scrolling it. Hello? Hey, Momo. Just called you to let you know I finished the exam, Itsuka said via phone. That's good. So how you do? She asked. I'm pretty confident I passed the exam. Sadly, I have to wait a week for a letter of my result to come in the mail. But I know I passed for sure, Itsuka said. I hate when they send out letters instead of telling you the results now. Almost like waiting for anything to happen, Momo said. I know, but it is what it is, Itsuka said. By the way, how Izuku did, because I know he was the exam with you, Momo asked. Itsuka was on silence for a minute. Didn't want to bring up the 7 points Izuku had. She knew that likely he failed, but didn't want to disappoint Momo for it. Instead, she had to lie and brought the part of the robot he destroyed to save her and Ochako. Actually, I didn't had a chance to talk with him about it. He was sent to the doctor's office unconscious and all. He had both his legs and right arm broken, she said. What? Is he okay? How did he got hurt? Momo asked, worried for the boy. Calm down. He'll be okay. The academy has a nurse by the name of Recovery Girl. She came and helped Izuku on a stretcher and they helped him out of the battle center, Itsuka said. Did you manage to see him after the exam to see how he was okay? Momo asked. Sadly, I couldn't talk with him. Recovery Girl told me to go home and let him rest. I tried calling him to see how he was doing but no answer from his phone, Itsuka said. I see. How did fall unconscious? Was this exam really tough? Momo asked. From there, Itsuka explained the whole situation of the exam that had robots in it. She told her the part of the 4 robots she encountered before moving to the next part of the 0-point robot that made its appearance. She told her she went to save a girl, which is Ochako, from the giant robot. Once she saved her, she told her a building was about to come crashing down on them when Izuku jumped out of nowhere, went flying into the building destroying it, and sent a big punch on the big robot. That part got Momo's attention from the day he met him on the beach, talking about him being quirkless. No way, he saved you too and punched a giant robot? She asked with a shocked face. It was crazy. I never thought he would do that. Even the other candidates were shocked to see it, Itsuka said before turning to another subject. But you know what was also crazy? What is it? She asked, trying to calm herself down. After his attack, he was in the air ready to fall. Uraraka was planning to use her quirk. By the way, her quirk is infinity. It can use any objects to float. She was planning on using it until a light appeared in the sky. From there, a green light appeared in the street and he came out from it. His body was surrounded with a green aura and next to it was an emerald that glowed. He had it in his backpack and during the exam. It was kinda weird to see him have it, Itsuka explained. Emerald? Momo thought when her mind came in play, remembering it was the emerald that the seagull snatched from Izuku, before she managed to catch it. That was the same jewel that Izuku said it was his lucky charm. Is that the reason why he was so worried about, because it contained something special? What kind of powers does it had? Yao Momo, are you there? Itsuka asked. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about it, she said. Trust me, it's been a crazy day for sure. And it gotten more weirder. When I was holding the emerald, out nowhere Recovery Girl just snatched it from me, Itsuka said. What? Why would she do that? Momo asked. I'm not sure. I asked her about the jewel and she told me it was classified information. Even the other students want to know about it, Itsuka answered. Momo's formed a brow on his face. I don't want to say this but this is suspicious, she said. I agree too. Hopefully if you get a chance, maybe you should Izuku and talk to him about it, Itsuka said. Sadly, I can't call him. Maybe next week when he gets the results from the mail. It's just so weird what just happened, Momo said. I know. But in the meantime, I just have to wait till the mail comes in. Anyway, I better get going. Gonna get me some rest after this exam, Itsuka said. Get some rest. You need it. I'll call Kami and tell her about the exam. I'll see you later, Momo said. Bye, Itsuka said. Bye, Momo said as she hung up the phone. End flashback. After that, Momo looks up at the ceiling above her. Still thinking what Itsuka was talking about a week ago. She's hoping she would talk with Izuku about that moment, but because of the letter he received from UA, she would have to wait another time. Hopefully, Izuku passed. I want to see him at UA soon, she thought. Back at the apartment complex, Izuku was inside his bedroom, sitting down at his desk with the lamp on. The letter from UA was right in front of him. The results of his entrance exam has came back. He had a serious look while staring at the letter. All right, here goes nothing, he thought, taking a deep breath as he grabbed the letter. Pulling it with both hands, the envelope tore in half. At first he accidentally tore the letter inside, but instead a device was in the letter. It dropped in front of Izuku when a light appeared to come on. It turned out the device is a hologram with a projector. On it, the face of the symbol of peace appeared, causing Izuku to flinch. Booyah! I am here as a projector, All Might said, in his muscular form. Wait, All Might? But this is from UA, isn't it? He asked himself, looking at the screen. I know it's been a while, but with great power, it comes with a great amount of paperwork, All Might said, before coughing quickly and bowing at the same time. My apologizes, young man. The truth is, I didn't come to this city to play villain. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member. Not a surprise. I mean, I knew you were gonna be a teacher, Izuku said. All Might was ready to speak again when a hand appears on the lower right of the screen using his hand signals. Yes, what's the matter? Who's showboating? He asked as the person used his hand to get him to wrap it up. Oh, sorry. I'll wrap it up, but I have to show him something first. The man continues to use his hands while All Might look at him. Wait. I have to do how many of these things? Sigh. Right. Moving on. He clears his throat to begin explaining the situation. Even though you passed the written test, you got 18 combat points in the practical exam. Sorry. From there, Izuku put his head down with tears coming from his eyes hearing the devastating news of failing the exam. Oh, of course I know. That what I thought about. Sniffles. I'm a failure, Sniffles, he thought as he began sobbing. Fortunately there were other factors. But before we get to that, I got a surprise. A short clip for your viewing pleasure. All Might use a remote on a screen to his right. Izuku looked up to see on the screen of Ochako entering the room, talking with Present Might. The same girl Izuku and Itsuka met at the entrance gates. It's that nice girl. Izuku said, surprised. She showed up after the exams, talking about you, young man. But she ain't the only one. At the same time another person showed up talking about you, too. Look. All Might as he pushed the play button to resume the clip. Another person? Izuku asked, curious to find out who it is. Do you have a sec? Sorry to interrupt, Ochako said. It's okay. Is there something you want? Present Mike asked. You know that boy with the weird messy hair and all the freckles? It's hard to describe his face. He's kinda plain looking. Doesn't really stand out anything and all. You know? Ochako was referring to Izuku, which shocked the boy. She means mean. He said. I was wondering, would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned in the exam? She said, which caught Izuku by surprise. I know it's difficult to ask, but if it wasn't for him, saving me and that girl, which her name is Itsuka Kendo, we wouldn't never be here. But for a person who probably didn't have a good score, should have more points and deserve to be here at UA like me. So please, sir. Give him my points. Ochako explained when someone walked in. Excuse me, am I interrupting? Itsuka asked, walking in. Itsuka? Is that the girl that All Might was talking about? Izuku asked, getting up from his seat to watch. Itsuka? What are you doing here? Ochako asked, surprised. Sorry, I was on my here to talk with the other teacher and I heard what you just said. Itsuka stood next to Ochako, looking at Present Mike. I agree with her. Izuku should be coming to UA. He saved both of us from that robot during the exam. He only had 18 points to finish it off and I knew he was failing. So, if that's okay, can I also give him the points I earn in the exam transferred to him? Izuku was shocked. Both girls giving their points they earned to him, which in his mind wants to earn his own way than deserve it. You have a quirk now, yes. But it's your actions that inspire others, All Might said, turning around to look at the camera. And that is why I am here. You see, in the practical exam, you are graded on combat alone. What? Izuku asked as All Might played the clip again. Thanks for showing up at the station for your request. Present Mike said to the two of them. But there's no reason to give him your points. The kid's job is well on his own. All Might paused the clip, looking to his left. How can a hero reject someone who's committed in saving others, no matter the consequence to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about. Training those who risk their lives for the greater good, he said when another figure joined him on video. Indeed. Nezu popped into the screen. Principal Nezu? Izuku asked, surprised by him appearing. Midoriya, it is disappointing that you failed the entrance exam despite the entire 10-month training you went through. The principal said. However, All Might and I have came to agreement of you entering UA. There is one thing you forget and you'll be surprised by it. You see, that entire 10-month training was your entrance exam. What? Izuku jumped from his chair with a shock face. You see, the whole training you've went through for 10 months was part of your entrance exam. From the first 5 months you've cleaned the beach with all that garbage there counts with 20 points. That's a total of 38 points. Then came the next 5 months where you went through the gauntlet training of 5 pro heroes you face. The training with Cementos will not count because that was just the training part of the Delaware Smash. But the 4 heroes you face Vlad King, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Powerloader. Let's not forget you face against both Kamui Woods and Death Arms during the gauntlet. All those heroes you fought is worth 40 villain points. Which brings you the total 78 points of the villain point you've earned. Nezu explained. Izuku was stunned by what he witnessed. So, that mean, he thought. But there's more. Because the way you saved those 2 candidates by the 0-point robot, there's another point system that we've added in the exam. I'll let All Might explain. Nezu said as the symbol of peace stepped forward. As the principal just said, there is another point system, and it's the rescue point we have, he said. The screen shows the result of the exam leaderboard. Izuku's was 18 points as expected but changed quickly to 78 villain points. Then he looked to the scores where the rescue points section. He had a shocked face of when he saw his rescue points. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. All Might said. Ochako Uraraka, 45 recuse points. And Itsuka Kendo, 40 rescue points. The 2 candidates passed the exam. The combination of the 78 villain points and 60 rescue points you earned, 138 points. Making you the highest points leader in the exam. You passed the exam. Is this some kind of a joke? Izuku was shedding tears still with his shocked face, trembling. Welcome, Izuku, you have made it. You're now part of the Hero Academia, All Might said. Take a bow, Midoriya. You earned this moment. This is the door that has opened for your chance to become a hero. Welcome to UA, Nezu said. After hearing those words, Izuku broke down with tears of joy. Though he didn't want the girls' points, he wanted to earn it himself. But if it wasn't for them or the training, he would never get into UA now. His road to become a hero is about to get underway as he finally enters UA. He took a couple of minutes to calm himself down, wiping the tears from his eyes. He exits from his room to see Inko walking back and forth, nervous and all. She stopped to see her son and the response he gotten to her was a smile, signaling he got into the academy. Inko began delivering tears just like her son. Oh, my baby, she yelled, hugging her son. Took a couple of minutes for Izuku to calm his mother down. He returned to the room, grabbing his phone, ready to call back Momo. But first, he decided to call Itsuka first to give her a thanks. The two chatted for minutes before saying goodbye. She told him that a text appeared from her a week ago. He looked to saw Ochako's phone number on there. He was shocked by that. He quickly called Momo on his passing and he will see her at UA soon. He put the phone down on his desk, looking at the moon from the window. A big smile on his face formed. So happy that he was going to UA. Sonic and Tails, I about to begin my quest to become a hero. You guys will be so glad when you come back to Earth, he thought. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He walked to his desk, grabbing his phone. A text message came to him. He knew it ain't both Itsuka or Momo because he just got off the phone with them. Probably thought it was Ochako, the girl he met at the exam, and thanks to Itsuka giving his phone number to her and Ochako's phone number to him. Once he opened his texts, he was surprised at who it was. Young Midoriya, meet me at the beach park early in the morning and bring the Chaos Emerald with you. All Might. All Might text me. I'm surprised he didn't congratulate me on the exam. He said bring the emerald with him. Wonder why? Izuku turned to see the emerald on his desk, staring at it. He looked back at the hologram screen showing the leaderboard of the exam. UA Entrance Exam Results Leaderboard 1. Izuku Midoriya 78 Villain Points and 60 Rescue Points, 138 points. 2. Katsuki Bakugo 77 Villain Points and 0 Rescue Points, 77 points. 3. Eijiro Kirishima 39 Villain Points and 35 Rescue Points, 74 points. 4. Ochako Uraraka 28 Villain Points and 45 Rescue Points, 73 points. 5. Abara Shiozaki 36 Villain Points and 32 Rescue Points, 68 points. 6. Itsuka Kendo 25 Villain Points and 40 Rescue Points, 65 points. 7. Tenya Iida 52 Villain Points and 9 Rescue Points, 61 points. 8. Tetsu 49 Villain Points and 10 Rescue Points, 59 points. 9. Fumikage Tokiyami 47 Villain Points and 10 Rescue Points, 57 points. 10. Yosetsu Awase 50 Villain Points and 6 Rescue Points, 56 points. That Uraraka girl made it to the top 4, Itsuka in the top 6. That's awesome. Izuku said looking through the other individual who was on the list. His eyes caught Bakugo's name. He came in second with 77 points. Izuku could only clench his fist with a serious look. Kachan only made 77 villain points. No points in the rescue column. It shows that he doesn't care to rescue other people rather than himself. But there's one thing I'm happy for, I'm in first and that all it matters. Wonder what he's thinking about now. Bakugo household somewhere in the city, in a house, a shock and raged Katsuki Bakugo look at the hologram screen, receiving the same letter. Though he did get accepted in UA as expected, what made him angry was the leaderboard shown on screen that he not only he came in second, he was more angry to see Izuku in first place with the highest amount of points. That's impossible. How did he has so much points than me? This had to be rigged. No way a quirkless pebble has those kind of points, he thought, with sparks appearing from his right hand. I'm gonna kill Deku for getting into UA. That worthless good-for-nothing is dead. Back on Mobius, the sun was settled down on the horizon for the day. At Crater Lake, everyone from the island has gathered to say goodbye to Sonic and his friends as they were about to launch towards Earth. The Blue Typhoon was on the platform in the middle with the bridge connected from the land to the landing spot. Sonic and the others arrived at the lake seeing everyone there. The Hedgehog saw the mayor of Hedgehog Village along with the Homeowners Association, Sir Charles, and the 3 former members of the Freedom Fighters. Earlier, the news of Angel Island floating away from Mobius came from Sir Charles. They told Knuckles about it and he was not pleased, but knew it wasn't a surprise since the events of where the Echidna was brainwashed by Eggman during the attack on Angel Island against both Sonic and Tails. It was gonna be the same thing all over again, but this time the island is already heading for Earth. It was gonna be a difficult battle up ahead. Mr. Mayor, everyone is all here I see, Sonic said as he and the mayor shook hands. Ah yes, Sonic. Everyone is here to see you and your friends saying goodbye on your way to Earth. Mayor E Pluribus Fink, Esquire said. Sonic, I just want to say thank you for doing everything the best you can to save this island from Eggman. Without you, we don't know what to do moving forward. It is disappointing for us that you and your friends are leaving the planet. But we know what Eggman can do to another. We just want to wish you the best of luck and come home safely soon. Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, we'll make sure Eggman is defeated once we return home. I don't know when we're coming back to Mobius, but it's really sad we have to leave our planet to save another, Sonic said. It's okay, Sonic. We'll be okay. This island will be at peace and will be waiting for you to return to Mobius soon, Mayor Fink said. Mr. Sonic, the others turned to see Cream and Cheese arriving at the lake with her mother, Vanilla the rabbit walking behind them. Hey, Cream. You made it right on time, Sonic said, looking to Vanilla. Hello. Vanilla. You came to see us off, including your daughter? Yes, I am, Sonic. I just want to say to you and your friends the best of luck to Earth. I know it'll be difficult not see my daughter again until the adventure is over, but I know you and the others will protect her throughout the dangers from Eggman. I'll be waiting for you and my daughter to return to Mobius, safely, she said. Don't worry, your daughter has been through every adventures in the past. We know it's a tough situation in our hands, but we will win and return to Mobius once it's over. I promise you that, Sonic said. I know you will, Sonic. Vanilla said. Mommy, I'm gonna miss you so much, Cream said, hugging her mother. Ciao. Cheese followed by laying on Vanilla's head. I'm gonna miss you too, and Cheese as well. Believe in yourself. You're stronger than ever, and I know you have Sonic and his friends with you to beat Eggman. Vanilla said, returning the hug. Ah, how cute. Amy said. Cream is strong. Her mother knows that, Rouge said. You guys sure you're gonna be okay without us on Mobius? Tails asked. Vanilla turned from her daughter to see Vector walking towards her with a couple of flowers in his hands. He had blushed cheeks on his face, looking at the female rabbit. Vanilla. I know we're gonna be long gone, so these are for you. And I'll promise I'll keep a close eye on your daughter. She won't be in danger, he said, giving the flowers to her. Vanilla sniffed the flowers before looking at Vector with a smile. She gave the crocodile a kiss on the cheek, making him more blush. They heard giggles from Amy and Cream after seeing what they saw. It made Vector embarrassed, especially for everyone watching. Don't worry, I trust you do well of taking care of my daughter. I wish you luck on your trip. Come home soon, she said. Sonic then turned to the former freedom fighters and to Sir Charles. Well, guys. I'm gonna miss you. Especially you, Uncle Chuck. I want to say thanks for helping out Tails with the Blue Typhoon. I wish you were coming with us on the adventures, he said. I wish I could too, but I'm old now and retired. These bones really made me all elder and everything. But I know you can do it. You've been through adventures before against Eggman, and I know you can do it again, Sir Charles said as the two hedgehogs hugged one another. Sonic broke the hug to look at the former three freedom fighters. I wish you guys would have come along as well. Would have been like old time again going against Eggman, he said. Would have been old times again. But you have a new set of freedom fighters you can lead. You, Tails, and Knuckles are the leaders. Lead by example. Bunny DeCoulet said, hugging Antony. Besides, I'm a married wife now, and Antoine and I are looking ahead to a great future. We're counting on you. Get it done and come home early, Rotor the Walrus said. Please, Sonic, beat Eggman. We're counting on you, Antony DeCoulet said, hugging his wife. Sonic got in a group hug with his friends and former teammates. It lasted for a couple of seconds as they broke the hug. You guys sure you're gonna be okay without us on Mobius? Tails asked. Don't worry, we'll be fine. You got a job to do. Beat Eggman, save Earth, Mayor Fink said. You know we will. Goodbye, everyone, Sonic said as he shook hands with the mayor one more time. Let's go, guys. Farewell, Sonic, Admiral Beaverton said, waving his sailor hat. Please be safe, Professor Cluckens said, and don't forget the letter to give to Eggman, Lady Walrus said, referring to the foreclosing letter that she gave to Sonic at Eggman's base. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets that letter soon, Sonic said with a thumbs up. Cream and Vanilla says their goodbyes to one another as the little rabbit catches up with the others. Everyone waved goodbye to the others as they waved back at them, walking on the bridge to the Blue Typhoon. The others enter the back where the ramp dropped for them to enter the ship. Sonic was the last one to enter. He looked back at the people, waving goodbye to them before walking in the ship. The door lifted back up, closing it. The others enter inside the bridge. There were 5 seats at the bridge. The middle belonged to Tails, where he was controlling the ship. Sonic stood next to Tails while Vector took the first seat, Amy the second seat, Espio the third, and Rouge the fourth. Getting all controls before they take off, Tails looked on screen to see if things were green and ready. All right, before we go, check throughout the ship to see if the engines are, Tails said. Engine 1, check. Main engine, and third engine check. Engines are good to go. Anything else that we're missing? Food and supplies are in the ship, Amy said. Vehicles inside the hangar are in the ship, Espio said. Nothing serious throughout the ship. All good to go, Rouge said. Sonic fire cannon is okay, Vector said. Sonic fire cannon? Sonic asked. I'll tell you more about that on the way, In the meantime, it's go time. Time to get this ship into space. Tails push a couple of buttons in front where the ship begins shaking. The blue typhoon lifted itself slowly off the platform. All the anthropomorphic from the island were continuing to wave by the ship as it slowly lifted itself to the sky. Vanilla shed a tear from her right eye. She could see Cream and Cheese waving at her from the window of the bridge. She waved back. Know that tear she shed, she may not see her daughter again once the adventure is over. Don't know how long it will take, but she will wait for her to return. Minutes later, the ship enters into space as it stopped descending more elevated. It was above their planet, ready to begin the next phase of liftoff. Alright, everyone. I hope you guys put your safety belts on or hold on to something, because we're about to enter warp space. Tails said, typing in a couple of buttons. Buddy? Is this the fun part we're expecting? Sonic asked. Trust me, I would be prepared for this. The fun part is coming up, Tails said. I think we know this is going. Sonic said. Outside, a warp ring generates on the bow of the ship and projects into space as a portal at the size of the ship. Here we go. The countdown is on. 10, 9, 8, 7. The others in the seats put on their seat belts. Sonic stood by next to Tails, by using his hand to hold tight on the armchair. Both Knuckles, Charmybee, and Blaze placed their hands on Omega E-123 arms and head to make sure they stay balanced. Shadow stood there with his arms crossed, not a care about anything. Silver used his powers to float, not to fly backwards. 3, 2, 1, and go. The blue typhoon created a multicolored aura as it enters warp space, traveling at faster than light speed. Slingshot itself towards open space. The others inside could feel the ship shaking violently, but it felt like a roller coaster. Sonic was okay as he was enjoying every moment of it. Izuku, sit tight. Because this hedgehog is on his way to save you. I won't let Eggman get to you. Count on it, he thought. The blue typhoon disappeared into space as Sonic and his friends begins a new adventure. But what awaits on Earth is not only Eggman or Izuku, but something else. Back on Mobius, Vanilla, Sir Charles, Bunny, Antoine, and Rotor saw a shooting star disappeared in the sky, knowing that the blue typhoon is long gone into space. Good luck, everyone. Take care of my daughter. You can do it. I know you will, she thought. I have full confidence they will get it done, Sir Charles said. Good luck and stay safe. Bunny said. Rotor looks from the sky to look around at other people heading back to the village. He noticed someone wasn't there to say goodbye. Has anyone noticed that Dave wasn't here to say goodbye to Sonic? The walrus asked. Really, I didn't notice it at all, Antoine said. Maybe he's busy with the restaurant. Who knows? Sir Charles said. Come on, let's head back to the village. The others took last look at the sky before returning back to the village. Meanwhile, on board the Blue Typhoon, inside the cargo bay, a large box among other boxes of food and supplies opened by itself. Turns out it was none other than Dave and the Lightning Bolt Society that sneak into the ship the previous night before the launch. This is it. We finally made it inside. Once we find out where they're heading and land at that position, we finally get even with Sonic and the others, Dave said. I hope it works. Or it'll be a failure, Willy Walrus said. Even worst, we're gonna miss our own planet, Chameleon said. And the restaurant I own. Should have brought my own ton of food, stupid me, Dave said. The Lightning Bolt Society were coming to Earth with the freedom fighters. Somewhere in Musutafu, the downtown area filled with people who were enjoying the nightlife. Others went to clubs or restaurant to have fun. Streets were busy as well. But what they didn't notice, they were being watched by someone on a rooftop of a skyscraper. On the rooftop of a building, a skinny man with messy light blue hair. His lips are dry, cracked, and uneven, as if he's been chewing on them. Skin around his eyes are very wrinkly and dull. Has one small scar on his right eye and another on the left side of his lips. Has a mole under the right side of his lips. Dressed in a black hoodie on top of his black shirt, keeping the hood up despite the summer heat and black pants. Making him sweat, but it didn't matter to him. The man walked towards the edge of the rooftop. Putting both his hands on the railing and looking down at the view of many people going about their business, getting home to their loved ones after a long day from work or from school. His face forms a sinister evil smile face at the view. But inside, he was boiling rage. Gripping the railings. Bending them despite being skinny with no muscles. He doesn't like the kindness. The only he wants is death and power. Soon, This whole city will be under my control once I get rid of the entire heroes from this world. Including All Might. He thought, with a sinister tone. It won't be a matter of time until all the heroes are destroyed, and then this happy society that haunts my life will be gone no matter what. I will create a world where no heroes will exist. Only destruction, which I'll be happy to see. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him. A purple dark fog portal appear with a person's body is made out of mist walk out of it before it disappear. He wore an elegant suit with a tie and has 5 metal plates that go from around his collarbone. "Ah, there you are. I was looking for you," he said, approaching the man. "What are you doing here, Kurogirl? Can you see I don't want to be interrupted?" The man gripped the rail harder, causing the railing to turn decay. Sorry, but it was getting late and you know how it is when the police are around the city. We really shouldn't start anything until the time comes," the mist figure said. The man turned his head slowly, with his red eyes glaring the person. He was thinking of attacking him, but didn't think of anything as he agreed with his decision. "You're lucky I won't kill you here. But the next time I will if you interrupt me again," he said. The portal appeared behind Kurogirl as the figure approached it. Halfway there, he stopped and began standing there. Something wrong?" the mist figure asked. "Oh, nothing, I need to take care of some pest first," the man answered. "Pest?" Kurogirl asked, confused. Suddenly, the man used his speed, faster than ever comparing to both All Might, Izuku, and Sonic version of speed. He moved quickly to the left where the exit door was near. He used his decay quirk, touching something that wasn't there. He used his enhanced speed to move very quickly towards a wall. He used his decay quirk where he was touching an invisible object with his right hand. It started to appear slowly, revealing itself as one of the egg drones. Earlier, Eggman did order the drones to return to the Death Egg, but did manage to keep some for the night shift. "What the hell? Was that thing been there from the start?" Kurogirl asked, seeing the drone on the floor. The man noticed the red light was on. The drone was still operational. He looked to the camera on it, leaning towards it with evil stare. "I don't know who you are or where you came from. Don't interfere in business that belongs to me," Tamura Shigaraki said, forming an evil smile on his face. He then destroyed the camera, signaling the drone is now offline. After that, he walked past Kurogirl and into the portal. The mist figure wanted to know what just happened but didn't want to make his partner very angry as he quickly entered the portal and disappeared from the rooftop. Chapter 11. Quirk Assessment Part 1. The next night, at Dagoba Beach, Izuku ran down the steps to the beach. The previous night, he got the text from All Might come by at the beach and bring the Chaos Emerald with him. He saw him standing there, looking at the ocean in his skinny form. Toshinori turned around to see the boy running towards him with tears coming from his eyes. Being the usually crybaby that is. "Hi, All Might," Izuku yelled. "Chill out, kid," he said when they both heard a voice. "All Might's here?" a man asked, along with a woman next to him who were standing at the hut inches away from them. All Might shook in fear, especially when he is in true form rather than his muscular form. "Way to blow my cover," he said in a whisper tone. "Say it was a mistake?" Izuku waved his arms in the air in panic while yelling at the same time. "I was just kidding, and nothing to see here," he yelled. "Lame," the man said. "I want his autograph," the woman said. Both Izuku and Toshinori let out a sigh of relief after that. From there, he raised his hand, looking at his student with a smile as he changed to another subject. "Congrats on getting in," he said. "I couldn't done it without your help," Izuku said, giving Toshinori a high five. "You're lucky that Nezu and I saw that girl with the orange ponytail picked up the emerald. The principal ordered recovery girl to get the emerald quick and she did. I know that she and the other girl wanted questions about the emerald. They saw the powers from the object you use and I know the other candidates did. That why Nezu told her to say classified information. Plus, the principal ordered the teachers to escort the candidates home before they want to question more about it. Pretty much it was nothing to see here moment we did so they won't talk about it," Toshinori explained. "Well, that was close. Though Itsuka been a friend of mine since the day I met her with the other 2 girls on the beach 5 months ago. Either way, thanks for doing that," Izuku said. "No problem. Also, the teachers and the principal just want to say congrats on passing the exam. Both Kamui Woods and Death Arms did the same as well. Anyway, changing subjects now. Do you have the emerald with you?" Toshinori asked. "Oh, yeah. I brought it," Izuku said, pulling the emerald from his pocket, giving it to the hero as the symbol of peace examines it. Seems the emerald is in good shape. Kinda weird that it was colored black. You notice about that? He asked. I notice it and I just realize about it, Izuku explained. Tails told me a while back when he gave the emerald to me. If I use it too much, the powers inside the emerald would give out, causing it to turn back. My guess is that I used too much of it during the 10-month training and too much of it during the entrance exam. At the same time when the 0-point robot was about to go after both Itsuka and Uraraka, the whole world just froze. Turns out it was Pachacamac that frees time with chaos control. He came from behind and helped revive the emerald back with enough power. That's how I had enough strength along with the one for all to destroy the robot. The Mystic Chief? You mean the same one that helped me gain power to save you from the sludge villain 10 months ago? Toshinori asked, surprisingly. Yeah, that was him, Izuku said until forming a curious face. How did you know about it? At the time I was still in my true form. I was gonna go in and rescue you and that boy from the villain. I felt weak and almost lost confidence in myself. That was when, as you said, chaos control froze time and I met the Mystic Chief himself. He gave confidence with enough power from the emerald I've never felt before. The rest was history after that. Plus, he did tell me in a funny way that you're carless with the emerald many times, Toshinori explained. Figures. Can he say nice things about me for once? Izuku said, forming a comically depressing face while Toshinori laughed. Relax. He know you have confidence in you. Just take care of the emerald next time. Anyway, there's something else I need to tell you about, he said. What is it? Izuku asked, putting the emerald back in his pocket until he thought something in his mind. Oh, that's right. I was really surprised to hear that you're gonna be a teacher at UA this year. I was wondering what brought you here all of a sudden. After all, your agency in Minato, Tokyo, and everyone knows. Getting creepy. All Might interrupted, causing the boy to make a dumbfounded face. The hero turned to look at the ocean. The school didn't want me telling anyone about the job until they made an official announcement. It seemed like felicitous timing. An easy way to find someone new to inherit one for all. So that's it. He was originally planning to give his quirk to a UA student, Izuku thought, referring to the day All Might told him about his quest of giving his quirk to a successor. The boy looked down at his hands. Somebody who was strong, who already have a quirk. During both the gauntlet training and the entrance exam, your power was really strong. I did felt some pain inside my arms and fingers. But the Chaos Emerald gained me enough power to protect my body from being break. That's good news, but I still need to learn more on how to control it down the road, Izuku said. All Might turn around to see his student. You'll learn to manage it in time. Hoping to master it right away is like asking a baby to run a marathon. The good news is you can use the Chaos Emerald to help you gain control of the quirk like it did for me when I saved you. You still have to go through the process of learning how to walk. Yeah. Izuku looked down on the ground until he quickly looked back up with a shocked face. Wait, you knew I was not gonna lose my arms? Well, we were in a time crunch. All Might touch his forehead with his finger, looking up at the sky. But it turned out alright. Plus, now you know what you're dealing with. With the emerald protecting your body, that's good news moving forward. But like you said, you still need to learn more on the quirk. There's other attacks you can use for the time being with the quirk. Perhaps more training can help in the future. But for now, I just taking slowly by the day since I'll be heading to UA, Izuku said. That's true. Still, gonna have to find more about that. All Might said, changing to another subject where he picked up 2 empty gas cans on the ground. Right now, your quirk is either all or nothing. But you do have the Chaos Emerald for a reason. However, it's your quirk that is the more important. One day, you'll learn how to control your output. Then, you'll adjust how much power you're using. I just need control? Izuku asked. You're overflowing with energy at the moment. With training, your body would hold it better. All Might transformed to his muscular form, crushing both cans with his right hand. Then it's yours to command. Izuku nodded his head with a determined look. The two stare at one another until the couple in the hut that was happy that All Might was there but were depressed when Izuku lied that he wasn't. But now since the symbol of peace went back to his muscular form, the couple saw the hero on the beach with a shocked face. Look, it really is All Might. The man said. No way, where he come from? The woman asked. Right. And now we run. All Might ran to the left side with Izuku following suit. running off from the couple as quickly as possible after being caught. The hero looked back at his student in deep thought. The torch I pass on to you. It's a small flame for now. In time it will be kindled. Until you raging inferno. The more powerful you'll become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually, I'll retire and my job complete. Back at the hut, the couple saw All Might and Izuku ran off. They were disappointed that they want a picture with the symbol of peace and post on social media for their friends to see. Wonder what's All Might ran off to. I want both of us to get a picture with him, the man said, disappointed. I saw somebody with him. It looks like a boy, the woman said. Really, you don't think All Might has a son? The man asked. I'm not sure, but I'm curious about it, the woman said. The couple decided to leave the beach after seeing All Might. The man began walking out of the hut when he bumped his head into something that wasn't there. He didn't ran into a pole because all 4 poles holding the top of the hut. The man put his hand on his head, rubbing it to ease the pain. You okay? The woman asked. I'm fine. Hit something in front of me, but there's nothing there in the middle, the man said. A pole you hit? The woman asked. I was not near the poles. It was like something that I bump is in the middle, the man said. But there's nothing there, the woman said, looking at the middle. The man put his hand in front of where he was bumped. He felt something there. But the weird part about it was nothing there at the spot. But suddenly, the object deactivated its cloaking device. Turns it was an egg drone that was at the beach, continuing to spy on both Izuku and Toshinori. One problem, the couple was in their way as they freak out when it appeared in front of them. What the hell is that? The man asked, freaking out. I have no idea, the woman yelled. You idiots! You're in the way of the mission, get out of the way and I'll hunt you down and be robotized for good. Eggman's voice was heard on the drone speaker. The couple freak out, running away from the hunt and exiting from the beach. The drone looks back at them running before looking at their targets running through the beach. On board the Death Egg, Eggman sat in his chair, seething with an intercom in his hand to use it to speak from the egg drone, scaring the couple away. Took a couple of seconds to calm himself down before control the drone to look at both Izuku and All Might running off after the couple saw the hero transform to his muscular form. Snively stood there next to him, inches away after his outburst. Idiots! Thanks to them, our targets ran off. Don't worry, once we launch the invasion, I'll find those people and robotize them for my army. Let's see if they love that once I see them again soon, Eggman said, threatening the couple. Just ignore them. We need to focus on our targets. Especially that Midoriya kid now that he's officially in the academy. What's your next plans of action? Snively asked. They're already in the works. Eggman explained. You forgot to mention the other target that is All Might, which we learned that he's now working at the school. So this could make this very interesting. We're gonna continue spying on them while they're at the academy. We'll have our drones follow their movements throughout. It'll also get a good look at what they do in class along with the other students to see their powers as well. Plus, the teachers as well including the one in charge of the school. We'll be investigating to see how this plays out. Good thing we have a map of the entire school during the exams. Discover more about this academy. Snively said when the doors were opened from behind. Both Scratch and Grounder were walking into the bridge. Boss, that Stain guy is here. He's waiting inside the training room, the chicken Badnik said. Thank you. Snively and I are heading that way. Let him know about it. Eggman replied as the Badnik exited from the bridge. I guess his sword you develop is ready, Snively said. Oh, he'll love the upgraded weapons I developed, Eggman said as the two exit from the bridge. The training room was a big area. Only a white cubicle area with a door in the middle to exit or enter. Inside, the hero killer stood there with his arms crossed. He had a serious look on his face, waiting on Eggman to arrive. He heard the door slide open as he turned around to see both Eggman, Snively, Scratch and Grounder arriving inside the room. Snively still couldn't trust the hero killer. He had his laser gun, just in case anything goes wrong. It's been a while. How you doing? Eggman asked, shaking the hero killer's hand. Nothing much. Just the usually job I've been doing for many years, he said, referring to killing fake heroes. Anyway, I'm here because I gave you my katana sword for an upgrade. Perfect timing because everything is set. But that's not the only upgrade, Eggman said. Since I know you hold weapons of swords and blades, I thought I added something special for your arsenal. Eggman used his watch, pushing a button where the wall near the hero killer slide out multiple blades including the katana that was fixed for the first time. But what got Stain's attention were two 5-fingered white cuffs, similar to those of the egg pawns that can fit any strong man in it. Both cuffs has the Eggman Empire logo on it. The others along with the hero killer walked to the arsenal of weapons. Now then, your katana sword that was broken in half is fixed. We also brought in weapons of blades that you like. So they're newly made for you to attack, but I decided to upgrade them more than ever, Eggman said. I see. I was wondering, what are those white cuffs for me? Stain asked. Oh yes. You're gonna love this new weapon I made for you. Try them out, Eggman said. Stain grabbed the metal cuffs, putting the one for his right hand and the other for the left hand. He examines them more with weight. Though he has the muscles and strength, he could feel like there's something in them. Okay, so now what? He asked. You'll notice they're both red buttons on each of the metal cuffs. First, use your right cuff by pressing the button on it. Then aim your hand at the wall in front of you, Eggman said. The hero killer pressed the button on the right hand cuff. A beeping sound was heard on it. He used his hand to aim at the wall in front of him. He noticed there was a switch near the button. The switch shows it was on manual. The other side read auto. Now then, grip your fist and act like it's a trigger, Eggman instructed. A trigger? Stain asked. Trust me, you'll see, Eggman said. With that, Stain gripped his right fist. The beeping sound stopped when came out from a surprise. An object shot out from one of the holes in the cuff. The object got stuck on the wall the hero killer aimed at. It was a sharp blade that exited from the cuff. Stain was stunned what he saw. What the hell? He asked, examining the cuff. It's cuffs I created that can shoot out blades you can aim at your targets. It gets better from there. You'll see a switch on the cuffs. Switch it to auto, Eggman said. Stain flipped the switch from manual to auto. He aimed his right hand at the wall again. Gripping his fist, he heard a beeping sound going rapidly. The cuff spun by itself and then multiple blades were coming out like a Gatling gun. Multiple blades got stuck on the wall he aimed at. He was stunned by how it was working. He turned back to Eggman and the others with a shock face. Pretty cool, ain't it? Eggman asked. I didn't think that would happen, Stain said, clicking the safety on. All the entire blades is used in case you're in danger from combat. You can use that as resort to take down your enemies within seconds, Eggman said. Gotta hand it to you, Doc. You do create some great inventions, Stain said. Do you want to test these weapons I made in training? Eggman said. Don't mind if I do, Stain said. Let's just say it's a combat training type. But this time, no robots of mine will be involved. Oh, and one more thing, Eggman said, using one of his hands to dig in his pockets. He pulled out an object and walking towards the hero killer, placing the object on the left of his combat suit. Congratulations. You've now a colonel for the Eggman Empire. A promotion, I see. Thank you, Stain said. Both Scratch and Grounder applaud for the hero killer's promotion. Congrats on your promotion. You gotta be a good weapon to take on anyone, Scratch said. Yeah, this will surely take down those heroes when we win, Grounder said. Caught by surprise, the blade flew past both badniks as it hit to a nearby wall. Scratch and Grounder flinched after they saw the object. They were frightened by Stain's intensity look, giving them a death glare while aiming his blade cuffs at them. I don't appreciate sucks up. Especially when you're sucking up to your newly commanding officer, Stain said. Why yes, sir. Both badniks stood and salute. Don't worry about them. They're idiots anyway. Now, head to the center of the ship. We'll have you ready in no time, Eggman said as Stain exited the room. Snively stood there, looking at the hero killer leaving. Still can't trust the man for the time being. But know he'll be an ascent to the Eggman Empire. Minutes later, the hero killer was equipped with the new weapons Eggman created for him as he entered through a room. The floor lights in the corner came on by itself at the same time. He noticed that in front of him was another door. Likely for his opponent to come out. Though Eggman didn't want to reveal who it was until the match was ready. Suddenly, the floor lights were turned off. Yellow siren lights came on with the sound of the alarm at the same time. Stain felt movements beneath him. The floor began lifting slowly to the ceiling. He looked up to see the ceiling slowly opening in half. The bright light blinded the hero killer's eyes as he used his right arm to cover his eyes. The bright light dimmed when the hero killer moved his arm to see where he's at. Turns out, he was the middle of the cell room where prisoners that were captured by Eggman before they left from Mobius to the Death Egg. Stain look around at all the anthropomorphic begins, seeing his appearance. They were frightened by the look he was giving them. A look he wants to kill. But his focus was on his training and pretty much the prisoners were gonna watch as the audience to this fight. Question is, who's his opponent? The sound of trumpets were heard in the room. Stain along with the prisoners turned to the entrance where Eggman, Snively, Scratch, and Grounder, along with 5 egg robos were entering the cell room. The doctor sat in his main chair, looking at Stain before he spoke. And now, without further ado, our newly promoted Colonel Stain, aka the Hero Killer, will face a training unlike any other. His opponent, he said. The Hero Killer heard something in front of him. One of the platforms were coming up and that person was on there. Once the platform was up, he had a surprise face when it turns out to be the masked figure that he met a while back when he was leaving the Death Egg for Earth. So it's you all along, Stain said. Indeed. I didn't think it would be you again after our last encounter. But now you're here. I guess I can teach you a lesson of who's the better person, the masked figure said. Stain formed that evil smirk on his face. He grabbed something from behind him. It was the red Chaos Emerald that Eggman gave him. The emerald grew brighter where a red aura surrounded him, giving him more strength than ever. Enough talk. Let's get it over with, Stain said, pulling out his katana sword. So be it. The masked figure said where the jewel on his chest grew brighter as well. Begin, fight! Eggman yelled as the two charged in for their first fight. April few months later, at the apartment complex, Izuku was in front of the doorway, getting all his stuff in his backpack as he was ready to leave home for the first day at UA Academy. He was dressed in his new UA Academy uniform. Almost like a business suit rather than his normal middle school uniform he wore before. Izuku, you're all set? Inko asked, who was standing behind her son. Yeah, he said, still getting his backpack ready. Are you sure? You just didn't pack action figures, right? She asked again as a worried mother. I have everything. Now I gotta go. I don't want to be late. Izuku was getting annoying by Inko as he got up with his backpack about to exit the doorway. Izuku, wait, Inko said. What? He asked, looking at his mother. Inko looked down, worrying for her son about what to come. But she knew she couldn't help but put a smile on her face. She knows it was his dream to become a hero was coming true and the journey was about to begin for him. I'm very proud of you, son, she said. Izuku could only help but smile from her reaction. I'll see you later, Mom, he said before exiting the apartment. Minutes later, Izuku arrives at the academy. He ran into the building through the hallways. He was getting nervous but look around to find his homeroom class he was assigned. Class 1A. Class 1A. Come on. Where is it? He continues to run throughout until he turned to his left and saw the sign above the doorway reading 1A. He arrived at his location, only to see the doorway in front of him was large. Man. This thing is huge. Are there giants in there? Izuku grew nervous about what's behind the door. He kept calm to maintain his focus. The most promising students in the country is waiting behind that door. He was in deep thought, thinking that both Bakugo and Iida were likely in that classroom with him. He shook it off quickly. Maybe we're in different classes. Maybe everyone is nice. He slides the door open, only for his wishes to go down the drain when he saw two familiar faces in the room. Take your feet off of that desk, now, Iida yelled at Bakugo. Huh? The bully asked, sarcastic with a wicked smile. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, Iida said with a serious tone. You're kidding, right? Bakugo asked with a smug look. Your old school put a stick up your ass? Or were you born with it? Just my luck? Izuku thought, still standing at the doorway. Okay, let's start over. My name's Iida Tenya from the Somei Private Academy. He introduced himself again. Somei, huh? So you think you're better than me? I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one, Bakugo said. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Iida asked with a shocked face. Bakugo's smug face transformed to a serious one when he saw Izuku at the doorway. Iida followed suit and saw him. It's him. The other classmates in the room turned from the two towards Izuku. Among them was Momo, who got in through the academy through recommendations. She saw the boy at the doorway and formed a smile. She was glad to see him again for the first time since they met at the beach park. Izuku got all nervous where everyone stare at him. Hi. He said, looking at the ceiling away from the stares of others. Good morning. The boy looked to see Iida, marching towards him like a soldier in the military. My name's Tenya Iida. Why yeah. I know. Izuku interrupted him where he would introduce himself. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Super nice to meet you. Midoriya, you realize there's something more to the practical exam, didn't you? Iida explained. You must be very perceptive and I completely misjudged you. I admit as a student, you're far superior to me. I find that hard to believe, Izuku thought, with a sweat drop behind him. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. The boy turned around and gasped where he saw none other than Ochako Uraraka. The girl he saved along with Itsuka at the entrance exam from the 0-point robot. Oh my gosh. It's that nice girl who talked to me, he thought, looking at her bubbling face and her dressed in the same academy uniform with a skirt for girls. At the same time, she was talking. She looks good in that uniform. Momo watched to see Izuku talking with Ochako. He was all embarrassed and nervousness with his face all red, looking away while. That must be the girl Itsuka talked about when Izuku saved them from that robot at the exams. She really is nice and all and he's all shy about it. She begins sensing something in her. Wait a second. Am I getting jealous or something? It's not like I have a crush on him. Meanwhile, Bakugo looked on at the group from his desk. His eyes looked straight at Izuku. His anger boiled so much thinking he wouldn't make it to UA but hearing he passed the exam thanks to the rescue points he earned. The bully's anger rose to even more height. That day he interrogated him at the rooftop of Aldera. Flashback at Aldera Middle School, both Izuku and Bakugo were inside their teacher's classroom. The teacher was very happy at both boys making it to the academy. Izuku looked down, nervous and all. But for Bakugo, he wasn't very happy. Right after meeting the teacher, the bully dragged Izuku to the roof. Once they arrived, he pushed Izuku to the wall, pinning him by grabbing him from the collar. What did you do to pass the exam? You must have cheated somehow, right? Bakugo interrogated him in anger, making Izuku scarred. I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA but you had to go in there and screw it all up. I warned you not to apply. Suddenly, the bully felt a hand caught his wrist. He noticed it was Izuku's hand, still shaking. Kachan, someone who I look up told me that I can become a hero, that's why I applied. That's why I'm going. Izuku looked up at his bully with a determined face that caught Bakugo by surprise. Like it or not, you can't stop me. Bakugo could only look him until his face rose in anger. He delivered a punch to Izuku's stomach, knocking him out cold before leaving with no words to say. End flashback. I'm going to ruin that little bastard, Bakugo thought, looking away from the group. Right after I figure out on he got in. Meanwhile, Izuku was looking away shy and embarrassed while Ochako was talking with him with a bubbling face. The boy's eyes then noticed when he saw Momo. His smile grew wide as she saw him looking at him. The girl waved at him. Izuku ran up to talk with the girl he met at the beach couple months ago. Ochako stopped talking when he saw him ran away. Iida followed suit. Hey, where's he going? The girl asked. I'm not sure, but I believe he running up to that girl with the ponytail, waving at him. Iida said, referring to Momo. Ochako looked to see the girl. That has be that Yasuruzo girl Kendo was talking about, the girl said. You mean that girl with orange ponytail knows that other girl? Iida asked, pointing his finger at Momo. Izuku ran up to the other desk, approaching towards Momo. Little he didn't know that Bakugo stuck his right leg below, causing Izuku to trip face first to the floor. Everyone in class gasped. The bully quickly pulled his leg back, making sure nobody was looking. He could only smirk with an arrogant look. Momo jumped from her desk, running up to Izuku, helping him on his feet. Are you okay, Izuku? She asked as the boy was getting nervous with Momo helping him up. I'm fine. I probably just tripped while running, he said, hiding his blush on his face. Both Iida and Uraraka saw Momo help Izuku. The boy proceeded to his desk which is in between Bakugo, who sat in front of him, and the other behind him was a small boy with 4 large purple and black balls on his head. But instead, his eyes was on Momo, looking at her skirt with a little drooling face. Nobody didn't notice it. Well, at least he's okay, Ochako said. Probably was so excited to see her. Perhaps they've been friends for so long they haven't seen one another in a while. Iida said. Anyway, I'm wondering who our teacher gonna be. Have you known anything? Ochako asked. I'm thinking the same thing, too. None of the other students don't know either, Iida said. Wonder who it is? Ochako asked. Suddenly, a tired and bored voice was heard from behind her. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. Ochako flinched by the voice. Iida looked with a shocked face. She turned around to see where it came from. A man zipped up in a yellow sleeping bag, with a tired face, showing a little of black long hair. Look at the students. Welcome to UA Heroes course, he said, getting up from the floor, unzipping the sleeping bag and exiting from it. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Other students saw the man entering the classroom, passing both Iida and Ochako. Both Izuku and Momo stare at him with curious looks. Who is this guy? If he's here he must be some kind of pro? Izuku whispered in Momo's ear. I'm not sure, but he does look wore out like he hasn't slept in days, she whispered back as the two continued to listen to the man. I'm Shota Aizawa. Your teacher, he answered. Many students were stunned including Izuku. Huh? Oh, our teacher? He thought. Aizawa grabbed his sleeping bag, using his left hand to grab something out of it. From there it was a UA Academy's gymnastics uniform. The same one Izuku wore during his gauntlet training 5 months ago here in the academy. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside, he said, showing the uniform to them. Everyone was surprised by that decision. They were curious to see what was to come. In the teacher's lounge, Toshinori, in his skinny mode, wore the same suit he wore during his hologram message to the candidates including Izuku as part of the entrance exam results. He was sitting at his desk, looking through a teacher's dictionary book, showing the teachers of the class and the student who will be in that class with that teacher for the year, including the courses that many students were taking part in it, including many in the Heroes course. UA's courses doesn't follow the academic path. Get the wrong homeroom teacher and life will be hell. Let's see what Midoriya's homeroom teacher is, he thought, flipping through pages until he finally found it. He had a shock face form when he found it. Oh crap, he got Aizawa. Midoriya's gonna be singled out from the start. Even worst, he'll expose One for All and the Chaos Emerald with Midoriya possessing both of them in front of the entire class. Suddenly, a knock was heard from the doorway. Toshinori looked to see Cementos there. Sorry to interrupt, but the orientation's about to start. Nezu wants all teachers there at Gym Gamma right now, he said. Thank you. I'll be there, Toshinori said as Cementos left the room. This is not good for Midoriya. And if I remember, Aizawa expelled the entire class 1A last school year for their failures. Better hope he goes through with it. Least I'll get a chance to see him along with the class at the gym. Just to cheer them up. Better head to the gym now before I'm late. Toshinori quickly formed to all might with his muscular form, exiting from the teacher's lounge. At the PE grounds, Class 1A, dressed in the gym clothes that Aizawa gave them, arrive at the grounds. They were surprised, especially on the first day at the academy. They would get going on activities. They would think it would be the first day to rest and look around at the academy. Unfortunately for a teacher like Aizawa, he was in no rush to get going on his entire class when they were stunned at what they were about to do. What? A Quirk assessment test, the students yelled with surprised faces. Quirk assessment test? What's the teacher thinking about this? Especially on the first day of school? Izuku thought, getting nervous that the fact he'll be using both One for All and the Green Chaos Emerald at the same time in front of the class. But what about orientation? We're gonna miss it, Ochako said. If you want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Aizawa continued while looking back at them. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class whatever I see fit. Others gasped at the situation at hand, knowing they gotten a not-so-good teacher. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. He pulled his smartphone, revealing stats of their physical. But you never got a chance to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excelled. It's not rational. One day, the history of education will learn. Aizawa looked towards Izuku with his tired eyes. He did witness during the entrance exam on his quirk of One for All and the Chaos Emerald. He was thinking because of the most points he made in the exam that he'll be first up, I know he has that rare emerald with him, including the quirk All Might gave him. I'll pass him up for now, he thought before turning to the next student. Bakugo, you managed to come in second in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw in softball during junior high? 67 meters, I think. Bakugo answered. Right. Try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle, Izawa said. Bakugo approached the circle near the teacher. He stood there holding the ball in his right hand. Flexing his arm a little, he took a step near the edge of the circle. His face turned to a rage one like a MLB pitcher would do. Die, he yelled, using his quirk by shooting the ball in the air like his rocket launcher, leaving a trail of smoke from his quirk behind. The ball itself was seen coming down like a shooting star, back on the ground to where it would drop. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. Izawa heard a beeping sound from his phone, indicating where how much meters the ball traveled before turning back to his class. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a hero. He lifted his phone, showing the students of Bakugo's meters the ball traveled. 705.2 meters. Everyone except for Izuku and Bakugo gasped at the results. Izuku could only glare at it before looking towards his bully. He felt jealousy rising in him, but he wasn't gonna let that slide. Whoa, 705 meters? Are you kidding me? Denki Kaminari asked with a surprised face. I want to go. That looks like fun, Mina Ishido said with excitement. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want, Honta Siro said. Izawa could hear some of his students were excited for this, but he wasn't gonna have it with him. So this is fun, huh? He asked in a darker tone while the class were confused by it. You have 3 years to become a hero. You think this is all gonna be games and playtime? He then formed a scary smile at them. Idiots. Today, you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and you will be expelled immediately. Everyone was shocked by that reaction made by their teacher, especially on the first day of the academy. It definitely put the pressure on everyone including Izuku. But for Bakugo and a boy with a red mark on his left face, they were calm and ready to meet those standards. Like I said, Izawa continued by forming a sadistic smile on his face. I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. His eyes turned towards Izuku, making him more nervous and scared. All right, Midoriya. Let's see what you can do with that quirk and that emerald at the same time. He's putting me on the spot. He want me to use the emerald and the quirk. But if I don't show it, he's gonna expel me. Even worst, Kei-Kachan will be shocked to see the emerald since he broke it. I am in big T trouble, Izuku thought, getting nervous and scared at the same time. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder causing him to flinch. He turned around to see Momo smile at him. He noticed that she wasn't scared like him. Momo, what's wrong? He asked in a whispered tone. Don't worry, he's not gonna expel us, she whispered back. Hey, are you sure? He asked. Just trust me, he just wants us to show our quirks to him. Don't be scared, she said. I hope you're right, Izuku said, turning back to his teacher. Now then, shows me with everything you got. Go beyond plus ultra. Let the games begin, Izawa said. As Class 1A were getting prepped for their quirk assessment test, they didn't notice that one of the egg drone above them was spying on them. They didn't see it because of its cloaking device activated. On board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and the other minions were watching the quirk assessment test about to begin. They've already witnessed Bakugo, a potential chance to get him to the Eggman Empire, throwing the ball in the air. Though they were very interested on how Izuku would do by showing off both One for All and the Chaos Emerald, they were very interested on how the other students can do with their quirks since they heard Izawa threatened to expel them from the academy. So this is Midoriya's teacher. He's even threatened everyone to improve in this test if they do well, or they'll be expelled from the academy, Eggman said. Don't you think that teacher's mean? Barley the first day of school, and he's already giving them hard time. That's a meanie for you, Deku said. Well, let's see how they do. Interested enough that we get to analyze the other students' quirks. Sure, we do see the same faces from the entrance exam, but other faces we've never seen before. More data to use. We can prep for more plans in the future, Eggman said. I'm curious on why that teacher's forcing them to do this test. Snively explained. I'm betting that he's trying to bait that Midoriya boy to use the Chaos Emerald and the quirk All Might gave him a while back. Were they supposed to be secrets on both powers away from other students to see? Remember that nurse snatched the emerald from that girl with the orange ponytail as quickly as possible during the exam? I was thinking the same thing. Either way, this should be very interesting to see how this plays out, Eggman said. Boss, that human with the bubbly face. She mentioned that they were gonna be late for this orientation thing. Do you know what that is? Cubot asked, referring to Uraraka. Must be some type of ceremony since it's the first day at the academy. Why is that? I don't care for some stupid thing, Eggman said. Funny you mention it. Because one of the drones is outside this building. Looking through the windows, there's a class of students inside lined up with a stage in front of them, Orbot said. The screen changes to another egg drone's point of view shown through the window of Gym Gamma. Inside, a class of 20 students were lined up chatting with one another. There were also the heroes that train with Izuku during the gauntlet training also attended. They stood in between the stage, also chatting with one another. So what do you want to do, boss? Listen to it or you want to stay to see the test? Orbot asked. Go ahead and let's see this thing. If it gets boring, we'll switch it back to the assessment test. The class are just warming up for the time being. Something to watch before it begins, Eggman said. Inside the gym, 20 students from Class 1B were in line in the middle of the gym. They were chatting with one another before the orientation, which is part of the Heroes course for 2 classes. Itsuka, who is part of Class 1B, was a little disappointed because she was hoping to be in a class with both Izuku and Momo. Her teacher was none other than Vlad King, who was at the front along with the other heroes aka teachers chatting with one another. She was looking around for Class 1A to show up. She doesn't know that the other class were taking part of the Quirk assessment test. Where are they? Is there suppose another class to join? Itsuka thought while looking around for Class 1A. She felt a tap on her shoulder, causing her to turn to 5 students. 4 were girls and 1 was a boy. The first girl has shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, side-swept to her right with some shorter strands hanging above her eyes. She has fair skin, an athletic build, cerulean eyes, and she's usually seen wearing a neutral expression on her face. The second girl has large, upturned dusky green eyes with long lower eyelashes, and notably long and pointed teeth. Her hair is dark green, collectively reaching just below her shoulders aside from a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead. It grows wavier and thinner the lower down it gets. The third girl has chin-length, pale gray hair, parted to the right, hanging down over her eye and obscuring the majority of the left side of her face. She has bags under her blue eyes, and a small mouth with full lips. Her hands are usually held up as high as her elbows, with her hands draped down, this gesture being somewhat connotative of a ghost. The fourth girl was short with a round face and a short equine muzzle, her face framed by thick, wavy blonde hair which reaches halfway down her back, some shorter bangs hanging down her forehead. Her blue eyes are large and round. She has a pair of tall, lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head. Her calves are rounded, shaped similarly to a horse, and she has brown hooves for feet, a short horsetail poking out from the end of her tailbone. The fifth person is a boy with quite long, messy gray hair which is rather peculiar in that it never seems to change shape, and black eyes which are titled dramatically inwards, each line with a very thick, jagged, tan-colored substance, which are presumably his eyelashes. He has sharp, pointed fangs as teeth. Is there something wrong? Looks like you're looking for someone, Pony Tsunotori said. Sorry, I'm looking around for Class 1A. The other class that's part of the Heroes course like us. I have 2 friends that are in that class and they're not here, Itsuka said, looking around for the other class. Maybe they're running late. Perhaps getting used to their new class. You know how first days goes, Reiko Yanagi said. Relax, they'll be here. I'm looking forward to meeting them, Setsuna Tokage said, excited. Wonder what their quirks are when we meet. I betcha they have some badass quirks like I do, Tetsu said. I wonder who their teacher is. Perhaps that person's running late, Yui Kodai said in a soft-toned voice despite being a quiet one. While students were talking, Vlad King noticed that Class 1A hasn't arrived at the gym. He was curious like Itsuka on why they weren't here. The other class aren't here. What's taking so long with them? He thought until something came up in his head. Oh no, if that means Class 1A is late, then that means their teacher is. He felt a tap on his shoulder to notice All Might behind him. The symbol of peace told him to talk with him privately. The heroes head near the exit door to see Principal Nezu standing there. Itsuka noticed her teacher was with both All Might and the principal talking to one another. She was curious what they were talking about, but she decided not to pry along the whole thing. No wonder Class 1A's late. Aizawa is putting them in the Quirk assessment test, Vlad King said in a whisper tone. All Might told me when he read the teacher's directory book to see where Midoriya would be located. Should have thought about it in the first place, Nezu said. So what does that mean? The Blood King asked. It means Aizawa is gonna make young Midoriya to show off my quirk and the Chaos Emerald to the entire class. He must have watched the entrance exam behind us while we were watching to observe the students. And boom, he saw Midoriya use the emerald and the quirk at the same time. All Might said in a whisper tone. Boy, this is not good. What now? Should we just postpone the orientation for another day to let Class 1A join in? Vlad King asked. It's too late for that. All the teachers I call on to come to the gym are here. And All Might is here for all the students to be impressed. For now, the orientation will go on as planned with or without Class 1A. Proceed to your class at once, Nezu said. Yes, sir, the Blood King said, walking back to his class while leaving both All Might and Nezu alone. When the orientation is over, you and I will head to the PE grounds to get a look at the Quirk assessment test. Once it's over, we'll deal with Aizawa, Nezu said. Indeed. That guy's always does to get what he wants, All Might said, referring to Aizawa. The two head back to the gym where Nezu begins the orientation with his speech. All Might stood near the principal still smiling, but he grew nervous, worrying what Aizawa will do, especially to Izuku. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman and the others were listening to Nezu's speech during the orientation to Class 1B from the drone looking through the windows. It only took a couple of minutes to listen to the speech until Eggman decided to end the feed. Okay, that should do it. Go ahead and end it. That principal's tiny voice was so annoying I almost pulled my ears. Eggman said as Orbot clicked the screen back to Class 1A. I guess it's time to see what this class would do, Snively said. Let's see how they do. This is gonna be fun when they fail and get expelled. Ho ho ho, Eggman said, grabbing a bucket of popcorn to watch the entire test begin. Chap 12, Quirk Assessment Part 2. Deep within space, a round portal appeared in the stars as the blue typhoon exits from it, deactivating the warp field driver to advance the ship into a normal drive. It has been weeks and months for the freedom fighters since leaving their home planet Mobius on their maiden journey to Earth to stop Eggman from invading the planet. It was the first time in 10 years for Sonic and Tails that they would return to Earth since meeting Izuku. So far, it was a smooth journey with no problems, especially not encountering Eggman once they arrived to the planet. Inside the bridge, Tails activated the autopilot for the ship to control by itself. Once that's done, the Fox Cub exit from the bridge to the briefing room. The others were there in the room. They were in between the star map hologram with many computer screens on the walls. All right. No problem around the ship. We're all good, Tails said. Well, that was a bumpy ride. My head was shaking going through the warp field, Knuckles said. Since we're all here, let's get to review on the whole operation of Eggman's plan. Great thing I have all that data transferred to the Miles Electric before we left Mobius. Tails grabbed his tablet, connecting the USB plug to the hologram where all the data of Operation Stardust was getting transferred. The map switched to Eggman's plan and the simulation of the Earth being invaded by the Eggman Empire. He's planning to create a one-world government rule by him as we expected. Don't know when the invasion is coming or not, but hopefully it don't start once we arrive on the planet. Second thing, he's also looking at humans with these powers called quirks. We got a glimpse of a fighting on Earth between humans and big monsters type. We've been through that before in a while besides fighting Eggman. Of course that what led to give Izuku the Chaos Emerald to become a hero since he's quirkless. And now that boy is the hunted by Eggman. He'll be making his move on him once the invasion begins, Knuckles said. Another thing I also brought with me is the Chaos Emerald detector. It's not in range at the moment, but once we get to Earth, it should be operational. The good news though is we know who has 6 emeralds and that's Eggman. The other emeralds belongs to Izuku, so the detector can track who has the emeralds. Let's test it out. Tails grabbed the detector and pushed the power button to get it operational. The screen shows 7 Chaos Emeralds blinking. Next, it changed to see Eggman's face next to 5 emeralds. Then Izuku's face shows up showing the green Chaos Emerald next to it. But something strange caught Tails' attention. That's odd. What is it? Sonic asked. I'm not sure, but remember I said that Eggman has 6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds and we know that Izuku has the emerald with him. But on the detector it shows Eggman has 5 Chaos Emeralds instead, Tails said. Seriously, perhaps it's glitch maybe. Just turn it off and put it back on. That will work, Vector said. Tails pushed the power button that turned the detector off. He pushed it back on to operated. It showed the same thing again like earlier. But this time, below Izuku's face came a question mark logo and the red Chaos Emerald next to it. It indicates that someone has the other emerald. Now it gets more stranger. A question mark popped up on screen showing someone has the red Chaos Emerald. This ain't a glitch. Eggman may have been giving someone the other emerald, the fox cub said. What? Everyone yelled. That's impossible. Eggman would never give away an emerald unless we go in and steal it or something, Silver said. He never would do such a thing. Greed is the only thing that he has in his head. Besides, you think he would give the emerald to his stupid minions including Snively? Rouge asked. Of course he would never give it those idiots. They're incompetent, Amy said. If it's not any of them, then who is it? Charmy asked. I'm not sure. I can tell you one thing. He would never give it to anyone, especially on Earth. He'll not compromise himself once the invasion is set, Shadow said. So what are we going to do? Cream asked. Chow, Cheese said. We're just continue to Earth and maybe we'll get answers to see who has that red Chaos Emerald. I'm hoping it's not someone other than Eggman that has the emerald, Tails said. Suddenly, something hit in Shadow's mind. Memories of the day that the others went to Eggman's base to investigate the doctor's whereabouts. He, along with Rouge and E-123 Omega, were looking in the basement when they found a room where broken computers and a big capsule that was also broken. The Dark Hedgehog found a blueprint of something. I think I know who has that emerald, Shadow said. What do you mean? Tails asked as others looked to the Dark Hedgehog. That day when we were looking through the base, I found a blueprint in the basement. Remember I showed it to you, Sonic, and Sir Charles at the beach? Shadow asked. Both Sonic and Tails followed suit, remembering that day on the beach. Yeah. You showed it to us a while back and you said it show a person taller like Sonic. Plus, it said it had some type of jewel planted on its chest, you don't think? That's what I'm thinking as well. What if that's the person that has the red Chaos Emerald? And I'm thinking with the jewel he has on his chest. Tails couldn't finish that statement. The others sent chills on their spine, thinking this new enemy Eggman is creating is the danger to them on stopping the invasion plans. Sonic looked at the window of the stars with a serious look. I'm not sure what it is, but if this is one of Eggman's new creations in going forward with the invasion plans, not only it'll be a threat to us or Izuku, but it's gonna be a threat to the entire planet and we have to be ready for it. The others agree with that statement. But there was one problem. They don't know that Eggman gave the red Chaos Emerald to the hero killer. Not the new weapon. Test 150-meter dash back on Earth, at the PE grounds of UA, the Quirk assessment test was underway. Class 1A was about to go through 6 tests to improve on their quirks thanks to their teacher, Aizawa. If they were to fail this test, they would be expelled from the academy and to be on the first day of school. It definitely made his students feeling enormous pressure, especially on Izuku as well. He has to show one for all in the green Chaos Emerald. That was indeed the plan Aizawa wants to do. To see how it would work. Even worst, Izuku has to show the emerald to Bakugo, who broke the emerald back in junior high. No telling what would happen if Bakugo finds out he sees the emerald or the quirk he has in his body. It was gonna be a crazy first day. The first test is the 50-meter dash. Students must run 50 meters straight while using their quirks to improve their mobility. Both Ida and Tsuyu Asui, a girl with an appearance of a frog-like type, stood side by side ready to rush the dash. Runners, on your mark, ready, a robot camera, standing at the finish line gave the words. A gunshot rang, signalizing the runners to go. Iida, using his engine quirk on his calves to spread to the finish line while Tsuyu used her frog quirk to hope long distances like a frog would do. No surprise Iida would be the first to make it to the finish line thanks to his quirk. 3.04 seconds. The robot camera said, reading his results as Tsuyu came to the finish line. 5.58 seconds, it said her results. In 50 meters, I can only get to third gear. Iida thought as smoke from his engine quirk came out. Well, he's definitely in his element. But speed won't help him in any test, Aizawa said, turning to the start line. All right, next pair come forward. The next pair featured Uraraka and Mashirao Ojiro, a boy with a long tail with a hairy tip, who was standing there, ready for the test. I'll lighten up my cloths. And my shoes too, Ochako said, using her quirk on her left arm and left foot before the test began. Runners, on your mark, ready. The robot camera spoke in where the gunshot rang again to go. Uraraka was instead running like a normal jogging would do. But Ojiro used his tail by whipping it down against the ground to give himself a speed boost. He was already running away with this race as he made it to the finish line. 5.49 seconds. The robot said on Ojiro's results as Uraraka made it to the finish line. 7.15 seconds. Well, at least that's more passing than junior high, Ochako thought, happy at her results. The third pair came to the starting line featuring Yuga Aoyama, who Izuku encountered at the entrance exam a while back. He stood there with that same smile like a prince would do. Next to him is Mina Ishido, a girl whose entire skin is pink-colored. Her sclera eyes is colored black, and iris is bright yellow. She has yellow horns above her fluffy short hair. She got prepped for the test where Aoyama turned around, looking backwards. Nice attempts, Mono Mi. But you're just not showing enough panache, he said, bending his legs and placing his hands on the back of his head. Runners, on your mark, ready. The robot spoke in where the gunshot rang again. Aoyama hopped in the air where he used his naval laser quirk, sending him backwards at the start of the race. With all that smile and stars sparkling on his face, he was confident he was gonna win this test. However, he was overconfident. The laser was getting smaller with all of it being used. He was crashing to the ground. Mina saw the advantage as she ran quick to the finish line. Aoyama quickly got up and used his laser. But it was too late as the girl won the race. 5.51 seconds. The robot said on Aoyama's results. Shooting my beautiful beam from within a second, it hurts my tummy, he said, showing his smile and stars sparking on his face. Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro looked at him with dumbfounded looks. Testing the upper limits of their powers helps me assets their rooms for growth, Aizawa thought. It becomes clear of what they can't do, their true potential. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and the others watched the first test of the first 3 pairs. They had data, names, and quirks on the first 6 students. That guy just smiles all the time. Who does he think he is? A show-off or something? I'll probably have to wipe that smile off his face when I robotized him later, Eggman said, referring to Aoyama. Did you see how he used a laser to fly by himself? He'll be a good candidate to the Empire. Cubot said when a wrench was thrown at the robot, hitting him in the head. Like I want a smiling idiot like him on the Empire. No thank you, Eggman said. Out of the 6 people we saw, this person was impressive, Snively said, pointing his finger on the screen showing Iida using his engine quirk to speed through the test. He has engines on both his calves making he go really fast. He almost compares to the speed of Sonic the Hedgehog. He will be a good fit to the Empire. He has a Mach 3 type of speed. But Sonic's more faster than him. Imagining if him and Sonic competed in a race for the best speed. But that won't happen anyway because we're never gonna see the Hedgehog ever again. Anyway, like you said, he'll be a good fit to the Empire. Just have to bribe him to get in, Eggman said. Boss, look who's coming next. Boko said as the others look on screen to see both Izuku and Bakugo at the start line. Now, this is gonna get interesting. Let's see if our target grabs his Chaos Emerald and quirk out for everyone to see. Plus, he's facing the person that is our potential recruit for the Eggman Empire. This should good to watch, Eggman said, eating popcorn from the bucket. Back on the PE grounds, the next pair feature both Izuku and Bakugo. The bully himself gave a death glare to Izuku as he was ready to run. Izuku grew nervous, not on Bakugo, but on showing everyone his Chaos Emerald or the quirk. He saw Aizawa look at him. Plus, both Iida and Uraraka already witnessed the powers of the Emerald during the entrance exam. Momo saw the Emerald before when she met him on the beach. She was very interested since Itsuka told her about it during the entrance exam. All right, Midoriya. Let's see what you can do, Aizawa thought, looking at the pair. Oh okay. Focus. Why you had to do this? I don't want Kachan to beat me. I got no choice. Bebit to do this. Izuku thought where the emerald from his back pocket light up, creating the green aura around his body. Everyone except for Aizawa, Iida, and Uraraka saw the aura being made. Momo was surprised by it. Bakugo eyes turned wide when he saw it. What the hell? Is that his quirk? That's impossible. This pebble doesn't even have a quirk, unless… He thought as Izuku curled himself into a ball, surprising the bully. What the hell's he's doing now? Runners, on your mark, ready. The robot said where the gunshot rang again. The two spirited from the start. Bakugo formed that evil grin on his face, ready to use his quirk by sending his arms and hands backwards for him to use his explosive quirk to launch himself backwards. Burst speed, he yelled, using his quirk to go faster than a rocket. With all the confidence in himself, he think he was gonna win this race. He didn't think for 1 minute when a green ball sped past him faster than the speed of light. That ball made it to the finish line before him. 0.44 seconds. The robot said when Bakugo crossed the finish line next. 4.13 seconds. No way, that's incredible speed, Zero said, with a shocked face as everyone was stunned what they witnessed. Did everyone see that green aura around his body? What kind of quirk does he have? Kaminari asked. Unbelievable. He did less seconds than mine and I had the best quirk there is, Iida said, who was shocked by the result. There's something about that emerald he has, Ochako said. Is that what the power of the emerald looks like? What Itsuka told me? If it is, it's incredible, Momo thought. Well done, Midoriya. Impressive result. But I guess you didn't pull the emerald out as planned. Interesting, Aizawa thought. Bakugo had a stunned face. He never thought Izuku would beat him in this test. It made him very angry. But what made him more angry, the thought that the boy was quirkless the whole time, thinking he was being lied to. How the hell did he beat me? No way. This was all luck. That piece of crap has never had a quirk. He lied to me. I'll kill him for beating me and lying to me, he thought, growing in anger seeing Izuku walk off to the group where the green aura disappeared at the same time. There's still 7 tests. I did good on the first one. All I have to do is pass them all, he thought, forming a determined face. Sorry, Kachan. I'm not gonna let you win all. I promised to both Sonic and Tails I'll be the #1 hero when they come back to Earth and that's what I'm planning to do. I'm not gonna let him win. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and the others were surprised by Izuku's finish. They see Bakugo in shock and anger at the same time while walking back to the group. He used speed dash just like Sonic would do. Impressive. It made that boy angry. He thought he was gonna win this one. This is gonna be a great day and there's still more tests to go, Eggman said. Wow, that boy outpaced the other like it was no tomorrow, Scratch said. Never thought he would show off his powers in front of everyone to see, Grounder said. Better sit tight, everyone, this should be a great day for sure, Eggman said. Test 2. Grip strength. The class move into Gym Gamma since the orientation was over. The next test was a grip strength test where a student grasp a handheld device that reads the force their grip exhibits in kilogram. Izuku and Mezzo Shoji, a boy with 6 muscular arms and mask that covers his mouth only. They were the only individuals in this test. Izuku had his eyes closed, holding the device in his right hands. But his eyes opened when he heard voice to the right of him. Wow! Izuku saw both Zero and Mineta with Shoji, gripping the device with 3 left hands as the tape quirk user spoke. You hit 540.0 kilograms? You're such a beast? Yeah, like a muscle octopus, Mineta said. Izuku closed his to focus on his grip. The green aura from the Chaos Emerald appeared around his body. His right hand grip on the device. A beep was heard from the device as Izuku slowly opened his eyes. The device read, "Unknown kilogram," on it. Izuku was curious about it. That's weird. Don't know why it would read that. I guess maybe I need to try harder, he thought, curiously. Test 3. Standing long jump. The class returns to the PE ground for the 3rd test. The standing long jump test where students use their quirks to clear a sandbox designed for a standing long jump. First was Aoyama, who used his naval laser quirk to fly over the sandbox easily. Second was Bakugo, who used his explosive quirk to over the sandbox easily. Third was Izuku, who curled himself into a ball again by speeding towards the box before hopping over it and landing behind the sandbox. Izuku uncurled himself with a smile on his face. Bakugo was angered by him passing the test. Test 4. Repeated side steps. The fourth test is the repeated side steps test. Students move between 3 lines by sidestepping from one to the other. Mineta uses Quirk by pulling off his ball of hair, creating 2 medium-sized balls of hair for the left and the right. From there, he bounced sides from left to right, still standing on the 3 lines as planned. Took a couple of minutes to finish, but the small boy was dizzy from all that bouncing. Izuku was next. The green aura appeared again. He sidestepped with his speed multiple times like Mineta. But he stood on the 3 lines over and over again. He finished it with a smile on his face while Aizawa continues to stare at him with a tired face. Test 5. Ball throw. The 5th test is the ball throw test. The same test that Bakugo took part early on, so Aizawa exempt him from doing it again. Uraraka was the second person coming up. She stood in the circle, holding the ball with a smile on her face. She threw the ball into the sky. They were waiting on the ball to come down from the sky. Took a couple of minutes to see a star appeared there. Aizawa showed the results on his phone to the class where it reads an unlimited result. Infinity? The class yelled as everyone was stunned. That's insane. How's that impossible? Kaminari asked. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and the others saw how Uraraka threw the ball in the air. It never came back down. They were even looking through every drone hiding the campus perimeter to see where the ball was landed. Not located anywhere from inside or outside the academy. Where's the ball? It should have been landed by now, Eggman asked. Doctor. Snively spoken. What is it? Eggman asked as Snively pointed his finger on the screen. Turns out the ball was right in front of them, floating in space. Okay. Interesting, Eggman said. Back at the grounds, Izuku was the next one to take part in the ball throw. Standing in the circle, he looked at the ball in his hand. This is it. I made it this far. Managed to pass the last 3 tests. The strength grip test was a little okay but need to try harder next time. Now is this. Plus, the distance run, sit-ups, and the conceded toe touch. I have confidence in myself. I can do this, he thought, looking back at the others watching him before taking a deep breath. Before then, both All Might and Principal Nezu, who was on the hero's shoulder, hid in the corner of the gym to watch Izuku's ball throw test. They hid to make sure none of Class 1A doesn't see them. The green aura surrounds his body from the Chaos Emerald. Feeling the power and strength through his arms, he was prepared to throw it more farther than ever. He used his right arm to begin to throw the ball. At the same time, he begins to feel the power of One for All with red lines surrounding his right arm. Here goes nothing, he thought. He threw the ball with both powers as far as he can into the blue sky. Rest of the students including Momo, Ochako, Iida, Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki, who was standing there with a serious face, were all surprised by the powers of both the Emerald and One for All. Aizawa looked to see where the ball was hit. Took a couple of minutes to see a star appear in the sky coming down. The ball landed as further to a wooded area of the academy. Aizawa heard a beep on his phone as he was looking at it. His eyes turned wide for the first time. He showed Izuku and the students the meters of the ball and they were shocked at the results. 9.745 meters. The class yelled. No way. That's unreal, Mineta yelled. Nice, he's finally showing us our true power, Ochako yelled in excitement. The same kind of power he used during the exam. Impressive, Iida said. Remember, he was the one that had the highest score in the entrance exam. I heard he punched that 0-point robot in the exam and helped 2 people he saved. That's so manly, Kirishima said. With that kind of power, he just amped his power to throw the ball in the sky, Kaminari said. I'm glad we have him in our class, Ribbit, Suyu said. That was so awesome, Mina yelled in excitement. Wow. He is really that good. Not only the emerald that Itsuka said that saved her and the other girl from the entrance exam, he used another power on his arm. What, that his quirk or maybe a secondary quirk, Momo thought. Bakugo stood there with a more shocked face. Not only he witnessed One for All, despite seeing the emerald's powers, he was stunned that the boy would outplayed him in another round of test. He thought he was confident he would pass. He didn't think for 1 minute that the quirkless person he saw once as children would have a quirk. That bastard. How in the world he would get past me? I should be the one, not him. Whatever quirk he has, he's been holding that back when he got here. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Right now, he thought, forming a rage face with sparks coming from his hand. Hey, Deku. Izuku heard a voice, turning around to see Bakugo charging towards him with angry look, raising his right hand to use his quirk on the boy. "You bastard, tell me how you did that or you're dead." Bakugo inched closer towards the boy when a bright light came in between them. "My eyes. It hurts." The explosive quirk user stopped his attack, covering his eyes that was blinding him. Other students, except for Aizawa, who grabbed his yellow goggles to protect his eyes, covered their eyes with their arms. Took a couple of seconds for the light to dim, slowing. Bakugo slowly opened his eyes to get in focus. He looked in front of Izuku when his face turned to shock when he saw something he would see again floating in front of him. "No way! That's impossible," he yelled. The Chaos Emerald appeared floating in front of Bakugo. Other students were stunned to see it as well. Ochako and Iida were surprised, but not much since they saw it during the entrance exam. Momo has seen the emerald before but was shocked for the first time that she would see its true powers. The emerald flowed back into Izuku's right hand as he grabbed it. The boy gave a glare to his bully. "Surprised you saw it, Kachan?" he asked with a determined look. "That's impossible. I broke that damn thing to the ground. I thought you said that was your mother's gift," Bakugo yelled. "It was a gift that belonged to me by two people. Let's just say those two people will be coming back to Earth soon. I made a promise to them that not only I'll be a hero, but I will be the #1 hero," Izuku said, referring to both Sonic and Tails. Bakugo could only growl in anger. "You sack of crap, if you think you're gonna be the #1 hero with that stupid jewel, then I'll show you how much pain I'll give you," he yelled with more rage, about to attack Izuku with his quirk until a wave of cloth made steel wire alloy with carbon nanofibers wrapped around the boy, preventing him from attacking. "What the hell is this?" he asked, struggling to get out of it. Izuku looked to see it was Aizawa that stopped Bakugo from attack. What shocked him the most was his face turned from a tired one to a serious look. He has red eyes and his black hair was shooting straight up. He noticed the goggles around his neck. Wait a second. Those goggles, and those cloth. You're the eraser hero. Eraserhead, he said. I use this to hold other people's weapons, including erasing quirks while reading people's mind, Aizawa said. As for you, you're holding up the other people in the test. Stand down right now or you'll be expelled. He then unwrapped the cloth around Bakugo, forming his tired face again. We're wasting time here. Whoever next, get going. Izuku ran back to the group while Bakugo stood there, growl in anger. He heard the boy's voice as he turned to see him talking with Uraraka. I'm gonna kill that wimp. I'll make him suffer to the very end if I had to. I make him suffer, he thought. Everyone in class was stunned by Bakugo's attack. Momo stood there with a shocked face. But she formed a furrowed look at the person that was once Izuku's friend. Disgusting. So that's Izuku's friend. No wonder he told me about him. He has a face to kill people. He's no hero. He's just like a villain he wants to be. Sick, she thought in anger. After that incident, the class continued with the ball throw test. The day continues with the last 3 tests they competed in. After that, the Quirk assessment test was finally over. The class stood in front of their teacher, eager for the results. Many were very nervous, hoping they passed so they didn't get expelled from the academy. All right, time to give you your results. I rank you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea where you're standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going through each individual score, Aizawa said. He used his phone as a hologram, appearing in front of the class showing the Quirk assessment test results. Izuku opened his eyes to see where he finished. Quirk assessment test results. First, Izuku Midoriya. Second, Momo Yaoyorozu 3 Road Shoto Todoroki 4th, Tenya Iida. 5th, Katsuki Bakugo 6th. Fumikage Tokiyami 7th, Mezzo Shoji. 8th, Mashirao Ojiro 9th, Eijiro Kirishima 10th, Mina Ishido. 11th, Ochako Uraraka 12th, Koji Koda 13th, Rikido Sato. 14th, Suyu Asui 15th, Yuga Aoyom 16th, Hanta Siro. 17th, Denki Kaminari 18th, Kyoto Jiro 19th, Toru Hagakuri. 20th, Minoru Mineta. No way. I came in first. I did it, Izuku said with excitement until he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Momo, smiling at him. Congratulations. I knew you can do it, she said. Thank you. And you too, You came in second in the test. Izuku said, seeing her name below him. That's awesome. He's too cute, Momo thought, looking at him. They heard someone flipping out in panic. They looked to see Mineta, crying comically with blood in his eyes. He finished in last, which means he was going home. That is until Aizawa spoke once he deactivate the hologram on his phone. Oh, and I was lying by the way. Nobody's going home, he said as other students except for both Izuku and Momo look at him with a comical shock look. That was just a rational deception to give it your all in the test. What? The rest of the class yelled. Of course, the rest of you didn't figure that out. Sorry, I guess I probably should have said something, Momo said when looking at Izuku as he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the girl, smiling at him. Thank you, Momo, he said as she winked at him, making him blush. Something made her warm inside while looking at him. She couldn't help but decide to tease him a bit. Don't worry, he knew about it as well, she said, pointing the finger at Izuku, causing the class to glare at him. Seriously? He asked as Momo giggled. Sorry, I couldn't help to tease you a bit, she said. That's it. We're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over at home before tomorrow morning, Aizawa said, approaching to Izuku. Midoriya, you did well today. I'm impressed on how you use both the emerald and your quirk at the same time. Not familiar by it since you did the same in the entrance exam. Though, it will be a time that you will tell me where you got the emerald from. Either way, you did well. But it's gonna get tougher from here on out. The actual training begins tomorrow. Make sure you're prepared. Thank you, sir, Izuku said as the teacher walks off. Class 1A left the PE grounds to their classroom. Aizawa was walking back to the campus on his own until a voice stopped him. Aizawa, that was a rotten move. He turned to his left to see none other than All Might, who was hiding next to the gym, watching the whole time. You were watching the whole time, I see, Aizawa answered. No talk shows today? A rational deception. That's cute, but you're not exactly known for lighthearted. All Might answered back. I read your file earlier today. Last year, you expelled an entire class of freshman students. You have no problem kicking students out. Anyone you deemed unworthy. You weren't planning to send anyone home. So that can only mean, you see the potential in young Midoriya that I do. What is this about? It almost sounds like you've been in corner the whole time, Aizawa said, causing All Might to flinch. It is a little early to play favorites. Even though he has that emerald and the quirk you gave him, he may have a chance to be the early favorite in this class, I'll admit. However, I would have sent him home without any hesitation. It's cruel to let a kid keep dreaming of something that would never come true. All Might took that as an insult. He decided to fire back some words. I see. Okay, how about this then? Why didn't you bring Class 1A to the orientation as planned? Seems you only want to get your way in how you treat your class, he said. I told the class and I guess you heard it as well while hiding. I'm the one in charge of the class and I get to do what I want. I could care less for some pointless orientation, Aizawa said. Really? So therefore you could care less about the principal, aka your boss? Aizawa flinched when he heard another voice. He saw none other than Principal Nezu on top of All Might's shoulder. Principal N. Nezu. What are you doing here? The eraser hero asked, getting nervous while the principal landed on the ground. No reason. But I did heard a great conversation earlier about why you didn't bring the class to the gym for the orientation. Care to explain? Nezu asked as Aizawa looked away, scarred. A minute ago you were so tough on your class, including young Midoriya. Now with the principal here, looks like you're not talking this time. All Might said, smiling sarcastically. Fine. I could care less about the orientation. It was a waste of time and I thought bringing the class to do the quirk assessment test was the best fit to do. Besides, I want to see how Midoriya can use the emerald and one for all at the same time in this one, Aizawa answered. Of course we all anticipated on how Midoriya could do like he did in the entrance exam. Figure after going through all the training, you can push him even more. We all know he's the one that can succeed in becoming the symbol of peace. I'll you slide for now. But the next time you disobey my orders, just remember. I'm the boss of this school and I won't be afraid to give you a big pay deduction to your paycheck. Or better yet, I can fire you easily. Understand? Nezu asked, creating a scary aura while smiling. That sent shivers through Aizawa's spine. Why yes, sir, he answered. Good. Well, I better return to the office to finish up for the day. Come, All Might. Nezu said as he walked away with All Might following him. Next time, don't try to mess with me, All Might said before walking away while Aizawa glared at the two. Idiots. He mumbled before walking off. Back on the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions watched the confrontation between All Might, Nezu, and Aizawa. Before then, the drone recorded the entire Quirk assessment test, getting every name of Class 1A, plus their teacher's name after showing off his quirk by grabbing Bakugo when he tried to attack Izuku. They all got data from the student's quirk. Plus, they saw the results of the assessment test. They were not surprised by seeing Izuku at first as they expected he would be there. Well, that was a good confrontation between those three. Seems the teacher was scared of the principal for not going to the orientation. At least we got recording of that one. Plus, our other target All Might was there looking at the assessment test. No surprise he would do that since that Izuku kid showed the Chaos Emerald to everyone as the teacher planned to do, Snively said. I find it funny that Bakugo kid said he smashed that emerald. He had a shocked look on his face when he saw it. I wonder why? Boko asked. I'm not sure either, but he sure knows he doesn't like that Izuku kid, Scratch said. We did heard a while back when talked to that Momo girl at the beach about that kid bullying him. Either way, I don't have for that. Now, we recorded all the information of the assessment test. Seeing other students with their quirks were very interesting, Eggman said. Indeed. We got a glimpse of that Iida kid, who has those engines on his calves. A good potential for his recruitment because of the speed he possesses. Snively explains, looking at the screen of Class 1A, showing off their quirks. This Kaminari kid has lightning powers with him. This Mezzo kid has 6 arms to duplicate them for decoys. This Jiro girl has long ear jacks on her ears for good strong hearing. This Kirishima kid has like some type of hardened powers, almost like a rock type around his body. Now, this kid got me very interested. His name's Shoto Todoroki. He has ice powers that can freeze opponents. But what's interesting, he has fire powers but didn't use them during the test. I wonder why. You guys are talking about that kid. I was wondering, hat's that red spot on his left eye? Cubot asked, showing Todoroki on screen. I'm very interested as well. Maybe he was born with, I'm not sure. But it's not my concern. So far, we've seen an interesting class beforehand. We'll be keeping a close eye on them since Izuku is in that class. I'm not sure about the other class in the gym, but we'll have drones keeping an eye on them as well. Eggman said, referring to Class 1B. All right, we're done for now. Order the drones that were at the academy to retreat at once. I'll be in my office reviewing the other video from the other drone videos. All those videos are in the archive folder on your computer as ordered, Scratch said. Very well, then. Alert me in case anything happens, Eggman said, exiting from the bridge. The drones that were at UA made their return to the Death Egg later on as the mission ended for the time being. Back at UA, the first day of school came to an end as students exit from the building to head home. Both Izuku and Momo were walking together. The boy was walking slowly, all tired and exhausted from the quirk assessment test he went through. It sure was a rough day for him, along with a teacher who was very strict, thinking they were gonna be sent home. But it wasn't a worry for him as he passed the test along with Momo, so they were okay. For now, he was glad it was over. I'm so tired, he said, looking down, all dizzy and such. Not a good first day, I say. Didn't think we would go through this test. At least we passed though, Momo said. That's true. I wish we were at the orientation instead. Sad we had to miss it, Izuku said. It's okay. Maybe Itsuka will tell us about it once we see her out of the building, Momo said. Oh, I forgot about her. I didn't had a chance to see her since I was running a little late to find our class, Izuku said. She's in Class 1B. Another class that is part of the hero's course. Perhaps she'll tell us about it, Momo said as they continued to walk to the exit. Another subject came to her head, forming a serious look. Izuku, I need to talk to you about the Emerald and Bakugo if that's alright with you. Sure. What is it? He asked, but right before she started talking, a hand touched his right shoulder. He turned around to see none other than Iida, standing behind him with a serious look. Oh, hello Iida. Sorry I scarred you. Just want to say good work on passing the quirk assessment test. Didn't think you can pull it off, the engine quirk user said. Oh, thank you. And good work on your work as well. You came in 4th. That's not bad, Izuku said as Iida turned to Momo. You're Momo Yaoyorozu. You came in second next to Midoriya. You did well and I give you a congrats on your results, Iida said. Thank you very much, and you as well, she said. I see you two known one another. Have y'all met before? Iida asked. We met a couple months ago at the beach park. I saw him with that emerald he was using thanks to a seagull that grabbed it. I saw the bird tried to drop the jewel into the ground but I managed to catch it in time. That's how I met Izuku and became friends with him, Momo said. Funny you mention about the emerald he has. I was gonna ask him the same thing about it since we got a glimpse of it protecting that boy that was charging at him, Iida said. You mean Kachan, right? Izuku asked, looking down. Actually, his real name is Katsuki Bakugo and let's just say he the worst person you'll ever meet after what he tried to do to Izuku earlier today. Momo said, feeling angry. Well, let's not talk about since as you mention what happened today. Of course I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral, Iida said. Our teacher is a strict person. We must take it seriously now even though we were the 3 students in the top 5 of the Quirk assessment test, Momo said. That's true. Izuku said. Hey! The 3 heard another voice. They turn around to the building to see Uraraka running towards them. Wait up. You 3, are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. You're the Infinity Girl? Iida asked. Uraraka stopped in front of them. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Let's see, you're Tenya Iida. You're Momo Yaoyorozu. And I knew you from the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. But of course your name is Deku, right? She asked. Deku? Izuku asked, flinched by the name. Is it that your nickname? I heard that Bakugo call you that when he charged at you during the Quirk assessment test. Ochako said as Momo stepped forward. Excuse me, but unfortunately that name is an insult type. Sorry I get triggered a lot when I heard that person call Izuku that name. Let's just say it's an offensive type that really gets me a little angry like earlier today. Momo said, referring to Bakugo's attempt attack on Izuku. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. Is it a bad name? Because I thought it would be a good hero name and I think it's a cute name as well, Ochako asked. Well, I mean just. Izuku couldn't finish the words because of the nervousness in him, hiding his red face. Cute? Momo asked, feeling the jealously in her. Am I getting jealous in me? Yao Momo. Izuku. The 4 heard another voice calling 2 names. They turned back to the building to see Itsuka running and waving at them. But she wasn't alone, among her was both Setsuna, Tetsu, Pony Tsunotori, Yui, and Reiko running with him to the others. Hey, guys. Sorry for the wait. But these guys want to tag along with us. Hey, Itsuka, it's good to see you again, Izuku said. Long time no see, Izuku. Been a while since the entrance exam, she said, looking to both Iida and Ochako. You guys are from the entrance exam as well. Iida, I believe your name, right? You're the sensitive person that always strict on Izuku. I was never strict. I always take school very serious. I didn't think you would pass the entrance exam like that, Iida said. Really, I take that as a compliment, Itsuka said, turning to Uraraka. And you're Uraraka, right? It's good to see you again. I forgot to ask how's your knee doing because I know you were pinned in the debris during the entrance exam. Oh, it's doing fine. And it's good to see you as well. I thank you for saving me but the rest belonged to Deku. She said, turning to Izuku, who was looking away all blushing. Anyway, who are these people? Momo asked, looking at the other members of Class 1B behind Itsuka with a curious face. Oh, these are new friends I just met. They're from Class 1B. This is Tetsu, Pony Tsunotori, Setsuna Tokage, Yui Kodai, and Reiko Yanagi. They decided to tag along with us to meet you guys. She said, introducing them. Guys, this is both Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. 2 friends of mine, the other 2 are Tenya Iida and Ochako Uraraka I met at the entrance exam. Hi, guys. Setsuna said. Nice to meet you, Pony Tsunotori said. It's an honor to meet you, Yui said. Hello, Reiko said. What's up? It's nice to meet you guys. Even though you guys are from Class 1A. Let's hope we become great friends, Tetsu said. It's nice to meet you guys as well, Izuku said. So where we're heading today? Itsuka said. We're planning to go get something to eat and since it's a big group, guess we can pitch in. Momo said as Izuku heard his stomach rumble. Yeah. We're very hungry. We didn't even eat because of the Quirk assessment test, Izuku said. I was wondering what happened to Class 1A. Why you guys didn't bother to show up at the orientation, Setsuna asked. Oh, trust me. You guys don't want to know who our teacher is. We'll talk more when we get to the station. We have to go get one more person to join us and then we'll go to the restaurant, Momo said. One more person? Who is it? Iida asked. She's another friend of mine, Izuku and Itsuka. For Itsuka and I. We've been childhood friends with her though she goes to Shiketsu High, Momo said. What? Shiketsu High? The others except for Izuku, Yui, and Itsuka were shocked. Are you talking about the UA High in the east? The other hero school? Iida asked. No way, she goes there, Ochako asked. She was planning to come to UA, but her house is near Shiketsu so she decided to go there instead. Trust me, she's a friendly type girl who loves to have fun. She's like a bubbly person, Momo said. I can't wait to meet her, Pony Tsunotori said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go see her and then get something to eat. I'm very hungry. Tetsu said as the others all exit from the academy, walking along the street. Izuku looked back at everyone chatting with one another with smile. It was a bit of a rough first day at UA. Sure, we have a strict teacher in Eraserhead, but there's something I didn't think looking forward to. Making friends, and I already have made a ton, including those in from Class 1B. This is gonna be fun at the academy and I can't wait for more down the road, Izuku thought. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman was in his office looking through other videos caught by their egg drones. There were many recordings that are not from the city but were from all across Japan. Couple weeks ago, Eggman ordered more drones recon missions to be expanded across the country for more view of other parts that haven't been explored. He goes through his computer of the night recon missions in the past in the city. While going through one of them, he noticed a colored red on one of the drones. What in the world happened to my drone? He asked, putting a finger on the screen of the drone. He noticed the camera was black with the words in the middle saying, offline. What? Offline? How the world that happened? Did Scratch knows about this? He should have told me about it a while back, unless he knows. I'll deal with him later on it. For now, let's see what else is there. The Beast's Forest. This should be interesting. He put his finger on the drone's location of the Beast's Forest. Recording from the drone shown it was at night. Among the forest, there was an office building in the clearing with cabins, hot springs, and dormitories. There was nobody around outside the building but there were lights at the window, indicating that someone is awake. But what made Eggman look dumbfounded was there just silence outside. What's taking so long? Getting tired of those cricket sounds, he said when the doors slid open and yelling came out. About time. Koda, please stop yelling. A woman with brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs across her face, wore her hero costume with markings on her cheeks, resembled cat whiskers, yelling at a boy. The boy wore a white collared shirt with buttons, dark shorts, and black boots. The boy has short, spiky black hair and wore a red hat with golden, spike-shaped horns on the front. He glared at the woman at the doorway. That's why Mom and Dad aren't coming back, because you didn't save them, he yelled before stomping away to the forest. Koda, wait. The woman was about to chase the boy, only for a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from going after him. A tall, muscular transgender man with short brown hair and a small triangle-shaped beard. He has white eyes with black markings surrounding them. He stood there, shaking his head in no, just leave him alone. Give him time to think. He'll come around soon, Mandalay, he said. I hope you're right, Tiger, she said, looking back at the trail where the boy went with a sad look. The video quickly cut to where Koda was at his personal hideout. His hideout was located on a little mountain with a cave behind him. He sat there with an angry look at the view of the forest. I hate heroes. I hate them all. There's nothing but a bunch of idiots that need to be gone from this planet, he yelled. Eggman paused the clip, rewinding a little to the part of Koda yelling. I hate heroes. I hate them all. There's nothing but a bunch of idiots that need to be gone from this planet. Eggman rewinded again, playing that part. I hate heroes. An evil smile formed on the doctor's face. I guess I need another invitation for a new recruit to join the Empire. And this child will be a good fit, he said. Back in Musutafu, Izuku and the others arrived at the station. They looked at the clock to see that the train was arriving soon. They would hear the sound of the bullet train arriving. Other people were also standing, ready for their ride to show it. Minutes later, the train arrives slowing at the station. Once it stopped, the doors slides open as others exit from the train. Other people walk to the train to their location. The others look around for Kami to show up until a voice rang out. Yao Momo. Itsuka. The others looked to see Kami exit from the train, waving at them. She wore her Shiketsu high uniform, contrast of a dark jacket with an orange bow on her collar, a dark skirt, and a blue and orange school hat. The girl ran over there to hug both her friends. So good to see you guys. Good to see you, too. How was the first day at Shiketsu? Momo asked. It was good. Just getting used to the building, Kami said, looking at the others when she saw Izuku among them. Her smile grew brighter. Oh my God. It's the cute one. Hi, see Kami. Been a will. Izuku couldn't finish when the girl ran up to him, giving him the biggest hug ever. Even worst, his head was buried in between her bosoms. I haven't seen that adorable face in a while. I miss you so much, she said, continuing to hug him more. Both Momo and Itsuka blushed deeply by seeing it. Others were surprised by it. Even worst, other people at the station were staring at her hugging Izuku. Ochako was surprised by it, but inside her, she felt something like jealousy in her. Am I feeling that? Jealous? Why'd I feel this way? She thought. Kami. Let him go. You're making him feel uncomfortable, plus, he's tired on the first day at UA. Momo yelled, with a vein on her forehead. Really? She asked, looking down at Izuku's face. Deep red with swirls on his eyes. He was like passed out. He don't look that tired. Because you made him passed out, Momo yelled, comically. Oh, come on, Yao Momo. You would do the same for him with your. Kami couldn't finish because of Itsuka's covering her mouth. Shish. Quiet. People are staring, she yelled, blushing madly. After that, everything calmed down. Izuku managed to control himself. Kami introduced herself to the other students of UA. They introduced themselves to her. Good to see you guys. Hang on one moment. She looked back at the train. Wonder what's talking so long for him, she asked as others were curious. Him? Itsuka asked. Oh, I brought him over to meet you guys as well. He's in my class and let's just say, he's an energetic guy. Kami said as she looked back to see him coming. Here he comes now. The others looked to see tall man with buzzed, dark brown hair and black eyes. He wore his Shiketsu high uniform with a white collared shirt and dark pants. He wore the same hat as Kami. He walked over there with a smile on his face. Once he got near them, nobody didn't expect him to do this. He did a bow like a traditional Japanese introduction. However, he slammed his head on the ground and yelled at the same time. Hello there, I'm Inasa Yoarashi. It's an honor to meet you, he said. The others had sweat drops on their heads while being all black and white, comically at the same time. Other civilians stood there with dumbfounded looks. Hello there, Iida said. Sorry, he's like this including earlier at school today, Kami said. You don't say, Momo said with a dumbfounded look. Yorashi lifted his head up, then lifted his right hand for Izuku to shake. You must be Izuku Midoriya that Utsushimi was talking about. It's an honor to meet you, he said when Izuku noticed that Inasa's forehead was bleeding. Why your head's bleeding? Izuku said, pointing at his forehead. Dude, you better clean that up because people are watching. Tetsu said, looking at the stares of other people walking by. Sorry about that. That's always my introduction when I'm excited, Inasa said, where Momo used her quirk to create a roll of bandages for him to use to seal the bleeding on his forehead. After the awkward introduction, the others including the two from Shiketsu High were heading for a nearby restaurant to enjoy celebrating their first day of school. Back in space, on board the Blue Typhoon, the others continue their long journey to Earth as they were in the newly made cafeteria minus Tails, who was in the hangar looking through other aircraft he made in the past he brought for the journey ahead, eating different types of food. Meanwhile, Sonic was in his quarters, taking a good nap. However, his began feeling shivers to his spine. He was developing a dream that was gonna be turned to a nightmare. In the dream, Sonic opened his eyes, looking around to see he was in Musutafu. But he noticed something. The sky was red with lightning strikes. He could get a sense of feeling that he knows it was not a good one at all. The way the sky looks, I have a bad feeling what's going on here, he said, looking around with nobody on the streets. Suddenly, he heard a roar. What was that? he asked, speeding through the streets to his location of where the scream was. Took him a couple of seconds to finally get to that location. His eyes went wide when he saw something horrified. A woman dressed in a sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, yellow elbow-length gloves and white knee-high boots. A belt with an angular golden buckle around her waist. A small cape attached around the back which hung down to her knees, and a longer cape over her shoulders. She pushed a young muscular man, who was yelling for her. The woman had blood coming down to the right side of her eyes. She faced against unknown face, whose appearance was darkened, standing on an object that destroyed a couple of buildings. Purple fire was below them at the same time. "Master!" The muscular figure yelled while being pushed by her, away from the fight when another person, dressed in a full-body monochrome suit along with a yellow cape, flew in to get the muscular man away. "I'm leaving the rest to you," the woman said to the man in the yellow costume. "Sorihiko, make sure his dreams come true." "Master!" the man yelled again, with tears coming from his eyes. The woman looked back with a smile on her face, pointing her figure at the man. "All Might. I'm counting on you," she said as those were her final words. "All Might?" Sonic yelled with a shocked face, looking at the man being flying away. That person was All Might? The hedgehog looked back at the woman in her fighting stance, staring down at the person with an evil smile on his face. "Thank you for such wonderful comedy," the man with an evil tone said, using his right finger, preparing to launch his attack. Sonic clenched his fist and teeth together. Couldn't stand by for what was about to happen. "Hang on, I'm coming to save you," he yelled, using full burst towards the fight to rescue the woman. But it was too late. An explosion rang out. With enough force, the city itself was wiped out. Everything turned a bright light at the end. Everything died down for a couple of minutes where Sonic, miraculously the only person to survive the blast. He opened his eyes and was shocked the entire city was gone. Only debris stood there. He looked around for the woman but was nowhere to be found. He even looked around to see if All Might and the man that took him away were safe. It's gone, and the woman is gone. Sonic dropped his knees in defeat, hoping people survived the explosion. But he felt a presence behind him. The hedgehog slowly looked back and his eyes went wide when he saw the unknown man, who launched that attack, looking down at him with a sinister smile on his face. The only person to survive the blast. The hedgehog clenched his fist and enough anger he built for the first time. "You little." The hedgehog launched full burst at the figure, ready to get even as everything turned white at the end. Sonic opened his eyes, sitting up quickly to awake from his sleep. He breathed in and out with sweat around him. He put his hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat going faster. He never expected a dream like that. Looking around, he was back in his quarters on the Blue Typhoon. He climbed out from the bed to grab the All Might action figure, looking at it. That person was begging to his master was All Might, but in a younger version of him. Was that woman his master, and the guy that took him away was named Sorihiko? Wonder how that woman knew who he was. He thought when he formed a serious look. And that person who destroyed the entire city including the master, had an evil look. What was that all about? Does All Might knew her? Sonic looked more at the action figure, putting it back on the table. He turned around to see the stars and galaxy at the window with a serious look. Whoever that person was that killed All Might's master, I have a bad feeling that it's not only Eggman we're dealing with, but something else is waiting on Earth, and it could be the unknown figure from my dream. He thought as he continues to look through the window with a bad feeling in his body. The freedom fighters were about to face an enemy that they've never seen before. And the hedgehog was right, it wasn't Eggman that they are planning to stop, it was an enemy that is more stronger than the Doctor. Chapter 13. Combat Training Part 1. Deep in space, the floating object of Angel Island continues its trek towards Earth. The shocking part about it was despite being in space, most of the landscape would froze. However, it has been just a normal island like any other island on either Earth or Mobius. On the island, a cabin next to Lake Nestle, a big, large anthropomorphic cat with purple fur along with dark violet stripes. A strip pattern runs up his arms and long tail. His feet are covered in dark violet fur up to his ankles as well the outer tips of his large, triangular ears, while his upper legs, back, and sides are covered in purple fur. White fur covers his chest, torso, muzzle, and inner ears. His eyes are black with pale yellow sclera, same like Mina's eyes. He wore yellow gloves, sandals, and a matching belt with a gold buckle. The cat exit from his cabin, looking around at the stars above him, thinking it was night time. In his right hand is his usually fishing rod. In the left hand, he was holding a fishing box with bait and hooks inside. He heard a ribbit sound, seeing a frog on his left shoulder. "It sure is a nice night, isn't it, Froggy?" Big the cat asked. "Ribbit," the pet frog said. The cat walked to the small pier where a small boat was tied to the pier. He placed the box in the boat before climbing in it. He untied the rope from the pier and grabbed a paddle by pushing the boat from the pier to the lake. Big used the paddle to get in the middle of the lake. When he made it, he anchored the small boat. He opened his box, grabbing a pair of hooks to fix for his finishing pole. After that, he swung the string into the water and proceeded to fish as part of his habit. He sat there silently, waiting for that pole to react. His frog pet croaked when he looked up to see the dark sky yet again. "You know what's so great about fishing at night? It always made me feel better, and it's so quiet once the fish swims. The stars are so bright. I always wonder what it's like in space. Perhaps I can talk with Sonic about it. He's been through a ton of adventures in space," Big said. "Ribbit," the pet frog said. The cat continues to enjoy fishing as usually. What he didn't notice was the island itself was heading for Earth thanks to Eggman stealing the Master Emerald. He doesn't know the threat that he was about to face soon. It was another day at UA Academy for Class 1A. After going through the Quirk assessment test on the first day of school, the students catch a break today as it was a normal day like in regular school. In the first period, it was English, which their teacher was none other than Present Mike. On the chalkboard, there were 4 sentences which has a grammar mistake. The students has to choose which one of the 4 sentences has the mistake. But the class were already bored of the period like at regular school all over again. "Now, which of these 4 sentences contains a mistake?" Present Mike asked, which were only silenced by the class with bored and tired looks. "So boring," Mina, Kaminari, and Jiro thought with tired looks. "This really sucks," Bakugo thought, not really care about this period at all. "Come on, everybody, look alive. Grammar rules," Present Mike yelled with excitement, trying to get the class motivated. Even Izuku didn't know what the answer was despite being in junior high. But one person did get the answer right later on was Momo. She has the intelligence of a smart person since she got into the academy through recommendation. Later on, English class came to an end as the students breathed a sigh of relief after going through that period. Other students chat with one another during the break. Izuku was still at his desk, writing through his hero analysis for the future notebook. He updated it with some page by adding Aizawa aka Eraserhead in the book. He earlier added the other heroes he fought in the gauntlet training in the notebook. He even added others like from Class 1B and Inasa from Shiketsu High he met yesterday at the restaurant while hanging out. He didn't think making friends would be this quick like he never did while being bullied by Bakugo in the past. He closed his notebook after writing it, then placed it back in his backpack. He pulled his phone from his pocket to see some news for hero-related stuff. He thumbed tough the Contacts app to see both 5 members of Class 1B and Inasa's phone numbers on there. They gave him their numbers after leaving the restaurant yesterday to see if they want to hang out. Itsuka also mentioned that she was planning to have both Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, and Iida to come to Class 1B to meet the other students as well during the break. He was wondering what was taking so long for her to come. Suddenly, 3 shadows were hovering over Izuku's desk. The boy noticed it when he looked up to see both Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro all smiling at him. That made him shivered since people were invading his personal space. "You're the guy who had the highest points in the entrance exam. Plus, the person that saved 2 people from the 0-point robot. That's so manly. The name's Eijiro Kirishima, by the way." He introduced himself, reaching for a handshake. "I'm Denki Kaminari. Pleased to meet you as well," he said, also reaching for a handshake. "And I'm Hanta Shiro," he said. Oh, pleased to meet you guys. Sorry, I've seen you as well but never got a chance to meet you. I'm a shy type that really never met people before," Izuku said, shaking all 3 boys' hands. "It's okay, dude. Not used to anyone here either, but it takes a while to make friends with other classmates," Kaminari said. "By the way, Kirishima, isn't it? You came in 3rd in the entrance exam. You must have a great quirk or something," Izuku said. "My quirk is hardening. Protects me from a ton of things like metal, explosions, and other things that don't pierce the human body. Let's just say that I'm like a human shield type," Kirishima said. Wow, that's awesome. Izuku said. My quirk is electrification. My entire body is cover of electricity that can shock my opponents with. Just in case if you're gonna ask. Kaminari said when Zero put his arm around the back of his neck. Plus, the more electricity he used too much in his head, he'll go retarded, he said as he and Kirishima laughed while Kaminari glared, comically. Thanks for the reminder, idiot, he said, turning back to Izuku. Anyway, we all thought we came over here to get to know you better. Since you're at the desk all by yourself. We saw how you did with the ball in the quirk assessment test yesterday. That was so awesome, didn't think you had yourself a badass quirk. Are you talking about the jewel he had or the quirk in his arm he used? Zero asked. Both. Actually, how in the world like you possessed both powers at the same time? No wonder you ranked first in the entrance exam, Kaminari said. I'm also interested in more of the emerald. How you get that kind of object? You actually aced everyone the assessment test. To tell you the truth, I'm really jealous, dude, Kirishima said. Well, IIK kinda. Izuku couldn't finish when the door slides open and a voice was heard at the same time. The boy turned to see Itsuka there. Izuku, Yao Momo, sorry for the long wait. Come on, I'll get a chance to meet the other students of Class 1B. She said, turning to both Iida and Uraraka at the desk. You two want to come along? Sorry, guys. We'll talk about it later. If that's alright with you three, Izuku said. No sweat, dude. We can wait, Kirishima said. Izuku turned to see Momo, smiling at him as they got up. Both Iida and Ochako agree with Itsuka and followed suit. They exit from the class, walking down the hallway. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief for the big fist user to come. He didn't want to answer questions involving both One for All and the Chaos Emerald. Despite letting the class witness it, he still kept it a secret. A promise to both Sonic and All Might that he would keep until the time was right to talk about it. But for now, he'll still use for upcoming final period, which no surprise that All Might would be the teacher. He was very excited for that one. The others arrive in front the door to Class 1B. Itsuka slid it open for the others to walk in. There were other students including the one Izuku met that came with Itsuka yesterday. Hey, look, it's the Midoriya kid along with his friends Kendo told us. Setsuna said, walking over to greet them. Both Tetsu, Pony Tsunotori, Reiko, and Yui approached the others, greeting them at the same time. The other class members followed suit. What's up, Midoriya? Betcha you're enjoying class. Tetsu said. It's good to see you, guys again. Izuku said, a little nervous for people invading his personal space. Guys, this is Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. Those two are my closest friends before we went to UA. The other two behind them are both Tenya Iida and Ochako Uraraka. These two are new friends I met at the entrance exam. And of course, it was Uraraka and I that were about to be crushed by that 0-point robot. But thanks to Izuku, he saved our lives. They're from Class 1A. Itsuka said, turning to her friends. This is the other students of Class 1B. Hi. It's an honor to meet you, Izuku said, nervously. Hello. Ochako said. Pleasure to meet all you here, Iida said, using a karate chop. It's nice to meet you all, Momo said when Tetsu put his arm around Izuku, which caught the boy by surprise. This is the boy that had the most points total ever in the entrance exam. He has like an awesome quirk that Itsuka told us about. This dude is an ace. The steel quirk user said with excitement. No way. This is him? Hiryu Rin asked, walking towards him with the others following suit. By the way, the name's Hiryu Rin. I'm Jiroda Shishida. You must have a very good quirk to has most points in the exam, he said, with appearance of a Bigfoot look-alike. I'm Kosei Subaraba. It's nice to meet you, he said. This is awesome to meet you. I'm Nirengeki Shota, the other person said. The name's Yosetsu Awase. You must have pretty good ass-kicking quirk if you're number one, he said. Hello there. I'm Kanoko Komori. Pleased to meet you, she said, with her eyes hidden by her front bangs, indicating to be very shy to other. God must have praised you to be a good hero with a powerful quirk. Hello, I'm Abara Shiozaki, she said, bowing her head. Her hair were green thorn-covered vines. I'm Juzo Honanuki, he said, with his teeth on the outside of his skin and no lips like he was smiling, he was waving at him. The name's Kojiro Bondo. A tall man with a head shaped of a glue dispenser and a tappet on top said. I'm Shitai Kuroiro. A man whose skin is dark everywhere, like a shadow hidden in the darkness said. I'm Tagaru Kamakiri. A man with a fluffy green mohawk, 2 hooked blades jut out from his cheeks. No nose with his head resembles of an insect with mandibles said. I'm Sen Kaibara. Pleased to meet you, he said. The last person introduced himself as Manga Fukidashi. His head is shape of a speech bubble, which is used for writing to display his thoughts. He never talks so he use it by writing. He written hello and introduce his name to Izuku. After the introducing, Itsuka got in between the others for Izuku to get some space. Sorry about that. Everyone was eager when both Tetsu and Setsuna were talking about Izuku on the entrance exam. So they told me to come get you and talk to Class 1B about your quirk, she said. It's okay. Pretty cool to meet the other class part of the heroes course, Ochako said. I wonder what their quirks are. Iida said. Dude, you gotta tell us how you use that quirk to save both Kendo and the other girl from your class. Plus, tell us more on how you passed the entrance exam. Tetsu said. Pretty please. Tell us more. Setsuna said, getting closer to Izuku while Class 1B were interested in more. WL, YUC, T the WA I passed the test is WH. The boy couldn't finish when another voice was heard. My guess is that you got in by luck. Come on. I've seen the results and there's no way you would have passed that test with a good strong quirk. Everyone turned their attention to a boy with slick blonde hair, which gets shorter the further down his head it goes, styled so that it's parted to the left, his bangs left hanging over his right eye. His irises are purplish blue, pupils white and his eyes are shaped. The boy sat there at a desk in the corner of the class with a smug look smirk, staring at Izuku. Depends how much points you gotten, I say you cheated. He said where Itsuka glared at him. Monoma, stop it. I don't know what's your problem, she said, turning back to Izuku. Sorry, he's always so arrogant when talking like that. By the way, his name is Nato Monoma. Just ignore him. Monoma got up from his seat, approaching towards the boy. So, you along with the other 3 are from Class 1A I see. The other class from the Heroes course along with us. I won't have no problem dealing with a bunch of nobodies who can try to beat Class 1B. He said with sarcastic voice. Dude, can you stop messing with them? We just become friends with them yesterday. What's your problem with them? Tetsu asked. The problem is this Midoriya kid I'm talking to, Monoma said, pointing his finger at Izuku. This kid ranked first in the entrance exam. I just want to know is how a little brat like him would cheat to get into UA. Momo didn't like his tone. Excuse me, Izuku didn't bother to cheat. He has a really great quirk and he rescued both Itsuka and Uraraka from that robot. I don't know what your problem is but start showing some respect for once, she said. Really? And who are you? His girlfriend? By the way you said his first name so you had to be his girlfriend. Monoma said, causing her to blush big time along with Izuku. What? No, he's just a friend. We met a long time ago before coming to UA, she said. I see. Well, if I was you, I would dump this brat and come hang out with me. You do have a nice lovely body than anyone in here in the school. Monoma said, looking at her curvaceous figure. Excuse me, who you think you are? Setsuna asked, growing in a comically anger. There's other girls here including in his class that are hot. Whatever. Anyway, I'm done dealing with these losers. I'm looking forward to taking on Class 1A this year. Including you, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing that quirk of your once we fight in this school year. Monoma said, walking off from the group to return to his seat. Sorry about that, guys. You know how he is with rival class, Itsuka said. It's fine. He was pained no doubt, Momo said as she turned to Izuku, who looked down with a serious look. Izuku, come on. Let's get back to class. The others said goodbye to Class 1B before returning to their class. Izuku couldn't help but be bothered by Monoma's words towards him. He wasn't happy about it. First, he thought Bakugo will be a pain. Now it's another student from another class he has to deal with. Back in space, on board the Blue Typhoon, the Freedom Fighters continues their long journey to Earth. In the hangar, Tails was using his Miles electric device to check on all his vehicles for any problems. Vehicles he brought with him were the Tornado 2, the Cyclone, the Tornado 1, the Hyper Tornado, the X Tornado, and a newly futuristic version of the tornado that was built by the ancients billion years ago until Tails discovered it part of his tornado series. He also brought in 2 new vehicles he made in the past in case they were to fight Eggman. The Blue Force 1. It resembles a cabin motorcycle with a blue frame, a black undercarriage, a yellow streak on the roof, white front lights, a brown seat with a yellow section up front, and a red windshield with wing mirrors on the side. Its instrument board includes a high-tech touchpad and a simple, yet adjustable, handlebar. It has a single black wheel on the rear and 2 parallel ones up front. Also, between its front wheels is a yellow license plate with Tails' face on it, and on its rear is a rocket exhaust. The Fox Cub continues examining his vehicles with the Miles Electric until a door was heard sliding open. He turned around to see Sonic entering the hangar. "Oh, hey Sonic. You must have had a long nap," Tails said, continuing his work. "Oh, yeah. I was tired. I need a nap since we're still got a long way to go." "What's the update on the journey?" the Hedgehog asked. "So far, we only got a couple more days left. Plus, the warp field driver is still charging after using all that power from the time we launched from Mobius. So it'll be a while when it's 100% charged. After that, we'll use it again to get to Earth as fast as we can," Tails said. "That's fine," Sonic said as he was about to exit the hangar. He stopped in front of the door, letting out a sigh. He turned back around, walking towards Tails. "Buddy, I need to talk to you about something." Sure. What does you need?" the Fox Cub asked, continuing to examine the vehicles while Sonic sat at a nearby chair with his hands on his head. "You mentioned about me having a long nap. I hate to say this, but when I was napping, I had a dream. And this wasn't any normal dream about chili dogs or beating Eggman. This dream was evil," Sonic said as Tails turned to the Hedgehog. "The evil dream?" the Fox Cub asked, sitting down at a nearby chair. "That dream was like I was in the city of where we first met Izuku. The sky was all red and the city itself was damaged. Nobody was around until I heard a scream. I ran over there and you'll never guess what I say. A younger All Might," Sonic said. "Younger All Might? You're kidding?" Tails asked. "I'm not kidding around. I saw him with tears coming out from his yelling to his master. Turns out his master is a woman who pushed him away from danger. He was begging to help her out. Then another man by the name of Sorihiko flew in to take All Might away from the danger. The woman told him to make his dreams come true. She looked back and told All Might, and these were her last words, 'All Might, I'm counting on you.' After that, she turned around and faced an unknown figure with an evil smile I've never seen before. And I thought Egghead's smile was more evil. He was planning to use some type of power and I couldn't stand there. I moved in to save her, but it was too late. The city and her were gone," Sonic explained, looking down to the floor. "What happened after that? Did you wake up?" Tails asked. "I was still in my dream. I was the only one that survived that explosion. I look around to see the city gone. Then I felt a presence behind him. It was the figure, looking at with his evil smiling face. I had anger in me like I never had before. I tried to attack him, but I woke up after that. That was the most scariest dream I ever had," Sonic said. Tails was stunned by the story the Hedgehog made. At least, that was just a dream. I mean, see a younger All Might plus his master, who is a human female. I wish you got her name. Plus, the figure that destroyed the city couldn't get his name either," Tails said. "But you know something, buddy, I know I don't want to bring up anything that will frighten anyone on this team." Sonic got up from his chair, standing and looking up at the ceiling with a serious look. "But I have a gut feeling that whatever waiting on Earth, and it's not Eggman we're dealing with, it's something else we're about to face." "You're kidding?" Tails asked, getting up from his chair. "I'm not kidding. Somewhere on Earth, another danger is lurking. All I'm saying is, we better be prepared for what's about to come. Sure, Eggman is the threat to the planet, but on that planet, another thing is coming," Sonic said. Tails stood there with a worried look. He was praying that Sonic's dream is just a dream. Because something dreams can tell the future. He's hoping that Eggman is only one they deal with, not another enemy. Suddenly, the alarms rang in the hangars. Red lights flashing as well. Both Sonic and Tails look around, confused what was happening. "Sonic! Tails! Come to the cargo bay at once!" Amy's voice from the loudspeaker was heard. Both of them exit from the hangar. Didn't take too long to reach the cargo bay. They saw both Amy, Charmy B, Blaze, Vector, and Espio, with Cream and Cheese hiding behind Amy, scarred. The pink hedgehog had her Pico hammer in her hand, looking at something in front of her. They heard footsteps as they saw both Sonic and Tails approaching them. The alarms and the red lights cut off quickly. "What's going on here? Did something happen?" Sonic asked. Both Cream and Cheese were in the cargo bay, getting food out for us to cook for dinner. We heard a scream and rushed in here only to find the two hiding the corner. They saw a dark figure in the box and we quickly hit them before tying them up. Then we saw their identity and we were shocked by who it was, Amy explained. "Dark figures? Wait, are you saying somebody sneak into the ship?" Tails asked. "Pretty much," Vector said. "So who are these figures?" Sonic asked. The others move away, revealing the group that was tied on the floor. Both Sonic and Tails has shocked faces but dumbfounded looks to see familiar faces. "You gotta be kidding me?" the Hedgehog asked. The Lightning Bolt Society group were tied up together as Dave looked at the group, chuckling a little. Hi?" he asked. Back in UA, the school day was almost coming to an end for Class 1A. They got one more period to get through and this period was gonna be the most fun period ever. Every student in their seat were ready for the final period to begin. The door slides open that gotten the attention of everyone. "I am here," Izuku smiled when he heard that familiar voice. Coming through a door like a hero. All Might made his appearance known to Class 1A. Everyone was excited for the symbol of peace to be their teacher for the final period of the day. "I can't believe it's really All Might," Kaminari said. "So he really is a teacher. This year's gonna be totally awesome," Kirishima said. "Hey, look. Is he wearing his Silver Age costume?" "Ribbit," Suyu said, with her finger on his chin while All Might marched to the front of the class. "I'm getting goosebumps. It's so retro," Ojiro said as All Might began to speak. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Harem 101. The symbol of peace explained. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro. And what it means to fight in the name of good. So let's get into it. Today's lesson." He pulled out a card saying, "Battle, to the class, will pull no punches." Those words made Bakugo smiled, evilly. "Fight training," he said. "Real combat?" Izuku asked. "But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good." All Might pointed his finger to right side of the wall, pressing a button underneath the desk in front of him. Drawers sliding open, revealing glass boxes of number on them. "These were designed for you on your Quirk registration form at the request you sent in before school started." All the students were excited, showing that the boxes were hero costumes they made before the school year started. "Costumes," Izuku said with a smile. "Now get yourself suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta," All Might said. "Yes, sir," the class yells as they grab their briefcase of their respected numbers, before exiting the classroom to the training grounds. But what they didn't notice was outside the window of their classroom, an egg drone activated its cloaking device, heard the entire conversation. On board the Death Egg, both Scratch, Grounder, Deku, Boko, Orbot, and Cubot were watching and listening to the class on the combat training up ahead. They saw a glimpse of their target instructing them what's ahead. They watched Class 1A grabbing their box of their costumes before exiting the classroom. "Did you just hear that? Combat training? This is gonna be awesome," Scratch said. "Even better, both students are gonna be fighting one another. This is gonna be awesome. We had to tell the boss about it," Grounder said. "I don't know about that. Because he's in his office with both Snively and that Stain guy. I'm not sure what they're talking about. They're planning something big," Orbot said. "What kind of planning?" Deku asked. "Not so sure, but they've been in there for a while. Orbot and I don't want to disturb them, especially that Stain guy. That person scares me crazy," Cubot said, shaking with fear. "If I remember, you two were applauding him because he got his promotion. Only for him to use his weapon on you too," Boko said, looking at both Scratch and Grounder. "That guy was so rude. We were congratulating him on his promotion, only for him to silence us with the new weapon the boss made him. He should be glad he's working for us. I can't wait till the day we teach him a lesson," Scratch said. "Who does he think he is? All because he's ranked colonel in the Eggman Empire, he can order us around. No thank you. I won't be ordered around by any other person than the boss himself," Grounder said, referring to Eggman. While the two were ranting, the door behind them slides open that got the attention of the other four minions. They turn around at the doorway and they were shaking big time. The hero killer made his presence known on the bridge. He looked to see the minions looking at him. He turned to see both Scratch and Grounder ranting about him. Stain pulled out one of his dagger and jumped in the air, hitting the dagger on the floor in between the badniks. That gotten them freaked out, ending their rant. The two slowly turned around and saw the malefic aura of the hero killer. They were scared and shivering at the same time. I heard my name was mentioned just now by the two, and I noticed it was sound of ranting towards me behind my back. Stain leaned in between the two with red eyes glowing. Care to explain what it was about? WWL, YUSC, we weren't just talking about you behind your back. WEWW were just discussing how great you are to be in the Eggman Empire. And then Scratch was nervous, trying to speak when another dagger hit near him to the left side of his head. Really, chicken? Because moments ago I heard you said you're gonna teach me a lesson, and don't lie to me, Stain said, drawing the dagger to Scratch's neck. Grounder and the others couldn't do anything. They were scarred to death at Stain's presence. PP please FF forgive me. I didn't meant to say anything. It was a figure of speech. We were JJ just PP playing, Grounder said, shivering in fear before the hero killer turned to the drilling badnik. You want to join your friend as well? Maybe I should use the two of you as metal scrap and throw you out into space like the doc would say. Because the next time you two disrespect your colonel, I won't take no for an answer and cut you two myself. Do I make myself clear? Stain asked, with red eyes glowing. Why yes, CC Colonel Stain. We won't disrespect you ever again, Grounder said. PP promise, SS sir. Scratch said. That's more like it, Stain said, moving around from the two before grabbing his dagger from the ground. He turned around to see the other minions looking scarred. And that goes for the four of you over there as well. Do you have problem as well? He pointed his dagger at them with a threatened look to kill. Sir, yes, sir, the four answered quickly. Good, Stain said, putting the dagger away when the doors opened revealing both Eggman and Snively entering the bridge. Sorry for the delay, Eggman said, taking his seat. He noticed the quietness in the room. What's with all the silence? Why nobody not working? The minions quickly went back to work on the computers as Stain walked to the doors to exit from the bridge. But it didn't take too long before the doctor. Colonel? Eggman said as the hero killer turned to the doctor. Yes, Doc? He asked. Remember our meeting we had? You know what to do moving forward, Eggman said. I understand, the hero killer said, exiting from the bridge. You sure about this? I don't think this is a good idea, Snively said. Trust me. I know what I'm doing, Eggman said. Boss. A quick question. What exactly was going on in the office between you, Snively, and that Stain guy? Orbot asked. You're on a need-to-know basic. You don't need to know, but you will find out later on until the time comes. For now, what's been happening to that Izuku boy? Eggman asked. It appears that he and the rest of the class are about to enter the combat training part. And guess who's the teacher in that class? All Might. Our other main target for the Eggman Empire. Orbot said, showing the drone's camera of the symbol of peace, standing in the street of ground beta, looking at a tunnel with a smile on his face. That's the same place of where that entrance exam happened, along with that Izuku boy punching that big robot with both the Chaos Emerald and All Might's quirk. Is this where this combat training will happen? Snively asked. Actually, it gets better. The class that is taking part of this are wearing their costumes, Scratch said. Really? That means we get a chance to see how that Izuku boy dresses as. This should be interesting. Plus, they should get the training going now because I'm starting to get annoyed by that smile All Might is making. Eggman said. Since this is combat training, they're gonna fight one another? Yes, sir. So we'll see what that Izuku kid would do with the Chaos Emerald. Question is, who's he gonna fight? Grounder asked. You don't think it could that Bakugo kid, right? The one with the anger issues? Deku asked. Oh, boy. How crazy that would be, Boko said. We're about to find out right now. Sit back and enjoy the show. Eggman said, getting a bucket of popcorn. Oh, and Scratch, Grounder. Later on, meet me in my office. Something happened? Scratch asked. Yeah, what is it? Grounder asked. You'll find out later. Right now, let's focus on this combat training we're about to see. Eggman said as the others watch on screen via the egg drone. Back at UA, All Might stood in the streets of ground beta. The same site of where the entrance exam took place months ago. Now, it's the site of the upcoming combat training for Class 1A. He stood there with a smile, looking at a tunnel in front of him. He heard footsteps coming from there, seeing the class arriving to the site. Once they exit, the class from the sunlight, revealing their hero costumes for the first time. They say that clothes make the pros young, ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. All Might said, looking at Class 1A in their hero costumes with serious looks. This is getting me ramp up. This is so cool. Shall we get started, newbies? Yes, sir, the class answered. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were watching the footage of Class 1A revealing their hero costumes for the first time. They were amazed by it, including the candidates that Eggman was planning to bring them for roboticization. Wow, those costumes are awesome by this class, Scratch said. There's that Iida kid we're talking about, Grounder said, seeing Iida's costume. Iida's costume consists of a black one-piece suit with a high collar, over which he wears various pieces of armor, all a pale silver in color, including a chest plate, a metal collar around his neck and another around his upper arm, and metal vambrace that extend past his elbows, pointed at the ends. He wore a helmet covering his entire face, its sharp bever full of holes to allow him to speak and breathe easily, its upper piece rounded over his head with two larger holes on either side, two curved horns just behind and a single spike sticking out of the back of his head. On his feet, he wears silver knee-high boots with gold accessories, which are specialized for his quirk, and around his torso he has three thick metal pipes, attached with a blue band, although these only serve as decoration. His armor is very lightweight and does not protect him much. Its main purpose is to cut down air resistance rather than to protect him. That's a nice outfit his wears. You can see the engine pipes behind his legs. No doubt it could likely be the ones for those engine on his calves we saw yesterday during the assessment test, Snively said. Good outfit for one of our candidates for roboticization, Eggman said. Dr. Snively, there's that Todoroki person you've been mentioning about, Orbot said, pointing his finger on the screen. Todoroki's wore his costumes features a plain off-white shirt with matching pants and boots, with two gold-colored straps going over his shoulders. He has material resembling ice covering his whole left side. That's his costume. What's with all the ice on his left side? Deku asked, examining Todoroki's costume. That must be resembles of his ice quirk. Remember, he does have his fire quirk. He didn't use it during the assessment test. So maybe he'll be using it in the combat training. Whoa! Look at that Bakugo kid's costume, Scratch yelled. Bakugo's costume is a badass type. He wore a tight black sleeveless tank top, an orange X across the middle, the two upper prongs the V-neck collar of his shirt. There are two dots along the left line of his collar, indicating the support company that designed his costume. He also has a metallic neck brace fashioned and used as a collar with rectangular ends, 3 holes in each of them. His sleeves reach from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps, and his belt, which also carries grenades, holds up his baggy pants with knee guards, below which he sports black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. His mask is jagged and black, and as it goes around his eyes, a large, orange-rimmed flare shape protrudes from each side. Now that's my time of costume right here for our future recruit for the Eggman Empire. I do plan to meet him soon. I can help his get upgraded on those grenades on his arms, Eggman said. We'll see how he does in this training with those grenades, Snively said. There's that Kirishima kid we're talking about as well, Boko said. Kirishima's costume shows him with 2 gear-shaped shoulder pads, dark red in color, a jagged sash joining the one in his left to the right side of his belt, which has a red R set into its center, standing for his hero name, Red Riot. He wore baggy black pants and half cape with a ripped hem, also sporting black boots, multiple thick rings going around his calves. He leaves his chest bare, and wears a wired guard around his face, reaching from just above his hairline to below his jaw, an extra piece going over the bridge of his nose, and some spiked pieces around his mouth which resemble little fangs. This boy's ripped. He's ready for some fighting, Cubot said. Doesn't match like Bakugo's costume. Either way, I do like it though, Eggman said, looking around at the other student's costume when he noticed someone's missing in the group. Where's that Izuku kid? I notice he's not present. Seriously? Snively asked, looking on screen. Where is he at? Is he missing or something? Perhaps he forgot his costume. Orbot said. Probably an embarrassing costume, he doesn't want to wear it. Grounder said, laughing when a wrench flew by, hitting him in the head. Quiet, idiot. Let's wait and see when he comes out. They haven't started the training yet, so that's why he's a little late, Eggman said, watching the screen of the tunnel for Izuku to arrive. Flashback 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, before the new school year began, Izuku got a phone call from Toshinori to come to the academy. The boy made it to UA, showing his ID to a security guard before entering the building. He ran through the hallway and towards the principal's office. Sliding the door open, he saw Toshinori, in his skinny form, standing next to the principal's desk. Nezu sat at his desk, seeing the boy entering his office. Hello there, Midoriya. I see you're in a great mood after coming in first in the entrance exam, Nezu said. It's good to see you too, Principal Nezu, and you too, All Might. Thank you for all the training you gave me. Didn't think I would make it this far, Izuku said. We knew you could do it since you saved 2 people from that robot. That's the type of hero we love to see, Toshinori said. Anyway, I'm wondering why you let me come here with only 3 weeks before I come here to the academy? Izuku asked. Ah, yes. Nezu put his paws together, begin talking. As you know that we're only 3 weeks away from school year to begin here at UA. Around that time, students who are coming to the academy has to submit a Quirk registration form. In that form, there's a clothing allowance which you can submit to any costume designs, physical measurements, and will give it to a clothing brand that creates that costume you want as your hero costume for the school year. Really? But there's a problem. I have to go to City Hall to change my status as quirkless. I kinda forgot about that when I was so busy training with the Chaos Emerald before I met All Might, Izuku said. Not to worry, that's already been fixed, Nezu said. I called City Hall early on and we got your status fixed. Don't worry, we kept one for all a secret in the Chaos Emerald. Even though many of the candidates at the training site saw it during the entrance exam. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Izuku said. But I did wrote a costume design on my notebook a while back. Don't worry, All Might and I came up with the best costume we thought we could fix, and it's already ready for you to wear for the school year to begin, Nezu said, hopping off his chair, approaching towards a bookshelf. Seriously? That was quick? Izuku said with a shocked face. The principal hopped to the 3rd shelf, pulling a book out of it. He opened it, revealing a button on it. Using his paw to press it, the bookshelf moved to the left, revealing a metal box that fits a clothing outfit. Toshinori helped the principal pull the case out of the hiding spot. He unclicked the box to open it. Izuku got a glimpse of his hero costume. His eyes were so wide, witnessing his costume. Wow, that's awesome, he said. Hope you like. Because during training with me as your teacher in the final period, it's gonna be a rough one to come. I hope you're ready for it, Toshinori said. I'm prepared for sure, Izuku said, with a determined look. Indeed you are, Nezu said. End flashback. Izuku runs out of the tunnel to catch up with the class. Once he exits, the sunlight reveals his hero costume. The costume is a green full-body jumpsuit. It's more sturdier and more combat-ready type. He wore a red belt, black knee pads that has been extended to his legs and reach up to his thighs, gloves are tinted beige, and decorated with blue stripes. He wore red boots. He has a metal respirator shaped a diamond type, with 8 holes. He brought the Chaos Emerald with him, inside a red patch connected to his belt. The boy let out a sigh, preparing for this big combat training. He looked around to see his classmates all in their hero costumes. He was amazed by their designs. Oh, hey Deku, Ochako said, seeing Izuku as he walked towards him. Love your costume. Not too flashy, you know. Uraraka? He asked but couldn't speak when he saw her costume. His cheeks formed tiny blushes. It's that your costume? Her costume is a black full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, 2 black circles on her chest and a black rectangle below her waist, running between her legs, and 2 more pink patches over her shoulders, both cut off by darker pink armbands, matching the thick choker around her neck. She has circular wrist guards, a dark pink handle on the back of each one, wide knee-high boots and a belt around her waist, a circle embedded into the center where the 2 pieces join up, a helmet with a tinted visor sometimes worn on her head, all of which are the same pale pink color. The accessories are designed to press her acupuncture points. and the skin tightness of her costume is apparently an error due to her not being specific in her design request. I should have been more specific what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight. Not really my style, she said, rubbing the back of her head, smiling and embarrassed with red cheeks. Thank you for the compliment on my costume. Why you got a G grade C costume? Izuku said, still nervous. Izuku, is that your costume? Izuku and Ochako turned to another voice. The boy's face turned 100% full red when he saw the one person to have a hot costume. Momo? It's that your hero costume? He asked, noticing a nosebleed was coming out. He covered his nose with both hands. Her costume is a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which is open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She sports short crimson boots which dip sharply down in the center, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, another, thinner one around the top portion of her chest, below her shoulders. Sorry about that. Kinda a little embarrassed about this costume, Momo said, approaching the two. There's reason to it. Remember I said, Izuku, that I have to exposed skin to create an object out of my body? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I am mean, you do look more cuter in that C costume, Izuku said, looking back with a red face. Those words made Momo grew warm inside. She blushed by the words Izuku just said. She couldn't help but walk towards him. Leaning over, her mouth was near his right ear, whispering in a seductive tone. If you want me to explain more of my quirk, perhaps I can show you more of my skin on how it works, she said, causing the boy to jump. Gah, seriously? Izuku yelled, which got him the class attention, including All Might, while holding his right ear. Momo couldn't help but giggled. She couldn't help it and teased the boy, but not that far she would go. She noticed Uraraka watched and heard the conversation. Her face grew red so much, inside her, she grew jealous after what she witnessed. Momo smiled at her, winking before walking to the others. Izuku calmed himself down at that moment with the creation quirk user. Izuku recovered from his nervousness when both arms swung around his neck. He was caught off guard by both Kaminari and Shiro, who stood at him on both sides. Well, I didn't think you would be a ladies' man by the most popular girl in UA, the lightning quirk user said. You're lucky, dude. You should try to get her to a date, Shiro said. We're just friends. That's all, he said, getting Nenvu. They didn't notice that Mina watched the whole thing unfold. Her costume consists of a plain white mask over her eyes, and a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern, ending just above her breasts. Over this, she wears a cropped, sleeveless tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar, which she leaves unbuttoned. She wears custom-made acid-proof boots with holes in the soles, allowing her to secrete acid from her feet to use to slide around. So that's the Midoriya guy that came in first in the entrance exam, she thought, looking at the boy. Isn't he supposed to be all that, not like a timid person? To see that Yaoyorozu did something to him, make him all nervous and such. Plus, that Uraraka girl was jealous as well. She formed a mischievous grin on her face. Guess I have to get in on all the fun. Besides, that Midoriya is cute and adorable as well. All Might instructed Class 1A to stand in front of him. From there, the symbol of peace began his class on the combat training they were about to go through. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, he said when Iida raised his left hand. Sir, this is the fake city from the entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? He asked. Not quite, All Might answer, using 2 fingers as a peace symbol. I'm gonna move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you've seen on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, runs-in with the evildoers takes place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligence criminals stay hidden in the shadows. But as training exercise, you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys, and fight in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this little advance? Ribbit. Suyu asked with her finger on her chin. The best training is what you get on the battlefield, but remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now, All Might said. Sir, will you be deciding who wins? Momo asked. How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo asked, eager to get on with the training. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Ochako asked. You'll be splitting us up based on chance or compared to skill? Iida asked. All those questions by the student made All Might cringe comically. I wasn't finished talking, he said, before pulling out a small script to begin reading it. Listen up, the situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys have to either catch the evildoers, or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed in protecting their payload or capture a hero. Sounds like a classic action movie scene. Izuku thought as All Might pulled out a box reading, lots. Time's limited and we'll choose teams by drawing lots, he said. Isn't there a better way? Iida asked. Think about it. Pros often team up with heroes from other agencies from the spot. So maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here, Izuku said, helping him with his question. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events, Iida said, bowing in shame to All Might. Excuse my rudeness. No sweat. Let's draw, All Might throwing his fist in the air in excitement. Class 1A begin drawing balls of letters from the box to reveal which team of 2 people will be teaming up. Once the drawing been completed, the teams were officially set. Team A. Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B. Mezzo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C. Mineta Minoru and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida. Team E. Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F. Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Team G. Denki Kaminari and Kyoto Jiro. Team H. Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui. Team I. Mashirao Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J. Honta Siro and Eijiro Kirishima. Wow, what a chance. We're a team. Ochako was excited to be team with Izuku, causing the boy to blush and being nervous. Oh my gosh, I have to make a good impression on her, he thought. Ochako turned around to see Momo getting a glare from her. The zero-gravity user stuck her tongue out as a response since she was teaming with Izuku. Momo wanted to team with him. Sadly, she's teamed with the little pervert and that doesn't make her conformable. I declare the first teams to fight will be. All Might has his left hand in the white box saying, hero, and the right hand in the black box saying, villain, digging for the letters of the teams to go first. He pulled out both balls and revealed the first fight. These guys, the ball of Team A and Team D. The shock on both Izuku and Bakugo's faces tells the story. Iida and Uraraka were stunned since the two became friends yesterday with Izuku. But there was a problem, they don't know about Bakugo's bullying history with Izuku. Momo was stunned when she saw the balls. She knew about Izuku's past about Bakugo. She already witnessed it yesterday during the assessment test when Bakugo tried to use his quirk on the boy in anger. Izuku against Bakugo? This is insane, she thought, seeing the look of concern from Izuku. Team A will be the heroes and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitor room to watch, All Might said. Yes, sir. The class responded as they walk off from the training ground. Izuku looks down while other students walk past him. Both Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro patted on the boy's back wishing him good luck, but he didn't listen. Izuku looked to his left to see his bully, staring at him with those red eyes. Bakugo grew at his former childhood friend. He was ready to teach him a lesson of getting in his way of becoming the #1 hero. But Izuku knew after all he went through from every beating by him, he was ready to pay him back for everything. The boy clenched his fist, giving him a glare while Bakugo grew more in anger. Momo saw the whole thing. She had a bad feeling that Izuku was in trouble and she didn't want her friend hurt, especially to his bully. She wanted to comfort him but she had to be ready for her combat training later. She saw Uraraka walking off to her position. She quickly chased her down. Uraraka, Momo said as the girl turned around to see her coming. Look, I'm not gonna do anything to him like you were doing with him earlier, okay, Ochako said. This isn't about that. Just do me a favor. Take good care of Izuku and make sure that Bakugo doesn't do anything stupid or crazy against him, Momo said. What do you mean? Ochako asked. Please keep this a secret, because between Izuku and Bakugo, there's a history between the two. And the word you keep hearing, Deku, like yesterday, is something that made me angry about, Momo said as Uraraka was curious about it. After that quick talk, Uraraka rushed over to Izuku, along with both Bakugo and Iida to a building nearby. All Might was standing outside with the two teams to give them more instructions. Momo looked back one more time at Izuku with a concerned look before heading to the monitor room to watch the fight. Be careful, Izuku. Stay safe, she thought. Bad guys, you can go on in and get set up. In 5 minutes, the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start, All Might said. Yes, sir. The two teams replied as both Bakugo and Iida were heading into the building when All Might stopped them. Young Iida, young Bakugo. The two stopped to turn to the symbol of peace. The key in being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from a perspective of an evildoer. Got it, Iida said. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might said. Understood, Iida said as he walked into the building. Bakugo turned around to give one last look at Izuku, who was holding the green Chaos Emerald, and look at it with a determined look. The bully growled at the sight, especially when seeing the emerald, the same one his broke during junior high. If I have to break that piece of crap object, so be it. I'm gonna wipe that bug once and for all. That I'll be the #1 hero and he can go rot in hell for all I care, he thought, angrily before walking into the building. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions heard the teams that were announced. They were surprised by the teams going against one another. Eggman wasn't. He knew it was gonna be between Izuku and Bakugo. He was eager, preparing for this moment to come. It's gonna between that Bakugo kid and Izuku. This is gonna be awesome, Scratch said. Did you see that girl's look on her face? She's scarred, Grounder said, laughing, referring to Uraraka. That team between Iida and Bakugo is one scary group. I don't think our target will handle them, Snively said. That girl might not handle it, but Izuku will. I'm eager for Izuku and Bakugo to get it on. And it's about to happen. Let's see who is the better person today, Eggman said. Back at Ground Beta, both Bakugo and Iida were in the building. They went in to prep for the combat training. Inside the top floor, there are plywood and empty barrels, along with a fake nuclear bomb inside. As villains, it's their duty to protect it from the heroes. Iida walked over to the fake bomb to see if it was real or not. Bakugo stood at the doorway, looking at it. Not turning around or nothing. Not even listening to Iida talk as well. Even though this is training, it pains me to align with criminal behavior, Iida said, using his fist to knock on the fake bomb. So this is the weapon we must protect. Fake, of course. Not a surprise. Hey, Iida heard Bakugo's voice as he turned around to see the explosive quirk user looking at the doorway. Do you think Deku has a quirk? You saw how he threw that ball, plus, what he did at the entrance exam against that 0-point robot. He also has that emerald that power-ups enough strength for his quirk, Iida said when he remembered during the assessment test on Bakugo's attack on the boy. Since we're on the topic, I want to ask a question to you. You mentioned that you broke that emerald when you almost attacked Midoriya yesterday. Do you have? It's none of your damn business. Just focus on your job and leave the rest to me, Bakugo interrupted Iida's talk. I better not speak about this. I always wonder why Bakugo's all angry with Midoriya. Did he really broke that emerald? Is there a troubling past between the two? Iida thought. Back outside, both Izuku and Uraraka were looking through the map of the building they were about to enter. They had 5 minutes to go through it before the training begins, so they know what they want to do. Do you think they want us to memorize this floor plan? It's so big, Ochako said, looking at the map. You know, All Might just as cool as a person on television. I'm glad he's not threatened us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can relax. Uraraka turned to Izuku, whose smile on her face went away quick. She saw the boy looking down at the Chaos Emerald in his hand. He had a serious look on his face. He gripped the object so hard, he had flashbacks of the days that Bakugo had buelled him through childhood past. Plus the memories back in junior high when the bully threw the emerald to the ground, smashing it to tiny pieces. Those memories angered Izuku so much, he was ready to give Bakugo a taste of his medicine. Deku, are you okay? Ochako put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to flinch. What? Did you say something? Izuku asked, nervously with a girl touching him. You were looking at that emerald with an angry look. Almost feel like you're bothered by something, Ochako said. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just focused on this training. That's about it, Izuku said, looking at the map. Does this have something to do with Bakugo bullying you during childhood? Ochako asked, causing Izuku to froze. What? Did you say? He asked, shaking more nervously. You don't have to hide it if you want. Yaoyorozu told me about it before we were coming to the building. She told me that you told her the first day you two met was about you being quirkless and the way Bakugo bullied you. I didn't want to bring it up to you, but after seeing you all looking at the emerald and the way you're angry, it almost like you want to go after Bakugo, right? She said. Izuku looked down in shame after his secret was exposed to another girl. Why, you're right. I always wanted to beat Kachan. For the pain he gave me. All because he had a good quirk. He can bully anyone. Including me. He looked up with a determined look. But I'm not gonna back down. I want to prove to him that I can be the #1 hero and I will beat him. I know I can do it. Uraraka smiled back his reaction. So it's a fated battle between rivals, then? She asked. What? You no, not that I want you to get rev up on my fight or anything, Izuku said, getting nervous again. Are you kidding? We're a team, right? Let's win this, Ochako said, raising her fist in excitement. That one Izuku can smile at her reaction. All right, let's begin immediately in our combat training. All Might's voice was heard from the PA speakers. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Inside the monitor room, All Might stood in front of the big screen with the controls in front of him. 5 screens from every camera angle in the building where the teams will be fighting was shown for him to see. Behind him, the other students stood behind to watch the training happens. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you were do, he said, going into deep thought on Izuku before putting an earpiece in his left ear to hear. Young Midoriya, in this class you're just another student. I'll grade you as anyone else, without playing favorites. Momo looked on, still concerned for Izuku when he were to face Bakugo. No telling she has a bad feeling what would happen. Please, Izuku. Get through this one piece. At least All Might will get involved in case it gets dangerous. Especially from Bakugo. She thought, placing her hand on her chest while looking on screen. Izuku and Uraraka climbed into an open window as they enter the building. They walked through the hallways. Going past through closed doors. They had to be on their guard. It could be an ambush waiting to happen. They turned to a corner, looking both ways as they continue on. While walking, Izuku was in deep thought, thinking of a plan to counter through the combat training. Okay, I have to think of a plan. I know Kachan will definitely come for me as usually. I know he'll do counterattacks on me while using the Chaos Emerald. He witnessed that power during yesterday's assessment test. So I have to think of another way to beat him. I want to use one for all, but I don't want to hurt anyone. Uraraka's zero gravity can work, so we'll try to use that. I have to be ready. Around these corners, Kachan can show up and surprise us. I can deal with him myself while Uraraka can go after the bomb. Eat as fast as well. Hopefully she finds a way around him and get the bomb on time. I took a lot of notes on indoor battles and fighting in tight spaces, he thought. Suddenly, the two flinched when they saw Bakugo jumped out from the right corner. The bully didn't waste no time to go for a punch towards the two. Izuku quickly grabbed Uraraka and jumped to the left, avoiding the attack as Bakugo punched the wall with his quirk, exploding it. Uraraka, you okay? Izuku asked, looking at the smoke in front of them. I'm fine. Thanks, she said. The smoke cleared in front of them by Bakugo, using his arm to get the smoke away from him. The bully had his eyes on Izuku. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid to stand up and fight me? He asked in a taunting tone. Izuku glared at his bully. I knew you came at me first. And figure you tried to catch me by surprise, he said, getting up. Back in the monitor room, the others were surprised by Bakugo's surprise attack. Luckily Izuku managed to dodge it and save Uraraka at the same time. He almost got the jump on him. Mineta said, sneak attack by Bakugo, especially on my boy Midoriya. What kind of man would pull cheap crap like that? Kirishima said, pounding his fist on his left hand in anger. It's a valuable strategy. He's playing the part. Acting like a true villain would, All Might said. Momo heard those words by All Might. He may be playing one, but in reality, he is a villain after bullying Izuku in the past, she thought, glaring at Bakugo on screen. It didn't work. Midoriya dodged it, Mina said as they saw Bakugo charge towards the two. Look, there he goes. Kaminari said. I won't hurt you so bad to stop the fight. So just lose, Bakugo yelled, charging towards Izuku with another attack on his quirk. This time, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's right arm, preventing him to attack. The bully tries to get Izuku off of him but couldn't. Instead, This will surprise Bakugo. Izuku turned his right foot and tossed Bakugo to the floor. No way. Those are awesome move, Ochako said, surprisingly. Impossible. How he know? He's not that good, Bakugo thought in a shocked tone after hitting the ground in pain. The others in the monitor room, except for All Might, was shocked of what Izuku just did. Momo was stunned but she smiled. Go Izuku. You can do it, she thought. Bakugo slowly recovers from the ground. His face was still in shock after what Izuku did. No way a person like him would surprise him with an attack. He sat up, looking at the ground when he heard the boy speak. You always use of getting credit when starting a fight. I know because I watched you for years. I analyze every amazing hero. Even you. But sadly, you've always bullied other people including me. You burned my notebook and threw it into a pond. And then you broke my heart when you smashed the emerald to the ground. That object was a gift to someone 10 years ago. Those two people made a promise they will return to see me as a hero. And I'm keeping that promise to them. Izuku said, looking down at his bully with an angry look. You can call me Deku all you want. But I'm not the person you use as a punching bag. All the beatings you gave me and everyone else, it's time that I give it you now, you hear me? Deku is the name of a hero? The Chaos Emerald light up with the green aura appearing from his body again. Uraraka was stunned by the nickname she used on him. You know the name Deku is a nice hero name and I think it's cute. Her voice from yesterday was heard in her head. Bakugo finally got up from the floor. He turned to face Izuku and gave him the more angry, evil look he gave him before. Deku, you want to fight, so be it. Many explosions came from his hand. I'm gonna beat you down till the very end and I'll smash that emerald again if I have to, he yelled in rage. Then come and get me, Izuku yelled back. The battle between former friends is now on. On board the Death Egg, they watched the fight between Izuku and Bakugo. They were super excited for this one, even Eggman couldn't control his excitement, and so it begins, he said.